A Town Like Alice by Nevil Shute. Chapter 1. James McFadden died in March 1905. He was 47 years old. He died while he was riding in a horse race called the Driffield Point to Point. After his death, most of his money went to his son, Douglas. At that time, the McFadden family and the Dalhousie family lived in Perth. Douglas was a school friend of Jock Dalhousie. Jock was a young man then. He had gone to London to work in a law firm in Chancery Lane. The firm was called Owen, Dalhousie, and Peters. Jock became a junior partner there. Now I am the senior partner of that firm. Owen, Dalhousie, and Peters have all been dead for many years. But I never changed the name of the firm. It was natural that Douglas McFadden trusted Jock Dalhousie with his business matters. Mr. Dalhousie managed everything for him until he died in 1928. After his death, we shared his work between us. I took Mr. McFadden as one of my clients. Then I forgot about him because I was busy with other work. Nothing happened about his business until 1935. In that year, I received a letter from him. He was writing from an address in Ayr. In the letter, he said that his brother-in-law, Arthur Paget, had died in a car accident in Malaya. Because of this, he wanted to change his will. He wanted to create a trust for his sister Jean and her 2 children. I must say that I knew very little about this client. I did not even know that he was not married. I also did not know that he had no children of his own. At the end of his letter, he said he was too ill to travel to London. He asked if a junior member of the firm could come to see him and arrange the new will. This plan was convenient for me. When I received his letter, I was about to leave London for a 2-week fishing holiday at Loch Shiel. I wrote back and told him that I would visit him on my way south. I put his file at the bottom of my suitcase. I planned to read it one evening during my holiday. When I arrived in Ayr, I took a room at the station hotel. In our letters, he had not invited me to stay with him. After I arrived, I changed my fishing clothes for a dark business suit. Then I went to visit my client. He was not living in the way I had expected. I did not know the exact value of his money, but I believed he had more than £20,000. So I thought he would live in a comfortable house with 1 or 2 servants. Instead, I found that he lived in a small private hotel near the sea. He had 1 bedroom and 1 sitting room on the same floor. He lived like a very sick man, but he was only about 50 years old. He was 10 years younger than me. He looked as weak as a woman of 80. His skin was grey, and he did not look well. All the windows in his sitting room were closed. After the fresh air of the lakes and hills, the room felt hot and heavy to me. There were many small birds in cages near the windows. The smell from the birds made the air unpleasant. The furniture showed that he had lived in that hotel room for many years. While we talked about his will, he told me about his life. He was friendly and happy that I came to see him myself. He sounded like an educated man, but he had a strong Scottish accent.
"I live a very quiet life, Mr. Strachan," he said. "My health does not let me travel far. Sometimes I go outside on a fine day and sit near the sea for a while. At other times, Maggie takes me out in a chair with wheels. Maggie is the daughter of Mrs. Doyle, who keeps the house. They are very kind to me here."
Then we spoke about his will. He said he had no close family except his sister, Jean Paget.
"My father may have had other children in Australia," he said. "There could be some, but I have never met them. I have never written to them. Jean once told me that my mother was very upset about this. Women speak about such things. My father was a strong and lively man."
His sister Jean had worked as an officer in the WAC during the War of 1914 to 1918. She married Captain Paget in the spring of 1917.
"It was not a usual marriage," he said slowly. "You must remember that Jean had never left Scotland before she joined the army. She had lived most of her life in Perth. Arthur Paget was English. He came from Southampton in Hampshire. I had nothing against Arthur, but we thought Jean would marry a Scottish man. Still, I believe they were happy, or as happy as most couples.
After the war, Arthur Paget got a job on a rubber estate in Malaya, near a town called Taiping. Jean went there with him. After that, Douglas McFadden saw his sister only a few times. She came home to Scotland in 1926 and again in 1932. They had 2 children. Donald was born in 1918. Jean was born in 1921. In 1932, the children stayed in England. They lived with Arthur's parents and went to school in Southampton. Their mother went back to Malaya. My client saw the children only once. That was in 1932, when their mother brought them to Scotland. Now the situation was different. Arthur Paget had died in a car accident near Ipoh. He was driving home at night from Kuala Lumpur. He drove too fast, went off the road, and hit a tree. Probably he fell asleep. His wife, Jean Paget, was in England. She came back about a year before he died. She took a small house in Bassett, near Southampton. She wanted a home for the children and to live near their schools. It was a sensible plan. But I felt it was sad that the brother and sister did not live closer to each other. I think my client also felt sorry about this distance. He spoke about it more than once. He wanted to change his will. His old will was very simple. He left all his money and property to his sister Jean. I do not want to change that, he said. But you must understand something. Arthur Paget was alive when I made that will. I thought he would still be alive when Jean received my money. I believed he would help her with business matters. I do not think I will live many more years. He believed that women did not understand business well. He thought they could not manage money alone. He felt they trusted people too easily. He wanted his sister to use all his money after his death. But he also wanted to protect it. He wished to create a trust. After Jean's death, her son Donald would receive everything. Donald was a schoolboy at that time. There was no real problem in arranging this. I explained the good and bad points of such a trust. I also reminded him about Mrs. Doyle. He had lived in her house for many years. I said it would be kind to leave her a small gift of money, if he still lived there when he died. He agreed. He then told me he had no close family alive. He asked if I would be the only trustee and also carry out his will. This is common work for a family lawyer. I told him I was not young anymore. I said he should choose another trustee with me. He agreed to add our junior partner, Mr. Lester Robinson. Mr. Robinson would be trustee with me. He also agreed that our firm could receive payment for our professional work on the trust. After that, we only needed to finish a few small details. The will was quite simple. I asked him one more question. What should happen if both he and his sister died before Donald was 21? I suggested that in that case, the trust should end when Donald became 21. Then he would receive all the money and property in his own name. He agreed, and I wrote another note on my pad.
Now let us think of this, I said. If Donald dies before his mother, or if both Donald and his mother die before you, the estate will go to the girl, Jean. The trust will end when she becomes an adult, yes?
You mean when she is 21? He asked.
I nodded. Yes. That is what we decided for her brother.
He shook his head.
I think that is not wise, Mr. Strachan. A young woman of 21 is not ready to manage a large estate. At that age she can make bad choices. I would want the trust to continue much longer. At least until she is 40.
From my past work, I felt that 21 was too young for a girl to control a lot of money. But 40 seemed too old to me. I told him that 25 was a better age. After some discussion, he slowly agreed to 35. He would not accept anything lower. He looked tired and a little angry, so I agreed to 35 as the final age. In that rare case, the trust would continue for 21 years from that time. Jean was born in 1921, and the year was 1935. After that, our business was finished. I left and returned to London. There I wrote the will and sent it to him to sign. I never saw him again. It was my fault that I lost contact. For many years, I took my holiday in the spring. My wife and I went to Scotland for 2 weeks to fish, usually at Loch Shiel. I believed this would always continue. I thought that next year I would visit my client again on my way south. I planned to ask if he needed anything more, but life does not always go as we expect. In the winter of 1935, Lucy died. I do not want to speak much about it. We were married for 27 years. It was very painful. Our 2 sons were living abroad. Harry was serving on a submarine near China. Martin was working for an oil company in Basra. I did not have the strength to return to Loch Shiel. Since then, I have not been back to Scotland. I sold most of our furniture. I also sold our house on Wimbledon Common. At such a time, a person must make a clear break. It is not good to live in a place full of old memories. I moved into a flat in Buckingham Gate. It was near the Palace stables and close to my club in Pall Mall. I took some furniture from the house in Wimbledon and put it in my flat. I found a woman who came every morning to cook my breakfast and clean the rooms. Then I began to build a new life for myself. I already knew this kind of life from other men at the club. I ate breakfast in my flat. Then I walked through the park and along the Strand to my office in Chancery Lane. I worked all day and ate a small lunch at my desk. At 6 o'clock I went to the club. There I read newspapers and magazines and talked with other members. I had dinner there and later played bridge. This was my life in the spring of 1936. I still live in the same way now. This busy routine helped me forget Douglas MacFadden. I spent most of my time thinking about my own work. I only saw clients who had very important business. After some time, I became interested in something new. It was clear to many people that war would come soon. Some of us at the club were too old to be soldiers, so we began to take a strong interest in air raid precautions. To make it simple, civil defense soon filled all my free time for the next 8 years. I became an air raid warden. I worked in my area of Westminster during the London bombings and the long war years after that. Almost all my office staff joined the forces. I had to manage the office almost alone. During those years I never had a holiday. I do not think I slept more than 5 hours a night. When peace finally came in 1945, my hair was white and my hands shook. I felt a little better in the years after that. But I knew I was now an old man. One afternoon in January 1948, I received a telegram from Ayr. It said,
"Regret Mr. Douglas MacFadden passed away last night. Please instruct re-funeral. Doyle, Balmoral Hotel, Ayr."
I had to think carefully to remember who Mr. Douglas MacFadden was after all those war years. Douglas MacFadden was the man who had died. I opened the file and the will to remember what had happened 13 years ago. It seemed strange that no one in Ayr could take care of the funeral. I made a long telephone call to Ayr at once. Soon I was speaking to Mrs. Doyle. The line was not clear, but I understood her. She said Mr. MacFadden had no family. He had not had visitors for many years. It was clear that I had to go to Ayr myself or send someone. I was free for the next 2 days. The matter did not seem simple. I spoke with my partner, Lester Robinson. He had come back from the war as a brigadier. After our talk, I finished my work at the office. That evening, I took the night train to Glasgow. In the morning, I went on a slow train to Ayr. At the Balmoral Hotel, I met the landlord and his wife. They were dressed in black and looked very sad. They had liked their strange guest. They had helped him a lot during his illness. Because of them, he had lived longer. There was no question about how he died. I spoke with the doctor and learned about his illness. The doctor had been with him at the end. He lived only 2 houses away. The death certificate was already signed. I looked at the body for a short time to confirm who he was. Then I completed the official papers. Everything was simple, except for one problem. There were no family members.
I do not think he had any family, Mr. Doyle said. His sister wrote to him before. She came to see him in 1938, I think. She lived in Southampton. But in the last 2 years, he only got a few bills. No other letters came.
His wife spoke softly.
I think the sister died, did she not? Do you remember? He told us near the end of the war.
I am not sure, Mr. Doyle answered. Many things happened at that time. Maybe she did die.
Family or not, the funeral had to be arranged. I made the plans that afternoon. After that, I sat down and began to look at the papers in his desk.
1 or 2 numbers in his account book and on the back of his checkbook surprised me. I was very surprised when I saw them. It was clear that I must speak to the bank manager early the next morning. I also found a letter from his sister. It was written in 1941. The letter was about the lease of her house. It did not tell me if she was dead, but it gave important news about her children. At that time, both children were in Malaya. The son, Donald, was 23 years old. He worked on a rubber plantation near Kuala Selangor. His sister Jean went there in the winter of 1939. She worked in an office in Kuala Lumpur. At about 5 o'clock, I made a long-distance call to my office in London. I stood in the small phone box in the hotel. I spoke to my partner. Listen, Lester, I said. I told you there was a problem with the family. I do not know what to do here. I have arranged the funeral for the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It will be at St. Enoch Cemetery. The only family I know about lived in Southampton. The sister, Mrs. Arthur Paget, lived in 1941 at 17 St. Ronan's Road, Bassett, near Southampton. There were also other Pagets in that area. They were the parents of Arthur Paget. Mrs. Arthur Paget was called Jean. She was the dead man's sister. She had 2 children, Donald and Jean Paget. In 1941 they were both in Malaya. I do not know what happened to them. Do not spend too much time looking for them now. But please ask Harris to try to find the Paget family in Southampton. He should look in the telephone book and call every Paget in Southampton. I do not think there are many. The next morning, Lester called me after I returned from the bank.
I'm afraid I do not have much news, Noel, he said. But I found out one thing. Mrs. Paget died in 1942. She died of pneumonia after she went out to an air raid shelter. Harris learned this from the hospital. There are 7 Pagets in the telephone book. We called all of them. None of them are part of your family. However, one woman, Mrs. Eustace Paget, thinks you want the Edward Paget family. She says they moved to North Wales after the first bombing in Southampton.
Do you know where in North Wales? I asked.
No, I have no idea, he answered. I think you should go on with the funeral.
I think so too, I said. But tell Harris to keep looking. We must find the heirs, not only for the funeral. I have just been to the bank. There is quite a lot of money. We are the trustees. I spent the rest of the day packing his personal things. I packed his letters and papers to take to my office. At that time, furniture was hard to buy, so I decided to store the furniture from the 2 rooms. The heirs might want it later. I gave his clothes to Mr. Doyle. He would give them to poor people in air. Only 2 budgerigars were still alive. I gave them to the Doyles because they liked the birds. The next morning, I spoke again with the bank manager. Then I booked a sleeping berth on the night train to London. In the afternoon, we buried Douglas McFadden.
It was a very cold, grey afternoon in January. The cemetery looked empty and sad. Only the Doyle family was there, the father, the mother, and their daughter. I was there too. As we stood near the grave, I thought about the man we were burying. It was strange that we knew so little about him. By that time, I respected the Doyle family very much. When I told them about the small sum of money Mr. McFadden left for them, they were very surprised. At first, they did not want to take it. They said he had paid well for his 2 rooms and his food for many years. They said they helped him because they liked him, not because they wanted more money. On that cold January day, it felt good to know he had friends at his funeral. That was the end of the matter there. I drove back with the Doyles. We had tea together in their sitting room near the kitchen. After tea, I left for Glasgow. From there, I took the night train to London. I carried 2 suitcases with me. They were full of papers and small personal things. I planned to look at them later if it was hard to find the heir. After that, I would give them to the heir as part of the inheritance. In fact, we found the heir quite easily. Young Harris discovered useful information within a week. Soon after that, we received a letter from Miss Agatha Paget. She was the headmistress of a girls' school in Colwyn Bay. She was the sister of Arthur Paget. Arthur Paget had died in a car accident in Malaya. In her letter, she confirmed that his wife, Jean, had died in Southampton in 1942. She also gave us new information. The son, Donald, was dead too. He had been a prisoner of war in Malaya. He died while he was still a prisoner. However, her niece, Jean, was alive. She was living somewhere in the London area. The headmistress did not know her home address. The young woman lived in rented rooms and had moved once or twice. So her aunt usually sent letters to her workplace. She worked in the office of a company called Pack and Levi Limited. The address was the Hyde, Perivale, London, NW. I received this letter in the Morning Post. First, I looked quickly at my other letters and finished with them. Then I picked up this letter again and read it carefully. After that, I asked my secretary to bring me the McFadden box. I read the will again. Then I looked at some other papers and my notes about the estate. At last I took the telephone book and looked for the name Pack and Levi Limited. I wanted to know what kind of business they had. After that, I stood up from my desk and looked out of the window. The street outside was grey and cold in the January weather. I like to think carefully before I do something quickly. Then I went into Robinson's office. He was speaking to his secretary and giving her a letter. I stood by the fire to keep warm and waited. Soon he finished, and the girl left the room.
I have found the McFadden heir, I said. I will tell Harris.
Good, he said. Did you find the son?
No, I answered. I found the daughter. The son is dead.
He laughed. That is unlucky. So we must look after the money until she is 35, is that right?
I nodded.
How old is she now? He asked.
I thought for a short time. She is 26 or 27.
That is old enough to cause us problems, he said.
I know, I replied.
Where does she live? What work does she do?
She works as a clerk or typist for a company that makes handbags in Peervale, I said. I am going to write her a letter now.
He smiled. You will play the kind fairy godfather.
Yes, that is right, I said.
I went back to my office and sat down. I thought carefully about the letter. I felt it was important to sound formal in my first letter to this young woman. At last I began to write. Dear Madam, we are sorry to tell you that Mr. Douglas McFadden died in Ayr on January 21st. We are the executors of his will. We have tried to find the people who may receive money from his estate. If you are the daughter of Jean, whose family name was McFadden, and Arthur Paget, who once lived in Southampton and in Malaya, you may have a right to part of this estate. Please telephone our office to make an appointment to see us when it is convenient for you. We will then explain everything in more detail. When you come, you must bring proof of who you are. Please bring your birth certificate, your national registration identity card, and any other papers that can show your identity. I am, yours truly, for Owen, Dalhousie and Peters, N.H. Strachan. She called me the next day. Her voice was pleasant and calm. She sounded like a trained secretary.
She said, Mr. Strachan, this is Miss Jean Paget. I received your letter from the 29th. I want to ask something. Do you work on Saturday mornings? I have a job, so Saturday is the best day for me.
I answered, yes, we work on Saturday mornings. What time is good for you?
Can we meet at 10:30? She asked.
I wrote the time on my pad.
That is fine. Do you have your birth certificate?
Yes, I have it. I also have my mother's marriage certificate, if that is useful.
Yes, please bring it. All right, Miss Paget. I will see you on Saturday. Please ask for me by name, Mr. Noel Strachan. I am the senior partner.
On Saturday, she came exactly at 10:30. They brought her into my office. She was of medium height with dark hair. She was quietly pretty. There was a calm feeling about her. It was the kind of grace I often see in women from Scotland. She wore a dark blue coat and skirt. I stood up and shook her hand. I gave her the chair in front of my desk. Then I went back to my seat. The papers were ready on the desk.
Well, Miss Paget, I said. I heard about you from your aunt. I believe she is your aunt. Miss Agatha Paget from Colwyn Bay.
She nodded her head. Aunt Aggie wrote to me. She told me she got a letter from you. Yes, she is my aunt.
And you are the daughter of Arthur and Jean Paget. They lived in Southampton and later in Malaya. Is that correct?
She nodded again. Yes, that is right. I have my birth certificate and my mother's birth certificate. I also have her marriage certificate.
She took the papers from her bag. She put them on my desk with her identity card. I opened the documents. I read them slowly and carefully. There was no mistake. She was the person I was looking for. After a moment, I leaned back in my chair. I took off my glasses.
"Tell me, Miss Paget," I said.
This matched what he had told me before. His sister had visited him with her children in 1932. The girl would have been 11 years old at that time. She waited a moment before she answered. I did not understand. She looked at me calmly. Her eyes showed that she thought I did not know much. For a short time, no one spoke. She moved her head slowly. I leaned back in my chair and picked up the will. She looked surprised. She was quiet for a moment. Then she spoke slowly. I picked up a small paper from the desk. I looked carefully at the numbers. I looked again at the paper. I nodded.
"Did you ever meet your uncle who died recently? Mr. Douglas McFadden?"
I have thought about that many times, she said. I cannot say for sure that I met him. But I think my mother took me to see him once in Scotland. I was about 10 years old. Mother and I went there with my brother Donald. I remember an old man. He sat in a small room that felt hot and heavy. There were many birds in cages. I think that man was Uncle Douglas, but I am not completely sure.
"Please tell me about your brother Donald, Miss Paget," I said. "Is he still alive?"
He died in 1943, she said. He was a prisoner at that time. The Japanese soldiers took him in Singapore when we surrendered. Later they sent him to work on the railway.
"The railway?"
The railway the Japanese built between Siam and Burma, she said. They used Asian workers and prisoners of war. Many men died there. About one man died for every piece of wood they put under the rails. The railway was about 200 miles long. Donald died there too.
"I am very sorry," I said at last. "There is one thing I must ask. Was there a death certificate?"
I do not think so, she said.
"This is the will of Mr. Douglas McFadden," I said. "I have a copy for you, Miss Paget. But I will explain it in simple language. Your uncle gave 2 small gifts to other people. The rest of his money and property was put into a trust for your brother Donald. Your mother could receive the yearly income from this trust until she died. If she died before Donald was 21, the trust would continue. When Donald became 21, he would receive everything. The trust would then end. If your brother died before he received the money, you would receive it after your mother died. But in that case, the trust would continue until the year 1956. At that time you would be 35 years old. Then the trust would end and everything would belong to you. We must have legal proof that your brother is dead."
Mr. Strachan, I am afraid I do not understand well, she said. You need proof that Donald is dead. After that, do I receive everything Uncle Douglas left?
"In general, yes," I answered. "You would receive only the yearly income until 1956. After 1956, the capital would be yours. You could use it as you wished."
How much money did he leave? She asked.
"After paying taxes and the small gifts," I said slowly, "the estate is worth about £53,000 at today's value. I must explain that this is the value now. The amount in 1956 may be different. If the stock market falls, the value can go down."
£53,000, she said.
"Yes, that is about the amount."
How much money would that bring each year? She asked.
"If the money is invested in safe trustee stocks as it is now," I said, "it would bring about £1,550 a year before tax. Then income tax must be taken away. You will have about £900 a year to spend, Miss Paget."
Oh.
She was quiet for a long time. She looked down at the desk in front of her. Then she looked up at me and smiled.
It will take time to understand this, she said. I have always worked to earn money, Mr. Strachan. I never thought I would stop working unless I got married. And even marriage is another kind of work. But now I do not have to work again. Not unless I want to.
She was right.
Yes, that is true, I replied. You do not have to work. Only if you want to.
I do not know what I would do if I did not go to the office, she said. I have no other life.
Then you should keep going to the office, I said.
She laughed.
I think that is the only thing I can do.
I leaned back in my chair.
I am an old man now, Miss Paget, I said. I have made many mistakes in my life. I have learned one important lesson. It is not wise to make big changes too quickly. This money will change your life in many ways. If I may give you advice, you should stay in your job for now. And do not speak about this money at the office yet. It will take some months before you receive any money from the estate. First, we must get legal proof that your brother has died. Then we must get official permission from the people in Scotland who manage the estate. After that, we must sell some investments to pay the taxes. Tell me, what business do you have with the firm Pack and Levi?
I am a shorthand typist, she said. I am working now as a secretary to Mr. Pack.
Where do you live, Miss Paget?
I have a bed-sitting room at 43, Campion Road, near Ealing Common, she said. It is quite convenient. But I eat many of my meals outside. There is a Lions Cafe near my home.
I thought for a short time.
Do you have many friends in Ealing? How long have you lived there?
I do not know many people, she replied. I know 1 or 2 families. They work in the same firm. I have lived there for more than 2 years. I moved there when I came back to England. I was in Malaya, Mr. Strachan. I was a prisoner there for 3.5 years. When I returned home, I got this job with Pack and Levi.
I wrote her address in my notebook.
Well, Miss Paget, I said. For now, you should live as usual. On Monday morning, I will speak to the War Office. I will get information about your brother as soon as I can. Please tell me his name, his number, and his unit.
She told me, and I wrote the details down.
When I receive this information, I will send the will to the court, I said. When the court accepts it, the trust will begin. The trust will continue until 1956. In that year, you will receive all the money.
She looked at me.
Please explain this trust, she said. I do not understand legal things very well.
I nodded.
Of course not, I said. You will find everything written in the copy of the will that I will give you. But I will explain it in simple words, Miss Paget. When your uncle made this will, he did not believe that women could manage their own money well. I am sorry to say this, but you should know the truth.
She laughed.
Please do not say sorry for him, Mr. Strachan. Go on.
At first, he did not want you to receive the main money of the estate until you were 40, I said. I tried to change his mind, but he would not agree to a shorter time than what is written in the will now. The reason for a trust is this. The person who writes the will chooses trustees. In this case, my partner and I are the trustees. We must take care of the money and keep it safe. Then we give it to you when the trust ends.
I understand. Uncle Douglas was afraid I would spend the £53,000 very quickly.
I nodded.
Yes, that was what he thought. He did not know you, Miss Paget, so it was not something against you personally. He believed that women were not as ready as men to manage large amounts of money when they were young.
He may have been right, she said quietly.
She was silent for a short time.
So you will take care of the money until I am 35, she said. And you will give me the interest to use now. £900 a year.
If you want us to manage your income tax, that will be about the amount, I said. We can pay you in the way you like. For example, you can receive the money every 3 months or every month. Twice a year, you will also receive a clear account on paper.
She asked with interest, how do you get paid for doing all this for me, Mr. Strachan? I smiled.
That is a very sensible question, Miss Paget, I said. In the will, I think in part number 8, it says that we can take payment for our work from the money in the trust. If you ever have a legal problem, we will be happy to help you. In that case, we will charge you our normal fees.
She said in a sudden way, I could not choose anyone better.
Then she looked at me with a playful smile.
I asked some questions about this firm yesterday.
Oh, I hope you heard good things, I asked.
Very good things.
She did not tell me at that time what she told me later. The person she asked said that our firm was very strong and very careful with money.
She smiled at me. I know I will be in very good hands, Mr. Strachan.
I moved my head slightly. I hope so. Sometimes this trust may feel difficult or annoying for you, Miss Paget. I promise I will try my best to make it easy for you. In the will, you will see that the person who made it gave the trustees the power to use some of the saved money. They can do this if they believe it will truly help the person who receives the money.
You mean if I really needed a lot of money for an operation or something, you could give it to me if you agreed?
She understood very fast.
I think that is a very good example, she said. If you were ill and your income was not enough, I would use some of your capital to help you.
She smiled at me.
It is a little like being under special care, like in a court, she said.
Her words touched me.
I would feel very honored if you see it that way, Miss Paget, I said. This inheritance will change your life. If I can help you during this change, I will be very happy to do so.
I gave her a copy of the will.
Here is the will, I said. Take it home and read it quietly. I will keep the certificates for now. After you think about it for a day or two, I am sure you will have many questions. Would you like to come and see me again?
I would, she said. I am sure I will have many questions. But I cannot think of them now. It has all happened so quickly.
I opened my diary.
Let us meet again in the middle of next week, I said.
Then I looked at the pages.
You are working. What time do you finish work, Miss Paget?
5 o'clock, she said.
Would 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening be good for you? I asked. By that time, I hope to have some news about your brother.
Well, that is fine for me, mister, she said.
Strachan, but is it not late for you? She asked.
Do you not want to go home?
I only go to the club, I said. No, Wednesday at 6 is good for me. I wrote it down in my notebook. Then I paused for a moment. If you are free after that, you can come to the club for dinner, I said. We can eat in the ladies' annex. It is not very lively, but the food is good. She smiled at me.
I would love that, Mr. Strachan, she said warmly. It is very kind of you to ask me.
I stood up. Good, I said. Miss Paget, 6 o'clock on Wednesday. And until then, do not act too quickly. It is not good to hurry. She left the office. I finished my work and closed my desk. Then I took a taxi to the club for lunch. After lunch, I drank a cup of coffee. I sat by the fire and slept for 10 minutes. When I woke up, I felt I should move a little. I put on my hat and coat. Then I walked up St. James's Street and along Piccadilly to the park. I did not walk with any plan. While I walked, I thought about the young woman. I wondered how she spent her weekend. Was she telling her friends about her good luck? Was she sitting somewhere warm and quiet, thinking about her future? Or was she already spending money? Maybe she was with a young man. I thought she would now have many men who liked her. Then I told myself she probably had many before. She was a very nice and pretty girl. I was surprised she was not married already. That evening at the club, I spoke with a man from the Home Office. We talked about the rules for proving that a prisoner of war had died. On Monday, I made many phone calls to the War Office and the Home Office. We spoke about the same case. As I expected, the rules were not simple. There was a special legal way to prove a man was dead. But if a doctor had seen the man in the prison camp, he could write a normal death certificate. In this case, there was a doctor named Ferris. He worked in Beckenham. He had been a doctor in Camp 206 in the Tukunan area on the Burma-Siam Railway. The man at the War Office told me that this doctor could write the normal certificate. I phoned him the next morning. He was out visiting patients. I tried to explain the problem to his wife, but it was not easy. She did not fully understand. She said I should come to the house after evening surgery at 6:30. I was not sure at first. Beckenham is quite far away. But I wanted to finish these formal matters quickly for the girl. So that evening I went to see the doctor. He was a cheerful man and looked young. He was not more than 35. Sometimes he made dark jokes, but he smiled a lot. He looked strong and healthy, like a country doctor who had always lived in England. I arrived when he was seeing his last patient. Soon he was free and ready to talk.
"Lieutenant Paget," he said slowly. "Oh yes, I remember. Donald Paget, was that his name?"
"Yes," I said. "That was his name."
"Of course, I remember him well," he said. "Yes, I can write the death certificate. I would like to do that for him, though I do not think it helps him now."
"It will help his sister," I said. "There is some money she may receive. The faster we finish these papers, the better for her."
He took a form from his pad. "I wonder if she is as brave as her brother," he said.
He nodded.
Was he a good chap?
"Yes," he said. "He was thin and looked weak. He had dark hair and pale skin. But he was a very good man. I think he worked on a plantation before the war. He was also in the Malay volunteers. He spoke Malay very well. He could also speak Siamese well enough. Because of this, he was very useful in the camp. We often traded in secret with the local villagers outside the camp. That helped us a lot. But more than that, he was the kind of officer the soldiers liked. It was a big loss when he died."
What did he die of? I asked.
He stopped writing and held his pen over the paper.
"Well, it could have been many things," he said. "I did not have time to examine the body carefully. To be honest, I am not sure. I think he simply died. He had already survived illnesses that would kill many men. So I am not sure it matters what I write on the paper. The exact cause of death is not important for legal reasons, is it?"
Oh, no, I said. I only need the death certificate.
He stayed quiet for a moment and thought.
"He had a very large sore on his left leg," he said. "We were treating it. It was very serious and made his whole body weak. If he had lived longer, we might have had to remove the leg. He got that sore because he was the kind of man who did not go to the doctor while he could still walk. While he was in the hospital because of the sore, he got cerebral malaria."
We had nothing to treat that illness at first. Later, we made our own quinine solution to give through a needle into the vein. It was very risky, but we had no other choice. Many men survived because of it. Paget was one of them. He became well again. Soon after that, cholera came to the camp. It spread everywhere, even into the hospital. We could not keep the sick people away from the others. I never want to see anything like that again. We had nothing to help the men. We did not even have simple salt water for treatment. We had almost no medicine and no proper tools. We made bedpans from old oil tins. Paget got cholera too. But he survived that as well. The Japanese gave us some injections to prevent disease. We gave those to him. That may have helped. At least, I think we gave them to him. I am not completely sure. After the illness, he was very weak. His ulcer was still bad. About a week later, he died during the night. I think his heart stopped.
"I will tell you what I will do," he said. "I will write the cause of death as cholera. There you are, sir. I am sorry you had to travel so far for this."
As I took the certificate, I looked at him with interest. "Did you get any of those illnesses yourself?" I asked.
He laughed. I was lucky, he said. I only had dysentery and malaria. It was the normal kind of malaria, not the dangerous kind. I also worked too much, but many others had the same problem. We were in a very hard situation for a long time. There were hundreds of sick people. They lay on the floor or on simple bamboo beds in small huts. It rained almost every day. There were no proper beds. There were no clean sheets. We had almost no equipment and very little medicine. We could not rest. We worked until we fell asleep. Then we woke up and worked again. The work never finished. There was not even half an hour to sit and smoke or take a short walk. If you rested, someone very sick did not get help.
He stopped speaking. I stayed quiet and thought about my own time in the war. Compared to his, my experience had been much easier.
It continued like that for almost 2 years, he said. Sometimes we felt sad. We could not even take a short break to listen to a lecture.
You had lectures? I asked.
Yes, we did, he answered. Men in the camp gave many talks. They spoke about growing apples. They spoke about motorbike races. They spoke about life in Hollywood. These talks helped the men feel better. But we doctors could not often go. If someone was shaking and very ill, you could not say you were busy listening to a talk about apples at the other side of the camp.
He stopped for a moment and thought about it. When Jean Paget came to see me on Wednesday evening, I was ready to tell her what I had done. First, I spoke about some formal business about closing the estate. Then I showed her the list of furniture that I had stored in air. She did not seem very interested.
I think it would be better to sell it all, don't you? She said. Can we put it in an auction?
Perhaps we should wait a little before we do that, I said. You may want to make a home or get a flat for yourself. She made a small face.
I cannot see myself using Uncle Douglas's furniture, she said.
Still, she agreed to wait until her plans were clear. Then we spoke about other things. I have your brother's death certificate, I said. I was going to explain what I had done with it, but she stopped me.
What did Donald die of, Mr. Strachan? She asked.
I waited for a moment. I did not want to tell such a young woman the sad story I had heard from Dr. Ferris. The cause of death was cholera, I said at last.
She nodded, as if she already thought so. Poor old boy, she said softly. It is not a nice way to die.
I felt I should try to comfort her. I spoke for a long time with the doctor who cared for him. I said, he died very peacefully in his sleep. She looked at me closely.
Then it was not cholera, she said. That is not how people die from cholera.
I did not know what to say for a moment. I wanted to save her from more pain. He had cholera first, but he got better, I said. In the end, he probably died because his heart stopped. The cholera made his heart weak. She thought about this for a short time.
Did he have anything else? She asked.
Then I knew I had to tell her everything. I told her all I knew. I was surprised at how calm she was when she heard the unpleasant details. She even knew about the treatment of tropical ulcers. Then I remembered that she had also been a prisoner of the Japanese in Malaya.
Very bad luck that the ulcer did not get worse faster, she said calmly. If they had cut off his leg, they would have taken him away from the railway. Then he would not have had cerebral malaria or cholera.
He must have been very strong to live through so much, I said.
He was not strong, she said firmly. Donald often had coughs and colds and other small illnesses. But he had a very strong sense of humor. I always believed he would survive because of that. Everything that happened to him was a joke to him.
When I was young, girls did not speak about cholera or serious illness. I did not know how to answer her. So I changed the subject to legal matters. That was work I understood well. I explained how her probate case was going. After that, we went downstairs. We took a taxi and went to my club for dinner. I had a reason to invite her to dinner that night. I knew I would work with this young woman for many years. I wanted to understand her better. At that time, I knew almost nothing about her education or her past. Her knowledge of tropical diseases had already surprised me. I planned to give her a good meal and a little wine. I hoped she would talk more. My work as trustee would be easier if I knew her interests and how she thought. So I took her to the ladies' annex at my club. It was a quiet and pleasant place. We could eat slowly and talk after dinner. There was no music and no loud noise. I become tired in busy restaurants with too much sound and movement. I showed her where she could wash her hands and fix her hair. While she was there, I ordered her a glass of sherry. When she returned, I stood up. I gave her a cigarette and lit it. "What did you do at the weekend?" I asked as we sat down. "Did you go out and celebrate?"
She shook her head. "I did not do much. I planned to meet a girl from the office for lunch on Saturday. After that, we went to see the new Betty Davis film at the Curzon. So we did that."
"Did you tell her about your good luck?" I asked.
She shook her head again. "I have not told anyone." She stopped for a moment and drank some sherry. She held her cigarette and glass easily. "It sounds like a strange story," she said with a small laugh. "I am not sure I believe it myself."
I smiled. "Things do not feel real before they happen," I said. "You will believe it when we send you the first check. It is better not to trust it too much before that."
"I do not," she said with a laugh. "But there is one thing. You would not spend so much time on my business if it was not true."
"It is true enough for that," I said. Then I paused. "Have you thought about what you will do in a month or two? When the trust begins, you will receive about £75 each month after tax. I think you may not want to keep your present job when that money starts to come."
"No."
She sat and looked at the smoke from her cigarette for a short time.
"I do not want to stop working," she said. "I would not mind staying with Pac and Levi as if nothing happened, if the work was important. But it is not important. We make shoes and handbags for rich ladies, and small pretty cases for expensive shops. They sell for very high prices in Bond Street to women who have too much money. We make beauty cases in rare leather and things like that. It is fine work if you must earn money, and it has been interesting to learn about that business."
Most jobs are interesting when you first learn them, I said.
She turned to me.
"Yes, that is true. I have enjoyed my time there. But now I have all this money. I cannot stay there. A person should do something more useful. But I do not know what to do."
She drank a little sherry.
"I do not have a profession. I can only do shorthand and typing, and some bookkeeping. I never had a real education. I mean a higher education. I never took a degree or anything like that."
I thought for a moment.
May I ask you a personal question, Miss Paget?
"Yes, of course."
Do you think you will marry soon?
She smiled.
"No, Mr. Strachan, I do not think I will marry soon. I am not sure I will ever marry. No one can know for certain. But I do not think so."
I nodded and said nothing for a moment.
Then have you thought about going to university?
Her eyes grew wide.
"No, I never thought about that. I could not do it, Mr. Strachan. I am not clever enough. I could not enter a university."
She stopped for a moment.
"I was never near the top of my class at school. I never went into the sixth form."
It was only an idea, I said. I wondered if you might like it.
She shook her head.
"I could not go back to school now. I am too old."
I smiled at her.
You are not so old, I said.
But she did not smile.
"When I look at some of the girls in the office," she said quietly, "I feel as if I am about 70.
I began to understand something about her. To change the mood, I suggested that we go in for dinner. After we ordered the food, I said,
Tell me what happened to you during the war. You were in Malaya, were you not?
She nodded.
I worked in an office with the Kuala Perak Plantation Company, she said. My father worked for that company. Donald worked there too.
What happened to you during the war? I asked. Were you a prisoner?
I was a kind of prisoner, she said.
In a camp? I asked.
No, she answered. They did not lock us up. We were quite free.
Then she quickly changed the subject.
What about you, Mr. Strachan? She asked. Were you in London all the time?
I did not want to push her to speak about the war. So I began to tell her about my own life during that time. It was not very exciting. After that, I started to talk about my 2 sons. Harry was working in China. Martin was in Basra. I told her about their war service. I also spoke about their wives and children.
I am a grandfather 3 times, I said with a small smile. And soon there will be a 4th child.
She laughed.
How does it feel? She asked.
It feels the same as before, I said. You do not feel different when you grow older. But you cannot do as much as before.
Later, I turned the talk back to her life. I explained what kind of life she could have with 900 a year. For example, she could rent a small house in the country in Devonshire. She could have a small car. She could also employ a maid every day. There would still be some money left for simple trips abroad.
I would not know what to do if I did not work, she said. I have worked all my life. I need to do something.
I knew some charities that would be very happy to have a good shorthand typist. They would not have to pay her. I told her about them.
She did not like that idea very much. If something is really good and useful, it should earn money, she said. It should not need a free secretary.
Charities try to spend as little as possible on office costs, I said.
I do not think a group can do much good if it cannot even pay a secretary, she replied. If I work, I want the work to be truly useful.
Then I told her about the job of an almoner in a hospital. She became very interested at once.
That sounds much better, Mr. Strachan, she said. I think that kind of job is something a person can take very seriously, she said. But I wish it was not about sick people. You either feel called to help sick people or you do not. I think I do not. But I will think about it.
Well, you can take your time, I said. You do not need to decide quickly.
She laughed. I think that is your rule in life. Never hurry.
I smiled. There are worse rules to follow, I said.
After dinner, we drank coffee and talked about the arts. I asked her about music. She said she did not know much about it. She only liked to listen to the radio while she sewed. She did not know much about books either. She liked stories that ended happily. She liked pictures when they showed something she already knew. But she had never been to the academy. She knew nothing about sculpture. For a young woman who earned 900 a year in London, she knew little about art or social life. I felt that was a pity.
Would you like to come to the opera one night? I asked.
She smiled. Would I understand it? She asked.
Of course you would, I said. I will see what is playing. I will choose something light. And it will be in English.
That is very kind of you, she said. But I am sure you would rather play bridge.
Not at all, I said. I have not been to the opera, or anything like it, for years.
She smiled again. Then I would love to come, she said. I have never seen an opera. I do not even know what happens in one.
We talked about these things for more than an hour. At 9:30, she stood up to leave. She needed about 45 minutes to travel to her home outside the city. I went with her. She was leaving from St. James's Park station. I did not like the idea of such a young woman walking alone through the park at night. At the station, we stood on the dark, wet ground under the bright lights. She held out her hand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strachan, for the dinner and for all your help, she said.
It has been a great pleasure for me, Miss Paget, I replied. And I truly meant it.
She stopped for a moment.
Then she smiled and said, Mr. Strachan, we are going to see each other often. My name is Jean. I will go crazy if you keep calling me Miss Paget.
I am too old to change, I said in an awkward way. She laughed.
You just said you do not feel older as time goes on. So you can try to learn.
I will remember that, I said. Are you sure you are all right now?
Of course. Good night, Mr. Strachan.
Good night, I said. I lifted my hat and did not answer her first point. I will tell you about the opera. In the next few weeks, we waited for the legal work to finish. During that time, I took her to many places. We went to the opera several times. On Sunday afternoons, we went to the Albert Hall. We also visited art galleries and painting shows. She took me to the cinema once or twice. I cannot say she became very interested in art. She liked paintings more than concerts. If we went to listen to music, she preferred opera. She liked light and happy opera best. She enjoyed music more when she had something to watch at the same time. When spring began, we went twice to Kew Gardens. During these trips, she came to my flat in Buckingham Gate several times. She became familiar with the kitchen. Once or twice, she made tea when we came back from our day out. Before this, the only women who stayed in my flat were my daughters-in-law. Sometimes they use my spare room for a night or two when they are in London. In March, her business was finished. I sent her the first check. She did not leave her job at once. She continued to go to the office as usual. She wanted to save some money from her monthly checks before living only on that money. This was a wise decision. Also, she had not yet decided what she wanted to do in the future. That was the situation one Sunday in April. I had planned a small trip for her that day. She was going to have lunch at my flat. After lunch, we planned to go to Hampton Court. She had never seen it before. I thought the old palace and the spring flowers would make her happy. I had looked forward to this day for several days. Then, of course, it rained. She arrived at my flat just before lunch. She was wet from the rain and wore a dark blue raincoat. She carried a very wet umbrella in her hand. I took her coat and hung it in the kitchen. She went to the spare room to make herself neat. Then she came into the lounge. We stood together and watched the rain fall hard on the palace stables across the street. We talked about what we could do that afternoon instead, but we had not decided anything when we sat by the fire with coffee after lunch. I had given 1 or 2 ideas, but she did not seem to listen very much. She looked as if she was thinking about something else. While we drank our coffee, she finally spoke.
I have decided what I want to do first, Mr. Strachan, she said.
Oh? I asked. What is it? She waited a moment.
I know you will think this is strange, she said. You may think it is foolish to spend money like this. But it is what I want to do. I think I should tell you now, before we go out.
The room was warm and pleasant by the fire. Outside, the sky was dark and the rain ran down the streets. Of course, Jean, I said. I do not think it is foolish. What do you want to do? She looked at me.
I want to go back to Malaya, Mr. Strachan, she said. I want to dig a well.
Chapter 2. After she said that, there was a long silence. I was very surprised. I did not know what to say, so I said nothing. She seemed to think my silence meant I did not agree. She moved a little closer to me.
I know it sounds strange, she said. May I tell you about it?
Of course, I said. Is this about what happened to you during the war? She nodded.
I have never told you about that time, she said. It is not that I do not want to talk about it. But I do not often think about it now. It feels very far away. It is like something that happened to someone else many years ago. Like a story in a book. Sometimes it does not feel like it was me.
Is it not better to leave it like that? I asked. She shook her head.
Not now, she said. Not now that I have this money.
She stopped for a moment.
You have been very kind to me, she said softly. I want you to understand.
She told me her life had 3 parts. The first 2 parts felt very separate from the person she was now. It was hard for her to believe they were really her life. First, she had been a schoolgirl in Southampton. She lived there with her mother. They had a small house with 3 bedrooms in a quiet street. Before that, the family had lived in Malaya. But they left Malaya when she was 11 and her brother Donald was 14. After that, she only had unclear memories of Malaya. Arthur Paget was living alone in Malaya when he died. His wife had taken the children back to England. The children lived a normal life in the suburbs. They went to school and enjoyed their holidays. Every year they had one big excitement. In August they spent 3 weeks on the Isle of Wight, at Seaview or at Freshwater. There was one thing that made them different from other families. They all spoke Malay. The children learned it from their ama. Their mother asked them to keep speaking it in England. At first it was a joke and a secret family language. Later it became important for a serious reason. Arthur Paget died when he drove his car into a tree near Ipoh. He was travelling for his company at the time. After his death, his wife received a pension from the company. He had been a good and trusted worker. The directors of the Kuala Perak Plantation Company felt sorry for the family. They also wanted to keep good workers. They wrote to his widow. They offered to give Donald a job when he turned 19. This was a very good chance for him. The family was happy about it. It meant Donald would go to Malaya. He would work in rubber planting. Knowing Malay would help him a lot. Very few boys of 19 who go east for their first job can speak an Eastern language. Their mother was a clever Scottish woman. She made sure the children did not forget Malay. Jean liked Southampton. She had a happy childhood there. Her life moved gently between home, school, the Regal Cinema, and the ice rink. Of all these places, she remembered the ice rink most. In her mind it was always connected with Waldteufel Skaters' Waltz.
It was a lovely place, she said, looking into the fire. It was not very grand, I think. It was a wooden building. I believe they built it during the First War. We skated there about twice a week for as long as I can remember. It was always wonderful. There was music and fast, clean movement. There were many boys and girls. There were colored lights and a happy crowd. You could hear the sound of skates on the ice. I became quite good at skating. Mummy bought me a costume. I had black tights and a black bodice with a short skirt. Dancing on the ice was beautiful.
She turned to me.
You know, when we were in Malaya and very sick with malaria and dysentery, I often thought about that rink. We were cold and weak in the rain. We had little food and few clothes. We had nowhere to go because no one wanted us. At those times I thought about the rink in Southampton more than anything. It was a sign of the old life. It was something to hold in my mind.
She was quiet for a moment.
When I came back to England, I went to Southampton as soon as I could. I had some small reason to go there, but the real reason was different. During those hard years I promised myself that one day I would skate there again. But the rink had been destroyed in the bombing. It was only a black, empty shell. There is no rink in Southampton now. I stood on the pavement. The taxi was waiting behind me. I had my boots and skates in my hands. I could not stop crying because I was so disappointed. I do not know what the taxi driver thought about me.
Her brother went to Malaya in 1937, when Jean was 16. She left school at 17. Then she went to a commercial college in Southampton. After 6 months she received a diploma in shorthand typing. She worked for about a year in a solicitor's office in the town. During that year, plans were growing for her future in Malaya. Her mother kept in touch with the chairman of the Kuala Perak Plantation Company. The chairman was pleased with the reports about Donald from the plantation manager. There were not many unmarried girls in Malaya. And when Mrs. Paget went to the chairman with an idea. He asked him to give Jean a job in the head office in Kuala Lumpur. The chairman thought about it carefully. The company did not like their managers to marry local women. They believed this caused problems. So they wanted more unmarried English girls to come and work there. Jean was a good choice. The company knew her family. She could also speak Malay. This was rare for a shorthand typist from England. So Jean got the job. While these plans were moving forward, the war began in Europe. At first, in England, it did not feel like a real war. Nothing much seemed to happen. There was no strong reason to stop Jean from going. Mrs. Paget even thought Jean would be safer in Malaya if fighting started in England. So in the winter of 1939, Jean left for Malaya. For more than 18 months, she had a wonderful time. Her office was near the Secretariat building. The Secretariat was very large. It was built to show British power. It stood on one side of a big square. Across the square was the club and a cricket ground. On one side there was a small church that looked like one in an English village. Life there felt very English. But there were also many comforts because of the warm climate. People had a lot of free time. They played games. They went to many parties and dances. Servants helped with daily work, so life was easy. At first, Jean stayed in the house of one of the company managers. After a few weeks, she moved to a small private hotel called the Tudor Rose. An Englishwoman ran it. Many unmarried girls who worked in offices and in the Secretariat lived there.
It was almost too perfect, she said. There was a dance or a party every night of the week. Sometimes I had to say no to a party so I could write a letter home.
When Japan entered the war, Jean did not feel afraid. Her friends did not feel afraid either. On December 7, 1941, America joined the war. People said this was good news. In Kuala Lumpur, life did not change much. Some young men left their office jobs. They began to wear military uniforms. For the girls, this was exciting. Even when Japanese soldiers landed in the north of Malaya, people in Kuala Lumpur did not worry much. There were 300 miles of mountains and jungle in the north. People believed this land would stop the enemy. 2 British ships, the Prince of Wales and the Repulse, were sunk. This was a great loss. But to a girl of 19, it did not feel real. Jean had just said no to her first marriage proposal. That was more important to her. Soon, the married women and children were sent to Singapore. At least, that was the plan. The Japanese army moved quickly down the peninsula. They came through jungle where soldiers had never fought before. Then people began to see that the danger was real. One morning, Jean's boss, Mr. Merriman, called her into his office. He told her in a direct way that the office was closing. He said she must pack a suitcase and go to the train station. She must take the first train to Singapore. He gave her the name and address of their company representative near Raffles Place. He told her to go there and wait for a ship to take her home. 5 other young women from the office received the same order. At that time, people said the Japanese army was near Ipoh. Ipoh was about 100 miles north. Everyone understood that the situation was very serious. Jean went to the bank and took out all her money. She had about $600 straight. She did not go to the train station. If she had gone, she might not have reached Singapore. The railway line was full of military trains going north to the fighting area. She might have traveled by road. But she did not do that. Instead, she went to Batu Tasik to see Mrs. Holland. Batu Tasik was about 20 miles northwest of Kuala Lumpur. Mr. Holland was 40 years old. He managed a large open tin mine. He lived in a nice bungalow near the mine. He lived there with his wife, Eileen, and their 3 children. Freddie was 7 years old. Jane was 4. Robin was 10 months old. Eileen Holland was a kind and caring woman. She was between 30 and 35 years old. The Hollands did not go to parties or dances. They were quiet people. They stayed at home and lived a simple life. Soon after Jean arrived in Malaya, they invited her to stay with them. She felt calm and comfortable in their home. After that, she visited them many times. Once, she became sick with dengue fever. It was not very serious, but she felt weak. She stayed with the Hollands for a week to rest and get better. In Kuala Lumpur the day before, she heard that Mr. Holland had taken his family to the station. But they could not get on the train. So they went back home again. Jean felt she must see the Hollands before she left. She wanted to help them with the children. Eileen Holland was a kind mother and kept her house well. But she could not travel alone with 3 children during the busy evacuation. Jean went to Batu Tasik on a local bus. The trip was not difficult. She arrived around lunchtime. She found Mrs. Holland alone with the children. The army had taken all the mines trucks and cars. The Hollands only had their old Austin 12 car. One tire was very worn. Another tire looked weak and had a large bubble on the side. This was the only car they had to go to Singapore. It did not look safe for such a long trip. Mr. Holland had gone to Kuala Lumpur to buy 2 new tires. He left at dawn. By noon, he still had not returned. Mrs. Holland was very worried about him. Inside the bungalow, everything was in a mess. The Amma had left or lost her job. Suitcases were everywhere. Some were half-packed. Some were packed and then opened again. Freddie had been playing in the pond and was covered in mud. Jane was sitting on her small pot between the suitcases and crying. Mrs. Holland was holding the baby. At the same time, she tried to cook lunch. She also looked after Jane and worried about her husband. Jean began to help at once. She washed Freddie and made him clean. She helped Jane. Soon they all sat down and ate lunch together. Bill Holland did not come home until almost sunset. He had no tires with him. All the tires in Kuala Lumpur had been taken by the army. But he had some news. A local bus would leave for Singapore at 8 in the morning. He had saved seats for his family. He had walked the last 5 miles because he could not find any transport. The road was hot in the afternoon sun. The walk was very hard. When he arrived, his clothes were wet with sweat. He was very thirsty and very tired. It would have been better to leave for Kuala Lumpur that night. But they did not go. The army did not allow anyone to travel on the roads at night. If they drove the Austin car in the dark, the soldiers might shoot at them by mistake. So they decided to leave at dawn. That way they could reach Kuala Lumpur before 8 o'clock. Jean stayed with them that night in the bungalow. She could not sleep well and felt worried. In the middle of the night, she heard Bill Holland get up and walk onto the veranda. She looked through her mosquito net and saw him standing very still under the stars. She got out of bed and put on her light kimono. In Malaya, people sleep with very little clothes because of the heat. She walked quietly along the veranda to him.
"What is it?" she whispered.
"Nothing," he said. "I thought I heard something."
"Someone inside the compound?" she asked.
"No, not that."
"What then?"
"I thought I heard guns very far away," he said. "It was probably just my imagination." They stood close together and listened. The night was full of loud sounds from crickets and frogs. "Oh God," he said after a moment. "I wish it was morning already." They went back to bed. During that night, Japanese soldiers moved past the British lines near Bida. They reached as far as Slim River. That place was less than 50 miles away. Before sunrise, everyone was awake. In the grey morning light, they packed the Austin car. There were 3 adults and 3 children. They also had all their luggage. The small car was very full and heavy. Mr. Holland paid the boys who worked for them. Then they started to drive toward Kuala Lumpur. After less than 2 miles, one tire burst. It was the old tire that was already worn out. For a moment, no one spoke. Then they got out and changed the tire. They put on the spare tire, the one that had a weak place on the side. They drove again. After half a mile, that tire also went flat. Mr. Holland felt desperate. He kept driving slowly on the hard rim of the wheel. After 2 more miles, the wire wheel broke. The Austin could not go any farther. They were about 15 miles from Kuala Lumpur. It was 7:30 in the morning. Mr. Holland left his family by the car and walked quickly down the road. About a mile away, there was a plantation bungalow. He hoped to find a car there, but there was no transport. The manager had gone away the day before. He returned feeling worried and unhappy. The children were tired and crying. His wife only wanted to go back to their own bungalow. In this situation, it seemed best to return home. Each adult took 1 child. They carried or led the children and began to walk the 5 miles home. They left their bags in the car and locked it. They arrived home in the early heat of the day. They were very tired. They drank cold drinks from the refrigerator. Then they lay down to rest for a short time. After about an hour, they heard a truck stop outside the bungalow. A young officer came quickly into the house. "You must leave this place," he said. "I will take you in the truck. How many of you are there?"
6, with the children, Jean said. "Can you take us to Kuala Lumpur? Our car has broken down."
The officer gave a short laugh. "No, I cannot. The Japanese are at Curling. At least they were there the last time I heard. They may be closer now. Curling was only 20 miles away." "I will take you to Panong," he said. "There you can get a boat. The boat will take you to Singapore." He would not drive back to get their bags. The truck was already full of families who had left too late. Also, their car was 5 miles in the direction of the enemy. The word Kuala means the mouth of a river. Kuala Panong is a small town at the mouth of the Panong River. A district commissioner works there. When the truck reached his office, it was very full. About 40 men, women, and children were inside. The soldiers had collected them from nearby estates and brought them by force. Most of the women were English. They came from simple backgrounds. Many were wives of foremen at tin mines or workers on the railway. Few of them understood how fast the Japanese were moving. They did not see how serious the danger was. Plantation managers and government workers had better information. They also had more money. They sent their families to Singapore earlier. The people who were taken by truck at the last moment were less prepared. They had not planned well. The truck stopped at the office of the district commissioner. The officer and the young soldier went into the office. Soon the D.C. came out. He looked very worried. He looked at the many women and children, and the few men with them. "Christ," he said quietly when he saw how many people were there. "Drive them to the accounts office over there. They can sit on the veranda for an hour or 2. I will try to arrange something for them. Tell them not to walk around too much." He went back into the office. "I think I can send them away in fishing boats," he said. "Some boats are still here. That is the best I can do. I do not have a launch." They drove the group to the veranda of the accounts office. There, they could stand up and move a little. Inside the office there were pots of cold water. The veranda was cool and full of shade. Jean and Bill Holland left Eileen sitting against the wall with the children around her. Then they walked into the village. They wanted to buy things to replace the bags they had lost. They found a bottle for the baby. They bought some quinine and some medicine for stomach illness. They also bought 2 tins of biscuits and 3 tins of meat. They asked for mosquito nets, but the shop had none left. Jean bought some needles and thread. She also saw a big canvas bag and bought it. She carried that bag for the next 3 years. In the late afternoon they went back to the veranda. They showed the others what they had bought. Then they ate a small meal of biscuits and drank lemon squash. Near sunset, the lighthouse keepers at the river mouth telephoned the DLC. They said that the Osprey was coming up the river. The Osprey was a customs launch. She sailed along the coast and looked for smugglers from Sumatra. She was a large ship with a diesel engine. She was about 130 feet long. She usually stayed at Penang. She was strong and could sail in the open sea. The D.C. felt hope. This ship could solve his problem. Whatever her reason for coming, she must take his people on board. She could carry them down the coast to safety. He left his office and walked to the quay. He wanted to meet the ship and speak to the captain. The ship came around the bend in the river. He saw that it was full of soldiers. They were small, strong men in grey-green uniforms. They carried rifles with long bayonets. His heart felt heavy. As the ship came closer, he understood the truth. All his plans were finished. The Japanese soldiers rushed onto the shore. They arrested him at once. With guns behind him, they walked him back to his office. They were ready to shoot if he tried to fight. But there were no troops there. The officer with the truck had already driven away to find his unit. The soldiers moved through the place and took control. No one fired a shot. They came to the evacuees sitting quietly on the veranda. The soldiers pointed their rifles at them. They ordered them to give up all fountain pens, watches, and rings. The women listened to the advice of their husbands and fathers. They gave the things without speaking. The soldiers did nothing more to them. Jean lost her watch. They searched her bag for a pen, but it was in her lost luggage. Later, after night came, an officer arrived. He looked at the people on the veranda in the light of a lamp. He walked slowly along the line. He held the lamp close to each group. 2 soldiers followed him with rifles ready. Many of the children began to cry. When he finished, the officer spoke in broken English.
"Now you are prisoners," he said. "You stay here tonight. Tomorrow you go to a prison camp, perhaps. If you do good things and obey orders, Japanese soldiers will treat you well. If you do bad things, you will be shot at once. So always do good things. When an officer comes, you stand up and bow. That is good. Now you sleep."
One of the men spoke. "Can we have beds and mosquito nets?" he asked.
"Japanese soldiers have no beds and no mosquito nets," the officer answered. "Perhaps tomorrow you have beds and nets."
Another man asked, "Can we have some supper?"
They had to explain the word. "Food," they said.
"Tomorrow you have food," the officer replied.
The officer walked away. He left 2 soldiers on guard, one at each end of the veranda. Kuala Panong is in a wet area with mangrove swamps. It stands at the mouth of a muddy river. There are many mosquitoes there. They are very strong and do not stop. All night the children cried and complained. Because of this, the adults could not sleep. The night felt long and hard. They lay on the hard floor of the veranda. They felt sad because they were prisoners and had lost the war. The mosquitoes made everything worse. Almost no one slept. Jean slept a little in the early morning. When she woke up, her body felt stiff and sore. Her face and arms were swollen from the bites. The children started crying again. At that time, the mosquitoes became even worse, just before dawn. When the sun began to rise, all the prisoners felt tired and unhappy. There was a toilet behind the accounts office. It was too small for so many people. Still, they used it as best as they could. After that, they could only sit and wait. Holland and Eileen made sandwiches for the children. They used tinned meat and sweet biscuits. After this small meal, the children felt better. Some other families had a little food with them. Those who had food shared it with people who had none. The Japanese soldiers gave them nothing that morning. In the middle of the morning, the questioning began. Each family was taken to the DC's office. A Japanese captain sat there. Jean later learned his name was Captain Yoniata. A lieutenant sat next to him. He wrote notes in a small school notebook. Jean went in with the Holland family. The captain asked who she was. She said she was a friend of the family and was traveling with them. She also told him about her job in Kuala Lumpur. The meeting was short.
"Men go to prisoner camp today," he said. "Woman's and child stays here. Men leave in afternoon. So you will now say farewell till this afternoon. Thank you."
They were afraid this would happen. They had talked about it on the veranda. But they did not think it would happen so soon.
Holland asked, "Can you tell us where the women and children will go? Where will their camp be?"
The Imperial Japanese Army do not make war on women and childs. Maybe they do not go to camp at all. If they behave well, maybe they live in houses. Japanese soldiers always kind to women and childs.
They went back to the veranda. They talked with the other families. There was nothing they could do. In war, men are often kept in separate camps from women and children. Still, it was very painful to accept. Jean felt the Holland family did not want her near them at that moment. She went and sat alone at the edge of the veranda. She felt hungry. She wondered what would happen to her. She felt sad, but she was also young and still had some hope. One thing was clear. If they had to spend another night there, she needed something against the mosquitoes. There was a small medicine shop in the village. They had seen it the day before. In a place like this, the shopkeeper probably had something for mosquito bites. She decided to try something. She called one of the guards with her hand. She pointed to the bites on her skin. Then she pointed toward the village and stepped down from the veranda. At once, the guard lifted his bayonet and moved toward her. She quickly climbed back onto the veranda. That plan did not work. The guard looked at her with suspicion. Then he went back to his place. But there was another way. The toilet was behind the building, near a wall. There was no guard there. The wall blocked the way out, so no one could escape from that side. Anyone would have to walk around to the front. After some time, Jean went quietly out the back door. The building hid her from the guard's view. She looked around carefully. Some children were playing not far away.
She called softly in Malay, "Girl. You, girl. Come here."
One of the girls walked toward her. She looked about 12 years old.
Jean asked, "What is your name?"
Elijah, she said.
Jean said, "Do you know the shop that sells medicine? The Chinese shop?"
The girl nodded.
Chan Kok Fuan, she said.
Jean spoke slowly so the girl could understand. "Go to Chan Kok Fuan. Tell him my message. If he comes to me, I will give you 10 cents. Tell him the mem has mosquito bites." She showed the bites on her arms. "He should bring ointment to the veranda. He can sell a lot to the other mems. If he comes with the ointment, I will give you 10 cents.
The child nodded and walked away. Jean returned to the veranda and waited there. After some time, the Chinese man came back with a tray. The tray held many small tubes and jars. He went to the guard and spoke to him. He showed that he wanted to sell his things. The guard waited for a moment, then he agreed. Jean bought 6 tubes of insect cream. The other women quickly bought the rest. Elijah received 10 cents for helping. Later, a Japanese orderly came with food. He carried 2 buckets of thin fish soup. He also brought another bucket with boiled rice. The rice looked dirty and not nice. There were no bowls and no spoons. They had nothing to eat with, so they ate in the best way they could. At that time, they did not yet share the food in a careful way. Some people took more food, and some got very little. But they still had some food from before. They ate biscuits and other small things they had brought with them. That afternoon, the men were taken away from their families. Guards marched them away. Bill Holland looked at his large, kind wife. His eyes were wet.
"Goodbye, Jean," he said slowly. "Good luck." Then he added, "Stay with the others if you can."
She nodded. "I will," she said. "We will all be in the same camp."
The 7 men stood in a line. Then the guards marched them away. Now there were 11 married women left. There were also 2 girls. One was Jean. The other was a thin, pale girl named Ellen Forbes. Ellen had lived with one of the families. She had come to marry a man, but the plan had failed. There were also 19 children. The oldest was a girl of 14. Some were only small babies. In total, there were 32 people. Most of the women spoke only their own language. A few women, like Eileen Holland, could speak a little Malay. They knew enough to speak to servants, but not more. They stayed in the accounts office for 41 days. The second night was much like the first. This time, the office doors were opened. They could sleep inside the rooms. In the evening, they received fish soup again. They got nothing else. There were no beds. There were no blankets. There were no mosquito nets. Some women had bags with blankets inside. But there were not enough for everyone. A serious woman named Mrs. Horsefall asked to see the officer. When Captain Yoniata came, she spoke to him. She said the conditions were very bad. She asked for beds and mosquito nets. No nets. No beds, he said. Very sorry for you. Japanese women sleep on mats on the floor. All Japanese sleep on mats. You must forget proud ideas. That is not good. You sleep on mats like Japanese women.
But we are English, she said with anger. We do not sleep on the floor like animals.
His eyes became hard. He made a sign to the guards. They held her by both arms. Then he hit her 4 times on the face with his open hand. The blows were sharp and painful.
Very bad thoughts, he said.
Then he turned and walked away. No one spoke again about beds. The next morning he came to look at them again. Mrs. Horsefall was not afraid. She asked for water. She said the babies needed to be washed. She said washing was important for everyone. That afternoon they brought a large barrel to the smallest office. Workers kept it full of water. The women made this room into a place to wash. In those first days, many women still had some money. The village shopkeepers came to sell things to them. Chan Kok Fuan had done this first, and the others followed him. The prisoners slowly got the basic things they needed to live. Little by little, they began to accept their hard life. The children quickly learned to sleep on the floor. They did not complain. The younger women needed more time to get used to it. Women over 30 woke often in pain. They rarely slept for more than half an hour at one time. But they did sleep a little.
Captain Yoniata told them there was no time to build a camp for women yet. He said the army was still fighting in Malaya. When the war there was finished, he said they would move. He promised a large and beautiful camp in the Cameron Highlands. He said it was cool and healthy in the hills. There will be beds and mosquito nets, he told them. You will have the things you are used to. But you must stay here now. You must do good things.
Doing good things meant standing up and bowing when he came near. At first some women forgot. Captain Yoniata hit a few faces and kicked a few legs with his boots. After that, they remembered to bow. The food was just enough to keep them alive. Twice a day they received fish soup and rice. It was always the same. It was useless to complain. It was also dangerous. Captain Yoniata believed complaints were proud thoughts. He thought he must stop such thoughts. There was a small Chinese restaurant in the village. It could send cooked meals. While families still had money, they ordered 1 meal a day from there. They had no doctor. They had no medicine. After 1 week many people became sick with dysentery. At night children cried. Mothers took them to the latrine in the dark. Malaria was also near. They could still buy quinine from Chan Kok Fuan. But the price went up all the time. To stop the dysentery, Captain Yoniata changed the food. He gave less soup and more rice. He mixed dried bad fish into the rice. Later he gave them a bucket of tea in the afternoon.
He said this was polite for English people.
During this time Jean helped Mrs. Holland with the 3 Holland children. Jean felt very weak and tired. The new food made her body slow. Most nights she slept well until someone woke her. This happened often. Eileen Holland suffered more. She was older. She could not sleep easily on the floor. She was not as strong as before. She became thin very quickly. On the 35th day, ESM Harrison died. ESM was 8 years old. She had dysentery for many days. She became very thin and weak. She slept little and cried often. Then she got a high fever. For 2 days her temperature was very high. Malaria was in her body.
The children must see a doctor, she said. They must go to a hospital.
He shook his head. I am sorry, he said. There is no hospital. I will try to find a doctor. But the doctors are with the army.
That evening ESM began to shake badly again and again. Just before morning, she died. They buried her that same morning in the Muslim cemetery behind the village. Her mother and one other woman could go to the burial. They read a short prayer from a prayer book. The soldiers and local people watched but did not understand the words. Then it was finished. Life continued in the office building as before. But now the children had bad dreams about death. After 6 weeks, Captain Yoniata stood in front of them again after the morning inspection. The women stood in the shade of the veranda. They looked tired and dirty. They held the children's hands. Many of the women were thin and sick. Most of the children were also thin and unwell. He said, "Ladies, the Imperial Japanese Army has come into Singapore, and now all Malaya is free. New prison camps are being built for men, women, and children. There are camps in Singapore, and you will go there. I am sorry your life here has been hard. Now it will be better. Tomorrow you will start to walk to Kuala Lumpur. You will walk only as far as you can each day. From Kuala Lumpur, you will go by train to Singapore, I think. In Singapore, you will be happy. Thank you." Penang was 47 miles from Kuala Lumpur. For a moment, they did not understand what he meant. Then Mrs. Horsfall spoke.
How will we travel to Kuala Lumpur? She asked. Will there be a truck?
He shook his head. Very sorry, no truck, he said. You will walk. Short journeys each day. Japanese soldiers will help you.
We cannot walk with these children, she said. We need a truck.
He did not like her words. His face became hard. You walk, he said again.
But what about our luggage? She asked.
Carry what you can, he answered. Later, the luggage will come after you. Then he turned and left. For the rest of the day, the women sat in shock and fear. Those who had luggage opened their cases and looked at their things. They tried to choose what to take. They needed the most important things, but the bags must not be too heavy. Mrs. Horsfall had once been a school teacher. Now she was the leader of the group. She walked around and helped the others. She gave advice and tried to keep them calm. She had one child, a boy of 10 named John. It was easier for her than for many others. She could carry what her son needed, but the mothers with many small children had great trouble. Jean and Mrs. Holland had less to worry about. They had already lost most of their luggage, so they had little to choose from. They had only a few clothes, and these could fit into Jean's bag. Together they had 2 blankets, 3 bowls, 3 spoons, 1 knife, and 1 fork. They wrapped these things inside the blankets. They had a piece of cord. With it, they tied the bundle and made a strap. One woman could carry the bag, and the other could carry the bundle. Their biggest problem was their shoes. The shoes had once been pretty and stylish, but they were not good for long walking. In the evening, the children went away for a while. Jean and Mrs. Holland sat in a corner with the baby. Mrs. Holland spoke in a quiet voice.
My dear, I will not give up, she said. But I do not think I can walk very far. I have been ill for some time.
It will be all right, Jean said.
But inside, she knew it would not be all right.
You are stronger than some of the others. We will walk very slowly because of the children. It may take several days.
I know, Mrs. Holland said softly. But where will we sleep at night? What will they do about that?
No one knew the answer. Soon after sunrise, Rice came to see them. At about 8 o'clock, Captain Yoniata arrived with 4 soldiers. They would guard the women on the journey. It took 1 hour to bring the last child out of the toilet and prepare the women for the walk. The guards sat on their heels and waited. It did not matter to them when the march began. At last Captain Yoniata came back. His eyes looked hard and angry.
"Today you walk to Air Penchies," he said. "It is a fine day. The journey is easy. When you arrive, you will have a good dinner. You will feel very happy. You walk now," he said. "If any woman stays here, she is punished very badly. Be good and be happy. Walk now."
They had no choice, so they started. They made a small group and walked along the road under the hot sun. When they saw trees, they moved into the shade.
Jean asked Mrs. Horsfall, "How far is Air Penchies?"
"It is 12 or 15 miles, I think," she answered. "Some of us may not get there."
Jean said, "We should do what the soldiers do. We should rest every hour. Do you think so?"
"If they allow us," Mrs. Horsfall replied.
Jean walked next to Mrs. Holland. She carried a bundle of blankets over her shoulders. It was the heaviest and hottest load. She also held 4-year-old Jane by the hand. 7-year-old Freddie walked beside his mother. His mother carried the baby, Robin, and a bag. In front of them walked the Japanese sergeant. Behind them were 3 soldiers. The women moved very slowly. They stopped many times because a mother and child had to go into the bushes near the road. They could not walk for 1 full hour and then rest. Many of them were sick with stomach problems. Because of this, they had to stop often. The others waited by the road in the hot sun. The sergeant did not let the group move if someone was still behind. The Japanese soldiers did their duty, but they were kind in small ways. After some hours, each soldier carried a child. The day passed very slowly.
"There is no food and no place to sleep until we reach Air Penchies," he said. "It does not matter how long you take."
Early in the walk, the sergeant made something clear. On that first day, they walked only about 1.5 miles in 1 hour. As time passed, their feet began to hurt. The older women suffered the most. Their shoes were not good for long walks. The road was very hot and it made their feet swell. Soon many of them were walking badly because their feet hurt. Some children took off their shoes and walked with bare feet. They walked well like that. Jean watched them for some time. Then she bent down and took off her own shoes. She slowly put her bare feet on the road. The ground felt strange to her. She carried her shoes in her hand and looked down as she walked. After some time, her feet did not hurt so much. Sometimes small sharp stones on the road hurt her soft feet. Still, she walked better without shoes. But Eileen Holland did not want to try it. They arrived at Air Penchies around 6 in the evening. It was almost dark. Air Penchies was a Malay village. Workers for nearby rubber farms lived there. Near the village there was a factory for rubber. Next to it stood a large open building with a roof made of palm leaves. People usually used it to dry and smoke rubber sheets. Now it was empty. The soldiers took the women inside this building. The women sat down at once because they were very tired. They felt weak and could not think clearly. After some time, the soldiers brought a bucket of tea and a bucket of rice with dried fish. Most of the women drank many cups of tea. Only a few wanted to eat the food. Before it became dark, Jean went outside and looked around. The guards were cooking over a small fire. She went to the sergeant and asked if she could go into the village. He understood her and nodded. When Captain Yoniata was not there, the rules were not strict. In the village, Jean saw a few small shops. They sold clothes, sweets, cigarettes, and fruit. She saw mangoes and decided to buy some. She spoke carefully with the Malay woman about the price because she did not have much money. In the end, she bought 12 mangoes. She ate one at once and felt stronger. In Kuala Panong, they did not have much fruit. Jean went back to the large building. The soldiers had put a small lamp inside. It had an open wick and burned coconut oil. She gave the mangoes to Eileen, the Holland children, and other women. Everyone was happy to have them. Then, with money from the other women, she went back to the village. She bought 4 dozen more mangoes. Soon all the women and children were eating mangoes happily. The soldiers came back with another bucket of tea. They gave each woman a mango. After this, the women felt a little better. They ate most of the rice. Soon they fell asleep. They were very tired, weak, and sick. The barn was full of rats. The rats ran over them and around them all night. In the morning, they saw that some children had bites on their bodies. The women woke up with pain in new places. Their bodies felt stiff and heavy from the day before. They did not believe they could walk again. But the sergeant made them move. This time they were going to a place called A2-Level. The walk was shorter than the day before. It was about 10 miles. But they needed just as much time to get there. This time they were slow because of Mrs. Collard. She was a large woman of about 45. She had 2 sons, Harry and Ben. They were about 10 and 7 years old. At Penang she had malaria and dysentery. Now she was very weak. Every 10 minutes she had to stop and rest. When she stopped, everyone stopped. The sergeant did not let them walk in separate groups. The women carried all her things. Younger women walked beside her. They took turns helping her move forward. By the afternoon her face looked very different. Before, it was red. Now it had a blue color in places. She often said her chest hurt. When they finally arrived at A2-Level, she could not walk alone. Their new place was another rubber barn. They almost carried her inside. They helped her sit against the wall. She said lying down hurt her. She said she could not breathe well. One woman brought some water. She washed Mrs. Collard's face.
"Thank you, dear," Mrs. Collard said softly. "Give some water to Harry and Ben, please."
The woman took the boys outside to wash them. When she came back, Mrs. Collard had fallen onto her side. She was not moving. She was unconscious. Half an hour later, she died. That evening Jean found more fruit for everyone. She brought mangoes and bananas. She also got some sweets for the children. The Malay woman who sold the sweets did not take any money.
"No, ma'am," she said. "It is bad that Nippon soldiers treat you like this. This is our gift."
Jean went back to the barn. She told the others what the woman had said. Her story made them feel a little better. Outside the barn, a small fire was burning. The light moved and danced in the dark. Mrs. Horsfall and Jean sat near the fire with the sergeant. He spoke only a few words of English. They used signs with their hands to help him understand.
Not walk tomorrow, they said. No walk. Rest and sleep tomorrow. If we walk tomorrow, more women die. Rest tomorrow. Walk one day. Rest one day.
They were not sure if he understood. He looked at them and then said, "Tomorrow, woman in earth." They knew what he meant. In the morning they must bury Mrs. Collard. Because of this, they could not start early. It would be very hard to walk 10 miles that day. They quickly used this as a reason to stay.
Tomorrow bury woman in earth, they said. Stay here tomorrow.
They had to stop talking then. They did not know if he truly understood. The sergeant went back and sat by the fire with the 3 soldiers. He sat on his heels and watched the flames. Later he came to Jean. His face looked bright and pleased. "Walk one day, sleep one day," he said. "Woman's not die." He nodded his head many times. Jean called Mrs. Horsfall. The 2 women nodded too. All of them smiled at each other. They felt happy about this small success. They were proud of their careful talk. To show thanks, they gave him a banana. All that day Jean walked without shoes. She hit her toes on stones 2 or 3 times. She broke some of her toenails, but that evening she felt fresher than she had felt for many weeks. That night the long walk affected the women in different ways. It depended on their age. The women under 30 and the children were mostly in better health than when they left Penang. The rules were not so strict now, and this made them happier. The walking gave them strength. They also had fruit and sweets, and this helped them feel stronger. But the older women were much worse. They were very tired, and the good food did not help enough. They lay or sat quietly in the dark. Their children troubled them, and they had no energy. Many of them were too tired to eat. Some were even too tired to sleep. In the morning they buried Mrs. Collard. There was no real graveyard near the camp. The Malay headman showed them a place in one corner of the compound. It was near a pile of rubbish. The sergeant brought 2 workers. They dug a shallow grave. Mrs. Collard was wrapped in a blanket and lowered into the ground. Mrs. Horsfall read a short part from the prayer book. After that, they took the blanket back because they needed it. Then they filled the grave with earth. Jean found a carpenter. He made a small wooden cross for them. He did not want any money. He was a Muslim, or maybe he followed an older local religion. But he knew how Christians bury their dead, and he wanted to help. They wrote Julia Collard on the cross. They also wrote the date of her death with a pen that would not wash away. They hoped the writing would stay clear in the rain. After that, they talked for a long time about what words to write under the name. Every woman in the group joined the talk. It kept them busy and gave them something to think about for half an hour. Mrs. Holland surprised them. She suggested words from the Bible. She chose Romans 14, verse 4.
Who are you to judge another man's servant? She said. His own master decides if he stands or falls.
She meant the sergeant who made them walk that day. The other women did not like this idea. In the end, they chose different words. They wrote, peace, perfect peace, with loved ones far away. This choice made everyone feel satisfied. After the burial, the women sat together and washed their clothes. Soap was very hard to find. Money was also almost finished. After they ate some rice, Mrs. Horsfall called a small meeting. She wanted to talk about money. Half of the women had no money at all. The others had only about $15 together.
Mrs. Horsfall said they should put all the money together and share it.
But the mothers who still had money wanted to keep it for their own children. There was so little money that Mrs. Horsfall did not want to argue about it. They all agreed on one thing. They would share food equally. After that, their meal times were better planned and more organized. Around midday, Captain Yoniata arrived. He came in the district commissioner's car and drove into Kuala Lumpur. When he saw that the women were not on the road, he became angry. He shouted at the sergeant in Japanese for several minutes. The sergeant stood straight and did not speak. He did not try to explain. Then Captain Yoniata turned to the women. "Why you not walk?" he asked angrily. "This is very bad. If you not walk, you get no food." Mrs. Horsfall stood in front of him.
Mrs. Collard died last night, she said. We buried her this morning over there. If you make us walk like this every day, we will all die. These women are too weak to march. You know that.
He looked at her. "Why woman die?" he asked. "What sickness?"
She had dysentery and malaria, Mrs. Horsfall answered. Many of us have had these illnesses. She was very tired after the march yesterday. That is why she died. You should come inside and look at Mrs. Frith and Judy Thompson. They could not march today.
He walked into the barn. Inside, it was dark. 2 or 3 women sat quietly and looked very weak. He watched them for a moment. Then he said something to the sergeant and went back to his car. At the door, he turned to Mrs. Horsfall. "It is very sad the woman die," he said. "Maybe I can get a truck in Kuala Lumpur. I will ask." Then he got into the car and drove away. His message spread fast among the women. He had gone to find a truck for them. They would go to Kuala Lumpur by truck. There would be no more walking. From Kuala Lumpur they would travel by train to Singapore. There, they would stay in a proper camp with other English women. In the camp they could make a routine and care for the children better. A prison camp would also have a doctor. There would be a hospital for people who were very sick. The women began to feel happier. Even the weakest ones stood up and washed. They tried to make themselves look neat. That afternoon, their appearance was very important to them. Kuala Lumpur was their town for shopping, and people there knew them. They wanted to look tidy before the truck arrived. About an hour before sunset, Captain Yoniata came back. He spoke first to the sergeant, and the sergeant saluted. Then he turned to the women.
"You not go to Kuala Lumpur," he said. "You go to Port Swettenham. English destroy bridges, so railway to Singapore no good. You go to Port Swettenham now. Then ship take you to Singapore."
The women were silent. They felt shocked. Mrs. Horsfall spoke.
Is there going to be a truck to take us to Port Swettenham? She asked.
"Very sorry no truck," he said. "You walk slow, easy stages. 2 days, 3 days, you walk to Port Swettenham. Then ship take you to Singapore."
The road from Asahan to Port Swettenham was about 30 miles. Mrs. Horsfall spoke again.
"Captain Yoniata, please be reasonable," she said. "Many of us are not strong enough to walk more. Can you get some transport for the children at least?
English women have proud thoughts, always, he said. Too good to walk like Japanese women. Tomorrow you walk to Bakri.
He got into his car and drove away. They never saw him again. Bakri was 11 miles away, in the direction of Port Swettenham. This change of plan made them very unhappy. It hurt them even more because it showed that nobody was sure about their future. Mrs. Holland spoke in a sad voice.
I do not understand why he did not know at Panong that the bridges were down, she said. Why did he send us toward Kuala Lumpur at all? Now I wonder if there will really be a ship at Port Swettenham.
There was nothing they could do. The next morning they started walking again. They saw that 2 of the private soldiers were gone. Only 1 private stayed with them, together with the sergeant. This did not change their safety. They did not want to run away. But now there was less help for carrying the small children. Before, the guards had helped with the little ones. Now the mothers had to carry more, and it was harder for them. That day Jean carried the baby, Robin, for the first time. Mrs. Holland walked very slowly and could not carry him. She still carried the bag and looked after Freddie. Jean carried the blankets and the small things. She also held little Jane's hand. She still had no shoes. After trying different ways, she found the best way to carry the baby. She put him on her hip, like the Malay women did. The baby gave them less worry than the other children. They gave him rice and some sauce from the fish soup or stew. He stayed healthy. One time in the 6 weeks, he looked sick. They thought he had stomach trouble. They gave him a very small amount of medicine. Soon he was better. Mosquitoes did not seem to bite him much. He did not get a fever. The other children were not so lucky. Both of them had stomach sickness many times. Now they were better, but they were very thin. That night they slept in a bungalow. It had belonged to the manager of the Bakri tin mine. He was an Englishman. He had left the house 7 or 8 weeks before. Since then, soldiers from both sides had used it. Local people had taken many things from it. Only the empty walls were left. But the bath was still there. It was very dirty, but it worked. There was also cutwood to heat water. The sergeant kept his promise. He let them rest there for 1 day. They used the hot water to wash their clothes. They also washed themselves carefully. Because things were a little better, they felt happier.
I think there will be hot water on the ship, said Mrs. Holland. There usually is, isn't there?
The next day they walked again to a place called Dillet. They spent most of the day walking on small roads in the rubber fields. The roads were under the trees, and there was shade. This made the walk easier. Even the older women could manage that day. But they had some trouble finding the right way. The sergeant did not speak much Malay. He found it hard to understand the Malay women who worked in the rubber fields. Sometimes he stopped and asked them for directions. Jean could understand the women. She could also speak with them. But after she learned the way, it was hard for her to explain it to the sergeant. At the end of the day, they made a plan. Jean would speak to the women. The women felt less shy with her. Jean also made simple hand signs. The sergeant learned these signs and understood her better. From that time, Jean helped choose the best and shortest road for the group. In the middle of the afternoon, Ben Collard stepped on something in the grass. He was walking with bare feet. The thing bit him and quickly went away. It had poison in its bite. Later Ben said it looked like a large beetle. Maybe it was a scorpion. Mrs. Horsefall took care of him at once. She laid him on the ground. She put her mouth on the wound and tried to pull the poison out. But his foot grew big very fast. Soon his leg became red and swollen up to the knee. He was in great pain and cried a lot. They could not leave him there. They had to carry him. This was very hard for the women because they were already weak. Ben was 7 years old and quite heavy. Mrs. Horsefall carried him for 1 hour. After that, the sergeant carried him for the rest of the journey. When they reached Dillet, his ankle was very large. His knee was stiff and he could not move it. There was no place ready for them in Dillet. There was also no food waiting. Dilit was a small Malay village. The houses were made of wood and palm leaves. They stood on posts about 4 feet above the ground. Under the houses there was open space. Dogs slept there and chickens made their nests. The group stood or sat and waited. They were very tired. The sergeant spoke with the village headman. Soon he called Jean. She joined the talk. The sergeant, the headman, and Jean spoke together in 3 languages. The village had rice. They could cook a meal for the group. But the headman wanted payment. He did not want to give so much rice for free. The sergeant promised that they would pay one day. After some time, the headman agreed to give the rice. When they asked about a place to sleep, he said no. He said there was no room for them. He told them they must sleep under the houses with the dogs and chickens. Later he changed his mind a little. He moved the people out of one house. So the 30 prisoners could sleep inside. The room was small, about 15 feet square. Jean found a corner for their group. Eileen Holland sat there with the children and the baby. A few steps away, Mrs. Horsfall was helping Ben Collard. Someone had purple crystals, and another person had an old razor blade. They cut the boy's wound a little more, even though he cried loudly. Then they put the crystals inside and tied the wound with cloth. After that, they placed warm wet cloths on it. Jean could not help, so she walked outside. There was a small place like a village kitchen. A Japanese soldier was standing there and watching the village women cook rice. Near another house, the village headman sat at the top of the steps. He sat on his heels and smoked a long pipe. He was an old man with grey hair. He wore a sarong and an old khaki jacket. Jean walked to him. She spoke shyly in Malay.
I am sorry we had to come here and cause trouble for you, she said.
The old man stood up and bowed to her. It is no trouble, he said. We are sorry to see you in this condition. Did you travel far?
From Bokri today, she answered.
He asked her to come into the house. There was no chair, so she sat on the floor near the open doorway. He asked what had happened to them. She told him their story. He listened and made a low sound with his throat. After a while, his wife came from inside the house. She brought 2 cups of black coffee without sugar or milk.
Jean thanked her in Malay.
The woman smiled in a shy way and went back inside. Later the headman spoke again.
The short one says you must stay here tomorrow, he said. He meant the Japanese sergeant.
We are very weak, Jean said. We cannot walk every day. The Japanese let us rest one day after each day of walking. If we stay here tomorrow, it will help us very much. The sergeant says he can pay for the food.
The short ones do not pay for food, the headman said. But you may stay.
I can only thank you, she said.
The old man lifted his grey head. It is written in our holy book, he said. People often want many things for themselves. But if you are kind to women and do not hurt them, God sees what you do.
Jean stayed with him until the rice was ready. Then she left and went to eat with the others. The other women looked at her with interest.
I saw you sitting with the headman and talking, one woman said. It looked like you were old friends.
Jean smiled.
He gave me a cup of coffee, she said.
Really? That is surprising. It helps when you can speak their language, does it not? What did you talk about?
Jean thought for a short time.
We talked about many small things, she said. About our journey. He also spoke a little about God.
The woman looked at her in surprise.
You mean his own God? Not the true God?
He did not make that difference, Jean said.
Just God. They rested all the next day and then walked to Klang, which was 3 or 4 miles from Port Swettenham. Little Ben Collard was not better and not worse. His leg was very swollen. Now his main problem was weakness. He had eaten nothing since he was hurt because he could not keep food in his stomach. By this time, none of the children had any strength left. The headman told the villagers to make a stretcher for him. They used 2 long bamboo poles and tied a woven palm mat between them. They put Ben on it and carried him, taking turns. They reached Klang that afternoon. There was an empty schoolhouse there. The sergeant took them inside and then went to a Japanese camp nearby. He went to report about them and to get food for them. After some time, an officer came to see them. He walked in front of 6 soldiers. This officer was called Major Nemu. He spoke good English. "Who are you people?" he said. "What do you want here?" They looked at him without speaking. "Mrs. Horsefall answered him.
We are prisoners from Panong. We are going to the prisoner of war camp in Singapore. Captain Uniata in Panong sent us here with guards. He said we would take a ship to Singapore."
"There are no ships here," he said. "You should have stayed in Panong." They were too tired to argue.
"We were sent here," she said.
"They had no right to send you here," he said angrily. "There is no prison camp here." There was a long and uncomfortable silence. The women looked at him with empty faces. They felt deep despair. Mrs. Horsefall tried to find some strength again.
"May we see a doctor?" she asked. "Some of us are very sick. One child is very ill. One woman died on the way."
"What did she die from?" he asked quickly. "Was it plague?"
"It was not an infectious illness. She died because she was too weak."
"I will send a doctor to check all of you," he said. "You can stay here tonight, but not for long. I do not have enough food for my own soldiers. I cannot feed prisoners too." He turned and walked back to the camp. A new guard came to watch the schoolhouse. They never saw the kind sergeant or the private soldier again. They were probably sent back to Panong. A very young Japanese doctor came to see them after about an hour. He called them one by one and checked them for infectious diseases. Then he was ready to leave, but they asked him to stay and look at little Ben Collard's leg. He told them to keep using hot cloths on the leg. They asked if Ben could go to the hospital. The doctor moved his shoulders and said, "I will ask." They stayed in the school building with guards. They were there day after day. On the 3rd day, they called the doctor again because Ben Collard was clearly worse. The doctor did not want to do it, but he agreed to send Ben to the hospital in a truck. On the 6th day, they heard that Ben had died. Jean Paget sat down on the floor near the fire in my sitting room. Outside, the wind had changed, and the London rain hit the window hard.
"Many people who spent the war in prison camps have written books about their bad time," she said quietly. "They do not know how it was for us, not being in a camp."
She looked into the red fire. Chapter 3. They stayed in Klang for 11 days. They did not know what would happen to them. The food was poor and not enough. There were no shops nearby. Even if there had been shops, they had almost no money left. On the 12th day, Major Nemu called them together with only 30 minutes' notice. He chose one corporal to watch them. Then he told them to walk to Port Dickson. He said there might be a ship there to take them to Singapore. If there was no ship, they would keep walking toward the prison camps. This was around the middle of March 1942. The distance from Klang to Port Dickson is about 50 miles. By this time, they were walking more slowly than before. They did not arrive until the end of the month. In one village, they had to stay for several days because Mrs. Horsefall became very sick with malaria. Her temperature went up to 105 degrees. After about a week, she was on her feet again, but she walked very weakly. She never became strong again. From that time, Jean had to lead the group more and more. When they finally reached Port Dickson, their clothes were in very bad condition. Very few of the women had extra clothes. They carried only what was needed. Jean and Mrs. Holland had only the thin cotton dresses they wore when they were captured. They had worn these dresses for many months. The cloth was now torn and weak from washing. Jean had walked without shoes since the early part of the march. She decided she would not wear shoes again. She slowly began to dress more like a Malay woman. In Salak, she sold a small brooch to an Indian jeweler for $13. With $2 of these, she bought a cheap sarong. A sarong is a skirt made from a wide tube of cloth. You step inside it and wrap it around your waist like a towel. The extra cloth falls in soft folds and lets you walk easily. At night, you can open it and use it as a light cover. It stays around you and does not fall off. It is very light and cool in hot weather. It is also easy to wash and quick to dry. For a top, Jean cut her old dress short. She removed the worst torn part, which was the skirt. The top became like a simple tunic. After this change, she felt cooler and more comfortable than the others. At first, the other women did not like her new clothes. They thought it was wrong to dress like the local people. But later, when their own dresses became too torn, most of them did the same. There was no safe place for them at Port Dickson. There was no ship waiting for them. They stayed there for about 10 days. They lived in a copra barn and were lightly guarded. Then the Japanese commander decided they were a problem. He sent them away on the road to Seremban. He seemed to think they were not his prisoners. So he believed they were not his duty. He thought the soldiers who captured them should take them to a camp. He wanted them out of his area. He did not want to use food, soldiers, or medicine for them. At Silio, between Port Dickson and Seremban, something very sad happened to the Holland family. Jane died there. That day they rested in a rubber smoking shed. During the march, Jane became sick with a fever. One of the 2 Japanese guards carried her for much of the way. A few days earlier, their thermometer had broken. Now they could not check how high her fever was. But her body felt very hot. They still had a little quinine. They tried to give it to her. She did not want to take it at first. Later she became too weak to refuse. But by then it was too late. They asked the Japanese sergeant to let them stay at Silio. They were afraid to move the child again. He agreed. Jean and Eileen Holland stayed awake beside Jane. They did not sleep. They tried to help her through the night. The shed was dark and smelled bad. Rats ran around at night. During the day, hens walked in and out. On the evening of the second day, Jane died. Jane died. Mrs. Holland accepted it much better than Jean had thought she would.
"It is God's will, my dear," she said quietly. "He will give her daddy strength when he hears the news. He is giving all of us strength in this hard time."
She stood next to the small grave, and there were no tears in her eyes. She helped to make a small wooden cross. She chose the words for the cross without crying. The words were, "Let little children come to me."
Then she said quietly, "I think her daddy would like these words."
That night Jean woke up in the dark. She heard Mrs. Holland crying softly. During this time, the baby Robin stayed healthy. It was by chance that he only ate and drank food that was freshly boiled. He lived on rice and soup, so his food was always cooked well. This may be why he did not have stomach problems. Jean carried him every day. Her own health was much better than before they left Panong. She had 5 days of fever at Klang. But she had not had dysentery for some time. She was eating well. Because she was always in the sun, her skin became very brown. The baby on her hip also became browner. Seremban is on the railway line. They hoped to find a train there that went to Singapore. They arrived in Seremban in the middle of April. But there was no train for them. Some trains were running, but they probably did not go as far as Singapore. Soon they were told to walk to Tampin. But before they left, they lost another person from their group. Ellen Forbes was a young unmarried woman. She had come to the country to get married, but the marriage did not happen. After living close to her for 2 months, Jean understood why. Ellen was empty-headed and not well disciplined. She was friendly and cheerful. But she behaved too freely with the Japanese soldiers. The other women did not like this. In Seremban they stayed in a school building outside the town. Many soldiers were there. One morning Ellen was gone. She was simply not there. They never saw her again. Jean and Mrs. Horsfall asked to speak to the officer. They told him that one woman from their group had disappeared. They said soldiers had probably taken her away. The officer said he would ask about it. Nothing happened. 2 days later they were ordered to march to Tampin. Guards moved them onto the road and led them away. They stayed in Tampin for some days. There was almost no food there, and they were always hungry. They asked many times for help. At last, the local commandant sent them to Malacca with guards. They hoped to find a ship there. But there was no ship in Malacca. The officer there did not know what to do with them. He sent them back to Tampin. They walked back feeling very sad and tired. At Ayla Gadja, Judy Thompson died. They knew they could not stay in Tampin. If they stayed, more people would die. So they said it was better to walk to Singapore. A corporal was chosen to take them on the road to Gemmas. In the middle of May, they reached A2-Level. This was on the way to Gemmas. There, Mrs. Horsfall died. She had never become strong again after a bad fever 2 months before. She often had a low fever after that. Jean sometimes wondered if it was really malaria. The illness made her very weak. At A2-Level, she became sick again with dysentery. After 2 days, she died. She was too weak, and her body could not fight anymore. Mrs. Frith was a small and thin woman. She was over 50 years old. She often looked as if she would die soon, but she always stayed alive. After Mrs. Horsfall died, she began to care for little Johnny Horsfall. This helped her a lot. From that day, she became stronger and stopped crying at night. 3 days later, they reached Gemmas. As usual in towns, they were put into the school building. That evening, the Japanese town major came to see them. His name was Captain Nisue. He had not known about them before they arrived. This often happened, and Jean was ready to explain. She told him they were prisoners. She said they were being taken to a camp in Singapore.
We have been traveling for over 2 months, she said calmly. We must get into a camp, or we will die. 7 women have died on the road. There were 32 of us at the start. Now we are 25. We cannot go on like this. We must go to a camp in Singapore. You can understand that. But, Captain Nisue, that cannot mean women, she said. It must mean men prisoners. Then can we stay here? She asked. Can we make a camp here and have a doctor? What are we to do? She asked. Where can we go? You heard all that, she said calmly.
Prisoner not go Singapore, he said. Strict order. Where you come from? No more prisoner to Singapore, he said. I am very sorry for you, but strict order. Too many prisoner in Singapore. No more prisoner to Singapore, he repeated. Strict order. No prisoner stay here. Very sad for you, he said. I tell you where you go tomorrow.
After he left, she went back to the women. He says we are not going to Singapore now. The news did not mean much to the women. They were used to living one day at a time. Singapore felt very far away.
It looks like they do not want us anywhere, Mrs. Price said heavily. Bobby, if I see you teasing Amy again, I will hit you like your father does. I really will.
Mrs. Frith said, if they would just leave us alone, we could find a small place like one of those villages. We could live there until the war is over.
Jean looked at her.
They could not feed us, she said slowly. We depend on the Japanese for food.
But the idea stayed in her mind. She did not forget it.
We do not get much food anyway, Mrs. Frith said. I will never forget that terrible place called Tampin.
Captain Nisue came the next day.
You go now to Kuantan, he said. Women camp in Kuantan is very good. You will be very glad there.
Jean did not know where Kuantan was.
Where is Kuantan? She asked. Is it far?
Kuantan is on the coast, he said. You go there now.
Behind her, someone said, it is hundreds of miles away. It is on the east coast.
Yes, said Captain Nisue. On east coast.
Can we go there by train? Jean asked.
Sorry, no train, he said. You walk 10 or 15 miles each day. You get there soon. You will be very happy.
She spoke quietly.
7 women have already died because of this marching, Captain. If we must walk to Kuantan, more women will die. Can we have a truck to take us there?
Sorry, no truck, he said. You get there very soon.
He wanted them to leave at once. It was 11 in the morning. The women refused. After a long and calm talk, Jean made him agree to wait. They would start at dawn the next day. This was the best she could do. She also asked for better food that night. He agreed. They had rice with a meat stew. Each woman also got 1 banana. The distance from Gemmas to Kuantan is about 170 miles. There is no direct road. They left Gemmas in the last week of May. Jean thought about their slow travel before. She believed the journey would take 6 weeks. This was much longer than any trip before. In the past, they hoped to find a car or train after about 50 miles. Now they had 6 long weeks of walking ahead. They only had a small hope of rest at the end. None of them truly believed there were prison camps waiting for them in Kuantan.
You made a mistake, dearie, Mrs. Frith said. You should not have said we could stay here and make a camp. I saw that he did not like it.
He only wants to send us away, Jean said tiredly. They do not want to care for us. They just want us out of the way.
The next morning they left with a sergeant and a private who guarded them. Gemmas was a railway junction. The East Coast Railway went north from there. At that time, no trains were running. People said the railway tracks were being taken away and sent somewhere in the north for war use. The women did not think about that. They only thought about their long walk on the railway line. They had to walk in the hot sun most days. There was no chance to ride on a train. For 1 week they continued. They walked about 10 miles every second day. Then the children became sick with fever. They did not know what illness it was. It began with little Amy Price. She had a rash on her skin and a very high temperature. Her nose was running all the time. It may have been measles. They could not keep the sick children away from the others. Their life was too hard and crowded. In the next weeks, more children became sick one after another. Amy Price slowly became better. But when she was strong enough to walk again, 7 other children were ill. There was almost nothing the women could do. They washed the hot, tired faces of the children with cool water. They changed their wet clothes when they had clean ones. They were in a place called Bahau when the sickness was worst. They stayed at the railway station. Some slept in the ticket office. Some stayed in the waiting room. Others lay on the platform. They were unlucky. A Japanese army doctor had been in Bahau 3 days before they arrived. But he had already left in his truck and gone toward Kuala Klawang. They asked the village headman for help. He sent men to look for the doctor. But they could not find him. So the women had no medical help. In Bahau, 4 children died. They were Harry Collard, Susan Fletcher, Doris Simmons, who was only 3 years old, and Freddie Holland. Jean worried most about Freddie, and this was natural. But she could do almost nothing to help him. On the first day of his fever, she felt he would die. By now, she had seen many people die. She had learned something about sick people. Even small children showed it. When death was near, they became very quiet. They did not try to fight the illness. They looked too tired to live. By this time, they were used to death. They did not cry for long. They did not wear black clothes or sit in deep sadness. Death was something to fight. But when it came, they accepted it. After a person died, there was work to do. They made the body straight. They dug a grave. They put up a small cross. They wrote in a diary who had died and where the grave was. Then it was finished. They had no strength to think more about it. Now Jean thought about Mrs. Holland. After they buried Freddie, she asked Eileen to care for the baby. For many weeks, Jean had fed the baby. She had washed him and carried him. She loved him very much. Both older children were now dead. Jean gave the baby, Robin, back to his mother. She did not do this because she wanted to leave him. She did it because she wanted Eileen to have something to care about. She hoped the baby would give her strength. But it did not work well. Eileen was very weak. She could not carry the baby when they walked. She was too tired to play with him. The baby also liked Jean more. Jean had carried him for a long time. One day Mrs. Holland said quietly,
"It feels like he is not really my baby. You take him, dear. He likes you more."
After that, they both cared for him. Eileen gave him rice and soup. Jean carried him and played with him. They left for small graves behind the signal box at Bahau. Then they walked on down the railway line. They carried 2 stretchers made of bamboo. The weakest children lay on them in turn. On this journey, the Japanese guards were often kind. Their ways were rough. They did not understand Western ideas. But they were patient with weak women. They loved children very much. For hours, the sergeant walked slowly. He carried one child on his back. At the same time, he held one end of a stretcher. His rifle lay beside the child when they stopped to rest. There was still the problem of language. By this time, the women had learned a few Japanese words. Only Jean could speak Malay well. She asked questions in the villages. Sometimes she also translated for the Japanese soldiers. Mrs. Frith surprised Jean. She was a thin and pale woman over 50 years old. At the start of the journey, she was very weak. She often spoke about bad things that might happen. This made the others tired because they already had many problems each day. After she began to care for Johnny Horsefall, she changed. She had new energy. Her health became better. Now she walked as strongly as the other women. She had lived in Malaya for about 15 years. She knew only a few Malay words. But she understood the country and its illnesses very well. She was happy about going to Kuantan.
"That place is nice," she said. "It is healthier than the west side, and the people are kinder. We will be all right when we get there. You will see."
As the days passed, Jean often went to Mrs. Frith for help and advice. When they were in Airkring, Mrs. Holland became too weak to continue. She fell down twice while they were walking. The women helped her take turns. They could not put her on the stretcher. Even though she was very thin, she still weighed about 8 stone. By this time, none of them were strong enough to carry that weight far. Also, if she used the stretcher, a child would have to leave it. She refused to let that happen. She walked into the village by herself. But when she arrived, her face began to change color. Mrs. Collard had looked like that before. It was a bad sign. Airkring was a small village near a railway station. There were no station buildings there. The village headman spoke with the people. He asked one family to leave their house for the women. This had happened in other villages before. They put Mrs. Holland in a cool place under some shade. They made a pillow for her head and washed her face with water. They had no brandy or medicine to help her. She could not lie down. She said she wanted to sit up. So they placed her in a corner and let the walls hold her up. That evening she drank a little soup. She would not eat any food. She knew she was going to die.
"I am so sorry, my dear," she whispered late at night. "I am sorry to give you so much trouble. I am sorry for Bill. If you see Bill again, tell him not to worry. Tell him he can marry again if he finds a nice woman. He is not an old man."
1 or 2 hours later she spoke again.
"I think it is beautiful that the baby likes you so much," she said softly. "It is lucky, is it not?"
In the morning she was still alive. But she was not awake. They tried to help her, but they could not do much. Her breathing became weaker and weaker. Around midday she died. They buried her that evening in the Muslim village cemetery. When they reached Ayakring, they came to the worst place they had seen so far. On their left were the central mountains of Malaya. They were walking north. They were near the beginning of the Pahang River, which flows to the east coast. Here the river broke into many smaller rivers. These were the Mengkuang, the Patang, the Balengu, and others. The land was flat, and the water made large wet areas. There were swamps and mangrove trees for many miles along their road. The place was full of snakes and crocodiles. There were many mosquitoes. During the day it was very hot and wet. The air felt heavy and still. At night a cold, wet mist came and made them very cold. After 2 days in this place, some of them became sick with fever. It was not like the malaria they knew. The fever was not so high. It may have been dengue. By this time they had very little medicine. It was not only because they had little money. There were no drugs in the small jungle villages they passed. Jean spoke with the sergeant. He told them to keep moving and leave this bad place as soon as they could. Jean also had a fever. Everything around her looked unclear. She had a strong headache. It was hard for her to see clearly. She spoke with Mrs. Frith, who felt very well.
What he says is right, dear Mrs. Frith.
Frith spoke.
We will not feel better if we stay in this wet place, he said. I think we should walk every day.
Jean tried hard to think clearly.
What about Mrs. Simmons? She asked.
Maybe the soldiers can carry her if she becomes worse, he said. I am not sure. It is very hard, but if we must go, we should go now and finish it. We will not get better if we stay in this bad place.
After that, they walked every day. They moved slowly through the swamp. Many of them had fever and felt weak and sick. Jean carried her baby, Robin Holland. He became ill with fever. This was the first time he had ever been sick. In the village of Mentrai, Jean showed him to the village leader. The leader's wife made a hot drink from tree bark. She gave it in a dirty coconut shell. Jean tasted the drink. It was very bitter. She thought it was like quinine. She gave a little to the baby. She drank some herself. Both of them felt a little better during the night. Before they started walking the next day, some of the other women drank it too. It helped them. It took 11 days to walk through the swamps to the higher land near Temelo. They left Mrs. Simmons behind. They also left Mrs. Fletcher and little Gillian Thompson. When they finally reached the higher and healthier land, they stopped for 1 day to rest. Jean felt very weak, but her fever was gone. The baby was still alive, but he was very sick. He cried almost all the time when he was awake. Now Mrs. Frith tried to give them hope. Before, she had made them feel sad, but now she spoke in a positive way.
It will get better from now on, she said. As we go closer to the coast, we will feel better. The east coast is very beautiful. There are nice beaches where we can swim. There is always a cool wind from the sea. It is a healthy place.
Later, they came to a village on the top of a hill in the jungle. They never learned its name. It stood above the Jenka River. By this time, they had left the railway. They were walking east on a jungle path. This path would later join a main road that went down to Kuantan. The village was cool and full of fresh air. The people there were kind and welcoming. They gave the women a house to sleep in. They brought them food and fresh fruit. They also gave them the same bark drink for fever. They stayed there for 6 days. They enjoyed the cool wind and the clear nights. When they left, they felt stronger and healthier. Before they went, they gave the village headman a small gold brooch. It had belonged to Mrs. Fletcher. They gave it as thanks for the food and kindness. They believed she would not be unhappy about this gift. For days later, in the evening, they reached Moran. A wide road passes through Moran. It crosses the Malay Peninsula from Kuantan to Kerling. The road goes through the village. There are about 50 houses there, a school, and a few local shops. They came out onto the road about half a mile north of the village. For 5 weeks they had walked on railway tracks and jungle paths. When they saw the road, they felt great joy. It was a sign of normal life. They walked toward the village with new energy. Then they saw 2 trucks in front of them. 2 white men were working on the trucks. Japanese guards stood nearby. The women walked quickly toward them. Both trucks carried heavy railway lines and wooden sleepers. They were facing toward Kuantan. One truck was lifted up on some sleepers from its load. Both white men were under it, fixing the back axle. They wore shorts and army boots without socks. Their skin was brown from the sun. Their bodies were dirty from the work. But they looked strong and healthy. They were thin, but in good shape. They were white men. The women had not seen white men for 5 months. They hurried closer to the trucks. Their guard began to speak quickly in Japanese with the truck guards. One of the men was lying on his back under the axle. He held a tool in his hand. He saw bare feet and sarongs near him. Slowly he said,
"Tell the Japanese guard to move these women back. We need more light to work."
Some of the women laughed. Mrs. Frith said,
Do not speak like that to me, young man.
The 2 men rolled out from under the truck. They sat up and looked at the women and the children. They looked at their brown skin, their sarongs, and their bare feet. The man with the tool asked,
"Who said that? Which one of you speaks English?"
He spoke slowly and clearly, with pauses between his words.
Jean laughed and said, "We are all English."
He stared at her. He saw her black hair in a long braid. He saw her brown arms and feet. He saw the sarong she wore. He saw the brown baby on her hip. A small line of white skin showed at her chest where her torn blouse opened in a V shape.
"Are you born in the Straits?" he asked.
"No, we are real English, all of us," she said. "We are prisoners."
He stood up. He was a strong man with fair hair, about 27 or 28 years old.
"Really?" he asked.
She did not understand that word.
"Are you prisoners?" she asked.
He smiled slowly. "Are we prisoners?" he said.
"Oh my word."
There was something different about him that she had never seen in a man before.
"Are you English?" she asked.
"No," he said in a calm voice. "We are Australians."
"Are you staying in a camp here?" she asked.
He shook his head.
"We come from Kuantan," he said. "We drive trucks all day and carry these things down to the coast."
"We are going to Kuantan," she said. "To the women's camp there."
He looked at her with surprise.
"That is bad news," he said slowly. "There is no women's camp in Kuantan. There is not even a real prison camp there. There is only a small temporary place for us because we are truck drivers. Who told you there was a women's camp in Kuantan?"
"The Japanese told us," she said. "They said they will send us there." She gave a tired sigh. "It is just another lie."
"The Japanese say anything," he said. He smiled again. "I thought you were local women," he said. "You say you are truly English. All the way from England."
She nodded.
"That's right. Some of us have been here for 10 or 15 years, but we are all English."
"And the children? Are they English too?" "All of them," she said.
He smiled slowly.
"I never thought the first time I spoke to an English lady she would look like you."
"You do not look very special yourself," Jean said.
The other man was speaking to some of the women. Mrs. Frith and Mrs. Price stood near Jean. The Australian looked at them.
"Where do you come from?" he asked.
Mrs. Frith answered, "We were taken in Panong, on the west coast. We were waiting for a boat to leave."
"But where have you come from now?"
Jean said, "They are marching us to Kuantan."
"Not all the way from Panong."
She gave a short laugh.
"We have been everywhere. Port Swettenham, Port Dickson, and other places. Nobody wants us. I think we have walked almost 500 miles.
"Oh my," he said. "That sounds very bad. How do you get food if you are not in a camp?
She did not understand him.
Food.
What do you eat?
Each night we stay in a village, she said. We must find a place to sleep here too. Maybe we will stay in the school. We eat what the village people can give us.
Please wait, he said. I will tell my friend.
He turned to the other man.
Did you hear what happened to them? He said. They have been walking the whole time since they were taken. They have never been inside a prison camp.
They told me, the other man said. The way the Japanese soldiers act is terrible. It makes you feel sick.
The first man turned back to Jean.
What happens if someone gets sick? He asked.
She answered in a hard voice, when you get sick, you get better or you die. We have not seen a doctor for 3 months. We have almost no medicine left. So many people die. There were 32 of us at the start. Now we are 17.
The Australian spoke softly.
Oh my.
Jean looked at him.
Will you stay here tonight? She asked.
Will you? He asked.
We will stay here, she said. We will be here tomorrow too, unless they let us ride in your trucks. We cannot make the children walk every day. We walk one day and rest the next.
If you are staying, Mrs. Boone, we will stay too, he said. We can repair this broken axle and make sure the truck cannot move, if we need to.
Then he stopped and thought quietly. You got no medicines, he said.
What do you want?
She answered quickly.
Have you got any Glauber's salt?
He shook his head.
Is that what you want?
We have no salts, she said. We want quinine. And something for the children's skin diseases. Can we get those here?
I will try, he said slowly. Have you got any money?
Mrs. Frith made a short angry sound.
After 6 months with the Japanese, she said. They took everything. Even our wedding rings.
Jean said, we still have a few small pieces of jewelry. Maybe we can sell them.
I will try first, he said. Find a place to sleep. I will see you later.
All right.
She went back to their sergeant. She bowed to him because he liked that. It made things easier for them. Gunso, where do we sleep tonight? She asked. The children must sleep. Can we speak to the headman about a place and about rice? He went with her. They found the headman. They asked to use the school building for the prisoners. They also asked for rice. This time the headman did not refuse. Before, when there were 30 people, it was harder. Now there were fewer of them. Food and shelter were easier to find. They moved into the school building. They started their usual work. They cleaned, washed, and did small jobs. This took most of their free time. They learned there was no women's prison camp in Kuantan. They had expected this. Still, it made them sad. The 2 Australian men were something new. That helped a little. By now, they were living one day at a time. At the trucks, the Australians went back to work. They put their heads close together under the axle.
The fair-haired man said quietly, This is a bad deal. What can we do so we can stay here tonight? I told them I would try to get some medicine.
They had already fixed the brake that had become too hot. That was why the truck had stopped.
The other man said, Let us take the whole hub off and look at it. Pull the shaft out from the back. It will look like a big job. Then we can sleep in the trucks. I said I would try to get some medicine.
They worked for a while.
How will you do that? The other man asked. With petrol, I think, he answered. That is the easiest way.
It was getting dark when they pulled out a long heavy metal shaft from the back axle. It was about 4 feet long. There was black oil on it. They showed it to the Japanese corporal. They wanted him to see how hard they worked.
We sleep here tonight, they said.
The guard did not trust them, but he agreed. He could not do much else. He went to get rice for them. A private soldier stayed to watch them. The fair-haired man said he needed the toilet. He walked away from the trucks. In the weak evening light, he went behind a house. Then he moved quickly behind a row of houses. Soon he came out on the street again. He was now far from the trucks, near the end of the village. There was a Chinese man there who owned an old bus. The Australian had seen this place before. The bus often travelled up and down this road. In his slow and careful way, he spoke quietly.
"Johnny, do you buy petrol?" he asked. "How much do you pay?"
It is surprising how people can understand each other, even when they do not speak the same language. When someone wants to buy and another wants to sell, they usually find a way. At one moment, they used writing to explain. The Australian wrote Glauber's salt and quinine and skin disease ointment in big letters on a small piece of paper. Later, he walked quietly behind the houses. He carried 3 large petrol cans and a long rubber hose. He hid them behind the toilet building. After that, he returned to the trucks. He closed the buttons on his shorts as if he had just come from the toilet. It was dark early that night. Around 10 o'clock, he went to the schoolhouse. One Japanese soldier was meant to guard the women all night. But during the 5 weeks with these guards, the women had never tried to escape. Because of this, the guards no longer watched them carefully at night. Still, the Australian checked where the guards were. When he saw them sitting near the trucks, he moved quietly to the school. He stopped at the open door and spoke in a low voice.
"Which lady did I speak to this afternoon?" he asked. "The one with the baby."
Jean was asleep. The women woke her up. She pulled up her sarong and put on her top. Then she went to the door.
He gave her several small packages. "This is quinine," he said. "I can get more if you need it. I could not get Glauber salt. But this is what the Chinese people use for dysentery. The words are in Chinese. The seller says you must crush 3 leaves and mix them in warm water. Drink it every 4 hours. This is for an adult. If it helps, keep the label. Maybe you can buy more at a Chinese medicine shop. I also got this skin ointment. I can get more of that too."
She took the packages with thanks. "This is wonderful," she said softly. "How much did it cost?"
"That is all right," he said in his calm way. "The Japanese soldiers paid for it, but they do not know."
She thanked him again. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Where are you going with the trucks?"
"To Kuantan," he answered. "We should be back there tonight. But my friend Ben Leggett broke the truck. It was in pieces, so we had to leave it. We will reach Kuantan tomorrow. Or we might take 1 more day. But that could be dangerous."
He explained more. There were 6 men driving 6 trucks for the Japanese. They often drove from Kuantan to a place near the railway called Gerontat. It was about 130 miles away. One day they drove there. They loaded the trucks with wooden sleepers and metal rails from the railway line. The next day they drove back to Kuantan. At Kuantan, workers unloaded the railway parts near the sea. Ships took the material away to another place.
"They are building another railway somewhere, I think," he said.
130 miles is a long way to drive a heavy truck in hot weather. Sometimes they could not reach Kuantan before dark. When that happened, they stayed the night in a village. People in Kuantan would not really notice that he was gone. He had been taken to a place in Johor before this. For about 2 months, he had driven trucks from Kuantan.
"It is better than staying in a camp," he said.
She sat on the top step of the 3 steps that went up to the school. He sat on the ground in front of her. He rested on one heel like a local man, and his left leg was straight out. She found the way he sat interesting.
"Are you a truck driver in Australia?" she asked.
"No, of course not," he said. "I am a ringer."
"What is a ringer?" she asked.
"A stockman," he answered. I was born in Queensland, near a place called Cloncurry. My family are all from Queensland. My father came from London, from a place called Hammersmith. He drove a cab there, so he knew about horses. Later he went to Queensland to work for Cobb & Co. There he met my mother. But I have not been back to Cloncurry for a long time. I was working in the Northern Territory, to the west. It was on a station called Woollahra. That place is about 110 miles southwest of Alice Springs.
She smiled.
Where is the Springs? She asked.
Alice, he said. Alice Springs. It is in the middle of Australia. It is halfway between Darwin and Adelaide.
I thought the middle of Australia was only desert, she said.
He looked surprised that she did not know.
Oh no, he said slowly. Alice is a very good place. There is plenty of water. People live there and have green lawns. They even leave the sprinkler on all night to water the grass. Yes, all night. Most of the territory is dry, but there is good grass near the creeks. And really, there is water in many places if you know how to look. Some creeks only have water in the wet season. Maybe they run for 2 months in a year, or even less. But you can find a sandy waterhole. If you dig less than a foot into the sand, you often find water. You can find it even in the dry season.
His slow and calm voice made her feel safe.
If you go to a place like that, you will see small holes in the sand, he said. The kangaroos and euros dig there to find water. They know where to go. There is water in many places in the outback. But you must know where to find it.
What do you do at Woollahra? She asked. Do you take care of sheep?
He shook his head.
You do not see sheep near Alice Springs, he said. It is too hot for them. Woollahra is a cattle station.
How many cattle do you have? She asked.
There were about 18,000 when I left, he said. The number goes up and down, depending on the rain.
18,000, she said. But how big is the station?
Woollahra, he said. It is about 2,700.
2,700 acres, she said. That is very big.
He looked at her.
Not acres, he said. Square miles. Woollahra's 2,700 square miles.
She was surprised.
But is that all one place, one farm? She asked.
It is one station, he replied. One property.
But how many people work there? She asked.
There is Mr. Duvane, Tommy Duvane, he said. He is the manager. And there is me. I am the head stockman, or I was before I left. Tommy said I can have my job again when I go back. I hope I can return to Woollahra one day.
He was quiet for a moment.
We had 3 other ringers. They were white men. Then there was Happy, and Moonlight, and Nugget, and Snowy, and Tarmac.
He stopped and counted in his head.
We had 9 black men, he said. That was all.
9 what? She asked.
Black boys, he answered. Black stockmen.
But that is only 13 men, she said.
Yes, he said. 14 if you count Mr. Duvane.
But can 14 men look after so many cattle? She asked.
Oh yes, he said slowly. Woollahra is an easy station in some ways because there are no fences. Fences make the work hard. We have the Palmer River and the Levi Range in the north. The cattle do not go past them. In the west there is sand country. The cattle do not go there either. In the south there is the Kernet Range. In the east there is Mount Ormerod and the Twins. 14 men are enough for a place like that. It would be better with more white men, but we cannot find them. The black men often leave for a time.
What do you mean? She asked. What is that?
Walkabout, he said.
Yes.
One day a black worker comes to the boss and says, Boss, I go walkabout now. You cannot stop him, He leaves the station. He travels far away. He wears only trousers and an old hat. If he has a gun, he takes it. If not, he takes a spear. He can be away for 2 or 3 months.
But where does he go? She asked.
He just travels, he said. They go very far. Maybe 400 or 500 miles. When he is ready, he comes back. Then he works again at the station. But you never know if he will still be there next week.
They were quiet for a short time. They sat together on the steps of the small schoolhouse. It was a warm night in the tropics. They were far from their homes. Above them, large bats flew across the moon. Their wings made a dry, soft sound.
18,000 cattle.
More or less, she said thoughtfully.
More or less, he said. If we get good rain, the number can grow to 21 or 22,000. But in a dry year, it can fall to 12 or 13,000. I think we lose about 3,000 every year because there is no rain.
But can't you give them water? She asked.
He smiled slowly. Not with only 14 men. Every year, many cattle die from thirst in the Territory and in northern Queensland. There are so many that they could feed the whole of England. And the horses make the problem worse on Wallara.
Horses? She asked.
Oh yes, he said. We have about 3,000 wild horses. We call them brumbies. They are like pests. Many years ago, Wallara was a horse station. They sold horses to the Indian Army. But now no one buys horses. We use some of them, maybe 100. We also use pack horses. But we cannot remove the rest, except by shooting them. And no stockman wants to shoot horses. They eat the grass that the cattle need. They also spoil the land. Cattle do not like to eat where horses have been.
How big is Wallara? She asked. How long is it, and how wide?
I think it is about 90 miles from east to west, he said, and maybe 45 to 50 miles from north to south at the widest part. But it is easy to manage. The homestead is near the centre. So it is not too far in any direction. The farthest place is the Kernet Range. That is about 60 miles away.
60 miles from the homestead, she asked. That is where you live, she asked.
Yes, that is right, he answered.
Are there other houses on the land?
He looked at her with surprise.
There is only one main house on each station, he said. Some stations have a small hut far away. The men can leave blankets there and maybe some food. But not many stations have that.
How long does it take to ride to the farthest place, to the Kernet Range? She asked.
To the range, he said. If you go there and come back on horses, it may take about a week. If you go in a small truck, you can do it in a day and a half. But horses are better, even if they are slow. You should not ride a pack horse fast if you can avoid it. In films, people ride very fast everywhere. That is not real. If you ride like that here, the horse will soon be too tired to work.
They sat near the door of the school for more than an hour. They spoke in quiet voices. At last the ringer stood up from the ground where he had been sitting in a strange way.
I must go now, he said. If the Japanese soldiers come back, they may cause trouble. My friend will also worry about me. I left him to make tea over the fire.
Jean stood up too.
You have been very kind to bring us these things, she said. They mean so much to us. What is your name?
Joe Harman, he said. I am Sergeant Harman. Some people call me Ringer Harman. He paused for a moment. I am sorry I called you Mrs. Boone today, he said awkwardly. It was a foolish joke.
My name is Jean Paget, she said.
That sounds like a Scottish name, he said.
It is, she replied. I am not Scottish, but my mother came from Perth.
My mother's family was Scottish too, he said. They came from Inverness.
She held out her hand.
Good night, Sergeant, she said. It has been so nice to talk to another white person.
He took her hand. His strong handshake made her feel safe and comforted. He paused for a moment. In the morning, Jean showed the women the things she had received. That morning, the Australian soldiers had a strong argument with the guard. The guard refused to let the women ride on the trucks. From the guard's side, there was a reason. The 2 trucks already carried too much weight. 17 women and children would make them even heavier. The trucks might break down. If that happened, the guards could be punished by their officer. Harman and Leggat worked to fix the back axle. By the middle of the morning, the trucks were ready to go. Soon they started the journey. Harman drove in front. A small amount of petrol dripped from a loose pipe. The guard did not see it. It was better to have a reason ready when the fuel ran out. They had already given 6 gallons of petrol to a Chinese man. The distance from Moran to Kuantan was 55 miles.
Look, Mrs. Paget, he said. I will try to ask the Japanese soldiers to let your group ride on the truck with us. If they do not agree, we will have to leave you behind. In that case, I will meet you again on the road before you reach Kuantan. I will make sure the truck has a problem and must stop. What else do you need? I think I can, he said. Keep it, he said. I will get soap for you. You will have it, he said. Sorry I talked so much about my home and the cattle station, he said. Sometimes I feel sad. Sometimes I think I may never see it again. Good night. Joe Harman said, keep the guard busy for a minute while I loosen the pipe. He pointed to the guard.
Soap, she said. Could you get some soap for us? We have no soap at all, she said. I have a small gold locket. It belonged to a woman who died. There is a little piece of hair inside it. I wanted to sell it here and buy soap. We want soap more than anything now that you have brought us medicine, she said. I was not bored, she said softly. Good night, Sergeant. He misses his home very much, Jean said. He loves to talk about the cattle station where he grew up.
I heard you talking to him for a long time, Mrs. Price said. He seems like a nice young man. Homesick, Mrs. Price said. We all feel that way.
The women rested that day in Moran. The next day they started walking down the paved road. That night they arrived at a village called Buan. All day Jean watched the road for Joe Harman's truck. She thought it would pass them on its way back. She did not know that the truck had stopped at Pohoi because it had no petrol. It stayed there all night and was 1 day late. The women spent the next day in Buan. They stayed in a small hut made of palm leaves. They took turns sitting with Jean and looking for the truck. Their health was already a little better. After the railway line and the jungle paths, the paved road was much easier to walk on. The medicine was also starting to help them. The land was higher now and felt fresher and cleaner. Some of the women even said they could smell the sea in the air. Meeting the 2 Australian men had also made them feel stronger in their hearts. They did not see Joe Harman's truck when it passed through the village. Instead, in the evening, a Malay girl came to them. She carried a brown paper parcel with 6 bars of Lifebuoy soap inside. The parcel was addressed to Mrs. Paget. There was a note written on the paper. It said,
Dear lady, I am sending you some soap. This is all we can find now. I will try to get more later. I am sorry I cannot stop to see you. The Japanese soldiers will not let us stop. I gave this parcel to the Chinese man in Moran. He said he would bring it to you. Please watch for us on our way back. I will try to stop then. Joe Harman.
The women were very happy.
Lifebuoy, Mrs. Warner said, smelling the soap with great pleasure. You can smell the strong, clean smell in it. My dear, where do you think they found this?
I can think of 2 ways, Jean answered. They either stole the soap, or they stole something else and used it to buy the soap.
The second idea was true. At Pohoi, their Japanese guard took off his boots at the village well. He wanted to wash his feet. He washed them for about 30 seconds. Then he turned around. His boots were gone. They had disappeared. It could not be the Australians. Both men came from the other side at once. No one ever found out what happened to the boots. That evening, Ben Leggat helped the guard. He took a pair of boots from a sleeping Japanese soldier. He gave them to their guard. The guard felt very happy and relieved. He gave Ben $1. The next day, the women marched to Burkapore. Now they were in a better area. The land was pleasant and healthier. The road went around the hills. Tall trees gave shade over most of the road. That day, they got coconuts for the first time. Mrs. Price had an old pair of slippers. The slippers had belonged to Mrs. Horsefall. They were worn out. She had carried them for weeks and never used them. At Burkapore, she traded the slippers for milk coconuts. Each woman received one coconut. They believed the coconut water would be good for their health. At Burkapore, they stayed in a large copra shed made of palm leaves. It stood beside the road. Just before sunset, two familiar trucks came into the village. Ben Leggat and Joe Harman were driving them. The trucks were full of railway lines and wooden sleepers. They were going toward the coast. Jean and some of the women crossed the road to meet them. The Japanese sergeant went with them. The Japanese guards began to talk together. Joe Harman turned to Jean.
"We could not load the truck at Gerontat in time," he said. "We cannot reach Quantan tonight. Ben has a pig."
A pig? Jean asked.
They gathered around Ben's truck. On top of the load lay a dead pig. It was black with a long nose. It was already dirty and covered with flies. Near the Tecum River, Ben had seen the pig on the road. His truck was in front. He drove after the pig for about a quarter of a mile. The Japanese guard next to him shot at the pig 6 times. He missed every time. On the 7th shot, he hit it. The pig was hurt. Then Ben drove over it with one front wheel. They stopped the truck. Harman, who was driving behind them, stopped too. The 2 Australians and the Japanese guards lifted the pig onto the truck. They started moving again quickly. A Chinese shopkeeper ran after them. He was angry and said the pig was his. But they drove away before he reached them. Harman spoke quietly to Jean.
"The Japanese will eat most of it," he said. "They will take some away too. Leave it to me. I will make sure you get some."
That night, the women received about 35 pounds of boiled pork. It came to them secretly in several small parts. They made a fire with coconut shells behind the copra store. They cooked a stew with their rice and some meat. They ate as much as they thought was wise. There was still enough meat for 3 more meals before they had to travel again. After the meal, they sat in the shed and by the road. For the first time in many months, they felt full and strong. Soon the Australian soldiers came over to speak with them. Joe Harman walked to Jean.
"Sorry I could not send you more of the pig," he said in his slow voice. "I had to give most of it to the Japanese."
It has been wonderful, Joe, she said. We have been eating and eating, and there is still plenty for tomorrow. I do not remember our last good meal like this.
"That is what you need," he said. "There is not much meat on any of you, if you do not mind me saying so."
He sat down on the ground near the women, resting on one heel in his usual way.
We know we are very thin, Jean said. But we are much better than before. That Chinese medicine you gave us instead of Glauber's salt is working well. It is stopping the problem.
"That is good," he said. "Maybe we can get more of it in Quantan."
The pig saved us, she said. And the fruit too. Today we found some green coconuts. We have been lucky. None of us has had berry or anything like that.
It is because we have had fresh rice, Mrs. Frith said. We have stayed in the countryside, so the rice was fresh. Old rice makes people sick with beriberi.
The Australian sat quietly and chewed a small stick. "This is a strange life for you ladies," he said at last. "You live in a place like this and eat simple food like the local people. One day the Japanese will have to answer for all this." He looked at Jean.
"What were you doing in Malaya?" he asked.
Most of us are married, she said. Our husbands worked here.
My husband is the district engineer on the railway, Mrs. Frith said. We had a very nice bungalow in Kajang.
"I suppose the husbands are in prison camps somewhere else," Harman said.
Yes, Mrs. Price answered. My Arthur is in Singapore. I heard news about him when we were in Port Dickson. I think they are all in Singapore.
They are safe together in a camp while you walk across the country, he said.
That is true, said Mrs. Frith. But it is good to know they are safe, in the end.
It seems to me, said Harman, they move you from place to place because they do not know what to do with you. Maybe you could stay here. You could live in one place until the war finishes.
Mrs. Frith said, I have been thinking the same thing.
Jean said, yes, I know. I have thought about it since Mrs. Frith spoke about it. But there is a problem. The Japanese give us food, or they tell the village to give it to us. The village does not get any money. If we stay here, we must work for our food. I do not know how we can do that.
It was only an idea, Harman said.
After a short time he spoke again.
I think I know where I can get 1 or 2 chickens. If I can get them, I will bring them when we come back in 2 days.
Jean said, we still have not paid you for the soap.
Do not worry about that, he said slowly. I did not pay money for it. I traded it for a pair of Japanese rubber boots.
Then he told them, in his dry and quiet way, about the boots.
You got the soap. The Japanese man got another pair of boots. Ben got $1. So everyone is happy, he said.
Jean smiled.
Will you get the chicken in the same way? She asked.
I will get a chicken for you somehow, he said. You ladies need better food.
Please do not take any risks, she said.
You look after your own matters, Mrs. Boone, he said. When you are a prisoner, you must accept what you get. That is how it is.
She smiled again. She liked that he called her Mrs. Boone. He often joked about her brown skin from the sun, her simple dress, and the baby she carried on her hip like a Malay woman. The word made her think of Australia and the native workers there. She had a question in her mind. She was curious, and she knew he liked to speak about his home.
Tell me, she said, is it very hot in Australia where you live? Is it hotter than here?
It is hot, he said. Oh yes, it can be very hot. In Wallara it can reach 118 degrees. That is a very hot day. But it is not like the heat here. It is dry heat. You do not sweat as much as you do here.
He stopped and thought for a moment.
Once I fell from a wild horse, he said. I was training it to carry a saddle. I broke my thigh. After the doctors fixed my leg in the hospital, they used a special lamp on it. They called it a sun lamp. They said it helped the muscles. Do you have that in England?
She nodded.
So it feels like that, she asked.
Yes, he said. It is warm and dry. It feels good. It makes you want a cold beer.
What does the land look like? She asked.
She wanted him to feel happy. He had been very kind to them.
It is red, he said. Near Alice, and where I come from, the earth is red. The mountains are red too. The McDonnell Ranges and the other hills are big and red under the blue sky. In the evening they turn purple and many other colors. After rain, they become green. In the dry season, some parts look silver because of the grass.
He was quiet for a moment.
I think everyone loves their own home, he said softly. The land near the springs is my home. People come on the train from Adelaide and from the south. They say Alice is a bad town. I went to Adelaide once. I thought that place was bad. But the land near the springs is beautiful to me.
He sat there, thinking about it.
Artists come from the south and try to paint this land, he said. I met only one man who painted it right. He was an Abo called Albert from Hermannsburg. One day someone gave him a brush and some paints. He began to paint, and he did it better than all the others. It was really good. But he was painting his own land. I think that is why it was different.
He looked at Jean.
Where is your home? He asked. Where do you come from?
Southampton, she said.
Is that where the big ships go? He asked.
Yes, that is right, she said.
What is it like there? He asked.
She moved the baby on her hip and adjusted her feet in the sarong.
It is quiet and cool, she said slowly. It is a happy place. It is not very beautiful, but there is lovely countryside near it. There is the New Forest and the Isle of Wight. It is my home, like the Springs is your home. If I live through this time, I will go back there. I love it very much.
She was silent for a moment.
There was an ice rink there, she said. When I was a schoolgirl, I used to dance on the ice. One day I will go back and dance again.
I have never seen an ice rink, said the man from Alice. I have only seen them in pictures and in films.
It was such fun, she said softly.
After a while he stood up to leave. She walked with him across the road toward the trucks. The baby was still on her hip.
I will not see you tomorrow, he said. We leave at dawn. But I will come back along this road the next day.
I think we will walk to Pohoi that day, she said.
I will try to get those chickens for you, he said.
She turned to face him. They stood together in the moonlight. Around them were the sounds of the warm night.
Listen, Joe, she said. We do not want meat if it will cause trouble. It was very kind of you to get the soap for us. But it was dangerous to take that man's boots.
That is nothing, he said slowly. When you learn how, you can trick these Japanese soldiers.
You have done so much for us, she said. You brought the pig, the medicine, and the soap. It has helped us a great deal these last few days. I know you took risks to do these things. Please be careful.
Do not worry about me, he said. I will try to get the chickens. But if it becomes too dangerous, I will stop. I will not take a big risk.
Do you promise? She asked.
They did not see him the next morning, but they heard the trucks leave. They stayed that day in Burkapore, as they usually did. The next day they walked on to Pohoi. Around midday, the two trucks driven by Harman and Leggap passed them on the road. The trucks were empty and were going up to Gerontat. Each driver waved to the women as they went by, and the women waved back. The Japanese guard sitting next to the drivers looked at them in an unfriendly way. No chickens fell from the trucks, and the trucks did not stop. In one way, Jean felt relieved. By now she understood these men well. She knew they were ready to take big risks to help the women. They did not think about danger when they wanted to do something kind. No chickens meant no trouble. So she walked for the rest of the day with a calm mind. That evening, in the house where they were staying in Pohoi, a small Malay boy came to Jean. He carried a green canvas bag. He said a Chinese man in Gambang had sent him. Inside the bag were 5 black young roosters. They were alive, and their feet were tied together. In the East, people usually carry chickens like this while they are still alive. When Jean saw them, she did not know what to do. She talked with Mrs. about it.
Don't worry about me, he said. You already have many problems. But we will be all right if we stay alive. We only need to live for 2 more years, until the war ends.
Do you really think it will take that long? She asked.
Ben understands these things better than I do, he said. He thinks it will take about 2 years. He smiled down at her. You should take those chickens.
I will let you decide, she said. I could not forgive myself if you were caught and killed.
I will not be caught, he said. He moved his hand as if he wanted to hold hers, but then he pulled it back. Good night, Mrs. Boone, he said.
She laughed. If you call me Mrs. Boone again, I will hit you with a coconut. Good night, Joe.
Good night.
Frith. They could not kill, clean, and cook 5 young roosters without the guards seeing it. The guards would ask where the birds came from. Jean did not even know the true answer herself. If she knew, it would be easier to make a good story. They thought about saying they bought the birds with money from the Australians. But that would bring more questions. The sergeant might ask where in Pohoi they bought them. That would be hard to answer. Pohoi was not a friendly village. It had already been hard for the women to get a house there. The villagers had helped only a little. They would not want to help with a lie. At last they made a plan. They would say the Australians gave them money. They would say they arranged in Burkapore for the birds to be sent from a village called Limau. Limau was 2 or 3 miles away from the road. It was not a strong story. If someone asked many questions, it would fail. But they did not think anyone would look too closely. They also decided to give one rooster to the guards. They were sorry to lose one. But a gift would make the sergeant happy. If he accepted the chicken, he would be part of the secret. Then he would not ask many questions. Jean took the sack and went to find the sergeant. She bowed to him to make him feel pleased.
Gunso, she said. Good mishy tonight. We buy chickens.
She opened the sack and showed him the birds at the bottom. Then she took one out.
For you.
She smiled in a sweet and innocent way. The sergeant was very surprised. He did not know they had so much money. Since he had been with them, they had only bought coconuts and bananas. You buy? He asked. Jean nodded.
From Limau. Very good mishy for us all tonight.
Where get money? He asked. He did not sound angry. He was only curious. They had never lied to him before. For a quick moment, Jean thought about saying they sold some jewelry. She felt it might be better not to speak about the Australians. But she pushed the idea out of her mind. She had to follow the story they had planned carefully.
Man prisoner give us money for chicken, she said. They say we too thin. Now we have good mishy tonight. Japanese and prisoner also.
He held up 2 fingers. 2.
She felt sudden anger, like a fire inside her.
1, not 2, Gunso, she said. This is a present for you. You have been kind. You carried the children. You let us walk slowly. 5 only, 5.
She opened the sack and showed him the birds. He counted them carefully. Only then did she see that the birds were quite large for this part of the world. They were completely black.
1 for you, 4 for us.
He dropped the sack and nodded. Then he smiled at her. He put one bird under his arm and walked to the kitchen, where his food was being prepared. That same day, there was big trouble in Kuantan. The local commander was Captain Sugamo. In 1946, after the war, he was tried by a court for cruel acts at Camp 302 on the Burma-Siam Railway in 1943 and 1944. He was later put to death. At that time in Kuantan, his job was to move railway equipment from eastern Malaya and send it to Siam. He lived in the house of the former district commissioner of Kuantan. Before the war, the district commissioner kept about 20 black leghorn chickens there. They were brought from England in 1939. When Captain Sugamo woke up that morning, 5 of the black chickens were gone. A green sack was also missing. The sack once carried the district commissioner's mail. Now it was used to keep grain for the chickens.
Captain Sugamo was very angry. He called the military police and told them to investigate.
They quickly suspected the Australian truck drivers. These men were known for stealing small things in that area. They also had many chances to steal. Their work gave them freedom to move around. The trucks needed fuel and repairs, often at night. At night, it was hard to know where each man was. That day the police searched the driver's camp. They looked for black feathers or the green sack. They did not find them. But they did find hidden tins of food and cigarettes. These had been stolen from the supply store.
Captain Sugamo was still not satisfied. He became even more angry. Now it was a matter of honor. Someone had stolen from the commanding officer. This was an insult to him and to the Japanese army. He ordered the soldiers to search the whole town of Kuantan.
The next day, troops went into every house. The military police directed the search. They looked for black feathers or the green sack. They found nothing. The captain felt angry about the insults to his uniform. He ordered his soldiers to search all the barracks. They found nothing. There was still one more possibility. 3 trucks driven by Australians were on the road near Gerontat. The next day, Sugamo sent a small truck along that road. for military police soldiers were inside. They had to search the trucks and question the drivers and guards. They also had to question anyone who might know something. Between Pohoi and Blatt, they saw many women and children walking along the road. The women and children carried heavy bundles. In front of them walked a Japanese sergeant. He had a rifle on one shoulder and a green sack on the other. The police truck stopped quickly. For 2 hours, Jean repeated the same story. She said an Australian had given her money. She said she used the money to buy chickens from Limau. The soldiers kept asking her the same questions again and again. When she looked tired or confused, they hit her face or pushed her legs. They also stepped hard on her bare feet with their boots. Jean did not change her story. She knew it was a weak story. She knew they did not believe her. But she did not know what else to say. After some time, 3 trucks came down the road. The sergeant quickly recognized the driver of the second truck. It was Joe Harman. They brought him in front of Jean with a bayonet close to him.
The military police sergeant asked, "Is this the man?"
Jean spoke quickly and with fear. "I told them about the $4 you gave me to buy the chickens, Joe. But they do not believe me."
The military policeman said, "You steal chickens from the store. Here is the bag."
Joe looked at Jean's face and feet. They were hurt and bleeding.
"Leave her alone, you cruel men," he said angrily. "I stole the chickens. I gave them to her. So what?"
In my sitting room in London, it was getting dark. It was early afternoon, but a storm made the sky black. Rain hit the window again and again. The girl sat and looked into the fire. She was lost in her sad memories.
"They killed him," she said quietly. "They took us all to Kuantan. They tied his hands to a tree and beat him until he died. They made us stay there and watch."
Chapter 4. "My dear," I said, "I am very sorry."
She lifted her head. "You do not need to be sorry," she replied.
It was one of those things that happened during war. It was many years ago, almost 6 years. Captain Sugamo was hanged later, but not because of that event. He was punished for something he did on the railway. Now it is finished and almost forgotten. There was no camp for women in Kuantan. Captain Sugamo did not want to deal with women and children. At midday, there was an execution near the sports field by the tennis courts. A man was tied to a tree and left hanging by his hands. After he stopped moving, Captain Sugamo made the group stand in front of him.
"You are very bad people," he said. "There is no place for you here. I will send you to Kota Baru. You start walking now."
They left quickly and did not speak. They wanted to get away from that terrible place as fast as they could. The same sergeant who brought them from Gemma's went with them again. He was also punished because he had shared the stolen chickens. He had to travel with them as part of his punishment. The Japanese believed that prisoners were shameful people. To guard prisoners was seen as low and dishonorable work. An honorable Japanese soldier would rather die than become a prisoner. To show this idea, the private soldier was taken away. From Kuantan, the sergeant was their only guard. So they began their long journey again. They lived one day at a time. They left Kuantan in the middle of July. Kota Baru was about 200 miles away. Jean thought it would take at least 2 months to get there. She knew they would need to stop often because of illness. On the first day, they reached Bisara. It was a fishing village by the sea. There was white sand and many palm trees near the beach. It was a very beautiful place. But they did not sleep much that night. Many children cried in the dark. They could not forget what they had seen. They did not want to stay so close to Kuantan. The next day they walked again and reached Balak. It was another fishing village by the sea. There were more palm trees and another long beach. They rested there for 1 day. Slowly, they understood they were now in a different part of the country. The northeast coast of Malaya was very beautiful and healthier than other places. There were rocky hills by the sea and long sandy beaches. Palm trees grew along the shore. A fresh wind often came from the sea. There was also plenty of fresh fish in the villages. For the first time since they left Panong, the women had enough fish to eat with their rice. Their food was better, and their bodies grew stronger. Soon their health began to improve. Most of them swam in the warm sea at least once every day. The salt water helped some of their skin problems. Some illnesses began to get better, but not all. For the first time in many months, the children had enough energy to play. Almost everyone became stronger, except the sergeant. The sergeant did not trust them anymore. He almost never carried a child or helped them. He felt hurt because the women had spoken against him before. Now he had no one from his own country to talk to. In the evenings he often sat alone and looked unhappy. Sometimes Jean tried to cheer him up. It was strange because she was the prisoner and he was the guard. On this road they did not see many Japanese soldiers. Sometimes they found a small group of soldiers in a river village or near a small airfield. When this happened, the sergeant made his clothes neat and went to speak to the officer there. The officer usually came to look at the women and children. There were no big towns between Kuantan and Kota Baru. Most places were only small fishing villages. There was no danger of an attack on the east side of the Malay Peninsula. Sometimes a whole week passed and the women saw no Japanese at all, except the sergeant. As they moved slowly up the coast, the women and children became much healthier. They were very different from the weak and frightened group that left Panong almost 6 months before. Many of the weakest people had died. Now only about half of the original group was still alive. Because the group was smaller, it was easier to find places to sleep and food in the villages. By this time they also had much more experience. They learned to use local medicine for malaria and stomach illness. They learned how to dress, wash, and sleep like the local people. Because of this, life became easier. Before, they tried to live in a Western way, and this was very hard in simple conditions. Now walking 10 miles every second day was not so difficult. On the days when they did not walk, they had more time for the children. After some time, Mrs. Warner started a small school class. She had once been a primary school teacher. On each rest day, the children had lessons. School became a normal part of their life. Jean also began to teach her baby, Robin Holland, to walk. He was healthy and strong again. He was getting heavy, and it was hard for her to carry him. He was now 16 months old. She did not put clothes on him in the hot weather. He moved around without clothes in the shade of palm and casuarina trees. Sometimes he played in the sun on the sand, like a Malay baby. His skin became almost as brown as theirs. In the weeks after that, they traveled slowly north along the coast. They passed many fishing villages. There were places called Eula and Chendar and Kalong and Penunjok and Kemasik, and many more. Sometimes someone became sick. Then they stopped for a few days in one place. The sick person rested and sweated with fever. After some time, the fever went away. No one else died. What happened at Kuantan was terrible. They never spoke about it. Each person was afraid to make the others remember it. But inside, they all felt that this event had changed their luck. Mrs. Frith felt this more strongly than the others. She was a small and very religious woman. Every morning and every evening she said her prayers. She never forgot. Mrs. Frith always knew when it was Sunday. On that day, she read from the prayer book and the Bible for 1 hour. She read aloud to anyone who wanted to listen. If it was a day of rest, she tried to begin at 11 o'clock. She believed that was the right time for morning church prayer. Mrs. Frith looked for God's hand in everything that happened to them. She thought deeply about all they had lived through. She began to see some things that seemed similar. She had often read about the crucifixion of Christ. Now she felt there had been something like that again. In her mind, the Australian man had the power to heal. The medicines he brought had cured her sickness. They had also cured Johnny Horsfall's skin disease. She felt sure that, after his death for them, they had been blessed in many ways. God had once sent his son to earth in Palestine. She began to wonder if he had done the same thing again in Malaya. When men and women suffer for a long time, their minds can change. This often happens when they must live in a completely new way. They are far from their old life and old friends. In such times, people can begin to think in unusual ways. Mrs. Frith did not push her ideas on the other women, but slowly they began to hear what she believed. At first, they did not believe her. They were surprised and unsure. Then they began to think about it very seriously. Most of the women went to church when they could in the past. Many of them belonged to simple Protestant churches. Deep inside, they wanted God to help them. As the weeks passed, their bodies became stronger. When they felt better, they could think more about religion. Little by little, their clear memory of the Australian man grew weaker. Instead, they remembered him in a different way. They thought of him with wonder and respect. They remembered him as a better man than he really was. If what Mrs. Frith believed was true, then God was protecting them. If God held them in his hand, nothing could hurt them. They would survive their troubles. One day they would go home again. They would see their husbands. They would live again in their Western world. With this hope, they walked with new strength. Jean did not try to stop these ideas. She saw that the thoughts helped the women, but she did not believe the same thing. She was the youngest woman there. She was the only one who was not married. She had a very different picture of Joe Harman. To her, he was a normal man. He was kind, but he was only human. She knew she had become prettier when he came to speak with her. She knew he found her more attractive. She let him call her Mrs. Boom. She did this without thinking too much. It was a way to protect herself. She carried a baby on her hip. Maybe that made him think she was married like the other women. That was better for her. In those villages, the nights were very hot. People wore very little clothing. Life there had strange rules, or sometimes no rules at all. Jean knew that something serious might have happened between them. If he had known she was not married, it could have happened quickly. Her sadness for him was deeper than the sadness of the other women. Her pain was very real, but it was not because she thought he was like God. She was completely sure that he was not divine. At the end of August, they stayed in a village called Kuala Telang. It was about halfway between Kuantan and Kota Baru. The Telang River is short and muddy. It moves slowly through flat rice fields and goes to the sea. The village stands on the south side of the river. It is just inside the sandbank at the river mouth. It is a beautiful place with palm trees and casuarina trees. There are long white beaches. Waves from the South China Sea break loudly on the shore. The people in the village live by fishing. They also grow rice in the fields. About 15 fishing boats worked from the river. They were big open boats with sails. Each boat had a tall flat shape at the front and at the back. Near the river there was a small open space like a village square. Around it stood small shops made of wood and palm leaves. Behind the square, close to the water, there was a rice store building. The rice store was empty at that time. The group stayed inside this building. While they were there, the Japanese sergeant became sick with fever. It was likely malaria. He had not been well since they left Kuantan. He was quiet and sad, and he missed company. As the women became stronger, he became weaker. This was strange for them, because he had never been ill before. At first they felt glad and relieved. He was a strange and unpleasant little man, and now he was weak. But when he became more unhappy, their feelings changed. He had been with them for a long time. He had helped them when he could, even inside the limits of his duty. He carried their children. When a child died, he cried. When it was clear that he had a fever, the women helped him. They carried his rifle, his coat, his boots, and his pack. They walked into the village in a strange line. Mrs. Warner walked in front and led the small yellow man. He wore only his trousers and walked slowly without clear thought. He felt better without shoes. Behind them, the other women carried his things and their own heavy bags. Jean found the village headman. He was about 50 years old and his name was Mat Amin bin Taib. She explained everything to him.
"We are prisoners," she said. "We are walking from Kuantan to Kota Baru. This Japanese man is our guard. He has a fever and he is very ill. We must find a cool house where he can lie down. He can sign papers in the name of the Imperial Japanese Army. When he is better, he will give you a paper for our food and our stay. We also need a place to sleep and food."
Mat Amin said, "I have no place where white mems would like to sleep."
"We are not white mems now. We are prisoners. We live like your women live. We only need a roof and a floor to sleep on. We need cooking pots, rice, and a little fish or meat and vegetables."
"You can have what we have," he said. "But it is strange to see mems live like this."
He took the sergeant to his own house. He gave him a mattress filled with coconut fiber and a pillow of the same kind. He also had a mosquito net and offered it to them. But the women refused. They knew the sergeant needed cool air. They made him take off his trousers and put on a sarong. Then they helped him lie down on the bed. They had no quinine medicine left. The headman made a drink from his own mixture. They gave some to the sergeant. Then they left him with the headman's wife and went to find their own place and food. His fever was very high all night. In the morning they came to see him. They did not like how he looked. The fever was still strong. He was much weaker than before. It seemed to them that he was losing the will to fight the illness. This worried them. All that day they sat with him in turns. They washed his face and cleaned his body. Sometimes they spoke to him to keep his mind active. But he did not respond much. In the evening Jean sat beside him. He lay on his back and did not move. Sweat covered his body. He did not answer her when she spoke. She wanted to find something that would interest him. She pulled his tunic closer and put her hand into the pocket to look for his paybook. Inside it, she found a photograph. It showed a Japanese woman and 4 children standing at the door of a house.
Your children, Gunso? She asked.
She gave him the picture. He took it and did not speak. He looked at it for a long time. Then he gave it back and showed her with his hand to put it away. She put the jacket down and looked at him again. Tears were coming from his eyes. They ran down his face and mixed with the sweat on his cheeks. She wiped the tears away very gently. He became weaker each day. 2 days later, he died during the night. There was no clear reason for his death. But he felt deep shame after Kwantan. He had lost hope and no longer wanted to live. They buried him that same day in the Muslim cemetery outside the village. Many of them cried a little. They felt they had lost an old and valued friend. After the sergeant died, they were in a strange situation. They were prisoners, but now they had no guard. That evening, after the funeral, they talked about it for a long time.
I do not see why we cannot stay here, Mrs. Frith said. This is a nice place. It is as good as any place we have seen. He said we should find a quiet place and live there.
I know, Jean said. But there are 2 problems. First, the Japanese will find out one day that we are living here. Then the headman will be in trouble because he let us stay. They may even kill him. You know how they are.
Maybe they will not find us, Mrs. Price said.
I do not think Mat Amin will take that risk, Jean answered. There is no reason for him to do that. If we stay, he will go to the Japanese and tell them we are here.
She stopped for a moment.
There is another problem. We cannot expect this village to feed 17 of us forever just because we are white women. They may tell the Japanese about us to make us leave.
Mrs. Frith spoke in a practical way.
Perhaps we can grow our own food. Many of the rice fields we passed were empty this year.
Jean looked at her with surprise.
You are right. They were empty. I wonder why.
All the men may have gone to the war, Mrs.
Working as coolies on that railway line, or something like that, said Warner. Jean spoke slowly.
What do you think about this idea? She asked. Maybe I can go to Mat Amin and tell him we will work in the rice fields. If he lets us stay here, we can help. What do you think?
Mrs. Price laughed.
Me, with my body, she said. Walk in mud and water up to my knees. Plant those small rice plants like the Malay girls.
It was only an idea, Jean said quietly.
And it is a good idea too, said Mrs. Warner. I would work in the rice fields if we could stay here. I want a quiet and settled life.
Mrs. Frith spoke. If we grow rice, maybe the Japanese will let us stay, she said. I mean the Japanese soldiers. Then we will be useful. Now we walk around the country with no home, like lost dogs.
The next morning Jean went to see the headman. She put her hands together in greeting and smiled. She spoke to him in Malay.
Mat Amin, why are the rice fields not planted this year? She asked. When we came here, we saw many empty fields.
Most of the men are working for the army, he said. Only the fishermen stay.
For the railway? She asked.
No, he answered. They are at Gong Kedak. They are making a large flat piece of land. They are building roads. They cover the flat land with tar and stones. Aeroplanes can land there.
Will they come back soon to plant the rice? She asked.
God knows, he said. But I do not think they will return for many months. I heard that after Gong Kedak, they must build another place at Makhang, and another at Tan Yong Mat. When a man goes under Japanese control, it is hard for him to come home.
Then who will plant and cut the rice? She asked.
The women will do what they can, he said. Next year rice will be short. Not here, because we will keep what we need to eat. We will not have enough to sell to the Japanese. I do not know what they will eat, but it will not be rice.
Jean looked at him seriously.
Mat Amin, I must speak to you about an important matter, she said. If we had a man with us, I would send him. But we have no man. I hope you are not angry that a woman speaks to you about this.
Are you of the faith? He asked with surprise.
She shook her head.
I do not want to lie to you. I am a Christian. All of us are Christians. The headman of a village on the road was kind to us. When I thanked him, he said that to me. I do not know the Quran.
You are a very clever woman, he said. Tell me what you want.
I want our group to stay here in this village, she said. I want us to work in the rice fields, like your women do.
He looked at her with great surprise.
This will be dangerous for you, she said. We understand that. If Japanese officers find us here before you tell them about us, they will be very angry. So I ask you to do this. Let us start work at once with 1 or 2 of your women. They can show us what to do. We will work all day only for food and a place to sleep. After 2 weeks of work, I will go myself to find an officer. I will tell him what we are doing. You will come with me as the headman of this village. You will tell the officer that more rice will grow for the Japanese if we can stay and work in the fields. This is what I ask.
I have never heard of white women working in the rice fields, he said.
She looked at him.
Have you ever heard of white women walking for many days and dying on the road as we have? She asked.
He did not speak.
We are in your hands, she said. If you tell us to leave and walk to another place, we must go. If we go on walking, we will die. Then that will be between you and God. If you let us stay and work in your fields and live here in peace, you will receive great honor when the English rulers return after they win. They will win this war in the end. The Japanese are strong now, but they cannot win against the Americans and all the free people of the world.
One day the English twans will come back.
I will be happy to see that day, he said.
They sat quietly for some time and drank their coffee. After a while the headman spoke again.
This is not a small matter, he said. It concerns the whole village. I must think carefully. I will speak with my brothers.
Jean left him. That evening, after the evening prayer, she saw many men sitting on the ground in front of the headman's house. They were all old men. There were very few young men in Kuala Telang at that time. Young men would probably not be allowed to join such a meeting anyway. Later that night Mat Amin came to the store and asked for Mem Paget. Jean went out to him with the baby in her arms. They stood together under the light of a small oil lamp and talked.
We have discussed the matter, he said. It is a strange thing for white women to work in our rice fields. Some of my brothers are afraid. When the white twans come back, they may not understand. They may be angry. They may think we forced you to work for us.
Jean answered, We can write a letter for you now. You can show it to them if they say that.
He shook his head.
It is not needed. When the twans return, you can tell them yourself. Tell them you asked to do this work.
We will tell them, she said.
The next day they began the work. There were 6 married women and Jean. There were also 10 children, including Jean's baby. The headman took them to the fields. 2 Malay girls, Fatima binti Daris and Raihana binti Hassan, went with them. He gave the women 7 small fields full of weeds. The work was not too much for them. Near the fields there was a small platform with a roof. It gave shade from the sun. They left the youngest children there and started to work. All 7 women were strong. The long journey had already shown who could work and who could not. The women who remained were brave and determined. They had good spirits and liked to laugh. At first it felt strange to stand in mud and water up to their ankles. Soon they became used to it. Then they began to feel proud. They wanted to show the village that white women could work as hard as Malay women, or even harder. Rice grows in small fields with low earth walls around them. Water from a stream can be led into the field. The field becomes like a shallow pool. When the water is let out, the ground becomes soft mud. Then weeds can be pulled out by hand. The soil can be prepared for young plants. The young rice plants first grow in a small nursery field. The seeds are thrown over the ground there. Later the small plants are moved. They are planted in rows in the muddy field. After that, water covers the field again for a few days. The young plants stand in the hot sun with their heads above the water. Then the water is taken away again for a few days. The sun reaches the roots. With this change between wet and dry, the plants grow quickly in the hot weather. Soon they are as tall as wheat. At the top of each stalk are soft heads of rice. When the rice is ready, people cut off the heads with a small knife. They leave the straw standing in the field. The rice is put into sacks and taken to the village. There it is cleaned. Water buffaloes then come into the field. They eat the straw and walk over the ground. This makes the soil ready again. Then the whole process begins again. Usually there are 2 rice crops each year. People do not grow other crops in between. After some time the work in the fields did not feel hard. In a very hot country, there are worse things to do. The women wore large hats made from palm leaves. They took off most of their clothes because of the heat. They worked with mud and water and moved the small streams where they wanted. At the end of 2 weeks they felt comfortable there. They even liked the work. The children loved it from the beginning. During that time no Japanese soldiers came near the village. On the 16th day Jean left with the headman, Mat Amin. They went to look for the Japanese. They carried the dead sergeant's rifle and his equipment. They also carried his uniform and his pay book. There was a place called Kuala Rakit, 27 miles away. A group of Japanese soldiers was staying there. They walked to that place. The journey took 2 days. They spent 1 night at a village called Bukit Pera. They stayed with the headman there. Jean slept in the back part of the house with the women. The next day they continued their journey. In the evening they reached Kuala Rakit. It was a very large village, almost a small town. Mat Amin took Jean to the house of a Malay official. His name was Tunku Bentara Raja. Tunku Bentara was a small thin man. He spoke very good English. He listened carefully to the story from Mat Amin and from Jean.
At last he said, I am very sorry. I truly am. But I cannot help you very much. The Japanese control everything we do.
It is very bad that you must work in the rice fields. That is not bad at all, Jean said. We really like it. We want to stay there with Mat Amin. If the Japanese have a camp for women here, they will send us there. But if there is no camp, we do not want to keep walking around Malaya. Half of us have already died while doing that.
You must stay with us tonight, he said. Tomorrow I will speak to the Japanese civil administrator. There is no camp for women here.
That night Jean slept in a bed for the first time in almost 7 months. She did not like it very much. She was used to sleeping on the floor. The floor felt cooler than a mattress. She did not leave the bed to sleep on the floor, but she almost did. The bath was wonderful. After that, she stood and poured water over her head with a gourd. She felt very happy. She spent a long time washing herself. In the morning she went with Tunku Bentara and Mat Amin to see the Japanese civil administrator. She told her story again. The civil administrator had studied at the State University of California. He spoke very good American English. He felt sorry for them. But he said prisoners were not his duty. They belonged to the army. Still, he went with them to see the military officer, Colonel Matisaka. Jean told her story again. Colonel Matisaka clearly thought women prisoners were a problem. He did not want to use his soldiers to guard them. If he was alone, he would probably send them away to march again. But Tunku Bentara and the civil administrator were there in his office. They knew all the facts. He could not easily send the women away. In the end, he said he did not want to decide. He told the civil administrator to make the arrangements. The civil administrator told Bentara that the women could stay where they were for now. Jean went back to Kuala Telang with Mat Amin. They lived there for 3 years.
It was 3 years lost from my life, she said. She lifted her head and looked at me. She looked unsure. At least, I think so. I learned a lot about Malays, but that is not very useful here in England.
You will not know if it was wasted until the end of your life, I said. Maybe not even then.
She nodded. Yes, I think you are right. She picked up the poker and cleaned the ash from the fireplace bars. They were very kind to us, she said. They could not have been kinder. They gave us everything they had. Fatima was the girl who showed us how to work in the rice fields in those first weeks. She was very sweet. I came to know her very well.
Is that where you want to go back to? I asked.
She nodded. I want to do something for them now that I have this money. We lived with them for 3 years. They did everything for us. We would have died before the war ended if they had not helped us and let us stay. And now I have so much, and they have so little.
You must remember you do not have that much money, I said. The trip to Malaya costs a lot.
She smiled. I know. What I want to do for them will not cost much. Not more than £50, I think. In that village, we had to carry water. That is the work of the women. It is very hard work. The river near the village is not good for drinking because the sea water mixes with it. They can use that water for washing and cleaning clothes. But they must get drinking water from a spring. The spring is almost a mile away. We carried the water in large gourds. We held 2 in our hands with a stick between them. We went in the morning and again in the evening. It was a mile there and a mile back each time. So we walked 4 miles every day. Fatima and the other girls did not complain. The village has always done this. The women have done it for many years.
Is that why you want to dig a well? I asked.
She nodded. It is something I can do for them. I want to help the women. They made life easier for us. I want to make life easier for them. If there is a well in the middle of the village, everyone can reach it easily. Every house will be close to it. They should have this. I think the well does not need to be very deep. There is water under the ground. It may be only 10 feet down. Maybe 15 feet at the most. I thought I could go back and pay some workers to dig the well. Then everything would feel finished. After that, I could use the rest of the money and not feel bad about it. She looked at me again. You do not think this is foolish, do you?
No, I said. I do not think it is foolish. I only wish the village was not so far away. The journey there and back will cost a lot of money. It will take a big part of what you earn in a year.
I know that, she said. If I have no money, I will take a job in Singapore or another place for a few months. I will save some money there.
I understand, I said. But why did you not stay there and get a job? You know the country very well.
In 1945, I did not want to stay, she said. I was tired of that place. We all wanted to go home very much. They sent 3 trucks from Kota Baru to take us. The trucks brought us to the airfield. Then we flew to Singapore in a Dakota plane with an Australian crew. In Singapore, I met Bill Holland. I had to tell him about Eileen, and Freddie, and Jane.
Her voice became quiet.
All the family were dead except Robin, she said softly. He was 4 years old then. He was a strong little boy. They let me travel home with Bill and Robin to care for Robin. He thought I was his mother.
She gave a small smile.
Bill wanted to marry me and make a life together, she said. But I could not do it. I could not be the kind of wife he wanted.
I did not speak.
When we arrived in England, the country looked so green and beautiful, she said. I wanted to forget the war. I wanted to forget the East. I wanted to live as an ordinary person again. I got a job with Pack and Levi. I have worked there for 2 years now. We sell ladies' handbags and attaché cases. It is for rich customers. The work has nothing to do with war or sickness or death. I have been happy there most of the time.
When she came home, she was very alone. She sent a cable to her mother as soon as she reached Singapore. There was a long wait before she got an answer. At last, a cable came from her Aunt Agatha in Colwyn Bay. Her aunt told her that her mother was dead. Before she left Singapore, she also learned that her brother Donald had died while working on the Burma-Siam Railway. When she was free again, she had no close family left. I felt she must have been very lonely. It seemed to me that she was very strong because she refused Bill's offer of marriage at that time. She arrived in Liverpool and stayed with her Aunt Agatha in Colwyn Bay for a few weeks. After that, she went to London to find work. I asked her why she did not contact her uncle in Ayr.
To be honest, I forgot about him, she said. If I thought about him, I believed he was dead too. I saw him only once when I was 11 years old. He already looked very old and weak then. I never thought he could still be alive. My mother's property was already finished and closed. Very few of her papers were left. They were in the Pagets' house in Southampton, and that house was destroyed in the bombing. If I had remembered Uncle Douglas, I would not have known where he lived.
Outside, the rain was still falling heavily. We decided not to go out that afternoon. We stayed in my flat and had tea there. She went into my small kitchen and started to prepare it. I set the table and cut the bread and butter. She came back with the tray. "When do you plan to go to Malaya?" I asked.
I think I will book my ticket for the end of May, she said. I will keep working at Pack and Levi until then. That is about 6 more weeks. By that time, I will save enough money to pay for my trip there and back. I will still have about £60 that I saved in the last 2 years.
She had already checked the travel costs. She found a cargo ship that takes about 12 passengers at a lower price to Singapore.
I think I must fly from Singapore to Kota Bharu, she said. Malayan Airways goes to Kuantan and then to Kota Bharu. I do not know how I will travel from Kota Bharu to Kuala Telang, but I am sure I will find a way.
I thought she was strong enough to walk if she had to. A long trip through Malaya would not frighten her now. While she spoke, I looked at my atlas to find the places. Now I looked at it again. "You could get off the plane at Kuantan," I said. "It is a shorter way from there."
I know, she said. It is a little shorter. But I cannot go back there again.
Her voice sounded troubled. To change the mood, I spoke lightly. "It would take me years to remember all these Malay names," I said.
It is easy when you know the meaning, she said. They are like English names. Baru means new, and Kota means a fort. It is only Newcastle in Malay.
She continued her work at Peervale. I went on with my job in Chancery Lane, but I could not stop thinking about her story. There is a man named Wright in my club. He worked in the Malayan police. He was a prisoner of the Japanese during the war in Malaya. I think he was in Changi prison. One evening I sat next to him at dinner. I wanted to ask him about it. The other day, one of my clients told me a strange story about Malaya, I said. She was in a group of women that the Japanese did not send to a camp. He put down his knife.
Was it the group taken at Panong and marched across Malaya? He asked.
Yes, that is the one, I said. You know about them?
Oh yes, he said. It was a very unusual story. The Japanese officers moved them from place to place. At last, They let them live in a village on the east coast. They stayed there until the war ended. There was a very good young woman who led them. She spoke Malay very well. She was not famous. She had worked as a shorthand typist in an office in Kuala Lumpur. She was a strong and brave person.
I nodded. She is my client, I said.
Is she? He asked. I often wondered what happened to her. What is she doing now?
She is a shorthand typist again, I said. She works in a handbag factory in Peervale.
Really? He said.
He ate for a moment.
I always thought she should have received some kind of award, he said. But there is no award for people like her. If she had not been there, all those women and children would have died. No one else in the group was strong enough to lead them.
I heard that half of them died, I said. He nodded.
I think that is true. In the end, she helped them calm down and work in the rice fields. After that, everything was fine.
I saw Jean Paget sometimes during the 6 weeks before she left the country. She bought a ticket to sail from the London docks on June 2nd. She told her company that she would leave at the end of May. She said they were unhappy about her decision. They offered her 10 shillings more pay each week to make her stay. Because of this, she told Mr. Pack about the money she had inherited. He understood and accepted her decision. I arranged for her money for July, August, and September to be ready for her in Singapore. I also opened a bank account for her at the Chartered Bank. As the day of her departure came closer, I began to worry about her. I was not afraid that she would spend too much money. I was afraid that things would cost more than she expected. 900 a year is not a large amount for someone traveling in the East. About a week before she left, I spoke to her about this. Do not forget that you are a woman with money now, I said. You are right to live within your income, and I must make sure you do. But remember that I have some power under your uncle's will. If you have any trouble, or if you truly need money, send me a cable at once. For example, if you become ill. She smiled.
That is very kind of you, she said. But I think I will be fine. If I start to run out of money, I plan to find a job. After all, I do not have to return to England by a certain date.
Do not stay away too long, I said. She smiled again.
I will not, Mr. Strachan, she said. There is nothing for me in Malaya after I finish this task.
She was giving up her room in Ealing. She asked if she could leave a trunk and a suitcase in the small storage room of my flat until she returned to England. She brought them the day before she sailed. She also brought a pair of skating boots with skates on them. They did not fit inside the trunk. She told me she was taking only one suitcase with her on the journey. But what about your clothes for the hot weather? I asked. Did you send them ahead?
She smiled. They are with me in the suitcase, she said.
50 paliodrine tablets and 100 sulfatriads, some insect cream, and my old sarong.
I am not going to Malaya to live like a rich lady.
Only I went with her to the docks to say goodbye. She had no close family, and she was quite alone in the world. Some friends wanted to come, but they all had jobs and could not leave work. So I took her there in a taxi. She treated the long trip as something normal. She did not make big plans or long preparations. It was like a girl going away for a short holiday. The ship was new. Everything inside looked clean and fresh. When the steward opened the door of her cabin, she stopped and looked inside with surprise. Flowers were everywhere in the small room. They stood in many places, bright and beautiful.
Oh, Noel, look, she said. Look at all these flowers.
She turned to the steward.
Where did they come from? Did the company send them?
They arrived in 3 big boxes yesterday evening, he answered. They look very nice, miss.
She turned quickly to me.
I think you sent them. Oh, that is so kind of you.
English flowers, I said. So you will remember England and come back soon. Even then, I had a strange feeling. I felt she might never return. Before I understood what she was doing, she put her arm around my shoulders. She kissed me on the lips.
"That is for the flowers, Noel," she said softly. "And for everything you have done for me."
I felt shocked and confused. I did not know what to say. "I will have another kiss when you come back," I said at last. I did not stay to watch the ship leave. Goodbyes are not pleasant. It is better to finish them quickly. I went back to my flat alone in the taxi. For a long time, I stood at my window. I looked at the decorated wall of the stables across the street. I thought about her fine new ship moving down the river. It was passing Gravesend and Tilbury. It was going past Shoebury and the North Foreland. It was taking her far away from me. Then I told myself to stop dreaming. I carried her trunk and suitcase into the small storage room. I placed them together in one corner. After that, I stood holding her boots and her skates in my hands. They were small personal things. I wondered where to put them. At last, I took them into my bedroom. I placed them at the bottom of my wardrobe. I would never forgive myself if they were stolen. She was the kind of girl any man would be proud to have as a daughter. But we never had a daughter. She traveled across half the world on her slow ship. She wrote to me from many ports. Letters came from Marseilles and Naples. She wrote from Alexandria and Aden. There were letters from Colombo, Rangoon, and Penang. Wright was always interested in her news. He had known about her life in Malaya. I began to carry her latest letter with me. I told him about her journey. I told him how she was living and what she was doing. He knew the British advisor to the Raja at Kota Bharu very well. The man's name was Mr. Wilson Hayes. He asked him to write an airmail letter to Wilson Hayes about Jean Paget. In the letter, he asked him to help her if possible. He said this was important. There was no place in Kota Bharu where a lady could stay. She could only stay with one of the British families who lived there. Soon they received a kind letter from Wilson Hayes. He wrote that he was waiting for her arrival. After that, he sent Jean a letter by airmail. The letter was waiting for her at the chartered bank. It told her what they had arranged. She stayed only one night in Singapore. The next morning, she took a plane to Kota Bharu. The Dakota plane stopped at many places in Malaya. In the early afternoon, it landed at the airstrip at Kota Bharu. She came out of the plane wearing the same light grey coat and skirt she had worn when she left London. Wilson Hayes was there to meet her. His wife was with him. A year later, I met Wilson Hayes at the United University Club when he was on leave. He was tall and dark. He was quiet and had a long face. He told me she felt a little shy when she saw that he had come himself to meet her. She did not understand that many people in that part of Malaya knew her name. Wilson Hayes already knew about her before we wrote to him. Of course, he had not heard any news about her since the war ended. When he received our letter, he sent a message to Matt Armin. He told him that she was coming back to visit them. He also arranged to lend her his jeep and a driver. The driver would take her about 100 miles to Kuala Telang. I thought that was very kind of him. I told him so. He said that after the war, the British had more respect in the Kuala Telang area than before. He said this was only because of the girl and her group. He felt she had earned the right to use a jeep for a few days. She stayed at the residency for 2 nights. During that time, she bought a few simple things from the local shops. When she left in the jeep the next morning, she was wearing local clothes. She left her suitcase and most of her belongings with Mrs. Wilson Hayes. She took only the things that a well-respected local woman would carry. She wore an old blue and white checked sarong and a white short jacket. She wore sandals because her feet were soft. She carried a simple light brown Chinese umbrella to protect herself from the sun. She had put her hair up on top of her head in the local style. There was a large comb in the middle of her hair. She carried a small basket made from palm leaves. Wilson Hayes told her husband that she took very little with her. She packed a toothbrush but no toothpaste. She took a towel, a bar of antiseptic soap, and some medicine. She packed 1 extra set of clothes, a new sarong and a cotton top with flowers that matched it. She also took 3 small brooches from Woolworth and 2 rings as small gifts for her friends. She did not take any makeup. That was all she had.
I think she was wise to go like that, Wilson Hayes said. If she had dressed like an Englishwoman, the local people would feel uncomfortable. Some English people were upset when they heard she went in local dress. They said it was not right. But when I saw her leave, I thought it was a good decision. She dressed like that during the war, and no one complained then.
The journey from Kota Bharu to Kuala Telang by jeep is very long. The roads are in bad condition. There are 4 big rivers on the way. Each time, the jeep must go on a boat to cross the river. There are also many shallow river crossings. She travelled 100 miles in 14 hours. It was dark when they arrived in Kuala Telang. As the jeep moved through the quiet village, people heard it and became excited. They came out of their houses and fixed their sarongs. That night there was a full moon, so there was enough light to see. The jeep stopped in front of the headman's house. She stepped out, feeling tired. She walked to him, raised her hands in greeting, and spoke in Malay.
I have come back, Mat Amin. I do not want you to think the white women forgot you after they did not need you anymore.
He answered, We have thought about you and spoken about you since you left.
Soon many people stood around them. She saw Fatima coming with a baby in her arms and a small child holding her sarong. She moved through the crowd, took Fatima's hand, and smiled.
It has been too long since we saw each other, she said.
She also saw Raihana, Safira binti Yacob, Safira binti Taib, and little Ibrahim who used to squint. Now he was a young man. His brother Samat was there too. Old Zubaydah and Miyam were there, and many others. Some faces were new. After she left Malaya, the men came back from work camps, so there were new people in the village. Fatima was now married to a young man named Deraman bin Ismail. She brought him forward and introduced him to the white woman. Jean bowed to him. She wished she had brought a shawl to cover her face, because that would be polite when meeting a strange man. She lifted her hand to her face.
Please forgive me. I have no veil, she said.
It does not matter, he answered.
Fatima spoke quickly. He knows, and everyone knows, that white women do not cover their faces when they live with us. Different people have different ways. Oh Jean, we are so happy you are back.
Jean spoke with Mat Amin about a place for the driver to sleep. Then she went with Fatima to her husband's house. They asked if she had eaten. She said no. They made her a simple meal of rice and blatchan, a strong paste made from prawns and fish. Later, very tired, she put her palm leaf bag under her head as a pillow. She lay down on a mat, as she had done many times before. She loosened her sarong and fell asleep. It would not be true to say she slept well on the floor after 3 years in a bed. She woke many times during the night. She listened to the sounds outside and watched the moonlight move across the house. She felt happy. The next morning she sat with Fatima, Miyam, and old Zubaydah behind the house near the cooking pots. They sat away from the men.
Every day while I was away, I thought about this place, she said.
That was not completely true, but it was almost true.
I thought about you living and working as I once did. In England I worked in an office with books. In my country many women must work like that. As you know, I am a poor woman. I have worked all my life to earn money. I must work until I find a husband who is right for me. And I am very careful in choosing.
The women laughed.
It is strange for a woman to earn money like that, old Zubaydah said.
Miyam said, one woman from our people works in the bank in Kuala Racket. I saw her through the window. She moved her fingers on a machine, and it made a clicking sound.
Jean nodded.
That is how I earn money in my country. I use a machine like that to type letters for the Tuan. But recently my uncle died. He lived far from me, and I met him only once. He had no other family. He left his money to me. Now I do not have to work unless I want to.
The women made soft sounds of surprise and pleasure. 2 or 3 more women came and stood with the others. Jean looked at them and smiled.
For the first time in my life, I have money of my own, she said. When I had this money, I thought about you here in Kuala Telang. I remembered your kindness when we lived with you as prisoners. Then I thought I should give a thank offering to this place. This gift should come from a woman. It should be for the women of Kuala Telang. It has nothing to do with the men.
The women around her began to speak in low, excited voices. Old Zubaydah nodded.
It is true, she said. The men get everything.
Some women looked surprised that she said this. Jean spoke again.
I have often thought that there should be a well in this village, she said. Now you walk to the spring every morning and every evening. It is hard work. If there is a well, you will only walk a short distance from your houses. You can get fresh water at any time. There will be a bucket there. You can take cool water whenever you need it.
Again the women spoke with pleasure.
There will be smooth stones around the well, Jean said. You can sit there and talk. The young men can pull the bucket for you. Near the well, I want to build a small atap house for washing clothes. Inside, there will be long, smooth stone or concrete slabs. You can stand and wash your clothes while you face each other. You can talk while you work. There will be walls around it. The men will not be able to see inside.
Now the women spoke loudly and happily.
This is my thank offering, Jean said. I will hire men to dig the well. I will pay builders to put stones around the top. I will pay carpenters to build the washing house. But I need 2 or 3 experienced women to help me plan the inside. They can tell me the right height for the slabs. They can advise about water pools and small drains. This gift is from a woman to women. In this matter, the men will do what the women say.
For a long time, the women talked together. Some were not sure the men would agree. Some thought it might be wrong to change old ways. Their mothers and grandmothers had always lived like this. But most of the women liked the new idea. When they thought about it more, they liked it even more. They talked about every detail. They discussed where the well should stand. They talked about the best place for the washing house. They planned the water pools and the drain. After 2 hours, they fully accepted the idea. Jean felt happy. She knew the gift would truly help them. She believed they would not want anything else instead. That evening she sat on the small veranda in front of Mat Amin's house. She had sat there many times before to talk about women's matters. She drank her coffee and looked at him.
I have come to speak with you, she said. I want to give a thank offering to this place. I want people to remember that when the white women came here, you were kind to them.
He nodded slowly.
My wife has spoken of nothing else all day, he said. She and the other women say you want to build a well.
That is true, Jean answered. This is a thank offering from all the English women to Kuala Telang. Because we are women, it should be a gift for the women here. When we lived here, it was hard to carry water from the spring every morning and evening. Later in England, I often thought about your women walking that long way. That is why I want to build a well in the middle of the village.
He looked serious.
The spring was good enough for their mothers and grandmothers, he said. If they have a well, they may begin to think too highly of themselves.
If they have a well, they will have more strength to serve you well, she said. Do you remember Raihana Binti Ismail? She lost her baby when she was 3 months pregnant because she was carrying water.
He looked shocked that she spoke so openly, but she continued.
She was ill for a year after that, Jean said. I do not think she was ever strong again for her husband. If there had been a well, this would not have happened.
God decides the lives of women and men.
Must I remind you, Mat Amin, she said. It is written that men often want more than they need. But if you are kind to women and do not treat them wrongly, God sees what you do.
He laughed and hit his thigh with his hand.
You said that to me many times when you lived here, he said. You said it whenever you wanted something. But I have not heard it for a long time.
He was still laughing.
It would be kind to let the women have their well, she said.
I tell you this, sighed Jean, he said. When women want something very much, they often get it. But this is about the whole village. I must speak with my brothers. The next morning the men met together. They sat on their heels in the shade of the Attap market house. After some time, they sent for Jean. She came and sat a little to one side, as women usually did. They asked her where the well should be built. They also asked where the Attap wash house should stand. She said the decision was theirs. But she explained that it would be easy for the women if the well was on the ground in front of Chai San's shop. The wash house could stand to the west of it, facing Ahmed's house. Then the men stood up and walked to the place. They looked at the ground and talked about it from every side. All the women of the village stood nearby and watched. They saw their husbands and brothers making this important choice. They also saw Jean speaking with them almost like an equal. Jean did not hurry them. She had lived in the village for 3 years. She understood that they thought slowly. They were careful about new ideas. It took 2 days before they agreed that the well was a good plan. They also decided that God would not be angry if they built it. Digging a well needs skill. Only one family on the coast was known for this work. They lived about 5 miles from Kuantan. Mat Amin told the Imam what to write in a letter. The Imam wrote it in Jawi script. Then they carried the letter to Kuala Rakit and posted it. Jean ordered 5 sacks of cement from Kota Baru. After that, she waited for some weeks while everything was arranged. During this time, she often went out with the fishermen in their boats. Sometimes she sat on the beach and played with the children. She showed them how to build sand castles. She taught them to play noughts and crosses in the sand. She swam in the sea and bathed often. At harvest time, she worked for a week in the rice fields. She had lived with these people for a long time. She did not mind waiting. Now she did not need to work for money anymore. She had time to think about her future. She stayed there for 3 quiet weeks. She did not feel bored. The well diggers and the cement arrived at about the same time. Work began at once. The diggers were an old man with a grey beard named Suleiman and his 2 sons, Jacob and Hussein. First, they spent a day looking carefully at the land. They asked again about the reasons for choosing that place. They wanted to be sure. When they were satisfied, they began. They worked fast and carefully. From early morning until evening they dug. One man worked at the bottom of the deep hole. The other 2 men lifted out the soil. As they dug deeper, they built brick walls from the top down. They held the bricks in place with strong wooden stakes pushed into the earth. Old Suleiman knew many things. He traveled along the east coast of Malaya to build and repair wells. Because of this, he visited many villages. The people of Kuala Telang liked to sit near the new well. They watched the work and talked with him. They asked about friends and family in other places. One afternoon Jean was sitting there.
She asked him, "Are you from Kuantan?"
I am from Batu Sawar, the old man said. It is 2 hours on foot from Kuantan. Our home is there, but we travel a lot.
Jean was quiet for a short time.
Then she asked, "Do you remember the Japanese officer in Kuantan in the first year of the war? His name was Captain Sugamo."
Yes, the old man said. He was a very bad man. We were happy when he left. The officer after him, Captain Aquino, was better.
Jean was surprised. He did not seem to know that Sugamo was dead. She thought the War Crimes Commission would have asked questions in Kuantan.
She said, "Captain Sugamo is dead now. He was sent to work on the railway between Burma and Siam. There he did many cruel things. Many people died because of him. After the war, the Allies caught him. He was judged for his crimes and put to death in Penang.
I am glad to hear that, the old man said. I will tell my sons.
He called down into the well and told them the news. They spoke about it for a short time. Then they continued their work.
Jean asked, "Did he do many bad things in Kuantan?"
There was one memory in her mind. It was very painful, but she could not speak of it directly.
Suleiman said, many people were hurt and treated very badly.
She nodded. "I saw something myself," she said. "We were hungry and sick. A soldier who was a prisoner tried to help us. The Japanese caught him. They punished him in a very cruel way. They fixed him to wood with nails through his hands. They beat him, and he died."
I remember that, the old man said. He was in hospital at Kuantan.
Jean looked at him in surprise. "Old man, when was he in hospital?"
He died. Perhaps there were two men, the old man said. He leaned over the well and called down to Jacob, the English soldier who was nailed up and beaten at Kuantan in the first year of the war. The English lady knew him. "Tell us, did that man die?"
Hussein spoke quickly. The man who was beaten was Australian, not English. He was punished because he stole chickens.
"Yes, that is true," the old man said. "It was because he stole the black chickens. But did he live or did he die?"
Jacob shouted from the bottom of the well. Captain Sugamo had the man taken down that night. They pulled the nails out of his hands. He lived.
Chapter 5. In Kuantan, on that evening in July 1942, a sergeant went to Captain Sugamo at the district commissioner's house. He told him that the Australian was still alive. Captain Sugamo felt surprised and interested. There was still half an hour before his evening meal. He walked slowly to the recreation ground to see the man. The body was still hanging by its hands, facing the tree. Blood had run down from his back and along his legs. It had made a dark mark on the ground. The hot sun had dried it. Many flies covered the body and the blood. But the man was still alive. When Captain Sugamo came close to his face, the man opened his eyes. He looked at him and showed that he knew him. People from the West may not understand the Japanese way of thinking. When Captain Sugamo saw that the Australian knew him, even so close to death, he bowed with respect to the broken body. He spoke in a calm and honest voice.
"Is there anything I can bring you before you die?"
The man answered clearly, "You bloody bastard. I want one of your black chickens and a bottle of beer."
Captain Sugamo stood still and looked at the man on the tree. His face showed no feeling. After a moment, he turned and walked back to his house. As he stepped inside, he called for his orderly. He told him to bring a bottle of beer and a glass. He said not to open the bottle. The orderly said there was no beer. Captain Sugamo already knew this. Still, he sent the man into town. He told him to go to all the Chinese eating houses and try to find a bottle of beer anywhere in Kuantan. About an hour later, the orderly came back. Captain Sugamo was sitting in the same position as before. The orderly felt afraid. He told his officer that there was no beer in all Kuantan. Captain Sugamo dismissed him. The orderly left quickly and felt relieved. For Captain Sugamo, death was a serious ceremony. When he spoke to the Australian, he felt it was almost holy. He had offered, in front of his men, to give the dying man what he wanted. Because of this, he felt it was his duty to give the man his last wish. If there had been a bottle of beer, he would have killed one of his black chickens. He would have cooked it and sent it with the beer to the man on the tree. He might even have carried it there himself. In this way, he would have shown honor and good example to his soldiers. But it was not possible to get the beer. Without the beer, he could not fully give the man what he asked for. So there was no reason to kill one of the black chickens. He could not complete the ceremony. He could not show honor by giving the dying wish. Because of this, the Australian could not be allowed to die. If the man died, Captain Sugamo would lose honor. He called for his sergeant. When the sergeant arrived, he gave him an order. He told him to take some men and a stretcher to the recreation ground. They must pull the nails out and take the man down from the tree. They must be careful not to hurt him more. They must place him face down on the stretcher. Then they must carry him to the hospital. For Jean, the news that the Australian was alive felt like a door opening. She moved away quietly. She went to sit in the shade of a casuarina tree at the top of the beach. She needed to think about this surprising news. The sun shone on the waves. The beach looked very white. The sea was bright blue. It was almost painful in its beauty. She felt as if she had walked out of a long, dark tunnel after 6 years. She tried to pray. She had never been religious. She did not know how to turn her feelings into words for God. In the end, she remembered part of a prayer from her school days.
Lighten our darkness, O Lord, and of thy great mercy.
That was all she could remember. She said these words to herself again and again that afternoon. The visit from the well-diggers had made her feel a little happier. That evening she went back and spoke to Suleiman about it again. His sons were there too, but none of them could tell her much more. The Australian had stayed in the hospital at Kuantan for a long time. They did not know how long. Jacob said he had been there for a year. Soon she understood that he only meant a very long time. Hussein said 3 months. Suleiman said he did not know the time. He said the man was sent on a ship to Singapore to a prison camp. At that time he was walking with 2 sticks. She could not learn when that happened. So she stopped asking about it. She stayed in Kuala Telang until the well and the wash house were ready. Before that, she had talked for a long time with the older women. After many talks, she told the carpenters to begin the wash house. The concrete part was now finished and drying. On the day they found water at the bottom of the well, the carpenters began to build the atap house. The well and the house were finished at almost the same time. For 2 days they pulled out the dirty water from the well. They worked until the water became clear. Then they had a small opening ceremony. Jean washed her own sarong first. After that, all the women went into the wash house. They laughed and talked together. The men stood in a circle some distance away. They watched with calm faces. They wondered if it was wise to allow something that made the women laugh so much. The next day she sent a telegram to Kuala Rakit. A runner carried the message. It was sent to Wilson Hayes. She asked him to send the jeep for her. A day or 2 later the jeep arrived. She left with many shy good wishes around her. There were tears in her eyes. She was going back to her own home and her own people. But she was leaving behind 3 years of her life. That is never easy. She arrived at the residency at Kota Baru after dark. She was too tired to eat. Mrs. Wilson Hayes sent tea and some fruit to her room. She took a long warm bath. For the last time, she took off her native clothes. Later she lay on the bed under the mosquito net. The room was large and cool. She began to rest and feel sleepy. She thought about Joe Harman. She remembered the red land he had described near Alice Springs. She thought about kangaroos and wild horses. The next morning after breakfast, she walked in the garden with Wilson Hayes. The air was still cool. She told him about her work in Kuala Telang. He asked where she got the idea for the wash house.
It is clear that they need it, she said. Women do not like to wash clothes in public. Muslim women especially do not like it.
He thought quietly for a short time. You have probably started something, he said at last. Now every village will want one. Where did you get the plan for it? Who decided where the sinks should go and how it should look?
We planned it together, she said. The women knew very well what they wanted.
They walked beside the river. The water was brown and muddy. It was half a mile wide and moved slowly toward the sea. As they walked, she told him about the Australian. Now she could speak about it more easily. She told him everything that had happened.
His name was Joe Harman, she said. He came from near Alice Springs. I would like to find him again. Do you think I can learn anything about him in Singapore?
He shook his head. I do not think so, he said. Not now. SEAC is closed. I do not think there are records of prisoners of war in Singapore anymore.
Then how can I find him? She asked.
You said he was Australian. She nodded. I think you must write to Canberra, he said. They should have records of all prisoners. Do you know his army unit? She shook her head.
I am afraid I do not.
That may make it harder, he said. There may be more than one man named Joe Harman. You should begin by writing to the Minister for the Army. He is the head of their war office. Jean looked across the river at the rubber trees and the coconut palms.
I think so. But I already have an address, in a way. Before the war, he worked on a cattle station called Wallara. It is near a place called Alice Springs. He told me they were saving his job for him there.
If you have that address, he said, you should write there. You have a better chance to find him that way than by writing to Canberra.
I may do that, she said slowly. I want to see him again. It was because of us that everything happened.
She had planned to return to Singapore and wait there for a ship to England. If she had to wait a long time for a cheap ticket, she wanted to find a job for a few weeks or months. The next day, a Malayan Airways plane stopped at Kota Bharu. The Dakota plane landed at Kuantan on its way to Singapore. That evening after dinner, she spoke again with Wilson Hayes.
Is there a hotel or something like that in Kuantan if I stay there for one day?
He looked at her in a kind way. Do you want to go back there? He asked.
I think I do. I want to visit the people at the hospital. I want to learn what I can.
You should stay with David and Joyce Bowen, he said. Bowen is the district commissioner. He will be happy to let you stay in his house.
I do not want to trouble anyone, she said. Is there a rest house where I can stay?
After all, I know this country quite well. That is why Bowen wants to meet you, he said. You are quite well known here. He will be very disappointed if you stay at the rest house.
She looked at him with surprise.
Do people really think that about me? She asked. I only did what anyone could do.
Maybe, he answered. But you were the one who did it.
The next day she flew to Kuantan. Someone had told the crew about her. After half an hour, the Malay stewardess came to her seat.
We are coming to Kuala Telang, Miss Paget, she said. Captain Philby asks if you would like to see the cockpit.
Jean went to the front of the plane. She stood between the two pilots. They brought the Dakota down to about 700 feet. The plane flew in a circle over the village. She saw the well. She saw the new roof made of atap on the wash house. She saw people standing below and looking up at the plane. She recognized Fatima, Zubaydah, and Mat Amin. Then the plane went higher again. It flew along the coast. Soon Kuala Telang was far behind them. The Bowens were waiting for her at the airstrip. The airstrip was 10 miles from the town of Kuantan. Wilson Hayes had sent them a message that morning. They were kind and simple people. Later, they sat in the DC's house and drank tea. Captain Sugamo had often sat in that same room before. Jean told them a little about the Australian soldier who had suffered greatly. She found it easy to speak to them. They told her that Sister Frost was now in charge of the hospital. But they were not sure if anyone still worked there from 1942. After tea, they drove to the hospital. They went to see Sister Frost. She met them in the matron's room. The room was very clean. It smelled strongly of disinfectant. She was an Englishwoman about 40 years old.
There is no one here now who worked here at that time, she said. Nurses in a place like this often leave when they get married. They usually stay only 2 years. I do not know what to tell you.
Bowen looked at her. What about Phyllis Williams? He asked. She was a nurse here, was she not?
Oh, her, Sister Frost said. She worked here at the beginning of the war. Then she married that man. She may know something.
They left the hospital. While they drove to find Phyllis Williams, Mrs. Bowen explained more to Jean.
She is Eurasian, Mrs. Bowen said. Her skin is very dark, almost like a Malay. She married a Chinese man called Bun Tai Lin. He owns the cinema. It is what people call a mixed marriage, but they seem happy together. She is a Roman Catholic.
Jean did not understand why she said of course. The Bun Tai Lins lived in an old wooden house on a hill above the harbour. The car could not go up to the house, so they left it on the road and walked up a short path. There was rubbish on the ground along the path. They found Phyllis Williams at home. She was a happy woman with a round brown face. For children were near her. She was also expecting another baby. She was pleased to see them. She took them into a small, worn room. The room did not look very nice. On the wall there were some metal beer mugs. There was also a big picture of the king and queen in their coronation clothes. She spoke very good English.
Oh yes, I remember that poor boy, she said. His name was Joe Harman. I took care of him for 3 or 4 months. He was very sick when he came. We did not think he would live. But he became better. He must have lived a healthy life before. His body healed very well. He said he was like a dog, because he healed so fast.
She looked at Jean.
Are you the lady who led the group of women and children from Panong? She asked. I thought it was you. It is surprising to see you here again. He often asked about you and the people with you. He wanted to know where you went. But we did not know. And with Captain Sagamo in that mood, no one wanted to ask questions.
She looked at Jean again.
I forget your name, she said.
Paget, Jean answered. Jean Paget.
The Eurasian woman looked confused.
That was not the name, she said slowly. I wonder if he was speaking about another woman. I cannot remember the name he used. But it was not that. I thought it was you.
Mrs. Frith? Jean asked.
She shook her head.
I will remember soon.
She could not tell them much more than Jean already knew. The Australian man was sent to a prison camp in Singapore when he was strong enough to travel. After that, they heard nothing more about him. They believed he would get better in time. But it would take many years for the muscles in his back to become strong again. Maybe they would never be as strong as before. She did not know anything else. After some time, they left and walked down the dirty lane to their car. There was rubbish on the ground. When they were close to the end of the lane, the woman called to them from the veranda.
I remember the name now. It was Mrs. Boong. He talked about Mrs. Boong all the time. Was she with you? She asked.
Jean laughed.
That was the name he used for me, she called back.
The woman nodded.
I thought it was you he always talked about, she said.
On the way back to the DC's house, they drove past the recreation ground. There were tennis nets ready on the courts. 1 or 2 couples were playing. A white young man was playing tennis with a brown girl. The same tree still stood near the courts. Under the tree, 2 Malay women sat and talked. They sat in the place where the injured man had once hung. The ground there had once been wet with blood. Now their children played around them. In the evening light, everything looked calm and peaceful. Jean stayed that night with the Bowens. The next day she flew to Singapore in a Dakota plane. Wilson Hayes gave her advice about hotels. She stayed at the Adelphi Hotel, opposite the cathedral. A few days later, she wrote to me. The letter was very long, about 8 pages. She wrote it in ink. The ink was a little blurred because her hand was wet with sweat in the hot air. First, she told me what had happened in Kuala Telang. She wrote about the men who dug the well. She said that Joe Harman was still alive. Then she continued.
I have been thinking about how to meet him again. This happened because of us. He stole the chickens for us. He knew what kind of man Captain Sagamo was. He knew it was dangerous. I must find where he lives now and see if he is well. I cannot believe he can work with cattle after such bad injuries. If he is strong enough, he will find a way to live well. But I am afraid he may still be in a hospital. He may have to stay there for the rest of his life. I thought about writing to him at Woollahra. That is the cattle station where he worked. It is somewhere near Alice Springs. But if he cannot work, he will not be there. I do not think I would get an answer from a place like that. Or it would take a very long time. I also thought about writing to Canberra to ask for news. But that may not help either. And now I must tell you something, Noel. I hope it will not shock you. I am going to Australia from here. Please do not think I am crazy. The plane ticket to Darwin costs £60. It is a Constellation flight. From Darwin, I can take a bus to Alice Springs. The bus takes 2 or 3 days. It is cheaper than flying. After I pay the hotel bill, I will still have about £107. That does not include next month's money. I want to go to Alice Springs. Then I will travel to Woollahra and ask about him. Someone there must know what happened to him. They must know where he is now. There are some merchant service officers staying at this hotel. They are kind young men. They say I can probably get a cabin on a ship back to England from Townsville. Townsville is on the east coast of Australia, in Queensland. If there is no ship there, I can get one at Brisbane. I spoke to a man at the Chartered Bank in Raffles Place. He is very helpful. He will send my next month's money to the Bank of New South Wales in Alice Springs. So I will have enough money to travel to Townsville or Brisbane later. Please write to me at the Bank of New South Wales in Alice Springs. I think I will feel very far from home when I arrive there. I am leaving on Thursday on the Constellation. I will be somewhere in Australia when you receive this letter. I feel that I am causing you trouble, Noel. But I will have many stories to tell you when I come home. I think the journey back from Townsville or Brisbane will take no more than 3 months. So I will be in England before Christmas at the latest.
I sat and read the letter again and again. I felt very disappointed. I had been making plans for her return. I wanted to take her to dinners and shows. I know now that I had hoped for too much. An older man who lives alone can become foolish about such things. While I was reading her letter for the 3rd time, Lester Robinson came into my office. He carried a pile of papers. I put the letter down. "My Paget girl," I said. "You know the McFadden estate we manage for her. She is not coming home now. She has gone from Malaya to Australia." He looked at me. He saw my disappointment.
"I told you she was old enough to bring us trouble," he said gently.
I looked up at him quickly because I wanted to understand his words. But he started to speak about a road in Colchester that was not finished. The moment was gone. I continued my work. The dark feeling stayed with me. It was still there when I arrived at the club that evening. After dinner, I went to the library. I took a book of Horace. I thought that reading Latin would make my mind busy and help me feel better. But I was wrong. A line on the page caught my eye. I had not read or thought about it for 40 years. It stopped me at once. Dulce ridentum lalligem amabo, dulce loquentum. That line belonged to my youth. Many young men who have loved someone know it well. I could not continue reading. I sat there and thought about Lalage. I saw her in my mind. She was smiling and speaking softly. I imagined her on a long bus journey to Alice Springs. At last I forced myself to stop these sad thoughts. I stood up and put the book back on the shelf. About a week later, Derek Harris came into my office just as a client was leaving. Derek is one of our 2 young clerks. One day I hope he will become a partner. He is a pleasant young man with a fresh face.
He said, "Could you see a stranger for a few minutes, sir?"
"What kind of stranger?" I asked.
"A man named Harman," he said. "He came about an hour ago without an appointment. He asked to see you. Sergeant Gunning asked me to speak with him because you were busy. I talked with him, but he wants to see you. It is about Miss Paget."
At that moment I remembered the name. It seemed hard to believe. "What is he like?" I asked.
Derek smiled. "I think he is from a colony. Maybe from Australia. He looks like a man who works outdoors."
"Is he reasonable?"
"Yes, sir, I think so. He seems like a country man."
Everything began to make sense. Still, it was strange that an Australian cattle worker had found my office in Chancery Lane. "Is his first name Joseph?" I asked.
"You know him," Derek said. "Joe Harman. Shall I bring him up?"
I nodded. "Yes. Send him in." Derek went to get him. I stood by the window and looked at the grey street. I wondered why he had come. I wondered how he had found me. I also wondered how much I could tell him about my client. Derek returned with the man. I turned from the window. He had fair hair and was about 5 feet 10 inches tall. He was strong and solid, but not fat. I thought he was between 30 and 35 years old. His face was very brown from the sun, but his skin was clear. His eyes were bright blue. He was not very handsome. His face was square and firm, but he looked simple and kind. He walked towards me in a stiff way. I shook his hand. "Mr. Harman." "My name is Strachan," I said. "Do you want to see me?" While I was speaking, I looked down at his hand. There was a large scar on the back of it.
"I do not want to take much of your time," he said.
He looked uncomfortable and a little ashamed. "That is quite all right," I said. "Please sit down, Mr. Harman, and tell me how I can help you." I showed him the chair in front of my desk and offered him a cigarette. He took a small tin box of matches from his pocket. I had never seen that kind before. He struck a match with his thumb in a quick and skillful way. He did not burn himself. He wore a new suit that looked ready-made. His tie was bright and not common for London.
"I wanted to ask you about Miss Jean Paget," he said. "Can you tell me where she lives or anything about her?"
I smiled at him. "Miss Paget is my client, Mr. Harman," I said. "You know that already. What she tells me is private. Are you her friend?" My question made him even more uneasy.
"In a way," he answered. "We met once during the war in Malaya. I should tell you who I am. I come from Queensland. I own a station in the Gulf country. It is about 20 miles from Town."
He spoke slowly and carefully. It was not because he was shy. It was simply his natural way of speaking.
"The house is 20 miles from the town," he continued. "But one part of the land goes along the creek to about 5 miles from it. The name of my station is Midhurst. The address is Midhurst, Town."
I wrote this down on my paper and smiled again. "You are very far from home, Mr. Harman," I said.
"That is true," he replied. "I do not know anyone in England except Miss Paget, and a friend I met in the prison camp. He lives in a place called Gateshead in the north of England. I came here for a holiday. I thought Miss Paget might like to know I am in England, but I do not know her address."
"That is a long way to travel for a holiday," I said.
He gave a small, shy smile. "I was lucky," he said. "I won the casket."
"The casket?" I asked.
"The golden casket. Do you not have it here?"
I shook my head. I am afraid I have never heard of it.
"Oh my word," he said. "We cannot live without the casket in Queensland. It is the state lottery. The money helps to build hospitals."
"I understand," I said. "Did you win a prize in the lottery?"
"Oh my word," he said. "Did I win a prize? I won £1,000. Not English pounds. Australian pounds. But it is still £1,000 for us. I always buy a ticket in every casket, like everyone else. If you do not win money, you help build a hospital. Sometimes that is even more important. You should see the hospital the casket built in Willstown. It has 3 wards. There are 2 beds in each ward. There are also 2 rooms for the nurses. There is a separate house for the doctor. But we cannot get a doctor to come yet. Willstown is a bit far away, you see. We have an X-ray machine there. We also have a wireless. The nurse can use it to call the Cairns ambulance. That is the airplane. We really need the casket.
I felt a little interested. Does the casket also pay for the airplane? I asked.
He shook his head. Each family pays £7.10 a year to the Cairns ambulance. Then, if someone gets sick and must go to Cairns, the nurse calls on the wireless. The airplane comes and takes you to the hospital in Cairns.
I went back to the main question.
That is free, if you pay £7.10 every year.
How far are you from Cairns?
It is about 300 miles.
Tell me, Mr. Harman, how did you learn that I am Miss Paget's lawyer? I asked.
She told me in Malaya when we met. She said she lived in Southampton. I did not know her address, so I went to Southampton and stayed in a hotel. I thought she might like to know I was in England. I had never seen a city that was bombed before. It was very surprising. Then I looked in the telephone book. I asked many people, but I could not find her. I only learned that she had an aunt in Wales, in a place called Colwyn Bay. So I went to Colwyn Bay.
You went all the way there? I asked. He nodded.
I think her aunt believed I was trying to do something bad, he said. She would not tell me where Miss Paget lived. She only said that you were her trustee. I do not know what that means. So I came here.
When did you come to England? I asked.
Last Thursday. 5 days ago.
Did you arrive at Southampton? He shook his head.
I flew from Australia with Qantas, he said. I have a good stockman who takes care of Midhurst for me. But I cannot stay away too long. Jim Lennon is good for a short time. But I do not want to be away from Midhurst for more than 3 months.
This is a quiet time in the Gulf country. We started work in March this year because the season was late. In April we moved the cattle to Julia Creek. That is the railway station. I had about 1,400 young cattle. I sold them to Rockhampton to make them fat. After I put them on the train, I had to go back to Midhurst. I needed to meet the men who were working on the bore. Mrs. Spears owns Midhurst. I spoke to her and asked if we could dig a bore at Willow Creek. Willow Creek is about 20 miles southeast of the homestead. We wanted water there for the dry season. We found very good water. The bore gives more than 30,000 gallons every day. It will help that part of the land a lot. The work finished about 3 weeks ago. I must return to Midhurst before the end of October. We have to bring in the cattle before the wet season starts at Christmas. So I thought I should fly for this holiday. Flying to England must have cost him a lot of his £1,000, I thought. So you came to London and then went straight to Southampton? I asked.
That's right, he said.
And from there you went to North Wales. Then you came here.
That's right.
I looked into his eyes and smiled. You really want to see Miss Paget, I said.
I do, he answered.
I leaned back in my chair. I have bad news for you, Mr. Harman, I said. Miss Paget is not in England. She is abroad.
He looked down at his hat for a short time. Then he lifted his head. Is she very far away? He asked. Is she in France or somewhere I can travel to see her?
I shook my head. She is traveling in the East. He spoke in a quiet voice.
I understand.
I began to like and respect this man. It was clear that he had traveled a very long way to find Jean Paget. Now he learned that he would not find her? This was very bad luck. But he stayed calm. I felt I needed some time to think about this situation. The most I can do for you, I said, is to send a letter to her. If you write one, I will send it by air mail. But you may have to wait a month or more for her answer. His face became brighter.
I would like to do that, he said. I did not think that after coming so far I would find that she had gone away.
He was silent for a moment.
What address should I write on the letter? He asked.
I cannot give you my client's address, Mr. Harman, I said. You should write the letter and bring it to my office tomorrow morning. I will send it to her with a short note. I will explain how the letter came to me. If she wants to see you, she will contact you herself.
You do not think she will want to see me? He asked in a heavy voice.
I smiled at him. I did not say that, Mr. Harman. I am sure she will write to you when she hears you came to England to look for her. But I must think about her safety. I cannot give her address to anyone who comes into this office and asks for it. I stopped for a moment. There is something you should know, I said. Miss Paget has quite a lot of money. Women with money often have problems with people who try to use them. I am not saying that you are such a person. And I am not saying that you want her money. I am telling you that you must write to her first, I said.
Then she can decide if she wants to meet you. If you are her friend, you will see that this is fair.
He looked at me.
I did not know she had money, he said. She told me she was only a typist in an office.
That is true, I said. But she received some money not long ago. He said nothing. Come back tomorrow morning, Mr. Harman, I said. I looked at my diary. At 12 o'clock. Write her a letter. Say what you want to say. Bring it here. I will send it to her tomorrow evening.
All right, he said.
He stood up, and I stood up too. Where are you staying, Mr. Harman? I asked.
At the Kingsway Palace Hotel.
Good, I said. I will see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock. That evening I thought for a long time about my decision. I was not sure if I had done the right thing by not giving him her address. Jean would be very angry if she knew. She was looking for him all over Australia. Still, my plan would not stop his letter from reaching her. There was no reason to tell him everything about her just now. One thing confused me. Why did he suddenly want to see Jean Paget again after 6 years? I decided to ask him some questions about that when he came with his letter. The next morning at 12 o'clock he did not come. I waited until 1 o'clock. Then I went out for lunch. At 3 o'clock I began to worry. Now the next step depended on him. If he disappeared and never came back, Jean Paget would be angry with me. And she would be right. Between meetings with other clients, I called the Kingsway Palace Hotel. I asked for Mr. Joseph Harman. They told me he had gone out after breakfast. He had not left any message. I left a message for him. I asked him to call me as soon as he returned. He did not call that day. At 10:30 that night, I called the hotel again. They said Mr. Harman was not there. At 8 o'clock the next morning, I called once more. They told me he had not left the hotel. His bags were still in his room. But he had not slept there that night. When I arrived at the office, I sent for Derek Harris.
Harris, I said. I want you to find this man, Harman. He is Australian.
I told him quickly what had happened. Call the hotel again, I said. If they know nothing, call the police courts. I may have told him something he did not like. It is possible he went out and drank too much.
Harris came back after 15 minutes. You were right, sir, he said. He will be at Bow Street Court this morning. He was drunk and making trouble. The police kept him for the night.
He's a friend of Miss Paget, I said. Go to Bow Street, Harris, and find him there. In which court will he appear? In Mr. Haller's, Harris answered. I looked at my watch. Go there now, I said. Stay with Harman and pay the fine if he has no money. Then call me. If everything is settled, take him by taxi to my flat. I will meet you there. There was no urgent work on my desk that day. Lester could deal with it later, so I left the office. I reached my flat while the cleaning woman was still there. She was working in the kitchen. I asked her to prepare the spare bedroom. I told her we would need food for 3 or 4 meals. I gave her some money. Then I sent her out to buy what she could with the ration tickets. About 30 minutes later, Harris arrived with Harman. The Australian did not look very good. He was happy and no longer drunk after the night in the cell. But he had lost one shoe. His collar stud was gone. He had no hat. I met him in the hall. Good morning, Mr. Harman, I said. I thought you might like to come here and wash and rest. It is better not to return to your hotel like this.
He looked straight at me. I drank too much, he said.
Yes, I can see that. There is hot water ready for a bath. You will find a razor in the bathroom. I showed him around the house. You can stay in this room. I will bring you a clean shirt and a collar. You can try on a pair of my shoes. If they are too small, I will buy you another pair.
He shook his head slowly. I do not understand why you are helping me. I will manage.
You will feel much better after a bath and a shave, I said. Miss Paget would be upset if I let her friend walk around the streets in this state. He looked at me with interest. Then I left him and went back to the sitting room. Harris was waiting there. Thank you, Derek, I said. There was a fine to pay, was there not? I gave him the money. Did they take all his money? I asked. It does not seem to worry him, I said. I sent Harris back to the office. Then I sat down to write some letters while Harman was in the bath. After a while, he came into the sitting room. He looked a little embarrassed. I saw again that he walked in a strange and stiff way. That is all right, I said. Did you have any breakfast? Do you want some? You do not need to do that, I said. My housekeeper is still here. She can make some breakfast for you. I went out and arranged this. When I came back, he was standing by the window. You did not bring the letter with you, I said. Give it away. I asked. That seems a little sad, I said quietly.
40 shillings, he said. I paid it. He has 4 shillings and 4pence halfpenny now, he replied. He thinks he had about £70 before, but he is not sure. He laughed. I do not think it worries him, he said. He looks quite happy about it.
I do not know what to say, he said slowly. The men I was with took all the money I had. So Mr. Harris paid the fine. But I have some more money. I have something called a letter of credit. The bank in Brisbane gave it to me. I can get money with it and pay him back. No, he answered. Well, I am not sure, he said. Maybe I will eat something at the hotel. I changed my mind, he answered. I am going to give it away. Yes, he said. I will not write any letter. Maybe, he answered.
I thought about it for a long time. I will not write any letter. I decided that. That is why I did not come back when you told me to. As you like, I said. Maybe you can tell me more after you eat some breakfast. I left him to eat. Then I went back to my letters. My servant took his breakfast to the dining room. He went there to eat. After 15 minutes, he came back to the sitting room.
I think I should go now, he said in an uncomfortable way. Can I come back later today and leave these shoes with the servant?
I stood up and gave him a cigarette. Before you go, can you tell me more about yourself? I asked. I will write to Miss Paget soon. She will want to know about you. He looked at me and held the cigarette in his hand.
You will write to her and tell her I was here? He asked.
Of course, I said. He was quiet for a short time. Then he spoke slowly in his calm way.
It is better to forget it, Mr. Strachan. Please do not say anything.
I lit a match and helped him light his cigarette. Is this because I told you about her inheritance? I asked.
You mean the money? He asked.
Yes, I said.
He smiled a little. I do not mind if she has money. That is not a problem. It is about Willstown.
I did not understand that at all. It meant nothing to me. Listen, Joe, sit down for a few minutes and tell me a few things, I said. I called him Joe because I hoped he would feel more relaxed.
I do not think there is much to tell, he said in a shy way.
Sit down anyway, I said. I thought for a moment. Am I right that you first met Miss Paget during the war? I asked.
That's right, he said.
That was in Malaya, when you were both prisoners.
That's right.
Was it in 1942?
That's right.
And you never saw her again and you never wrote to her?
That's right.
I do not understand, I said. Why do you want to see her so much now? It has been 6 years. Why do you suddenly want to find her? I still thought maybe he had heard about her money. He looked at me and smiled.
I thought she was married, he said.
I looked at him with surprise. I see. When did you learn that she was not married?
I only learned it this May, he said. I met the pilot who flew her out of a place in Malaya called Kota Baru. I met him in Julia Creek.
He had moved 1,400 cattle from Midhurst Station to Julia Creek. Jim Lennon and 2 Aboriginal stockmen helped him. The trip was about 300 miles. They went past the Norman River, the Saxby River, and the Flinders River. They left Midhurst at the end of March. They reached the railway at Julia Creek on the 3rd of May. They moved the cattle about 10 miles each day. At the railway yards, they put the cattle into pens. Then they began to load them onto trains. This work took 3 days. During those days, Jim and Joe stayed at the post office hotel in Julia Creek. The weather was very hot. They worked 14 hours each day to load the cattle. When they were not working, they stood in the hotel bar and drank cold light beer. The beer was light and did not cause trouble for men who worked hard and sweated all day. One evening, 2 neat men in uniform came into the bar. They bought drinks for everyone. They were pilots of a Trans-Australia Airlines Dakota plane. The plane had stopped for the night because one engine had an oil problem. Joe Harman stood next to the chief pilot. Joe wore an old green sun hat from the American Army. He had on a cotton shirt with no sleeves, dirty khaki shorts, and boots with no socks. He looked very different from the clean and tidy pilot. But the pilot knew the outback and was used to men like Joe. They began to talk about the war. Soon they found that both of them had been in Malaya. Joe showed the scars on his hands. The pilots looked at them with interest. Joe told them how he had been tied up and beaten. They bought him another drink.
The strangest thing I saw, the chief pilot said after a while, was a group of women and children who never went to a prison camp. They stayed in a Malay village for most of the war. They worked in the rice fields. Joe said quickly, "Where was that in Malaya? I met that group."
The pilot said it was between Kuantan and Kota Baru. When we came back, trucks took them to Kota Baru. Then I flew them to Singapore. They were all English, but they looked like Malays. The women wore local clothes and their skin was very brown.
Joe asked, "Was there a Mrs. Paget with them?"
It was very important for him to know if Jean was alive after the war.
The pilot said there was a Miss Paget. She was a very strong and brave girl. She was their leader.
Joe said, "Mrs. Paget, a girl with dark hair and a baby."
The pilot answered, "Yes, a dark-haired girl. She looked after a small boy about 4 years old, but he was not her child. He was the son of another woman who died. I know this because she was the only woman there who was not married, and she was their leader. Before the war, she worked as a typist in Kuala Lumpur. Her name was Miss Jean Paget."
Joe looked at him in surprise.
"I thought she was married."
"She was not married."
"I know she was not married, because the Japanese soldiers took all the wedding rings," he said. "So it was easy to see who was married. They were all Mrs. Somebody. Only one girl was not married. She was Miss Jean Paget." "That is right," the ringer said slowly. "Her name was Jean."
After a time he left the bar. He went out to the veranda and looked up at the stars. Later he walked towards the stockyards. He found a gate and leaned on it. He stood there for a long time in the night and thought. The next morning, in my flat in London, he told me a little about his thoughts.
"She was a wonderful girl," he said simply. "If I ever marry, it must be with someone like her."
I smiled. "I understand," I said. "That is why you came to England."
"That is right," he answered.
He had ridden back to Midhurst with Jim Lennon and the Aboriginal stockman. The journey took about 10 days. They led 15 pack horses with them. Since February, when they began working with the cattle, he had ridden almost every day for 3 months.
"Then I had to finish the bore," he said. "I promised Mrs. Spears I would do it. I could not leave before it was done. After that, I left. One Wednesday I went to Cairns with John Duffy on the milk run.
Later I learned this was the weekly Dakota Air Mail plane.
From there I went to Brisbane, he said. And from Brisbane I came here.
What about the golden casket? I asked.
He looked a little uncomfortable. I did not tell you everything, he said. I did win the casket, but not this year. I won it in 1946, the year after I came back to Queensland. I won £1,000, like I told you.
I see, I said. You did not spend the money.
He shook his head. I was saving it. Maybe one day I could buy a station of my own. Or make a cattle deal. Something like that.
How much money do you have now? I asked.
There are £500 of our money in the letter of credit, he said. That is all, I think. That is £400 of your money. My pay as manager goes into the bank in Willstown each month, of course.
For a while I sat and smoked without speaking. I felt sorry for him. 6 years ago he had met Jean Paget. Since that time he kept her picture in his mind. He hoped to find a woman like her. When he learned she was not married, he took all his savings. He travelled a long and costly way to England. He wanted to find her. He hoped she was still single. It was a risk, but his life in the outback was always full of risk. Money did not mean much to him if it gave him a chance to marry Jean Paget. It was strange to think that at the same time she was looking for him in Australia. I was not ready to tell him that. I still do not understand why you do not write to Miss Paget, I said at last. You said something about Willstown.
Yes.
There was a short pause. Then he spoke slowly.
I thought a lot after I left you, Mr. Strachan. Maybe I should have thought before I left Midhurst. I told you before, I do not have strange ideas about not marrying a girl with money. If she is the right girl, I am happy if she has money. Any man would be happy about that. But there is more than money.
He stopped again for a moment.
I come from the outback, he said slowly. Working on a cattle station is the only job I know. It is also the place where I feel at home. I cannot live in big cities like Brisbane or Sydney. I could not stay long even in Cairns. There is no work there that I can do well. I did not get much schooling when I was young. We lived far away on a station. I do not say I will never make money. I can run a station better than most workers. I am also good at selling cattle. One day, I hope to own my own station. Some station owners earn £50,000 in their lives. But if I ever earn that much, it will be because I stay in the outback and do the work I know. And I tell you, Mr. Strachan, the outback is not a good place for a woman.
In what way? I asked quietly. Now we were speaking about the real problem. He gave a small, sad smile.
Look at Willstown, he said. There is no local radio station there. We can only listen to shortwave programs from Brisbane. Sometimes we hear them clearly. Sometimes there is only noise.
There is no shop in Willstown where you can buy fresh fruit or vegetables. The sister says many old people get pellagra because of this. There is no fresh milk. There is no dress shop. A woman can only buy clothes at Bill Duncan's store. The store also sells dried peas and Jay's fluid and other simple things. There is no ice cream in Willstown. A woman cannot buy a newspaper, a magazine, or a book. There is no doctor because no doctor wants to come to Willstown. There is no telephone. There is no swimming pool where a girl can sit in a pretty bathing dress. The weather can be very hot there. There are almost no other young women. I do not think there are more than 5 women between 17 and 40 in the whole district. When girls are old enough, they leave home. They go away to the city. If you want to shop in Cairns, you have 2 choices. You can fly, but it costs a lot of money. Or you can drive a jeep for 4 days. After that long drive, the jeep will need new tires. He stopped for a moment.
It is a great place for a man to live and work, he said. You can earn good money there, but it is a bad place for a woman.
I understand, I said. Are all the towns in the outback like that?
Most of them are, he said. The bigger towns are better, like the Curry. But Camooweal and Normanton and Burketown and Croydon and Georgetown are all the same as Willstown.
He was quiet for a short time.
There is only one good town for a woman, he said. Alice Springs. Alice is a very good place. A girl has everything there. There are 2 cinemas. There are shops for everything. You can buy fruit, ice cream, and fresh milk. There is Eddie McLean's swimming pool. There are many girls and young married women. The houses are nice. Alice is a very good town. But it is the only one.
Why is that? I asked. What makes Alice different from the others?
He scratched his head. I do not know, he said. It has just grown bigger, I think.
I did not follow that idea. What you mean is this, I said. If Miss Paget marries you, she may not be happy in Willstown.
He nodded. Yes, he said. There was pain in his eyes. Everything felt different when I met her in Malaya. She was a prisoner. She had nothing. I had nothing too. So we were the same. When I learned she might not be married, I hurried to come here. I did not think about the outback. Or maybe I thought she would be fine there because she had nothing. Do you understand?
He looked at me and waited.
Then I came to England. I saw Southampton and how people live there. The town is damaged, but people still live in a certain way. I also went to London. I went to Colwyn Bay too. Then you told me she had money. I started to think about her life. I thought about what she is used to. She would not have those things in Willstown. Then I felt I moved too fast. I have never seen it work well when a girl comes straight from England to the outback. If she has her own money, it is even harder. He stopped for a moment and smiled at me. So I went out and drank, he said.
After hearing all this, I felt he had acted in a sensible way. But it was sad that it cost him £70. Listen, Joe, I said. We need to think carefully about this. I think I must write to Miss Paget and tell her I met you. She believes you are dead.
He looked at me with wide eyes. You knew about me? He asked.
Not much, I said. I know you stole chickens for her. The Japanese soldiers caught you and tied you up. They hurt you. She thought you died.
I almost did die, he said with a grin. She told you that?
I nodded.
It has been very hard for her, I said quietly. You do not want her to stay so sad, do you? She thinks it was her fault.
It was not her fault, he said slowly. She told me not to take the risk, but I did it anyway. It was not her fault.
I think you should write to her, I said again.
We were silent for a long time.
I do not know what I would say to her, he said quietly.
There was no reason to talk about it again and again. I stood up.
Listen, Joe, I said. Think about it for some time. When do you need to go back to Australia?
I must be back at the station by the end of October, he said. I must be fair to Mrs. Spears. I do not want to treat her badly.
That means you have 2.5 months, I said. How much did your plane ticket cost?
£325, he answered.
And you still have £500 on your letter of credit?
Yes, that is right.
Do you want to fly back, or do you want to travel by ship? I can ask about ship tickets for you. I think it will cost about £80 on a slow cargo ship. But you must leave soon. In about 2 weeks.
There is not much reason for me to stay here, he said tiredly. Is there any chance she will come back to England?
I am afraid not in that time.
Then I will go back by ship, he said. I will save the rest of my money.
I think that is a good idea, I said. I will ask my office to find a ship for you. Until then, why do you not stay here with me? You can use the spare room. It will cost you less than the hotel.
Wouldn't I be in your way? Not at all, I said. I am out most of the day. I would be happy if you stay here.
He agreed.
I asked him what he most wanted to see in England during his short visit.
He wanted to see No. 19, Acacia Road in Hammersmith. His father was born there. He also wanted to see a live show of Much Binding in the Marsh. He listened to it on the radio in Brisbane when the sound was clear. They have a very good radio at Alice, he said in a soft voice. There is a local station in the town. He wanted to see as many good horses and good cattle as he could. He was also interested in saddles. But he said he did not think England could teach them much about that.
It was easy to send him to Hammersmith. That afternoon, I put him on a bus. Then I went back to my office to do my work. I had many things to think about that day. Jean Paget could choose for herself if she wanted to marry this man. It was her life. She might decide to marry him. Some people might question this match. But Joe Harman had many strong qualities. He worked hard. He was careful with money, except for the big cost of flying so far to find the woman he loved. He would probably do well in life. He was also kind. He would be a good husband. There was another thing to think about. Jean Paget had family from Australia, even if she did not know much about it. She never spoke to me about her grandfather, James McFadden. Maybe she did not think about him often. But he was the first person who made the money she now had. It seemed he made this money in Australia. Later he returned to England. He died after a riding accident in Yorkshire. I thought it would be interesting to learn more about James McFadden. Did he earn his money on a cattle station far out in the country? Was he like Joe Harman? That afternoon, I asked my secretary to bring me the McFadden box. After my last client left, I looked through old papers and wills. I found only one useful detail. It was in the will of James McFadden, dated September 18, 1903. It began, I, James Nelson McFadden of Lowdale Manor, Kirkby Moorside, in the county of Yorkshire, and of Halls Creek in Western Australia, cancel all earlier wills. At that time, I knew nothing about Halls Creek. But I wrote down the name so I could study it later. That was all I found. That afternoon, I called Marcus Fernie at his office at the BBC. I asked if I could get a ticket for Much Binding in the Marsh. There was a lot of demand for tickets. So I had to explain who Joe Harman was. Marcus quickly said that Harman should speak on the programme in town tonight. I said I would ask him. Marcus promised to send the ticket. Then I telephoned Sir Dennis Frampton. He has a group of fine Hereford cattle near Taunton. I told him about Joe Harman. He kindly invited Joe to stay for 2 nights. I reached my flat at about 7 o'clock. I had planned to have dinner there. Joe Harman was already inside. He had been to the bank and to his hotel. He had brought his suitcase to my spare room. I asked if he had found his father's house in Hammersmith.
I found it, he said. Oh yes, I did.
Was it very bad? I asked.
He smiled. That is a soft way to say it. We have poor areas in Australia. But nothing like that. My dad did well when he left that place and went to Queensland.
I offered him a glass of sherry. He said he would rather have a beer. So I brought him a bottle. When did your father leave England? I asked.
In 1904, he said. He went to work for Cobb and Company. They drove stage coaches before cars came. He was about 15 years old then. He fought in the First World War with the Australian soldiers at Gallipoli.
Is he still alive? I asked.
No, he said. He died in 1940. It was soon after I joined the army. He stopped speaking for a moment. Mother is still alive. She lives with my sister Amy at the Curry.
Tell me, I said, do you know a place called Halls Creek?
Is that the place where they found gold? Near Wyndham in Western Australia.
Yes, that is the place, I said. Are there gold mines there?
I do not think they work there now, he said. In the 1890s there was a lot of gold there. It was like Queensland and the Gulf country. I have never been to Halls Creek, but I think it is like Croydon. There was a lot of gold in Croydon. It lasted about 10 years. Then they had to dig very deep, and it was not worth the money. People say Croydon had 30,000 people once. Now it has only 200. It is the same at Normanton and Burketown. Willstown is the same. They were all gold towns in the past.
You never heard of a man called McFadden in Halls Creek? He shook his head.
I do not know that name.
I told him I was buying a ticket for Much Binding in the Marsh. They wanted him to speak on the radio on Saturday night. He agreed, but he felt a little shy about it. When the time came, I listened to the program. He spoke very well. The announcer helped him and asked good questions. Harman talked for about 6 or 7 minutes. He spoke about Midhurst Cattle Station and the land near the Gulf of Carpentaria. He called it the Gulf Country. The next day Marcus Fernie telephoned me. He said the program went very well.
I wish we could have more men like him, he said. It is different when you hear a real man from that life.
On Sunday I took him to the train. He went to Taunton to see Sir Dennis Frampton's cows. He did not have much time. A ship was leaving on Friday morning for New Zealand and Australia. It belonged to the Shaw-Saville line. I had found him a cheap place to sleep on the ship. He came back on Wednesday. He was excited about what he had seen.
He has a wonderful herd, he said. I learned more in 2 days than I would learn in 10 years in the Gulf country. Of course, we cannot do the same things at Midhurst, but now I have many new ideas.
You mean about breeding? I asked.
In the Gulf we do not breed for quality, he said. Not like you do here in England. We go out and shoot the wild bulls. That way only the better ones stay to breed. I would like to see a herd of purebred cattle there, like his. I have never seen such animals outside a show.
After dinner I spoke to him about Miss Paget. I will write to her in a day or 2 and give her your address, I said. I know she will be sorry she did not see you. I think you will find a letter from her waiting at Midhurst. I am sure of it. I will send my letter by air mail. She will answer you by air mail too. His face became brighter when I said this.
I will not write to her from here, he said. If you are writing to her, I will wait. I will write after I get her letter. In a way, I am glad I did not meet her here. Maybe everything is happening in the right way.
I almost told him that she was in Australia. But I stopped myself. The day before Joe Harman came to see me, I had written to her in Alice Springs. She usually wrote to me once every week. So I expected a letter from her very soon. If I needed to, I could send her a telegram with his address. Then she would not leave Australia without seeing him. But I did not think it was right to tell him everything now. I went to the docks to say goodbye to him 2 days later, just as I had done for Jean Paget some months before. When I turned to leave the ship, he spoke in a rough voice.
Thank you for doing so much for me, Mr. Strachan. I will write to you from Midhurst.
He shook my hand very hard. His hand was still hurt, and the grip made me feel pain. I started to walk down the gangway. That is all right, Joe. You will find a letter from Miss Paget when you get home. You may even find something more. I said that because I had a letter from her in my pocket. It came in the post that day. The letter was sent from Willstown. Chapter 6. When Jean Paget came down from the Constellation at Darwin Airport, she felt very happy. Her happiness was strong and sudden. I believe she had never fully felt well inside since the war. After the war, she went to England. She worked for Pack and Levi for about 2 years. She did her job well. But she worked like an older woman. She was alive, but she did not enjoy life very much. Deep in her mind, she still remembered the terrible events at Kuantan. Those memories took away her youth. Once she told me she felt about 70 years old. She was only telling the truth. The plane landed at about 8:15 in the evening. It was already dark. Qantas had booked a room for her at the Darwin Hotel. She stepped onto the hard ground of the airport. Airport workers led the passengers to the customs office inside a large building. At the bottom of the steps, 3 young men watched her closely. At first, she thought they worked at the airport. Later she learned they were newspaper reporters. They worked for different Australian newspapers. Their job was to meet every plane that arrived in Darwin. They hoped to find someone important, like the Prime Minister, or someone very unusual. Most days they found nothing interesting. As soon as she finished at customs, one of the young men came to her. There was no big news on this flight, but a happy young woman was at least something small to write about. He spoke to her politely.
Miss Paget, the stewardess told me you are leaving the plane here and staying at the Darwin Hotel. Can I drive you into town? My name is Stuart Hopkinson. I work for the Sydney Monitor.
She smiled at him. That is very kind of you, Mr. Hopkinson. But I do not want to cause you trouble.
I am staying at the same hotel, he said.
He had a small car parked outside. He carried her suitcase and put it in the back. Then they got into the car. As they drove, they talked about the plane and the trip from Singapore. After some time, they passed the old buildings of Vestey's Meat Works. He looked at her.
You are English, aren't you, Miss Paget?
She said yes.
Would you like to tell me why you are visiting Australia? He asked.
She laughed softly. Not really, Mr. Hopkinson. It is only something personal. It is not a news story. Do I get out here and walk from this point?
You do not have to do that, he said.
It was only an idea. I have not written a story for a week.
Would it help if I said I think Darwin is wonderful? London typist thinks Darwin is wonderful.
We cannot write about London here, not in the Monitor. Are you a typist?
She nodded. I came here to get married.
I do not think so. He gave a small sigh. I am afraid you are not very useful for my story.
Tell me, Mr. Hopkinson, she said, how do the buses go from here to Alice Springs? I want to go there. I do not have much money, so I want to travel by bus. That is possible, isn't it?
Yes, he said. A bus left this morning. Now you must wait until Monday. They do not run at the weekend. How long is the trip? It takes 2 days. You leave on Monday. You stop at Daly Waters on Monday night. You arrive late on Tuesday. It is not a bad trip, but it can be very hot. He left her at the hotel and carried her bag inside. The place was very full, but she was lucky. She got a room for herself. The room had a balcony that looked over the harbour. Darwin was very hot. The air was wet and heavy. She began to sweat even when she moved a little. This was not new for her because she knew the tropics. She locked the door and took off her clothes. Then she had a shower. She washed some clothes in the basin. After that, she lay on the bed with only a light sheet and went to sleep. She woke early the next morning. The air was cool before sunrise. She stayed in bed and thought about her situation. She had to find Joe Harman and speak to him. That was very important to her. But her talk with Mr. Hopkinson made her worried. She saw that there could be problems. The young reporters were friendly, but their job was to find news for the paper. She did not want her name in the newspaper. If people knew her real reason for coming, it would be big news. A headline could say, "Girl flies from Britain to find soldier punished for her." It would be easier if she were a man, but she was not. So she began to make a story about herself. At last she chose a simple plan. She would say she was going to Adelaide. Her sister lived there. Her sister was married to a man named Holmes. He worked in the post office. She was going by way of Darwin and Alice Springs. There was a second cousin named Joe Harman. He was working near Alice Springs. He had not written to his family for 9 years. Her uncle wanted to know if he was still alive. From Alice Springs, she would take a train to Adelaide. There was only one weak part in the story. It did not explain why she came to Darwin by plane. but there was no other way to reach Darwin. As she lay on her bed and thought about it, the story seemed safe. Later she went downstairs for breakfast. She decided to test the story on Stuart Hopkinson. That morning he showed her the way to the bus booking office. During their talk, she told him parts of her story. She did not say it all at once. She gave him small pieces over about half an hour. The reporter from the Sydney Monitor believed everything. He did not ask questions. She felt a little ashamed. After that, he took her to a milk bar and bought her a Coca-Cola.
Joe Harman, he said. What was he doing near Alice 9 years ago?
She slowly drank from her straw.
He was a cowboy on a cattle farm, she said in a simple voice.
A stockman, he asked. Do you remember the name of the station?
Woollahra, she said. That is the name. Woollahra. It is near Alice Springs, isn't it?
I am not sure, he said. I will try to find out.
After lunch, he came back with Hal Porter from the Adelaide Herald.
Woollahra is very far from Alice Springs, Mr. Porter said. The house is almost 120 miles away. Do you mean Tommy Duveen Station?
I think so, she said. Is there a bus from Alice Springs?
There is no bus, he answered. You can only go there by truck or utility.
Hopkinson said, it is on one of Eddie McLean's routes, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is, Porter said.
Then he looked at Jean.
McLean Airways flies to most of those stations once a week. They bring the mail. You may be able to go there by plane. That is the easiest way.
Jean had learned about reporters from films. In the films, they were often hard and rude. She was surprised to see that these men were kind and polite. They wanted to help her. She thanked them warmly. Later, they took her for a drive around Darwin. She looked at the beautiful white beaches. The sea was bright blue.
It is wonderful, she said. Maybe we can go swimming.
There are one or two problems, Mr. Porter said. One problem is sharks. They can be dangerous if you swim too far. Another problem is the large river animals nearby. There is also a fish that looks like a stone. If you step on it, it can hurt you badly. And there are some sea creatures that can sting. But the thing I really do not like is coral ear.
What is that? She asked.
It is a kind of illness, he said. It can happen if fine coral sand gets inside your ear.
After this, Jean decided not to swim in Darwin. However, she did go swimming on Sunday. They drove about 40 miles south on the only road. They went to a place called Berry Springs. It was a deep waterhole in a river. The water was clear and good for swimming. When she came out wearing her two-piece swimsuit, the reporters looked at her with interest. In Kuala Telang, she had worn native clothes for many weeks. The sun had made her skin brown in unusual places. This was her first mistake. For the first time, the men began to wonder about her. They felt she was hiding an important story. They only needed to find a way to make her tell it.
Joe Harman, Hal Porter said thoughtfully to Stuart Hopkinson. I am sure I have heard that name before, but I cannot remember where.
As they drove back from the beach, the two reporters spoke to Jean about Darwin. What they said did not sound hopeful.
Everything that happens here goes wrong, Hal Porter said. The meat factory has been closed for years because of problems with workers. There were many strikes, so it had to close. The railway was meant to go south to Alice Springs and then join the line to Adelaide. It was supposed to cross the country from north to south. That could have been useful, but the line only reached Burdham and then stopped. No one really knows what it does now. This road has almost taken all the work away from the railway, if it ever had much work. There was once an ice factory here, but that is closed too.
He was quiet for a moment.
Everywhere around here you can see old buildings from plans that failed.
Why is that? Jean asked. It is not a bad place. It has a wonderful harbour.
Yes, it does, he answered. It should be a big port, like Singapore. It is the only large town on the north coast. I do not know what the trouble is. Maybe I have stayed here too long. This place makes me feel uneasy.
Stuart Hopkinson smiled in a dry way.
It has a sickness of the outback, he said. You will see this in many places in Australia, especially in the north.
Is Alice Springs like this? Jean asked.
It sounded very different from the bright stories Joe Harman had told her 6 years ago.
Alice is different, Hopkinson said. Alice is fine.
Why is it different? She asked.
I am not really sure, he said. It is the end of the railway line, and cattle are sent from there down to Adelaide. That is one reason. But Alice is active. Many things happen there. I wish the Monitor would send me there instead of here.
That night she said goodbye to the two men. Early the next morning, at dawn, she left on a bus for Alice Springs. The bus was large and modern. It pulled a trailer with goods and luggage. Inside, it was comfortable, but there was no air conditioning. It moved along the wide, empty road at 50 miles an hour for many hours. The drivers had once worked in the Navy. Up to Catherine, where they stopped for lunch, the land had many small eucalyptus trees. Jean learned that people called these trees gums. Between the trees were open fields of wild land. No one used this land, and no animals grazed there. She spoke about the country with another passenger. He was a bank inspector traveling to Tennant's Creek. He told her that this coastal land was not good for farming. He explained the reason, but she did not fully understand it. After Catherine, the land slowly became drier. The trees grew farther apart and looked dry and tired. By evening they were driving through land that was almost desert. At dusk they stopped for the night at a place called Daly Waters. Jean learned that Daly Waters had a hotel, a post office, and a large airfield. There was nothing else there. The hotel was a long group of wooden huts. There were separate sleeping huts for men and for women. It looked strange to Jean, but it was comfortable enough. Before dinner she went outside in the evening light and looked around. In front of the hotel 3 young men were sitting low on their heels. One leg was stretched out in front of each of them, in the same way Joe Harman used to sit. They wore riding trousers and short boots with thin soles. They were playing cards on the ground and were very focused on their game. She understood that these were the first ringers she had ever seen. She looked at them with interest. Joe Harman must have looked like this before he joined the army. For a moment, she wanted to go to one of them and ask about him. But she stopped herself. The bus left at dawn the next day. It drove south along the hard road. They passed Milner's Lagoon and Newcastle Waters. They went by Muckety Bore and then to Tennant Creek. As they travelled, there were fewer plants around them. The sun became hotter and hotter. When they stopped at Tennant Creek to eat and rest, the land was only sand. After an hour, they started again. The bus moved fast along the very hot road. They passed small places with only 2 or 3 houses. These places had names like Warhope, Barrow Creek, and Aileron. In the evening, they drove toward the MacDonnell Ranges. The hills were red and bare under the light blue sky. At dusk, they arrived slowly in Alice Springs. They stopped at the Talbot Arms Hotel. Jean went inside and got a room with a balcony. The hotel had only 1 floor. It was like most buildings in Alice Springs. They had tea soon after they arrived. She had learned that in country hotels in Australia, you must be on time for meals. If you are late, you get nothing. After tea, she changed her dress. Then she went out to walk in the town. She moved slowly along the wide streets and looked around. The town was just as Joe Harman had told her. It was a pleasant place with many young people. Even though the weather was hot and the houses were low and simple, the town felt a little like an English suburb. This made her feel at home. Each house stood in a small garden. The gardens had fences or hedges for privacy. The streets were planned like English streets. There were trees along the sides to give shade. If she closed her eyes and forgot the red hills, she could almost believe she was a child again in Bassett. Now she understood why people said Alice was a wonderful place. She felt she could build a happy life here. She could live in one of these houses. Perhaps she could have 2 or 3 children. Later, she walked back to the main street. She looked at the shops as she went. It was true that the town had everything a normal girl might want. There was a hair salon. There were 1 or 2 good dress shops. There were 2 cinemas. At about 9 o'clock she went into the milk bar. She bought an ice cream soda. She thought that if this was the outback, it was not such a bad place. The next morning, after breakfast, she went to the hotel office. There she found the manageress, Mrs. Driver.
I want to try to find my second cousin. He has not written home for 10 years.
She explained that she was traveling from London to Adelaide to stay with her sister.
I told my uncle I would come this way, she said. I would stop in Alice Springs and try to learn something about Joe.
Mrs. Driver looked interested.
What is his name?
Joe Harman.
Joe Harman. Did he work at Wallara?
Yes, that is right, Jean said. Do you know if he is still there?
He used to come here after the war, she said. He stayed in town for about 6 months. I came here during the war, so I do not know about before that time. He was a prisoner of the Japanese. They treated him very badly. He came back with scars on his hands. They pushed nails through them.
Jean looked shocked.
Do you know where he is now?
I am not sure, Mrs. Driver said. Maybe one of the men in town knows.
Old Art Foster was the hotel handyman. He had lived in Alice Springs for 30 years.
Joe Harman? He went back to Queensland, where he came from. He worked at Wallara for about 6 months after the war. Then he got a job as a station manager in the Gulf country.
Do you know his address?
I do not, he answered. Tommy Duveen at Wallara would know.
Does he come into town often?
Yes, the old man said. He was here on Friday. He comes every 3 or 4 weeks.
Jean spoke in a calm voice.
I think Joe Harman took his family with him to Queensland, she said. They are not still living here, are they?
I never heard that Joe Harman had a family, he said. He was not married, as far as I know.
She felt uncomfortable.
My uncle in England thinks he is married, she said.
I never heard about a wife, the old man answered.
Jean was quiet for a short time. Then she turned to Mrs. Driver.
Is there a telephone at Wallara? If Mr. Duveen knows the address, I would like to call him.
There is no telephone there, Mrs. Driver said. But they speak on the radio every morning and evening. The Flying Doctor service runs a big radio system from the hospital. Every morning and evening, a man at the hospital calls many stations. He sends messages and checks that everyone is well. The station wife answers from the other side. Mrs. Duveen will be on the radio tonight. Her sister Amy is in the hospital here to have a baby. Edith will want to know if the baby has arrived. If you write a telegram and take it to Mr. Taylor at the hospital, he will send it to them tonight.
Jean went back to her room. She wrote a short telegram. Then she took it to the hospital. Mr. Taylor agreed to send it to Wallara that evening. Come back at about 8 o'clock, he said. I may have the answer then if they know the address now. If they must search for it, they will probably send it tomorrow morning. Jean was free for the rest of the day. She went back to the milk bar and bought another ice cream. There she met a girl named Rose Sawyer. Miss Sawyer was about 18 years old. She had a small Aberdeen Terrier on a lead. In the afternoon she worked in a dress shop. Rose was very interested when she heard that Jean was from England. They talked about England for some time.
How do you like Alice? She asked.
Her voice had a little joking scorn.
I like it, Jean said honestly. I have seen many worse places. I think you can have a good time here.
Well, I like it, the girl said. We lived in Newcastle before. Then Daddy became the bank manager here. We all thought it would be terrible. My friends said these far places were very bad. I thought I could not live here. But we have been here 15 months now. It is not so bad.
Alice is better than most towns like this, isn't it? Jean asked.
That is what people say, Rose answered. I have not seen the other towns. And many things are new here. They say these shops were not here before the war.
Jean learned some history about the town. She was surprised that it had grown so fast. In 1928 there were only 3 houses and a pub. That was the year the railway came from Oodnadatta. Around 1930 the flying doctor service began. Small hospitals were built in the areas around the town. Many of the nurses married quickly. Jean learned that many old local families began with those nurses. By 1939 about 300 people lived there. During the war the town became an army base. After the war the number of people grew to about 750 in 1945. When Jean was there, about 1,200 people lived in the town.
New houses and shops are going up everywhere, Miss Sawyer said. People are coming here all the time now.
She asked Jean to go swimming in the late afternoon.
Mrs. McLean has a lovely swimming pool near the aerodrome, she said. I will call her and ask if you can come with us.
At 5 o'clock she came to get Jean. Jean went with her to the swimming party at the pool. They sat in the warm evening sun. They looked at the long dry shape of Mount Ertwa. Slowly Jean began to feel part of the social life of Alice Springs. Most of the girls and married women were under 30 years old. They were kind and friendly people. They were well educated and very eager to hear news about England. Some of them spoke about England as home. None of them had ever been there. Each woman hoped that one day she would travel home for a visit. By the end of the evening Jean felt humble. These pleasant people knew a lot about her country. She knew very little about theirs. After tea, she walked down to the hospital in the cool night air. Mrs. Duveen could not remember Joe Harman's address at once, but she said he was managing a station somewhere near the Gulf. She promised to ask her husband and send a message in the morning radio call. That night Jean thought a lot about what she would do when she got the address. Now she knew her first fears were not true. Joe Harman had healed well after his injuries. He was strong enough to continue his work in the outback. She felt surprised that he could recover so well. But he was a strong man. There was no real need for her to find him now. Still, she felt she could not leave Australia without seeing him again. Too much had happened between them. She was not afraid of feeling embarrassed when she met him. She believed she could speak to him openly. She would tell him she heard he was alive. She would say she only wanted to see that he was truly well. If something more happened after that, she would accept it. With that thought, she fell asleep with a small smile. In the morning, after the radio call, she went to the hospital. There she learned that Joe Harman was the manager of Midhurst Station near Willstown. She had never heard the name Willstown before. Mr. Taylor kindly took out a map of Australia. The map showed radio stations and air routes in the outback. He pointed to Willstown at the mouth of the Gilbert River on the Gulf of Carpentaria.
What kind of place is it? She asked. Is it like this town?
He laughed.
It is very rough country, he said.
He looked again at the map.
It has an airstrip. I do not think it has much more. I have never been there. I do not know anyone who has.
I am going there, she said. I have come all this way. I must see Joe Harman.
Life there may be hard, he said. It will not be comfortable.
Is there a hotel? She asked.
Yes, there will be a hotel, he said. People need a place to stay and to drink.
She left the hospital and walked slowly to the milk bar. She ordered an ice cream soda. While she waited, she thought it might be a long time before she had another one. After she finished her soda, she walked a short way up the street. She went into a shop that sold magazines and books. There she bought a map of Australia, a bus timetable, and a plane timetable. Then she returned to the milk bar. She ordered another ice cream soda and began to read the papers she had bought. After some time, Rose Sawyer came into the milk bar with her dog.
Jean said, I have found where Joe Harman lives. Now I must find how to get there. There is no bus going that way.
They looked at the timetables together.
It is much easier to fly, Rose said. That is how most people travel now. It costs more money. But if you travel by land, you pay for many meals and hotels. In the end, it may cost the same. You should take the McLean plane to Cloncurry next Monday.
This meant she had to stay a few more days in Alice Springs. But it seemed the best plan.
You can stay with us, Rose said. Daddy and Mummy will be happy to have someone from England. The hotel is not very nice, is it? I have never been inside.
It smells a lot of beer, Jean said. She knew that women in Australia did not go into bars. I would like to stay with you, if it is not trouble.
We will be very happy to have you, Rose said. It is rare to meet someone from England.
They walked to the Sawyers' house. On the way, they met Mrs. McLean. She had fair hair and looked young. She was pushing a baby in a pram. They stopped to talk.
Jean said, I am going to Willstown in the Gulf country to see Joe Harman. Can I have a seat on your plane on Monday to Cloncurry?
I think you can, Mrs. McLean said. I am going to the office now. I will tell them to write your name down for Monday. Shall I ask them to book your trip from Cloncurry to Willstown? I think there is a direct flight from Cloncurry. They will check and book it for you if you like.
That is very kind of you, Jean said. Yes, please book it.
All right. Are you coming to the pool this evening?
Yes, please.
Then the girls went on to the Sawyer house. It was a pleasant one-floor house. A climbing rose grew over the wall. There was a small garden with English flowers. A sprinkler was watering the green grass. Mrs. Sawyer had grey hair and a practical manner. She welcomed Jean warmly.
It is much better for you to stay here than in that hotel, she said. It will be nice to have you, Miss Paget. Rose told us about you yesterday. It is good to meet someone from home.
Jean went back to the hotel to pack her suitcase. On the way, she stopped at the post office. She sat for 15 minutes with a pencil in her mouth. She tried to write a telegram to Joe Harman. She wanted to tell him she was coming. At last she wrote,
I heard about your recovery from Kuantan some time ago. I am very happy about it. I am in Australia now. I am coming to Willstown to see you next week. Jean Paget.
She went by taxi to the Sawyers' house with her suitcase. She began to live with them. She stayed there for 4 days with these kind people. On the 3rd day, she felt very bad about hiding the truth. She told Rose and Mrs. Sawyer what happened in Malaya. She also told them why she was looking for Joe Harman. She asked them not to tell anyone. She was very afraid the story would appear in the newspapers. They promised to keep it secret, but they asked her to tell the story again to Mr. Sawyer when he came home from work. That evening, Mr. Sawyer spoke to her for a long time. He said many things that made her think. Joe Harman may have a good chance there, he said. The Gulf country is not very important now. But he is young, and life can change fast in Australia. This town was nothing 20 years ago. Now look at it. The Gulf has one good thing. It has rain. Here we get 6 or 7 inches of rain in a year. That is only a quarter of the rain in London. Where Joe Harman is, they probably get 30 inches. That is more than England. In time, that can make a big difference. He smoked his pipe for a moment. But there is a problem, he said. The rain comes in only 2 months. Then the water runs into the sea. It does not fall slowly through the year like in England. Last year I met a man from England. He told me that in your country, the water would also run into the sea. But you have small dams on the rivers. There is one every few miles. Australia does not have many of these yet. We do not save enough water on the farms. People are starting to do it, but not much. During her days with the Sawyers, Jean heard a lot about Rose's love life. It was not very serious yet. Rose mostly talked about a man named Billy Wakeling. He built roads when he could find work.
He did very well in the war, Rose told Jean. He was a captain at 23. But he is not like your Joe Harman. He has not suffered for me.
Jean lifted her head.
I am not in love with Joe Harman, she said. I only want to know he is safe and well.
Rose was still trying to find a job she liked.
I like working in a shop, she said. I could never learn shorthand like you. I think a shop is nice. But I am not sure about a dress shop. I can only see what looks good when a person wears it. So I do not think I can design dresses. I would like to run a milk bar. That is what I really want. I think it must be great fun to run a milk bar.
Jean went to see Mr. Sawyer at the bank. She spoke to him about her money. She asked him to send any money for her to Willstown after she left. On Monday morning, she left Alice Springs. She felt sad to go. The Sawyers and the McLeans were also sorry to see her leave. She flew all day in a small plane called a Dragonfly. It was an interesting day for her. The plane did not fly straight to Cloncurry. It moved from side to side across the dry land of Central Australia. It stopped at cattle stations to leave small bags of mail. It also picked up stockmen and travellers. Later it left them at other stations, about 100 or 150 miles away. They landed 8 or 10 times that day. They stopped at places like Amaroo, Hatches Creek, Kurundi, and Rockhampton Downs. At each station they got out of the plane. They drank tea and talked with the station manager or the owner. Then they climbed back into the plane and flew on. By evening Jean Paget knew very well what a cattle station house looked like. She also began to understand how people lived and worked there. They reached Cloncurry at dusk. It was a fairly large town. A railway line ran from there to the sea at Townsville in the east. Now she was in Queensland. For the first time she heard the slow way people spoke there. It reminded her at once of Joe Harman. Someone drove her into town in an old open car. She was taken to the post office hotel. She got a bedroom, but the evening meal was already finished. She had to walk down the wide, dusty main street to a cafe for food. Cloncurry was not bright and clean like Alice Springs. It smelled of cattle. The streets were wide so herds could walk through them to the stockyards. There were many hotels and only a few shops. All the houses were made of wood with red iron roofs. The hotels had 2 floors. Most of the other buildings were small, single houses. She had to stay there for 1 day. The plane to Normanton and Willstown only flew once a week, on Wednesday. After breakfast she went out while the air was still cool. She walked up the long main street for half a mile to one end of the town. Then she walked back down to the other end. After that she looked at the railway station. She also went to see the aerodrome. There was nothing else to see in Cloncurry. She went into a shop that sold toys and newspapers. There were no newspapers left. Only a few dressmaking magazines remained. As the day grew hotter, she returned to the hotel. The hotel manageress lent her a copy of the Australian Women's Weekly. Jean took it to her room. She took off most of her clothes because of the heat. Then she lay on the bed and rested during the hottest part of the day. Many other people in Cloncurry were doing the same thing. Shortly before the evening meal she felt better. She had a shower. Then she went to the cafe and drank an ice cream soda. Later she ate a heavy meal of roast beef and plum pudding. In Queensland people call this meal tea. After eating, she felt very full and sleepy. She sat for a while in a deck chair on the veranda in the evening light. At about 8 o'clock she went to bed again. She was woken before dawn. At first light she was at the aerodrome. This time the plane was an older Dragon. It stopped again at cattle stations, just like before. They landed at places such as Canobi, Wandoola, and Milgarra. Around midday, after 4 or 5 stops, they reached the sea. The coast looked empty and marshy. Soon after that they landed at Normanton. Half an hour later they were in the air again, flying to Constance Down Station. There they had tea and talked with the manager's wife. Then they took off for the last part of the journey to Willstown. They arrived there in the middle of the afternoon. As the plane turned in the air, Jean looked down at the town. The land had many gum trees and was fairly green. The Gilbert River flowed into the sea about 3 miles below the town. There was deep water in the river as far as Willstown and even farther. She saw a wooden jetty by the river. The water stretched inland until it disappeared in the hot air. All the other riverbeds looked dry. The town had about 30 buildings. They were spread far apart along 2 very wide crossing streets. The streets were not paved. Only one building had 2 floors. She later learned it was the hotel. From the town, dirt tracks led out into the countryside in different directions. That was all she could see of Willstown. There was also a large aerodrome built during the war. It had 3 huge runways covered with hard surface. Each runway was a mile long. They landed on a very large runway. The plane moved slowly to a truck at the crossing of 2 runways. The truck carried 2 barrels of petrol and a pump for fuel. The pilot walked down the cabin and spoke to Jean.
"Are you getting off here, Miss Paget?" he asked. "Is someone meeting you?"
She shook her head.
I want to see a man who lives near here, she said. He works on one of the stations. I think I must go to the hotel first.
"Who is the man?" he asked. "Al Burns is here with the truck. He knows everyone in this area."
Oh, that is good, she said. I want to see Mr. Joe Harman. He is the manager of Midhurst Station.
They got out of the plane together.
"Morning, Al," the pilot said. "She needs about 40 gallons. I will check the oil soon. Is Joe Harman in town?"
Joe Harman, the man in the truck said.
He was thin and had dark hair. He looked about 40 years old.
Joe Harman is in England. He went there for a holiday.
Jean blinked and tried to think clearly. She was ready to hear that Harman was away on his land. She also thought he might be in Cairns or Townsville. But England was very far away. For a moment she could not believe it. Then she almost laughed. She saw the men looking at her with interest.
I sent him a telegram to say I was coming, she said. I think he did not get it.
He could not get it, Al Burns said slowly. When did you send it?
4 or 5 days ago, she said. I sent it from Alice Springs.
No, he would not get that, Al said. Jim Lennon at Midhurst Station may have it.
"Is that true?" the pilot asked. "He really went to England?"
He left about a month ago, the man said. Jim Lennon said he will come back near the end of October.
The pilot looked at Jean.
"What will you do, Miss Paget?" he asked. "Do you want to stay here? It is a very small place."
She bit her lip and thought.
When are you leaving? She asked. Are you going back to Cloncurry?
"Yes," he said. "We fly to Normanton tonight and stay there. Tomorrow morning we go back to Cloncurry. I am going into town now while Al fills the plane. We leave in about 30 minutes.
Cloncurry was the last place she wanted to see again.
I must think about this, she said.
I will have to stay in Australia until I see Joe Harman. Cairns is a nice place to stay, isn't it?
Oh, Cairns is a very good town, he said. Townsville is good too. If you must wait 6 or 8 weeks, you do not want to wait here, Miss Paget.
How can I get to Cairns? She asked.
Well, he said, you can come back with me to Cloncurry. From there you can take a train to Townsville and then go up to Cairns. I am not sure how long the train takes. It is between 600 and 700 miles. Or you can stay here until next Wednesday and fly straight to Cairns in the Dakota. The flight takes about 2.5 hours.
How long does the train take from Cloncurry to Cairns? She asked.
I am not sure, he said. I do not think the train goes every day from Townsville to Cairns. But I am not certain. You should plan for 3 days.
He paused.
The best way is to fly from Cloncurry to Townsville and then fly to Cairns.
I see, she said.
Flying such long distances cost a lot of money. But 3 days on a hot country train sounded very hard.
It is much cheaper to stay here and take the Dakota next week, isn't it?
Oh yes, the pilot said. From here to Cairns it costs £10 and 15 shillings. If you fly back to Cloncurry and then to Townsville and Cairns, it costs about £30.
I think the hotel here is cheap, she asked.
About 12 shillings and sixpence a day, he said.
Then he turned to the Shell agent who was filling the plane with fuel.
Oh, how much does Mrs. Connor charge?
10 and 6, the man answered.
Jean quickly counted the money in her head. If she stayed here and waited 1 week for the Dakota, she would save £16.
I will stay here, she said. It is much cheaper than going back with you. I will stay and see Jim Lennon. Then I will wait for the Dakota next week.
You know what it will be like, Miss Paget, he said.
Like the post office hotel at Cloncurry, she asked.
It is more simple than that. The toilet is outside in the yard.
She laughed.
Will I need to lock my door and take a gun to bed?
He looked a little surprised.
Oh, it is a respectable place. But it is very simple, you know.
I think I will be all right.
Just then another truck arrived. It was a lorry with 2 men inside. They looked at Jean with interest. The pilot put her suitcase in the back. The driver helped her climb into the seat next to him. It felt good to leave the strong sun and sit in the shade.
Are you staying in Willstown? The driver asked.
I wanted to see Joe Harman, but they say he is away, she replied. I will stay here until next week if Mrs. Connor has a room for me. Then I will go to Cairns in the Dakota.
He looked at her with interest.
Joe Harman has gone to England. You are English, aren't you?
The truck started to move along the wide runway.
Yes, that is right, she said.
He smiled warmly.
My mother and father both came from England, he said. My father was born in Lewisham. That is part of London, I think. My mother came from Hull.
He stopped for a moment.
My name is Small, he said. Sam Small, like the man in the old song with a musket.
The truck left the runway. It moved slowly over the rough dirt road that led to the town. Dust came into the cab. The engine made a loud noise. Blue smoke went around them. The whole truck shook and made many small sounds.
Why did Joe Harman go to England? She shouted. Why did he go?
I think he just wanted to go. Mr. Small answered. He won the casket 2 years ago.
She did not understand what that meant.
There is not much work on the stations at this time of year. He said.
Is there a free room at the hotel? She shouted.
Oh yes, there will be a room for you. He said. Did you just come from England?
Yes.
How is the food rationing there now? He asked.
She shouted her answer while the truck moved over the rough ground toward the town. The truck jumped and turned from side to side. A small wooden hut stood on one side of the road. A little farther on, there was another on the left. One more stood ahead. Then they were in the main street. They stopped in front of a 2-story building. There was a faded sign on the balcony upstairs. It said, Australian Hotel.
This is it. Mr. Small said. Come inside and I will find Mrs. Connor.
The Australian Hotel was a medium-sized building. There were about 10 small bedrooms upstairs. They opened onto a long balcony. The floors and doors were made of wood. The rest of the building was made of corrugated iron on a wooden frame. By now, Jean was used to seeing corrugated iron roofs everywhere. But a wall of corrugated iron in her bedroom was new to her. She waited on the upstairs balcony while Mr. Small went to get Mrs. Connor. There were 1 or 2 beds on the balcony. When the landlady came, she looked as if she had just woken up. She was tall and about 50 years old. Her hair was grey. She looked strong and serious.
Good afternoon, Jean said. My name is Jean Paget. I need to stay here until next week. Do you have a room?
The woman looked at her carefully.
Well, I am not sure, she said. Are you traveling alone?
Yes. I came to see Joe Harman, but he is away. I am going on to Cairns.
You just missed the plane to Cairns, the woman said.
I know. They say I must wait a week for the next one.
That is right.
The woman looked around the balcony.
I am not sure, she said slowly. The men often sleep out here on the balcony. That would not be very nice for you.
Sam Small spoke.
What about the 2 back rooms, Ma?
Yes, she can use one of those, the woman said.
She turned to Jean.
It is on the back balcony and it looks over the yard, the woman said. You will see the boys going to the men's toilet, but I cannot change that.
I think I will be all right, Jean said.
Have you lived in small country towns before? She asked.
Jean shook her head.
I have just come from England.
Is that true? The woman asked. What is England like now? Do people have enough food?
Jean answered her in a careful way.
I have a sister who married an Englishman, the woman said. They live in a place called Goole. I send her a parcel every month.
She took Jean upstairs and showed her the room. It was small but clean. There was a good mosquito net over the bed. The door opened to a passage. Across from it was a double window that opened to the balcony. Fresh air could pass straight through the room.
No one walks along this balcony, the woman said. Only Annie comes here. She is the maid. She sleeps in the next room. If you hear any noise at night, please tell me. I do not fully trust that girl.
Then she spoke again about the air in the room.
Leave your door a little open, she said. Put your suitcase behind it so no one can push it open by mistake. Keep the windows open. You will get nice fresh air. I always sleep well in this room.
She looked at Jean's hand.
You are not married? She asked.
No, Jean answered.
Then every young farm worker in this area will come to town to see you, the woman said. You must be ready for that.
Jean laughed.
I will be ready.
You are a friend of Joe Harman? She asked.
I met him during the war, Jean said. In Singapore. We were both waiting for a ship to go home. Since I was in Australia, I sent him a telegram. I told him I wanted to visit him. I did not get an answer, but I came anyway. But he has gone away for a time.
The woman smiled.
You have learned some Australian words, she said.
Joe Harman taught me that word when we met in the war, Jean said.
Sam Small carried her suitcase upstairs. She thanked him. He turned away because he felt shy. Jean went into her room. She took off her wet clothes and put on dry ones. Then she went to the bathroom and had a shower. At 6:30, a bell rang loudly through the iron building. She was ready for tea and went down to the dining room. 3 or 4 men were already sitting there. They looked at her with interest. A strong girl of about 16 showed her to a small table for one person. Later Jean learned her name was Annie.
Roast beef, roast lamb, roast pork, or roast turkey? Annie asked. Tea or coffee?
It was still very hot. Flies filled the dining room. They landed on Jean's face, her lips, and her hands.
Roast turkey, she said. She could try a lighter meal the next day. Tea.
Annie brought her a large plate. It was full of meat and vegetables. The food was hot and oily. The flies quickly came to it. Tea came with milk from a tin. The potatoes tasted fresh. The carrots and turnips came from tins. She thought the flies might make her sick, but she was calm about it. She had medicine with her for the week. She ate only a small part of the large plate. She drank 2 cups of tea. After that, she could not eat any more. She went outside quickly to get away from the flies. There was a veranda downstairs, about 3 feet above the ground. 2 or 3 deck chairs stood there, a little away from the bar door. She had not seen any other place to sit in the hotel. She already understood that women did not go near the bar, so she chose one of the chairs. She wondered if this was polite in this town. She lit a cigarette and looked around while she smoked. It was evening, but the sun was still strong. The wide dusty street shone in golden light. Across the road, more than 100 yards away, stood a long, low building. Parts of it had been added at different times. A sign on it said, W.M. Duncan, General Merchant. She saw no other shop in the town. Outside the shop, 3 Aboriginal stockmen were talking together. One of them held a horse by the bridle. They were tall and strong young men. They laughed a lot and seemed happy. Farther along the street, a pipe rose straight up from the ground. It was about 8 feet high. Hot water poured out from the top like a fountain. Steam covered it, and the water looked as if it was boiling. The stream ran away from the pipe, and steam rose from it too. About 1/4 of a mile away, a small hut stood over the stream. The water went into the hut and came out on the other side. Jean did not know why the hut was there. She heard quiet voices from the bar. From time to time, a man walked past her and went inside. She did not see any women. After a while, a young man walked along the road. He smiled at her.
"Good evening," he said.
She smiled back. Good evening, she answered.
He stopped at once, and she understood that something had begun. He said, "I saw you arrive with Sam Small this afternoon."
"You came in the aeroplane, didn't you?"
He was a neat young farm worker. He walked with a slow side movement, like men who work with cattle. He wore green riding trousers and elastic boots that showed his job. She knew she could not act proud or distant.
That's right, she said. I came from Cloncurry. Is that water natural?
He looked at the place she showed him.
"Natural? That is a bore. Have you never seen one before?"
She shook her head.
I have just arrived from England.
"From England? Oh my," he said slowly. "What is England like? Do you have enough food there?"
She answered his question.
"My dad came from England," he said. "From a town called Wolverhampton. Is that near your home?"
About 200 miles away, she replied.
"Oh, that is close. Then you must know my family. Our name is Fletcher. I am Pete Fletcher."
She told Pete that many people live in England, so she could not know everyone. Then she spoke again about the bore.
Is all bore water hot like that?
"Yes, it is," he said. "It has minerals in it. You cannot drink it. Gas comes up with the water too. I can light it for you if you want to see." He said the flame could rise 5 or 6 feet high. "Wait until it is darker. Then I will light it."
That is very kind of you, she said.
He looked shy and uncomfortable. Al Burns came over and stopped near them. He was the Shell agent and also fixed trucks.
"Is everything arranged for you, Miss Paget?" he asked.
Yes, thank you. I am staying here until Wednesday. Then I will travel on to Cairns.
"Good. We do not see many new people here in Willstown."
I was asking Pete about the bore. Pete, do the cattle drink that water?
The young man laughed.
"When they cannot find sweeter water, they drink it. In the wet season, they will not touch it. But in the dry season, they drink it. Some bores they will not touch at all," Al said.
He was making a cigarette.
"They made a bore at Invergordon. That station is between here and Normanton, a little to the south. They had to drill almost 3,000 feet before they found water. It cost a lot of money. The workers stayed there almost 3 months. When the water came, It smelled bad from the minerals. The cattle would not drink it, even in the dry season. It would not grow grass either.
2 more men came and stood near her chair.
Tell me, she said, why is this town so spread out? Why are the houses not close together?
One of the new men was about 40 years old. Later she learned his name was Tim Whelan. He was a carpenter.
There were houses all along here once, he said. I have a photograph of this town from 1905. I will bring it tomorrow and show you.
Were there more people living here then? She asked.
Oh yes, Al said. This was a gold town, Miss Paget. Maybe you do not know about that. At one time 30,000 people lived here.
The other man said, 8,000. I read that in a book.
Al shook his head. My dad always said there were 30,000 when he first came here.
It was clearly an old argument between them.
Jean asked, how many people live here now?
Oh, I do not know. Al looked at the others. How many would you say now, Tim? Then he spoke quietly to Jean. He makes the coffins, so he should know.
150, said Mr.
Whelan. Sam Small had come to sit with them on the veranda.
There are not 150 people living in Willstown now, he said. There are not more than 120. He stopped for a moment. I mean people in the town, not on the cattle stations. Only people here in the town, and not counting the natives.
The men began to argue slowly about the number. They decided to count every person. Jean listened and smiled while the evening became darker. At last they finished the count. The number was 146. By that time, Jean knew the name and job of almost everyone in the town.
Were there gold mines here? She asked.
Yes, that is right, Mr. Small answered. There were hundreds of gold claims before. They were all along these creeks. There were 17 hotels here. 17.
Another man spoke. In those days, steamers came from Brisbane. They went around Cape York and up the river to the landing place. I never saw them myself. But my father told me about them.
What happened? Jean asked. Did the gold finish?
Yes, a man said. They took the gold from the creeks and from near the ground. That gold was easy to get. Later they had to dig deep and use machines. It cost too much money. So it was not worth it. The same thing happened in other towns. Croydon was like that. Normanton too. They say they will open the mine in Croydon again, someone said. They have talked about that for many years.
What happened to the houses? Jean asked. Did the people leave?
The houses fell down, Al told her, or people pulled them down to fix other houses. When the gold was gone, the people could not stay. Now there are only cattle stations here.
The men went on talking. Jean sometimes asked a question or made a short comment.
Ghost towns, one man said. I read that name in a book about towns in the Gulf. They are called ghost towns because they are only shadows of the past, from the time when there was gold. It did not last long, another man said. Gold was first found here in 1893. By 1905, not many people were still living here.
Jean sat quietly and listened. She tried to imagine this small and broken town as a busy place with 8,000 people, or even 30,000. She tried to see 17 hotels and many houses close together in the streets. The person who planned the town must have had a big dream. When people were coming every day to look for gold, the town was growing very fast. Perhaps the planner believed this place would become a great city in the Gulf of Carpentaria. Now there were only straight dirt tracks where streets had once been. A few old buildings still stood between the empty spaces. They showed what the town had once hoped to be. As the light disappeared, Pete and Al went out to light the bore for Jean. They used several matches before it worked. Then a tall flame rose into the air. It shone over the town and moved over the water and steam. After a short time, a strong rush of water put the flame out. They lit it again so she could see it better. Jean watched with interest. It was clear that this was the town's only entertainment. They wanted her to enjoy it.
It is wonderful, she said. I have never seen anything like that in England.
They smiled and spoke in a simple way.
Most towns here have a gas well like that, they said. You can light it.
She felt very tired after her long day of flying. At 9 o'clock she said she wanted to go to bed, and they all wished her good night. Before she left, she asked Ull Burns to stand with her a little away from the others.
Ull, she said. I want to see Jim Lennon. He is the man at Midhurst, isn't he? I would like to see him before I leave on Wednesday. Will he come into town?
He might come on Saturday, Ull said. I think he will come here on Saturday for a drink. If I hear that someone is going out that way, I will send him a message. I will tell him you are in town and want to see him.
Do they use a radio at Midhurst? She asked.
He shook his head.
It is too near to town, he said. It is not needed. If someone is sick or gets hurt, they can bring him here in about an hour. The nurse at the hospital has a radio.
He stopped for a moment.
Someone will go out there in the next day or two. If not, and if Jim does not come on Saturday, I will drive you there in the truck on Sunday.
That is very kind of you, she said. I do not want to give you trouble.
It is no trouble, he said. It will be something different to do.
She went upstairs to bed. The hotel had electric lights. The power came from a small oil engine and generator in the yard behind the building. The machine made a steady noise outside her room. At 10 o'clock she heard the bar close. 5 minutes later the engine stopped and the lights went out. Willstown became quiet and dark. At 5 in the morning she woke up when the sky began to grow light. She heard people getting up and washing. She stayed in bed for a while and listened to the early morning sounds. Breakfast was at 7:30. She got up, took a shower, and went to the dining room on time. She learned that the usual breakfast in Willstown was a large piece of steak with 2 fried eggs on top. Annie was very surprised when she asked for only 1 fried egg and no steak.
Breakfast is steak and eggs, Annie said patiently to the strange Englishwoman.
I know, Jean said. But I do not want the steak.
Well, you do not have to eat it.
The girl looked confused.
Can I have only 1 fried egg and no steak? Jean asked. You mean only 1 fried egg on a plate?
Yes, only 1.
In Willstown, saving food was a new idea.
I will ask Mrs. Connor, Annie said.
She went to the kitchen and came back soon. She brought a steak with 2 fried eggs on top.
We only have 1 kind of breakfast, she explained.
Jean stopped arguing. After breakfast, she went into the kitchen and found Mrs. Connor.
I have some clothes to wash, she said. Can I use your wash tub? And do you have an iron?
Annie will wash them for you, Mrs. Connor said. Just give the clothes to her.
Jean did not want Annie to wash her clothes.
She already has a lot of work, Jean said. I have nothing to do. I will wash them myself if I can borrow the tub.
All right, Mrs. Connor said.
Jean spent the morning on the back veranda near the kitchen. She washed and ironed her clothes there. The place was very hot and dry. Clothes on the line became dry in 10 minutes. Inside the kitchen it was even hotter. It felt almost like 120 degrees. Jean ran in quickly to get the irons from the stove. She thought about the women who cooked 3 hot meals a day in this heat. She did not know how they could do it. After a while Annie came to the veranda. She stood there and watched Jean quietly. She looked closely at the washing. Then she picked up a box of soap flakes.
How much of this do you put in the water? She asked.
I think it is 1 ounce for a gallon of water, Jean said. I used to know. I only put in a small amount. It tells you on the packet.
Annie turned the box in her hands and looked at it carefully.
It is written under directions for use, Jean said.
From the kitchen door, Mrs. Connor spoke.
Annie does not read very well, she said.
I can read, Annie said.
Oh, you can, Mrs. Connor said. Then read what is written on that packet.
Annie put the box down.
I have not read much lately, she said. I could read well when I was at school.
Jean wanted to make things easier.
You just add soap flakes until the water makes bubbles, she said. It changes with different water. Some water is harder than other water.
I use normal soap, Annie said.
It does not come out as well as this. After a moment, the girl asked, Are you a nurse?
I am a typist.
Oh, I thought you were a nurse. Most women who come to Willstown are nurses. They do not stay long. They stay 6 months, and then they leave.
There was a short silence.
If you were a nurse, the girl said, I would ask you for some medicine. I have felt very sick in the mornings lately. I was sick this morning.
That is not good, Jean said carefully.
She did not know what else to say.
I think I will go to the hospital, Annie said. I will ask Sister Douglas for some medicine.
Yes, you should do that, Jean said.
During the day, Jean met many important people in Willstown. She went across the road to the store to buy cigarettes. She could not buy any. She only bought a tin of tobacco and some papers. She talked with Mr. Bill Duncan in the store. He showed her a piece of stone with gold in it. While they were talking, Miss Kenroy came in. She was the school teacher. Half an hour later, Jean walked back to the hotel. Al Burns met her on the road. He wanted to introduce her to Mr. Carter, the Shire clerk. In the afternoon, she lay on her bed and slept. Most people in Willstown did the same because of the heat. When it became cooler, she went down to the lower veranda. She sat in a deck chair, like the evening before. Soon the cattle workers came to see her. They arrived one by one. They felt shy with the English girl, but they still wanted to come. After some time, a small group of them sat on the veranda with her. Jean asked them about their own lives. She thought this would help them feel relaxed.
It is all right here, one man said. It is good land for cattle. We get more rain here than in the south. But I will leave next year. My brother works on the railway in Rockhampton. He says he can find me a job there if I go.
Is the pay better there?
Well, no. I do not think it is better. Here we get £5.17 and 6. That includes food and a place to stay. That is the pay for a normal stockrider.
Jean felt surprised.
That is not bad pay, is it? For a single man.
The pay is fine. The problem is this place. There is nothing to do here.
Do you ever have a cinema? Jean asked.
There is a man who comes every 2 weeks. He shows films in the Shire Hall. That is the building over there.
Jean looked at a low wooden building that looked like a barn.
He has not come for a month. But Mr. Carter says he will come next week.
What about dances? Jean asked.
One of the men gave a short, dry laugh. They try sometimes, but this is not a good place for dancing. There are not enough girls. One of the ringers laughed.
About 50 of us stockmen come into Willstown, Miss Paget. But there are only 2 unmarried girls to dance with, Doris Nash and Susie Anderson. They are between 17 and 22. That is not counting children or married women.
Susie is older than 22.
Jean asked, what happens to all the other girls? There must be more girls around here.
They go to the cities for work, one man said. There is nothing for a girl to do in Willstown. They go to Townsville and Rockhampton, and also to Brisbane.
That is where I am going. To Brisbane.
Jean asked, do you not like life on a cattle station? She was thinking about Joe Harman and how much he loved the outback.
The station is all right, Pete said. He stopped for a moment. He did not know how to explain his feelings to this Englishwoman. I mean, he said, a man wants a girl. He wants to marry, like other men.
She looked at him with surprise. So it is really like that?
It is true, another man said. It is hard up here. There are 2 unmarried girls for 50 men in Willstown. A man does not have much hope of getting married here. You see, Miss Paget, if a girl is normal and sensible, like you, she would not stay here. When she is old enough, she leaves home. She goes somewhere she can get a job and earn her own money. She does not want to depend on her parents all the time. That is what most girls do. The only girls who stay in Willstown are not very clever, or they stay to look after their old parents. Some girls take their parents to the city with them. Like Elsie Freeman.
Jean laughed. So you mean that if you stay in Willstown, you will marry a girl who is not very good? The men looked away. They felt uncomfortable.
Well, a man wants to see other places, one of them said.
Jean asked, if you all go to the cities, who will work on the stations?
That is the manager's problem, Pete said. I have my own problems.
That evening, just before tea, An old utility drove up to the hotel. It was a worn Chevrolet with a small front cab and an open back. A man about 50 was driving. He had a thin face and kind eyes. Next to him sat a brown-skinned girl of about 20 or 25. Her skin was smooth and her face was calm. She was not fully native. She was probably part white. She wore a bright red dress and held a small kitten in her arms. The kitten seemed to make her very happy. They went into the hotel. The man carried their bags. It looked like they were staying for the night. At tea time, Jean saw them in the dining room. They sat at the other table with the men. But they did not talk much and kept to themselves. After tea, Jean asked Mrs. Connor who they were.
"That is Eddie Page," she said.
"He's the manager of a station called Carlisle, about 100 miles from here. The woman is his wife. They came to town to buy supplies."
Is she really his wife?
Oh yes, he married her properly. One of the Bush brothers came there last year, Brother Copeland, and he married them. They come here sometimes. She never causes trouble. She cannot read or write, and she does not speak much. She always brings a kitten, or a puppy with her. She likes small animals.
Jean thought about the man's gentle and clever face. She felt surprised.
I wonder why he married her.
Mrs. Connor lifted her shoulders.
Maybe he was lonely, she said.
That night Jean went to her bedroom. She saw someone standing near the balcony rail that looked over the yard. Only 2 bedrooms opened onto that balcony. One was hers and the other was Annie's. In the weak light, Jean moved toward her window.
Good night, Annie, she said.
The girl walked closer. I feel very bad, she said quietly. May I ask you something, Miss Paget?
Jean stopped. Of course, Annie. What is wrong?
Annie looked down. Do you know how to get rid of a baby, Miss Paget?
Jean was not shocked because of what she heard that morning. She felt deep pity for the young girl.
I am very sorry, Annie, but I do not know. I do not think it is a good thing to do.
I went to Sister Douglas, Annie said. She told me that is why I feel sick. Pa will beat me very hard when he finds out.
Jean took Annie's hand and led her into the bedroom.
Come inside and tell me everything, she said.
Annie sat down. I heard there are things you can do, she said, like eating certain things or riding a horse hard. I thought maybe you had this problem before. Maybe you would know what to do.
I have never had this problem, Annie, Jean said. I do not know. Why do you not ask the man to marry you and have the baby in the normal way?
Annie shook her head. I do not even know which man it is, she said. They would all say it was another one, would they not?
Jean had never faced such a problem.
I think they would, she said.
I will ask my sister Bessie, Annie said. Maybe she knows. She had 2 children before she got married.
Jean did not think Bess's experience helped her much.
Will the sister help you? She asked.
She only called me a bad girl, Annie said. That does not help. Maybe I am bad. There is nothing else to do in a place like this.
Jean tried to comfort her. She spoke kindly and gently, but Annie needed real help, not kind words.
Pa will be very angry when he knows, Annie said with fear. He will beat me very hard.
Jean could not see any way to help her. After some time, they both went to bed. Jean stayed awake for a long time. She thought about pain and trouble in people's lives. For the next 2 days she stayed in Willstown. She sat on the veranda and talked with the ringers. She also visited different places in the town. Miss Kenroy took her to see the school. Sister Douglas took her to see the hospital. Mr. Carter showed her the Shire Hall and the small public library inside it. There were only a few books on the shelves. Mr. Watkins showed her the bank, and it was full of flies. Sergeant Haynes took her to see the police station. At the end of the week, she felt that she knew Willstown quite well. On Saturday, Jim Lennon came into town, just as people had said he would. He came to buy his drink. He arrived in a large international utility vehicle. Jean learned that it belonged to Joe Harman. It was a very big vehicle with a truck body behind the front seat. There were tanks that could carry 70 gallons of petrol and 50 gallons of water. Mr. Lennon was thin and brown from the sun. He did not speak much.
Yesterday I got a letter by airmail, he said slowly. Joe is coming back from England by ship. He thinks he will arrive about the middle of October.
I understand, Jean said. I want to see him before I return to England. I plan to fly to Cairns on Wednesday. I will wait for him there.
Yes, he said. There is not much for you to do here while you wait. You could stay at Midhurst with us, but there is even less to do there.
What was Joe doing in England, Mr. Lennon? She asked. Did he tell you why he went?
The stockman laughed.
I did not even know he was going, he said. I only knew he was going to Brisbane. Later, I got a letter saying he was in England. I do not know why he went. In his letter yesterday, he wrote that he saw a very good herd of Hereford cattle. They belonged to a man called Sir Dennis Frampton. Maybe he is sending some bulls here to improve the cattle. He did not tell me anything more.
She gave him her address at the Strand Hotel in Cairns. She asked him to tell her when he had clear news about Joe's arrival. That evening, she sat in a deck chair on the veranda. Al Burns came toward her with an old man. The old man had a beard and looked shy. Al had some trouble getting him out of the bar. The old man was carrying a sack.
Miss Paget, Al said, I want you to meet Jeff Pocock.
Jean stood up and shook his hand.
I thought you would like to meet Jeff, Al said in a friendly way. Jeff is the best alligator hunter in Queensland. Isn't that right, Jeff?
The old man moved his head slowly.
I have hunted alligators since I was a boy, he said. I think I know them very well now. He has an alligator skin to show you, Miss Paget, Al said.
Then he turned to the old man.
Show her the skin, Jeff. I am sure she has never seen one like it in England.
Jeff Pocock put the sack on the ground and opened it. He took out a small alligator skin that was rolled up. He opened the skin and put it on the floor of the veranda. When Jean saw it, she thought about her old life. She remembered the red buses on the Great West Road at Peeravale. She remembered Pack and Levi Limited. She saw in her mind many girls sitting at long tables. They were making shoes, handbags, and cases from alligator skin. She laughed. 2 or 3 other men came closer to them. They talked about her story in different words. Jean told them more about Pack and Levi Limited. The men listened with great interest. They did not know much about the skins after people sent them away from the Gulf country. Jean began to think of an idea. She laughed. She spoke with him for a short time, but he did not change his mind. At last she smiled and accepted it. She held the skin gently in her hands. Chapter 7. Jean made the shoes on the dressing table in her bedroom. In fact, she made 3 pairs before she had 1 pair she could really wear.
Course, he said, I cleaned and cut and treated this one myself. Most times we only put salt on them and sell them to the tannery like that. The marks are nice, aren't they? I think you never saw a skin like this in England. I know they make shoes from them, Jeff said. But I never saw a pair. I gave them 82 last year, the old man said. But this one is small. Most of them are about 30 to 36 inches wide. That means the animal was about 11 feet long. What do you want it for? He asked. I do not want any money for it, he said roughly. I will give it to you.
I have seen hundreds of these in England, she said. I know this work very well. I worked in a factory that made handbags and cases from these skins. She lifted the skin and touched it carefully. I think ours were harder than this. You did a very good job with this one, Jeff. How many of these do you get in 1 year? She asked. Will you sell this one to me, Jeff? She asked. I want to make a pair of shoes for myself, she said. That is, if Tim Whelan can make the wooden forms for my feet. We will need some calf skin for the soles, she said. And we will need thicker leather to build the heels. It is very soft, she said. I will show you what we can make from this.
She went to see Tim Whelan. Tim sometimes made wooden shoe forms for cobblers. In the bush, a woodworker must know how to do many kinds of work. Jean gave him one of her shoes. She also let him measure her foot in his small workshop. In 2 days, he made a pair of wooden forms for her from mulga wood. Then she asked Pete Fletcher for leather for the soles and heels. He found some strong cow skin that was thick enough for the soles. He also gave her a piece of bull skin to build the heels. The lining was a big problem at first. Then someone said she could use the skin of a young wallaby. Pete went out, shot a wallaby, and took off the skin. Pete Fletcher, Al Burns, and Don Duncan worked together to treat the skin. They did this work behind Bill Duncan's store. The shoes became very important in the small town of Willstown. Because of this, Jean waited 1 more week before going to Cairns. Then she waited another week. The wallaby skin was still not ready, so she made the first pair with white satin from the store. Jean knew a lot about making shoes because she had watched it many times. She also knew the office side of the business, but she had never made shoes with her own hands before. The first pair was very bad. They were shoes, but they were not comfortable. They pressed her toes. The heels were a little too big. They hurt the top of her foot. The satin lining was not good. Her hands were wet with sweat, and the shoes looked untidy. Still, they were real shoes. Someone with the right foot shape could wear them. She could not show these shoes to the men downstairs, so she decided to make another pair. She asked Tim to change the wooden forms. She bought another knife and a small stone tool from the store. Then she began again. She used small tubes of glue from the store. Annie was very interested in all this work. She often came and sat near Jean. She watched her cut and smooth the soles. She watched her pull the wet leather tightly over the wooden forms.
I think you are very clever to do this, Annie said. They are almost as good as shoes from a shop.
The second pair was better. They fit Jean quite well. But the wallaby skin inside was not smooth. It had small lumps. The shoes still looked untidy and had marks from her wet fingers. Undaunted, she began upon a third pair. This time she chose parts of the wallaby skin that were the same thickness. She could not make the skin thinner, so she had to choose carefully. When she put the shoes together, she worked early in the morning. At that time her hands were dry and not wet with sweat. The finished shoes looked quite good. The inside color was not very nice. But they were strong shoes, and she could wear them anywhere. She carried all 3 pairs downstairs. On the veranda she showed them to Al Burns. Al called 2 or 3 other men. Mrs. Connor also came to look.
This is what they do with alligator skins in England, Jean said. They turn them into shoes like these. They are pretty, aren't they?
One of the men looked at her.
You made them yourself, Miss Paget? He asked.
She laughed.
Ask Mrs. Connor. She has seen the mess in my bedroom.
The man held a shoe and turned it in his hands.
Oh my word, he said slowly. It is as good as one from a shop.
Jean shook her head.
No, it is not, she said. Not really.
She showed him the small problems.
I do not have the right nails or the right glue. And the work is not very neat. I only made them to show you what people do with the skins Jeff brings.
I am sure you could sell these in cans, the man said. Oh my word, you could.
Sam Small looked at her.
How much does a pair of shoes like that cost in England? He asked.
In a shop, she said.
She thought for a short time.
About £4.15. The maker gets about 45 shillings. Then the shop adds tax and its own money. Of course, some shoes cost much more. In some shops, people pay up to £10.
£10 for shoes like that? Oh my word.
Jeff was away up the river. He was checking his traps. So she could not show him the shoes that day. She left the shoes with the men. They took them into the bar to talk about them. Then she went to take a bath. By that time she knew how to bathe in Willstown. Annie had shown her. The Australian hotel had a cold shower for women. But the water was often hot because the tank stood in the sun. If you wanted to sit in hot water, there was a different way to do it. Where the hot water from the bore flowed away, there was a small wooden hut over the stream. The hut stood a little distance from the bore, where the water was not too hot. Inside, there was a simple concrete pool. It was big enough for 2 people to lie next to each other. You could take your towel and soap, go inside, and lock the door. Then you could wash in the warm, salty water that moved slowly through the pool. The salt in the water made the bath feel fresh and good. Jean lay alone in the warm water. Sunlight came through small cracks in the wood. The light shone softly on the moving water. After she saw Jeff Pocock's alligator skin, she began to think about making shoes. From the time she met me and learned about her inheritance, she often felt confused about her future. Sometimes she felt worried. She did not grow up with education or training for a quiet, rich life. She was used to working hard. She had worked in business for years. When she began to receive $900 a year, she left her job at Pack and Levi. That was natural. But after that, her days felt empty. For 6 months, she had been looking for something to do. She wanted work again. The only work she really understood was fine leather goods. She knew about alligator shoes, handbags, and cases. She also knew a little about how to make and sell them. In the warm water, she thought carefully. She imagined a small workshop with 5 girls working there. Outside, there could be a small place to treat the skins. They would need 2 hand presses and a polishing machine. That meant they needed electricity. She could buy a small motor to make power. Or perhaps she could get power from the hotel. The room must stay cool. They would need a machine to cool the air so the girls' hands would not sweat. The finished shoes must stay perfectly clean. She asked herself if such a business could make money. While she lay in the bath, she worked out numbers in her head. Jeff Pocock received about 70 shillings for 1 alligator skin before it was treated. Pack and Levi paid about 180 shillings for treated skins. She believed it would not cost more than 20 shillings to cut and treat 1 skin. She was thinking in Australian money. The skins should cost less here than in England. Workers' pay would also be lower. Girls in Willstown would earn less than girls in Perivale. But she must pay to send the shoes to England. She must also pay an agent there. She wondered if Pack and Levi would sell her shoes. She knew that Mr. Pack was not very interested in making goods himself anymore. The company also sold goods from other makers. They sold handbags from a French company called Ducros Frères. They sold those bags even though they made their own. She thought the biggest problem was not the money. In Willstown, both workers and materials were cheap. The business side might work well. But could she train local girls to make very fine shoes? Could they make shoes good enough for shops in Bond Street? That was the true question. She stayed in the warm water for a long time. She thought very deeply. That evening, she sat in her deck chair on the veranda. Sam Small came to speak with her.
Miss Paget, he said, can we have a talk?
Of course, Sam, she said.
I've been thinking about that pair of shoes you made, he said. I've been wondering if you could teach our Judy.
How old is Judy, Sam? She asked.
15, he said. She will be 16 next November.
Do you want her to learn shoemaking?
I've been thinking that if someone can make good ladies' shoes like that, they can sell them in the shops in Cairns, he said. Judy is getting older now. She must start work soon. There is no job here for a girl to earn money. She will have to go to the city, like the other girls. That is hard for her mother, Miss Paget. We have only 1 girl. 3 boys and 1 girl. That is our family.
He said.
It will be bad for her mother if Judy goes to Brisbane like the other girls, he said. I thought about this shoe work. Maybe she could do it at home. We have almost everything she needs here in Willstown.
We do not have buckles, Jean said thoughtfully. We must find buckles.
She was speaking quietly to herself. She was silent for a short time.
It will not work like that, Sam, she said. You think those shoes are very good, but they are not. They are a very bad pair of shoes. You could not sell shoes like that in England. Not to people who buy this kind of shoe. I do not think you could sell them in a very good shop. Not even in Cairns.
They look fine to me, he said.
She shook her head.
No, they are not good. I have worked in this business for years. I know how a shoe should look. I am not saying we cannot make good shoes in Willstown. I would like to try. But if we want to do it well, we need machines. We need good benches and the right hand tools. We also need good materials. I understand what you say about Judy. I would like her to have work here in Willstown. But this job is too big for her to do alone.
He looked at her carefully.
Are you thinking about a factory? He asked.
I am not sure. But think about this. If someone started a small factory here, how many girls would work full days? Morning and afternoon. Maybe for £5 a week.
Here in Willstown? He asked.
Yes, here, she answered.
How young can they start? He asked. She thought for a short time.
When they finish school, I think. That is 14 years old, right?
You would not pay a girl of 14 £5 a week? He asked.
No. They can earn that later, when they learn the work well.
He thought about it carefully. I think you could get 6 or 7 girls when they are 16 or 17, Miss Paget. Then more girls would come after they leave school. She looked at the problem in a different way.
Sam, how much money would it cost to build a hut for a workshop? She asked.
How big should it be?
She looked around the place.
It should be about as long as from here to the end of the veranda, and about half as wide.
That is 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. You mean a wooden hut, like an army hut, with an iron roof and windows along the sides?
Yes, something like that.
He counted the cost in his head.
About £200, he said.
I think it should have a double roof and a veranda, like the house where Sergeant Haynes lives. It must stay cool inside.
That will cost more, he said. A house like that will cost almost £400, with a veranda all around.
How long will it take to build? She asked.
Oh, I do not know. We must bring the timber from Normanton. Tim Whelan and his boys could build it in a few months, I think.
Tell me, Sam, she said. Would people here like a business like that? Or would they think it is foolish?
You mean if it keeps the girls in town and gives them work?
Yes, that is what I mean.
Oh yes, he said. They would like it very much. They would be happy if the girls could stay at home and earn money. As long as the girls are happy and have work, people will be glad. He stopped for a moment and thought. It is not right that the girls travel so far away from home, he said slowly. Ma and I talked about it the other night. It does not feel right.
They were quiet for a while.
It needs careful thought, Sam, she said at last.
When the Dakota plane came the next Wednesday, she left Willstown and went to Cairns. The trip took 2 days because the plane travelled slowly and stopped often. They left Willstown in the afternoon. The plane stopped at cattle stations to bring mail and school lessons from Cairns to Dunbar, Miranda, and Van Rook. At sunset they landed at Normanton for the night. Then they went into town by truck. The hotel in Normanton was like the one in Willstown, but it was bigger. Jean had tea with the pilot, whose name was Mackenzie. After tea they sat together on the veranda. She asked him if anyone made shoes in Normanton.
I do not think so, he said. Then he called to a man nearby. "Ted, does anyone make shoes here?" Ted shook his head. "No, we buy them from Burns Philp," he said. "Do you need shoes repaired?"
Jean smiled. No, I was only asking. Do all the shoes come from the cities?
"Yes, that is right." He made himself a cigarette. "My wife's sister works in a shoe factory in Rockhampton. Many shoes come from there. The factory is called Manning Cooper. Burns Philp buys from them."
Were your wife's sister and her family born here? Jean asked.
"She was born in Croydon," he said. "Their father had a hotel there, but he stopped because there was not enough business for 2 hotels. Now only Mrs. Britson has one."
Is your wife's sister married?
"Who? Elsie Peters?"
Yes, the one who works at Manning Cooper.
"No, she is not married. Now she is a charge hand. She is in charge of many girls."
When Ted left, Jean turned to the pilot.
Who is he? She asked.
"That is Ted Horner," Mackenzie said. "He owns the garage here."
Jean remembered the name. Early the next morning they flew on to Cairns. When they arrived, she went to the Strand Hotel. Cairns was a busy and rich town with about 20,000 people. It stood in a beautiful place by the sea. There were several streets full of shops. The roads were wide and had flower beds in the middle. Most buildings were wooden and had iron roofs. The town looked like pictures she had seen of towns in the south of America. There were wide wooden sidewalks and long verandas that gave shade. You could walk in the shade and look into the shop windows. But the town felt very English in its spirit and traditions. She liked Cairns from the first moment. She wrote to me from there. She had written to me twice from Willstown. When she arrived at the Strand Hotel, she found my letter waiting for her. It had been there for some days because she was late. She wrote,
Strand Hotel, Cairns, North Queensland. My dear Noel, I received your letter from the 24th when I arrived here yesterday. By now, you should have received my 2 letters from Willstown. I wish I had a typewriter because this will be a long letter. I think I must buy a small one soon so I can keep copies of my letters. Not the letters to you. I am starting to do some business here. First, thank you very much for what you told me about Joe Harman. You have been very kind to him. And you know that being kind to him means being kind to me. I am very surprised that he went all the way to England and spent so much money just to see me again. But I think people here are like that. By now, I could say many unkind things about Australians. But I can also say this. The people I met in the outback are like Joe Harman. They are simple and honest. They are true and sincere. Now I will tell you about Willstown. I do not know if Joe Harman will still want to marry me when he sees me. 6 years is a long time. People change. I also do not know if I will still want to marry him. But if we both decide to marry, what he told you about Willstown is completely true. It is a very bad place, Noel. There are some towns in the outback where a person can live a good and happy life. Alice Springs is a very nice small town. But Willstown is not like that. Noel, that place is really the lowest place to live. There is nothing there for a woman except hard housework. I know a person should live without things like radio, lipstick, ice cream, and nice clothes. I think I can live without them. I did that before in Malaya. But there is no fresh milk. There are no fresh vegetables or fruit. That is very hard. I think Joe told you the truth. No girl can come from England and live happily in Willstown. I do not think I could do it. But, Noel, I do not want Joe to change his life. He is a very good station manager. He will do well in his work. I asked many people about Midhurst. They say it is run well. Maybe it could be better if he travelled more and saw what other cattle farmers do. But compared to other stations in the Gulf country, Midhurst is good. It becomes better each year. People say the last manager did not take good care of it. But Joe has done good work in the 2 years he has been there. I do not want Joe to leave his work just because he marries a rich wife. I would not want him to move because she cannot live in Willstown. That is where his job is. You may say he can find another station near a better town, maybe near Alice. I am not sure that is easy. I have thought about it a lot. Even if it is possible, I would not like it much. Midhurst is in good land. It has more rain than England. For a whole life of work, the Gulf country seems better to me than the land near Alice. I would not like him to leave good land and go to poorer land because of me. That would not be a good beginning for a station manager's wife. Noel, can I have £5,000 from my own money? I am going to follow your advice and not hurry. If I meet Joe Harman and he still wants to marry me, and if I still want to marry him, I will wait for some time. I will wait if he agrees. I would like to work in Willstown for a year before I decide to live there all my life. I want to see if I can get used to the place. I want to know if I can live there happily or not. I hope it is possible. I would like to live in the Gulf country, even if I grew up in England. The people there are very kind and good. I want to start a small workshop. I will make shoes and handbags from alligator skin. I told you about this in my last letter. I understand this kind of work. In the Gulf country, we can get almost all the materials we need, except the metal parts. This morning I wrote a long letter to Mr. Pack. I asked him if he would sell the goods for me in England if they are good enough. I also asked him what is the highest price he can pay for shoes delivered at Peervale. I asked him to send me a list of the things I need for a workshop with up to 10 girls. I asked him to tell me the prices. We will need a press and a polisher with the right heads. We will also need a Knighton No. 6 sewing machine. This machine is strong and made for leather. It is the most expensive item. I think everything together, including £400 for a building, will cost about £1,000. But that is not all. If I open a workshop for girls, they must have something to spend their wages on. So I want to open a small shop too. I want to sell the kind of things women like. It will not be a big shop. It will be small and simple. I would like it to be like an ice cream shop. It will have shiny metal chairs and tables with glass tops. I want to sell fruit and fresh vegetables. If I cannot get them locally, I will have them flown in from Cairns. People in the outback have enough money to buy them. I also want to sell fresh milk. Joe will need to keep a few cows for that. I want to sell sweets. I will also sell small things like lipstick, face powder, face cream, and magazines. The most expensive things for the shop will be the refrigerators and freezers. I think they will cost about £500. Then we must pay for the building and the furniture. That may be about £1,200 in total. So the full cost will be about £2,500. If I have £5,000, I can buy goods for the shop and the workshop. I can also pay 5 or 6 girls for a whole year, even if we sell nothing at first. By the end of that year, I think we will start to earn money. If we do not, then I will lose my money. I truly want to do this, Noel. The people in Willstown are good people. They have very little. I would like to work there for a year. It will help me stay strong and sensible now that I have so much money. I think I would want to do this even if Joe Harman was not there. But I will not decide anything until I speak to him. So please, Noel, I would like £5,000. Can I have it if I decide to go on with this plan? Jean.
I received this letter 5 days later by air mail. I marked the part about her money with a red pencil. Then I wrote a short note at the top. I sent it to Lester so he could read it. Later that day, I went into his office. "Did you read the letter from the Paget girl?" I asked.
He picked it up from his desk. "Yes," he said. "I have just been looking at the will. Did you write that special clause yourself?" "I did."
He smiled.
I think it is a very good plan. It protects us well, if you believe she should receive this money.
It is about 9% of her total money, I said. It is for a business project that she plans to manage full-time by herself.
The man who left the money did not know her, did he?
I shook my head.
She is 27 years old.
Yes, that is right.
I think we can give it to her, he said. It would be too strict to refuse. Your discretionary clause gives us enough freedom to allow it. She seems like a responsible woman.
I would like to think about it for a day or two, I said. It seems to me that the amount is quite small for the kind of business she wants to start. I put her letter aside for a few days because I do not like to make quick decisions. After I had time to think, I felt that I would follow the wishes of the late Mr. Douglas McFadden if I tried to protect Jean Paget from losing her money in this business. So I picked up the telephone and called Mr. Pack from Pack and Levi Limited. Mr. Pack, this is Strachan from Owen, Dalhousie, and Peters, I said. I believe you received a letter from my client, Miss Jean Paget.
Yes, that is correct, he said. You are her solicitor, are you not? You are also her trustee.
Yes, that is right, I said. I have received a letter from her as well. I thought it might be helpful if we met and talked about this matter, Mr. Pack.
That sounds fine to me, he replied. She asked for a list of the things she would need to start the business in a small way.
I made a list, but I do not have all the FOB prices yet. I made a meeting with him for the next Friday. He said he would be in London that day for other work. He came to my office on that Friday. He was a small and heavy man with a happy face. He looked like a factory manager. He brought a brown paper parcel with him.
Before we start, he said, these arrived this morning.
He opened the parcel on my desk. Inside was a pair of shoes made from alligator skin. I picked up one shoe and looked at it with interest.
What are these? I asked.
She made them herself in Woolstown, he said. Did she tell you about that?
I shook my head. I looked at the shoes again, now more interested.
Did she really make these with her own hands?
Yes, he answered. She made them in her hotel bedroom, or that is what she told me.
I turned the shoe over in my hands.
Are they good?
It depends how you look at them, he said. If you want to sell them in shops, they are very bad. Look here, and here, and here.
He showed me the uneven parts and the rough work.
They are not even the same size. But she knows that. If you think about a girl who worked as a typist and never made shoes before, and she worked on her bed with no tools, then they are wonderful.
I put the shoe down and gave him a cigarette.
Did she tell you what she wants to do?
He told me what she had said to him. I told him some of the things she had written to me. We talked for about 15 minutes. At the end, I asked him a direct question.
What do you really think about her plan, Mr. Pack?
I do not think she can do it, he said. Not in the way she is planning. She does not know enough about the shoe business to succeed.
I felt disappointed, but it was better to know the truth.
I understand, I said quietly.
You see, he went on, she does not have experience. She is a good girl, Mr. Strachan. She is clever in business. But she has never made shoes to sell in large numbers. She has never managed workers and made them work properly for their pay. And she is not even in her own country. Those Australian country girls she writes about are like strangers to her. They may want to work, but they have never been inside a factory. They do not understand how it works. She must learn her own job and teach them their jobs at the same time. She cannot do both.
I see, I said again.
I would like to help her, the little man said. But she must change her ideas a little. Her idea is actually very good, if she can make it work. When I read in her letter that she pays 70 shillings for an uncured alligator skin, I was very surprised. That is Australian money too, which is only 56 shillings for us. For years I have paid 170 or 180 shillings for a cured skin, and I thought that was cheap. I told Mr. Levi that we were very foolish.
What can you suggest to help her? I asked.
This is what I thought, he said.
If she can pay for the travel of a forewoman to go and come back, I will let her take a girl from my shop for 1 year, he said.
I have a worker who feels restless. She is not really a girl. She is 35 years old. She is married, but she does not live with her husband. They have lived apart for a long time. During the war, she was a sergeant in the ATS. She worked in Egypt for some time, so she knows what a hot country is like. Her name is Aggie Top. No girls would behave badly in a shop if Aggie Top was in charge.
Does Miss Paget know her? I asked.
Oh yes, Jean knows Aggie. And Aggie knows Jean. In fact, Aggie came yesterday and gave me her notice. I gave it back to her and tried to cheer her up. She does this every 2 or 3 months because she feels restless. I asked her if she would like to go to Australia for a year to work with Miss Paget. She said she would go anywhere to escape standing in long lines for food rations. She would go for a year if Jean wants her. They all like Jean.
Can you let her go? I asked.
She will not stay here long anyway, he said. I do not want to lose her, but maybe I will not lose her forever. If she travels to Australia and sees that other places are not better than England, she may come back and work with us again. It may help her feel calm again.
We spoke about this for some time. The cost of her travel and her pay during the journey would be about £300. To me, this did not seem too much if it helped the business in the beginning. Mr. Pack thought Jean did not plan enough money for her project, but he did not think she was very wrong.
You cannot use many machines in the good shoe trade, he said. You must change the style all the time.
He also suggested sending a shoe sample by air mail to Willstown from time to time. Jean and her people could copy the style there. He said he was ready to sell the shoes for her.
But I do not know if she can earn money at the prices we can offer, he said. I will tell her the prices we can pay. After that, it is her decision. Still, I would like to try this idea. Making goods in this country is becoming very hard with all the controls. Sometimes a man wants to try something new.
I thanked him warmly, and then he left. I wrote everything to Jean Paget and sent the letter by air mail. I believe Mr. Pack also wrote to her at the same time. She did not receive our letters for several days because she had gone to Rockhampton. She went there to find a girl named Elsie Peters who worked in a shoe factory. Jean chose to travel by train because it was cheaper. The journey was slow and very hot. It was about 700 miles. Until then, she had not understood how large and empty Queensland was. When she flew before, the state seemed smaller. But the train took 51 hours to reach Rockhampton, and the land felt huge again. She found Elsie Peters, but the meeting went very badly. It lasted only about 10 minutes. They met in a small cafe near the factory. As soon as Jean began to speak about a job in the Gulf country, Elsie stopped her.
She said Jean did not need to continue. Elsie agreed that starting a business in the Gulf country might be good, but she said it was not good for her. Nothing would make her go back there again.
Jean left the cafe feeling relief in one way, but also sadness. She did not want a worker with such a negative feeling. Yet she had hoped very much that this woman would join her. She knew she did not have much experience in running things. As her plan came closer to becoming real, she started to see problems that she had not seen before. One evening she sat alone in her hotel room and felt low and worried. The next day she decided not to take the long train ride. She chose to fly back to Cairns because the ticket was only a little more expensive. When she returned to the Strand Hotel, our letters were waiting for her. After she read them, she felt happier. She remembered Aggie very clearly. Aggie was thin and serious. If Aggie was ready to come to Queensland for a year, that meant a lot. At that time she felt very alone. Cairns was full of strangers, and she was waiting there for Joe Harman. She wrote careful letters to us. She did not want to decide anything before she met Harman. Later she told me about those 3 weeks in Cairns. She stayed at the Strand Hotel after she came back from Rockhampton. She said it was the worst time of her life. Every morning she woke up very early. In the cold light of dawn, she felt afraid and unsure. She thought she was being foolish. She believed she could never live happily in this strange country. She thought she and Harman would have nothing to share. Sometimes she felt it would be better not to meet him at all. She told herself the sensible thing was to leave. She could take the next plane to Sydney. From there she could find a cheap ship back to England. England was her home. But by the middle of the day something would change. A waitress might speak kindly to her, or the manageress might help her in a simple way. These small acts of kindness made her doubt her decision. The doubt grew slowly during the afternoon. By evening she felt different. She felt that if she left Australia now, she would be running away. She might lose something important. She might never find it again in her whole life. So at night she decided to stay and be patient. In the morning the same fears returned, and the whole struggle began again. From my letters she knew the name of Harman's ship. It was easy to learn when it arrived in Brisbane. She asked a few careful questions. She found out that he had to pass through Cairns on his way to Willistown. She also learned something else. His ship arrived in Brisbane on a Monday. The only weekly plane to the Gulf country left early on Tuesday morning. He could not catch that plane in time. He would have to stay in Cairns for several days. In Willistown she had heard that he always stayed at the Strand Hotel, so she waited for him there. She wrote a letter to him and sent it to the shipping company in Brisbane. The letter was not easy to write. She did not know what to say at first. At last she finished it and wrote,
Dear Joe, I received a letter from Mr. Strachan. He told me that you went to see him when you were in England. He also said that you were sorry you did not meet me. It may surprise you, but I have been in Australia for some weeks. I will stay here in Cairns. We can talk before you travel on to Willistown. When we meet, let us not speak too much about Malaya. We both know what happened there. Let us try to forget it.
She wrote and asked him to tell her when he would come to Cairns. She said she really wanted to see him again. She signed her name, Jean Paget. On Tuesday morning, she received a telegram. It said he was staying to visit Mrs. Spears, the owner of Midhurst. It also said he would fly to Cairns on Thursday. On Thursday, she went to the aerodrome to meet him. She felt silly and excited, like a young girl on her first meeting with a boy. Joe Harman felt worried as the plane flew closer to Cairns. For 6 years, he had kept her picture in his heart. But in truth, he did not really know what she looked like now. The girl he remembered had long black hair in one thick braid down her back. She tied the end with a piece of string, like a Chinese woman. Her skin was very brown from the sun, almost as brown as a Malay woman. She wore an old, faded blouse and a cheap cotton sarong. She had no shoes on her feet. Her feet were dark and often dirty. Most of the time, she carried a baby on her hip. He knew she would not look like that in Cairns. Still, he was worried. He was afraid he would not know her when he saw her. The special light inside her, the thing that made her such a good girl in his eyes, did not show on her face. That made it harder for him. Jean also thought about this problem. While she dressed carefully in her room, she wondered if he would know her. In the end, she decided he probably would not. She did not worry about knowing him. He would not have changed as much as she had. And if there was any doubt, the marks on his hands would tell her who he was. She stood by the white fence near the runway. The hot sun shone down as the Dakota plane moved slowly across the ground. When he came out of the plane, she saw him at once. He had fair hair, blue eyes, and wide shoulders. He looked around in a worried way. His eyes stopped on her for a moment. Then he looked away again. She watched him and wondered if she looked too old. He began to walk toward the airline office. His walk was stiff and strange. A small pain touched her heart. That walk came from Kuantan. What happened there had left a mark on him. With her mind she knew this would happen, but when she saw it, it still hurt. She stepped off the railway line and walked fast across the road to him.
Joe, she called.
He stopped and looked at her with surprise. He thought he would see a stranger. He could not believe that this neat and pretty young woman in a light summer dress was the same woman he had seen years ago in Malaya. At that time she looked thin and tired. Her clothes were torn. Japanese soldiers pushed her. Her face and feet had blood on them. Then she moved her head in a way he knew well. Old memories came back to him. Yes, this was Mrs. Boom again, the woman he remembered. He could not say what he felt inside. He gave a shy smile.
"Hello, Miss Paget," he said.
She quickly took his hand. "Oh, Joe," she said.
He held her hand and looked into her eyes. "Where are you staying?" he asked. "How long will you be here?"
"I am staying at the Strand Hotel," she answered.
"That is where I stay too," he said. "I always stay there."
"I know," she said. "Mrs. Smythe told me."
He did not understand everything, but he thought about the next thing first.
"Wait here while I get my bags," he said. "We can go into town together."
"I have a taxi waiting," she said. "Let us not take the bus."
They sat in the taxi and drove toward the town.
"How was Mr. Strachan, Joe?" she asked.
"He was well," he said. "I stayed with him for quite a long time in his flat."
"Did you?" she said.
She did not know that. She had only heard a little about it before.
"How long were you in England?" she asked.
"About 3 weeks," he answered.
She did not ask why he went to England. She already knew the reason. It was not something to talk about in front of the taxi driver. He spoke first.
"What have you been doing in Australia, Miss Paget?" he asked.
She waited a moment before she answered. "Did you know I was here?" she asked.
He shook his head.
"Mr. Strachan only told me you were travelling in the East," he said. "When I got your letter in Brisbane, I was very surprised. Truly surprised. Tell me, what are you doing in Cairns?"
A small smile came to her lips.
"What were you doing in England?" she asked.
He was quiet. He did not know what to say. He had no answer ready. They were running on the edge of the town, near the churches. She was breathing fast.
"We have a lot to explain, Joe," she said. "Let us wait until you get your room at the hotel. Then we can find a place to talk."
They did not speak while they walked to the hotel. Jean had a bedroom with a door that opened to a veranda. From there she could see the sea. Behind the sea were high hills with thick green trees near Cape Grafton. They decided to meet there after Joe washed himself. By now she understood some Australian habits.
"Do you want a beer or two?" she asked.
He smiled.
"Goodo."
She asked Doris, the waitress, to bring 4 beers. 3 were for Joe and 1 was for her. It was very hot in that place, so they needed cold drinks. She thought it was funny and very Australian that their first serious talk would happen with 4 bottles of beer. She pulled 2 deck chairs into a cool place in the shade outside her room. The beer came, and Joe arrived at the same time. The waitress left them alone. Jean looked at him quietly.
"Let me look at you, Joe," she said softly.
He stood in front of her and looked at her face. When he first met her in Malaya, he did not know she was so beautiful.
"You have not changed," she said. "Does your back hurt?"
"Not much," he said. "I can still ride a horse, and that is good. But I cannot lift heavy things. The doctors at the hospital told me I will never lift heavy things again. They said I must not try."
She moved her head slowly and held one of his hands. He stayed beside her while she turned his hand and looked at it. There were large scars on his palm and on the back of his hand.
What about these, Joe? She asked.
They are fine, he said. I can hold things well. I can start a truck and do my work.
She looked at the table.
Drink some beer, she said.
She gave him a glass.
You must be thirsty. 3 of these beers are for you.
Goodo.
He lifted the glass and drank half of it. Then they both sat down in the deck chairs. Tell me what happened to you, he asked.
I know you said we should not talk about Malaya. It was a good place once. I do not want to remember it now. But I want to know what happened to you after Kuantan.
She took a drink of her beer.
We travelled on, she said. Captain Sagamo sent us away that same day. After that, we moved up the east coast. Only one sergeant was with us. I felt sorry for him, Joe. He was in trouble because of what happened. He was very unhappy. Later he got sick with a fever. He became weaker and weaker. He died in a place called Kuala Telang. It is about halfway between Kuantan and Kota Baru. That was about a month later.
He was the only Japanese soldier with you? He asked.
She nodded.
What did you do after that?
She lifted her head.
They let us stay there for the rest of the war, she said. We lived in the village. We worked in the rice fields until the war ended.
You mean you stood in the water and planted rice like the Malay people?
Yes, she said.
Oh my word, he said quietly.
It was not a bad life, she said. I think it was better than living in a camp, after we got used to it. When the war ended, we were quite healthy. We started a small school and taught the children. We also taught some Malay children.
I heard a little about that, he said. A pilot told me. I met him at Julia Creek.
She looked at him with surprise.
How did he know about us?
He was the pilot who flew you out in 1945, he said. He told me you went by truck to Kota Baru. Then he flew you from there to Singapore. He works for TAA now. He flies between Townsville and Mount Isa. The plane stops at Julia Creek. I met him there last May when I was sending cattle on the train.
I remember, she said slowly. An Australian Dakota plane took us out. Was he a thin young man with fair hair?
Yes, that is him.
She was quiet for a moment.
What did he tell you, Joe?
He only said that he flew you to Singapore.
She looked at him and smiled.
What did he say about me?
He smiled in a shy way and said nothing.
Come on, Joe, she said. Have another beer. Let us speak clearly.
All right, he said.
He took a glass and held it, but he did not drink.
He said you were not married, Mrs. Boone. I always thought all of you were married.
They were all married except me. Is that why you hurried off to England?
He looked into her eyes. He laughed and took a long drink of his beer. Now she felt shy. She sat with her glass of beer and told him about Kuala Telang. She spoke about her friends there. She told him about the wash house and the old well. Then she spoke about the hard part. He smiled. She nodded. He smiled. She nodded.
Oh, Joe, it is such a waste of money when we are here in Cairns. I got some money, she said. I think Noel Strachan told you. I did not know what to do after that, she said. I did not want to keep working as a typist in a small town near London. Then I had an idea. I wanted to help the village where we lived for 3 years, Kuala Telang. I wanted to give them a well. The men who dig wells came from Kuantan, she said. I thought you were dead, Joe. We all thought that. The men told me you were alive, she said. They said you were in the hospital and you got better. I tried to learn what happened to you, she said. But they did not know. Or maybe they knew but did not want to tell me. I think they were very afraid of Sagamo. I went to Kuantan, she said. It is very quiet there now. People play tennis on the courts. They sit and talk under that ugly tree. The hospital staff told me you asked about us. Mrs. Boone. Yes. Well, she said slowly. I wanted to see if you were all right. I thought you might still be in the hospital. In a way, she said.
That's right. Well, how could I know you would come to Cairns? He said. What are you doing here? You did not tell me. That's right, he said kindly. Oh well, he asked. I was very close to death, he said. That's right, he said. So did you come to Australia from there? He asked. Why? Is that true? He asked. You came to Australia because of me. Do not let it give you strange ideas, he said with a grin. I would do the same if you were an abo. You should not talk about me wasting money, he said. We would have met if you had stayed in England.
How could I know you would come to England and be so healthy? She asked in an angry voice.
They sat and drank their beer for a while.
How did you get here? He asked. Where did you go first?
I knew you worked at Wallara before, she said. I thought they could tell me about you there. So I flew from Singapore to Darwin. Then I went to Alice by bus.
Oh my, he said. You went to Alice Springs. Did you go to Wallara and see Tommy Devane?
She shook her head.
I stayed in Alice for about a week. Mr. Devane spoke to the hospital by radio and gave me your address in Midhurst. Then I flew to Willstown. I sent you a telegram to Midhurst to say I was coming. But they told me there that you were in England.
He looked at her with surprise.
Is that really true? You went to Willstown?
She nodded.
I stayed there for 3 weeks.
3 weeks, he said. Where did you stay?
I stayed with Mrs. Connor at the hotel.
But why 3 weeks? For most people, 3 hours is enough.
I had to stay somewhere, she said. If you go away to England, people who want to see you must wait. When you go back, the Australian hotel may be full of them.
He smiled.
I think you are right. What did you do all that time?
I sat and talked with Earl Burns, Pete Fletcher, Sam Small, and the others.
You must have caused a lot of talk, he said.
Then he stopped and thought.
Did you go to Midhurst?
She shook her head.
I stayed in Willstown the whole time. But I met Jim Lennon.
A bell rang downstairs for tea.
We should go down, Joe, she said. They do not like it when people are late.
I know, he said.
He picked up his glass to finish his drink. But he held it and did not drink. After a moment, he spoke.
What did you think of Willstown, Miss Paget?
She smiled. Joe, please do not call me Miss Paget. You can call me Mrs. Boom or Jean. If you keep saying Miss Paget, I will go home tomorrow.
He gave a small smile.
All right, Mrs. Boone. What did you think of Willstown?
If we start that now, we will be late for tea, she said.
Tell me, he said.
She looked at him and smiled softly.
I think it is a terrible place, Joe, she said quietly. I do not understand how anyone can live there.
She put her hand on his arm.
I want to talk about it with you. But now we must go and have tea.
He stood up and put his glass down.
Yes, he said heavily.
It's not a good place for a woman. They went downstairs for tea and sat together at a table. Joe looked sad and quiet. After they ordered their food, Jean looked at him.
Joe, how long can you stay here? She asked. When do you have to go back to Midhurst?
He lifted his head and smiled.
I will go back when I am ready, he said. I have been away for a long time, so a few more days do not matter. He stopped for a moment. What about you?
I only came to see if you were all right, Joe, she said. I think I will go to Brisbane next week and look for a ship to take me home.
Their food arrived. Joe had roast beef. Jean had cold ham and salad.
What have you done since you came to Cairns? He asked. Did you go to the reef?
She shook her head.
I went to Rockhampton once, she said. I also went on a tour to the tableland and stayed one night in Atherton. I have not been anywhere else.
Oh, you must see the Great Barrier Reef before you go home, he said.
After a short pause, he spoke again.
Would you like to go to Green Island for the weekend?
She looked at him with interest.
What is Green Island like? She asked.
It is a small coral island on the reef, he explained. It is round and about half a mile wide. There is a restaurant there. There are also small huts where people can sleep, among the trees. It is a very nice place if you like swimming. You can wear your swimsuit all day.
Jean thought about the small huts among the trees. She felt she should be careful, but the idea was interesting. They did not know each other well. They still had many things to learn and many things to talk about. If she spent a weekend there with Joe, they would understand each other better. In Cairns, it was harder to talk freely.
I would like that, Joe, she said. How would we get there?
His face became bright with happiness, and she felt pleased for him.
I will go out after tea and find Ernie, he said. He is probably in the bar at Hyde's. He has a boat, and he can take us there tomorrow. It will take about 3 hours. We should leave at 8 o'clock, before it gets too hot. Then I will ask him to come back for us on Monday.
All right, she said. But listen, Joe, we must both pay.
He did not understand her.
I mean you pay for the boat one way, and I will pay the other way, she explained. And we each pay for our own things.
He did not like that idea at all.
If we do not do that, Joe, I will not come, she said. I will think you plan to cheat me.
You are right, he said. All right, Mrs. Boone, we will each pay for ourselves.
He smiled. After tea he went out. Half an hour later he came back to her on the veranda. He had found Ernie and arranged the boat. He also bought a big basket of fruit for the trip. Evening came quickly and soon it was dark. They sat together for a few hours. They talked about many things, but not about Will's town. She learned much about his early life on different stations. He told her about his family near Cloncurry. He spoke about the war and about Midhurst.
Midhurst gets very good rain, he said. We had 34 inches in the last wet season. In Alice, 10 inches is a good year. I asked Mrs. Spears if we could build 2 dams at the top of the creeks. One on Kangaroo Creek and one on Dry Gum.
Did she agree? She asked.
She will pay for them, he said. The problem is finding workers. Men do not want to work in the outback. It is very hard.
Why is that? She asked.
She already had her own thoughts, but she wanted to hear his opinion.
I do not know, he said. They all want jobs in the towns.
She did not ask more about it. There would be time later. They spoke about easy and pleasant things. She saw that he wanted very much to return to Midhurst. He missed his horses and his dogs.
I have a dog called Lily, he said. Her mother was a blue cattle dog, and her father was a dingo. So Lily is half dingo. She is a very good dog. Before I left, I bred her with another blue cattle dog. She will have had her puppies by now. They will be part dingo too. A mix of dingo and cattle dog can be very good. But the dingo blood must not be too strong, or the dog is not steady. I had a dog like that before the war at Wallara. He was excellent.
He said he had about 60 riding and pack horses at the station. But he did not speak about them with the same feeling as his dogs.
A dog comes into the house and sits with you in the evening, he said.
She imagined his long and lonely nights there.
You cannot live in the outback without dogs, he said.
At 10 o'clock they went to bed. They wanted to start early in the morning. They stood together in the dark near her door.
Have I changed a lot, Joe? She asked.
He smiled.
I would not have known you, he said.
I thought so. 6 years is a long time.
You have not really changed, he said.
You're the same person underneath. I think I am, she said slowly. After the war I felt like an old woman, Joe. After Kuantan, I thought I would never enjoy anything again. She smiled. But now I can enjoy something. Like a weekend at Green Island.
There is not much to do there, he said. You can swim. You can go in a glass-bottom boat and look at the coral and the fish.
I know. It will be great fun.
The next morning they left in Ernie's fishing boat. It was a small motor boat with a cover on top. For 2 hours they moved slowly across the calm sea. They pulled a fishing line behind the boat and caught 2 big, bright horse mackerel. After about an hour they saw Green Island. First they saw the tops of coconut trees far away. When they came closer, they saw the small round island. A white coral beach went all around it. There was a long wooden pier over the shallow reef. They got off the boat and walked along it together. They stopped and looked down at the red and blue fish swimming around the coral below. No other visitors were staying on the island. They were given 2 small bedroom huts between the trees. The huts had open sides so the wind could pass through. There were simple curtains for privacy. They went to swim at once. Later they met again on the beach. Jean wore a new white 2-piece swimsuit. She felt pleased when she saw how Joe looked at her.
It is as pretty as a picture, he said. Oh my word.
She laughed. There is not enough cloth to fill a picture frame, Joe.
That is true, he said. But there is no one here to complain.
I must be careful not to get sunburn, she said. I think I am the palest woman who has ever swum here.
You are pale in some places, he said. He stood and looked at her. He did not want to look away. You have some sun on the top part, though.
Her shoulders and arms were brown from the sun. There was a clear line across her chest. Above the line her skin was brown. Below it her skin was white.
I wore a sarong in Malaya, she said. They were building a well there. In the village we wore the sarong high under the arms. It feels cool like that. It also protects the skin from the sun. And it still looks proper.
Did you bring it with you? He asked.
She nodded. I will put it on soon.
They turned to walk into the water. Then she saw his back clearly for the first time. It was covered with large scars. The skin looked tight and uneven. Deep pity filled her heart when she looked at him. He had already suffered because of her. She did not want to cause him more pain. He turned and looked at her.
We should not go in deeper than our knees, he said. There are many sharks here.
Then he looked at her face again.
What is wrong? He asked.
She gave a quick laugh.
It is the sun, she said. It makes my eyes wet. I should have brought my dark glasses.
I will get them for you, he said. Where are they?
I do not really want them.
She dived forward into the shallow water. The water was only about 2 feet deep. She turned onto her back and moved the water away from her face.
It is wonderful, she said.
He jumped forward into the water too. He moved around for a short time. Then he sat next to her on the coral sand in the warm sea.
Tell me, Joe, she said. Do sharks really come this close?
They can take you even when the water is only up to your waist, he said. Oh yes, they can. I do not know if there are any here now. The problem is, you can never be sure. Were there sharks in Malaya?
I think so, she answered. The village people never went deeper than their knees. So we did the same. There were also crocodiles in the river. She laughed again. When you think about it, a good swimming pool is best in a hot country.
They turned and moved slowly in the clear blue water. The sun shone through the small waves. It made bright silver lights on the coral sand around them.
I have never swum in a swimming pool, he said. Do they make a shallow part? Somewhere you can sit like this.
Of course, she said. There is a shallow end and a deep end. There are diving boards at the deep end. Do they not have swimming pools here in Australia?
Oh yes, he said. They have them in cities like Sydney and Melbourne. I have heard that some station owners also have them on their land. But towns like Cairns and Townsville and Mackay are near the sea. So they do not need a pool.
Mrs. McLean has a pool in Alice Springs, she said. I know that. They built it 1 or 2 years ago. I have never seen it.
She turned onto her back again. Above her, a seagull flew high in the warm air near the island.
You could build a pool at Willstown, she said. You have so much water from the bore. It runs through the middle of the town. You could make a beautiful swimming pool in front of the hotel.
That water is not wasted, he said. Oh no. The cattle drink it in the dry season.
It would not hurt the cattle if we used it first for a swimming pool, she said. It would still be good for them.
It might taste better if you swam in it, he said. I am not sure about me.
He did not let her stay in the water for more than 15 minutes.
You'll burn, he said. At midday like this, you can burn as easily in the sea as on the land. You must be careful with skin as white as yours.
I will remember.
They left the beach and walked into the shade of the trees. They sat there and smoked for a while. After that, they went back to their huts. They put on more clothes before lunch. She had learned that hotels in Australia were strict about clothes at meal times. In Cairns, even on the hottest summer day, a man without a jacket and tie could not eat in the dining room. A woman wearing trousers was also not allowed. Harman had prepared a light lunch for her. There was cold meat and fruit. She felt moved because he wanted her weekend to be pleasant. While she tried to eat a mango without making a mess, she spoke.
Joe, why do towns like Willstown not have more fresh fruit? Does fruit not grow there?
Mangoes grow well, he said. We have 3 or 4 mango trees at Midhurst. Are there none in the town? I thought there would be some.
I do not think there are any. I never saw fruit in the hotel. I never saw any for sale.
Well, maybe you would not see it. People do not care much about it. In some towns, every big tree is a mango tree. In Cooktown, in early summer, mangoes fall on the road. You can drive over them.
Do people not like fresh fruit and vegetables? They can get skin problems if they do not eat them.
It is too hot for older people to work in gardens like in cooler places, he said. There are not enough people in the country to grow these things. We cannot even find enough men to work with cattle on the stations. We must use many native workers as stockmen. There are simply not enough people. They do not want to come to the outback.
She thought for a moment. There were many fresh vegetables in Alice Springs.
Yes, he answered. Alice is different. It is a very good little town.
After lunch, they lay on their beds and slept in the hot afternoon. Before tea, they went swimming again. In the cool evening, they walked to the end of the jetty and went fishing. They caught some sand snappers. They also caught 3 or 4 bright red and blue fish. Those fish were poisonous and could not be eaten. They had to touch them with a glove because the fish could sting. After some time, they grew tired of fishing. They put away their lines. Then they sat and watched the sunset over the hills of the Atherton tableland far away.
It is strange, Jean said. You go to a new country and expect everything to be different. But many things stay the same. That sunset looks just like a sunset in England on a warm summer evening.
Do you see many things here that are like England? He asked.
She smiled.
Not on Green Island. Not much in Willstown. But in Cairns, yes, many things. There are Vauxhall and Austin cars in the streets. Politicians tell people to buy British goods. There is the North British Insurance Company. There is Tattersalls. In the hotel, bank clerks listen to the radio show ITMA. Even the boys who sell newspapers in the street shout the same words. They cry, read all about it. If you close your eyes, they sound just the same. They shouted like that when I lived in Ealing.
Ealing is near London where you worked, is that right?
Yes. It is really part of London. It is a suburb.
Will you live there again when you go home?
I do not know, she said slowly. I do not know what I will do, Joe.
They sat together on the jetty in the soft evening light. They watched the sun go down over the quiet water. She thought he would say more after her words. She felt disappointed when he stayed silent. She had expected more from him. When he did not speak, she began to feel troubled. Before the weekend, she thought she would need to defend herself from him. She thought he might try to get too close to her. But everything had been very different. Joe Harman had behaved very well. He had not tried to kiss her. He had not even tried to touch her on purpose. If she did not know that he had gone to England only to find her, she might think he did not care about her at all. By the end of the day, she felt truly worried about his calm control. She had already hurt him enough. It was not better when they went to bed. She wanted him to kiss her in the quiet dark under the palm trees. But Joe did not kiss her. They said good night in a polite way. They did not even shake hands. Then each one went to his or her own hut. Jean stayed awake for a long time. She felt restless and worried. She believed something important would happen on Green Island. She thought they would speak about their feelings. But now nothing was decided. If nothing changed, they would leave on Monday with no clear plan. If that happened, she would go to Brisbane and then travel home. There would be no reason to stay. This thought hurt her deeply. She knew she was different from him. She was English, and her ways were not the same as his. He did not know how ready she was to live his life in Queensland. She was willing to change for him. Maybe her money was also a problem. She did not think he was proud or foolish about money. He was honest and real. But her money might make him feel unsure. She felt there was a gap between them. She was a rich English girl from far away. An Australian girl from Cairns would be different. Jean thought that if Joe liked a girl from Cairns so much, he would already have taken her to bed. But he had not even kissed Jean once. She lay awake for a long time before she slept. The next day was not better. In the cool morning they swam in the clear blue sea. The water was bright and beautiful. Later they walked on the reef when the tide was low. They looked at the red and yellow coral. After that they rowed in a small boat with a glass bottom. They watched the bright fish swim under them. All the time, they did not touch. There was always space between them. By tea time they had nothing easy to talk about. They had used all their light and simple topics. The silence felt heavy. Sometimes they stopped speaking and did not know what to say next. In the soft evening light, they decided to walk around the island on the beach. At the door of her hut she stopped.
"Give me 2 minutes, Joe," she said. "I do not want to walk on the beach in this dress."
She pulled the curtain closed so she could change. While she changed her clothes, she thought about their last day. They had only one more day on the island. They had many things to decide, but they had not begun. She knew she must take a small risk. It was the only way forward. And Joe was worth the risk. In the half-light, Joe turned when she came out of the hut. For a moment, he felt as if he was back in Malaya 6 years ago. She wore the same old cotton sarong, or one that looked the same. The cloth was faded and rolled tight under her arms to hold it up. Her brown shoulders and arms were bare. She had no shoes on her feet. Her hair was in one long plait down her back. It was tied at the end with a small piece of string, just like in Malaya. She was not the rich English girl anymore. She was Mrs. Boong again, the woman he remembered from long ago. She walked to him in a shy way. She put both hands on his shoulders.
"Is this better, Joe?" she asked softly.
Later, she could not clearly remember the next few minutes. He held her tight in his arms. He kissed her face, her neck, and her shoulders again and again. His hands moved over her body with strong feeling. Her heart was full of many emotions at once. She understood that he wanted her very much. No one had ever wanted her like this before. She did not try to stop him. She did not think about pulling away. After a time, she could speak again.
"Oh, Joe, they will see us from the house," she said.
Then she realized they were inside her small bedroom hut. She did not know how they got there. Later, she thought he must have lifted her and carried her inside. Now she felt a new kind of worry. Her sarong was only held up by the tight roll above her chest. It could stay in place during normal movement, but it did not stay firm when he held her so closely. She felt the cloth becoming loose. She had nothing else under it. He still held her, and she did not resist. His kisses covered her face and neck. She thought, this is the moment. Then she thought, it had to happen one day, and I am glad it is Joe. After that she thought, it is not his fault. I made this happen. Then she had another quick thought. I must sit down, or my clothes will fall. She moved back from his arms and sat on the bed. He came down beside her, laughing. She laughed too. With her left hand, she tried to hold up her sarong and cover herself. Soon he pulled her close again. He gently stopped her from moving away. Then he spoke in a simple voice.
Do you mind? He asked.
She put her right arm around his shoulders.
Dear Joe, she said quietly. Not if you really need this. If you can wait until we are married, I would like that more. But whatever you do now, I will still love you.
He looked deeply into her eyes. Say that again, he said.
She pulled his head down gently. Then she kissed him. Dear Joe, of course I am in love with you. Why do you think I came to Australia?
Will you marry me?
Of course I will marry you. She looked up at him with love and laughter in her eyes. Anyone who sees us now will think we are already married.
He smiled and held her more gently. I do not know what you think about me, he said.
Do you want me to tell you? She took one of his hurt hands and touched the large scars softly. I think you are the man I want to marry. I want to have children with you. Now it did not matter that the sarong had fallen to her waist. I would like to wait a few months and put our lives in order first. Joe, marriage is important. There are things we should do before we marry. But if you feel we cannot wait, I will marry you tomorrow. I will even marry you tonight.
He pulled her close in a gentle way and kissed her fingers. I can wait. I waited 6 years for this. I can wait a little longer.
Poor Joe, she said softly. I will try to make it easier for you. I will not tease you. I should not have done this. She moved out of his arms and pulled up her sarong. Then she wrapped it around herself. Please go outside for a minute. I want to put on more clothes.
You do not need to do that, he said. I will not do anything. Maybe I will kiss you sometimes. Stay like that tonight, like we were in Malaya.
Just for tonight, she said. Soon they went outside and stood on the beach in the bright moonlight. They held each other very close. I never knew a man could feel so happy, he said. After half an hour she spoke again. Joe, we are both tired. It is time to sleep. We have so much to talk about. We will talk better in the morning. There is one thing I want to say tonight. If you ever feel you cannot wait any longer, you must tell me. If you come to me and say that, we will marry at once. We will marry even sooner if we must.
I can wait a long time for you after tonight, he said gently.
Dear Joe, I will not make you wait longer than I must. She was very tired. When she went into her hut, she did not light the candle. She fell onto her bed. She loosened her sarong in the Malay way and fell asleep almost at once. She woke at the first light of morning. She lay still and thought about everything that had happened. She felt very happy. At last, she believed things would be good between them. When the sun began to rise, she got up. She looked carefully toward Joe's hut and the restaurant. Everything was quiet. No one was moving. She put on her bathing clothes and walked down to the sea. She swam in the cool water. As she lay in the shallow water under the rising sun, she saw dark marks on her body. They were bruises. She thought about how close she had come to great danger. She felt thankful that she was safe. Very quietly, she went back to her hut and put on a dress. Then she walked to the restaurant. The door was open, but nobody was there. She filled the kettle and put it on the small oil stove. Soon she made a pot of tea. With a cup of tea in her hand, she walked to Joe's hut. She looked inside carefully. He was asleep on the bed, wearing only shorts. For a few minutes she stood there and watched him. His face looked calm. The worried lines were gone. He slept quietly, like a small boy, but the scars on his back were strong and clear, and they looked hard and painful. She stood and watched him for a while. There was love in her eyes. She knew she would see him like this on many mornings in her life. The thought made her happy. She moved and put the cup down. When she looked at him again, his eyes were open. He was looking at her.
Morning, Joe, she said. I've made you a cup of tea.
He lifted himself on one arm.
Tell me, he said, did what I think happened last night really happen?
I think so, Joe, she said. I think it did. I have bruises all over me.
He held out his hand.
Come here and give me a kiss.
She stepped back.
Not on your life, she said. I'll kiss you when you get up, have a bath, and put some clothes on.
He laughed.
Aren't you going to bathe?
I've already bathed, she said. I've been up for an hour while you were sleeping. I'll come down and watch you.
Did you sleep well? He asked.
She nodded.
Like a log.
So did I.
They smiled at each other.
Give me a minute and I'll come down to the beach, he said.
She sat on the sand and talked to him while he bathed. After that, he came out and went to shave. Soon he returned in a clean shirt and clean khaki trousers. She stepped into his arms and kissed him. Breakfast was not ready yet. They sat close together on the beach in the cool morning air. They talked and talked. Now it was easy to find things to say. Even when they were quiet, they felt close. After breakfast, they smoked cigarettes and drank their last cup of coffee. Then he spoke.
I've been thinking, he said. I'm going to leave Midhurst as soon as Mrs. Spears finds another manager.
She felt shocked and stayed quiet. What was he going to say next?
If we can find a grazing farm near Adelaide, that is what I'd like, he said. Maybe at Malala or Hamley Bridge or Balaclava. Somewhere near the railway from Alice Springs. And not too far from the meatworks. I think we can find a place about 50 miles from the city. Then we can go into the city anytime we want.
She stayed silent for a minute. She needed to answer carefully.
Why do you want to do that, Joe? She asked. What's wrong with Midhurst?
It's too far from everything, he said. It may be fine for a single man, but not for a married couple. Adelaide is a wonderful city. I'm from Queensland, but I like Adelaide more than Brisbane. I haven't seen Sydney or Melbourne, but Adelaide is really good. It has many streets full of shops. There are trams and cinemas and dance halls. It is beautiful too. There are hills behind the city and fields of grapes for wine. We could have a very good life on a farm near Adelaide.
But Joe, she said, is that the work you really want? Just buying cattle and feeding them before they are sold? It sounds very dull to me. Are you tired of the outback?
He pressed his cigarette under his heel and put it out.
There are places that are good for single men and places that are good for married people, he said. When you get married, you must change some things.
The breakfast table was between them. It felt too far away for two people who had just found love. She could not talk about something so serious without touching him.
Let's go outside, she said.
They went out and found a small place with sandy grass near the beach. There was shade from a tree. They sat down close together.
I don't think that is right, Joe, she said slowly. I don't think you should leave the outback just because we are getting married.
He smiled at her.
The Gulf country is not a good place for a woman, he said. Only a woman who grows up in the outback can live there well. And even then, it is hard. I have seen married people come from England and try to live there. It never works. Life there is too different. It is too hard.
She spoke in a quiet voice.
I know it is very different and very hard. I have lived in Willstown for 3 weeks, Joe. So I understand a little.
She took his hand and touched the thick scars on it with both of her hands.
I know what you are afraid of. You think a girl from England, a girl like me, will be unhappy in the outback. You think I will become bored. You think I will find reasons to go to the city. Maybe for the dentist. Maybe for shopping. You think that if we begin our life at Midhurst, it will be too hard for me. And you are afraid our marriage will fail.
She looked up into his eyes.
That is what you are afraid of, isn't it, Joe?
He looked back at her.
Yes, he said. A man should not make an English girl live in a bad place like Willstown.
She smiled a little.
It is not only English girls, Joe. Australian girls leave too. Girls who are born in Willstown run far away from it.
He smiled. That is true. If they cannot live there, how can you?
I am not sure that I can, she said thoughtfully.
She wanted to be honest.
Are all the towns in the Gulf country like that?
He nodded.
Normanton is a little bigger. It has 3 pubs, not 1. And it has a church.
They were quiet for a long time.
I am afraid of things too, she said at last.
He took her hand at once. He did not want her to feel afraid of their new life. The night before, she had already been very brave. She waited a moment. She was right. He felt confused and worried. She smiled at him. Chapter 8.
What's that? He asked gently. I think I would get used to it soon, he said. You just said you could not live in Willstown, he said. Burketown and Croydon are the same. That is true. We must try to find a way that is good for both of us. What way? Rain is not the only thing you need for cattle, he said. Good grass is important. If the grass is better, more calves live through the dry time and you can sell more. But there is much more to it. First, you must keep the water when you get it, he said. Midhurst gets a lot of rain, but it goes away very fast. It rains from the middle of December to the end of February. At that time the creeks are full and running. But 3 weeks later, at the end of March, they are dry again. The land becomes dry again too. Yes, he said. I want to start building small walls to stop the water. We can do a little each year. We start at the top of each creek and move down. We can make a small pool every 2 or 3 miles along the creeks until they reach the Gilbert River. The water will not stay all through the dry season. The sun is too strong. But many small dams will give much more grass at Midhurst. I am sure of that. It is 1,100 square miles. About 9,000. It should carry more. But the top end is very dry. He thought for a short time. I think it could carry twice as many as now. That would be about 16 cattle for each square mile. With our rain, that should be possible. Yes. 4 pounds and 16. He looked at her in a new way. Yes, that is how I worked it out. I told Mrs. Spears that I want a permanent team of 3 men and some Aboriginal workers for this job. We would do a little each year and start from the top. We would spend about £1,500 each year. The first year the profit would be smaller. After that it should slowly grow to almost double. That is what I told her. She agreed to spend the money. But that is only the beginning. It is the easy part. It may take years before I can get the men. Yes, he said heavily.
I'm afraid you will change your job, she said. I cannot believe that this will work well. A man should not change his work because his wife cannot live with things that he can accept. You worked on land that is 2,000 square miles, Joe. You went away for 3 weeks with pack horses, but you were still on your own land. What would a man like you do on only 1,000 acres? I know you would do it, she said quietly. You might even learn to do it well. But it would never make you happy after the Gulf country. Cinemas will not help. Shops and dance halls will not help. And sometimes when we argue, and we will argue, Joe, you will think about your old life in the Gulf country. You will think about how you left it because of me. I will know that you are thinking this and blaming me. That will stay between us all the time. That is what I am afraid of, Joe. I think we should stay in the Gulf country where your work is. I know, she said slowly. I am not being very sensible. First I say I cannot live in a place like that. Then I say you must not live anywhere else. There is only one way to do that, Joe. We must change Willstown. That day they moved between love and serious talk about money and land. You cannot tell me that a place with 3 times more rain than the territory cannot have a town as good as Alice, she said. I know Alice has a railway. But Willstown has rain, and rain is better for cattle. If you keep doing that, Joe, I will go and sit alone. We are not married yet. She moved his hand away and kissed it. Tell me, Joe. She held his hand tightly. Is that why you want to build dams at Kangaroo Creek and Dry Gum Creek? She let go of his hand. How big is Midhurst, Joe? How many cattle are there now? If you build all these small dams, how many cattle could it carry then? You sold 1,400 cattle this year, did you not? How much money for each one? She caught his hand again and held it tight. I am thinking, Joe. If you double the cattle, you will have 1,400 more to sell each year. That is between £6,000 and £7,000 more each year. You would sell £12,000 or £13,000 each year then. It would be good to spend some money on dams to get that increase, would it not? Did she agree? She looked at him with surprise. Yes.
He put his arm around her shoulders.
It is easy to think about things like that, but it is hard to do them. Maybe it will take 5 years before I can start the work. There are only 3 white men at Midhurst now. That is me, Jim Lennon, and Dave Hope. We need 3 more men. They must work far away, about 40 miles from the homestead. They will use a pick and a shovel most of the time. They must work alone, with only 1 visit each week or every 2 weeks. It is very hard to find men like that. Each year there are fewer people in the Gulf country. If we did not have the Aboriginal stockmen, I do not know what we would do.
Are there really only 3 white men running Midhurst?
When you come, there will be 4.
She thought there would be 5 or 6 soon, but she did not say it.
How many men would you like to have?
You mean in the future, with 18,000 cattle?
She nodded.
I could use 20 men on a station like that, he said. That would not be too many. Not if we keep quiet bulls in a paddock to make the herd better. We would need fences and stockyards and many other things. I could use 20 white stockmen, and some extra workers too.
She spoke slowly.
Pete Fletcher said 50 stockmen are coming into Willstown and using it as their town.
That sounds right, he said.
If all the stations grow like you say, she said, then we will need 7 times more stockmen. Now there are only 3 of you. That would mean 300 or 400 stockmen in this area. They would have wives and children. There would be shops for them, and pubs, and garages, and radios, and cinemas. There is space here for a town with 2,000 or 3,000 people, Joe.
He smiled.
Soon you will say it is as big as Brisbane.
She looked at him seriously.
Joe, there was an old woman with us in Malaya called Mrs. Frith. She thought you were Jesus Christ because you were crucified. I tried to tell her you were not. If she saw what you are doing now, she would believe me.
They talked about Mrs. Frith for a while. Then they spoke about normal things again.
Joe, listen to me, she said. Would it sound silly if I said I want to start a business in Willstown?
He looked at her in surprise.
A business? What kind of business can you start in Willstown?
Do you know what I did in England?
You were a shorthand typist, were you not?
She took his hand and held it softly.
There is so much you do not know about me, she said. I have many things to tell you.
She told him about Pack and Levi and about Mr. Pack. She spoke about shoes made from alligator skin. She told him about Aggie Top. After half an hour she finished.
That is what I want to do, Joe. Do you think it is crazy?
I do not know, he said. Then he spoke again, in a quiet voice. I walked along Bond Street one day and looked at the shops.
She turned to him, surprised.
You did, Joe?
He nodded.
I asked Mr. Strachan what I should see in London. He asked me how much history I knew. I told him I did not have much schooling. He said I should see St. Paul's and Westminster Abbey. Then he said to take a bus to Piccadilly Circus. He told me to walk up Regent Street, along Oxford Street, down Bond Street, and back along Piccadilly. He said I would see the best shops that way.
She nodded. It felt very far away from Green Island and the soft sound of the palm trees in the sea wind.
I saw many shoes made from alligator skin, he said.
He turned to her.
Some kind of dressing cases too, he said. It was interesting to see them. I thought maybe old Jeff Pocock caught the animals for those skins. It made me feel at home. They were made very well. But the prices were very high. Most of them had no labels. There was one small case made from alligator skin. It had silver things inside for a lady. That one cost 100 guineas.
She looked excited. Joe, I think Pack and Levi made that. We used to make things like that.
You are not thinking about making things like that in Willstown? He asked.
Not cases, Joe. Only shoes. Shoes at the beginning. I want a small workshop. 6 or 7 girls can make alligator skin shoes. It will not cost too much. Not more than I can lose if it fails. But maybe it will not fail. If it works and makes money, it will help the town.
6 or 7 girls earning money in Willstown, he said slowly. You will not keep them for 6 weeks. They will all get married. Oh my word, they will.
She laughed. Then I will find 6 or 7 more. She stood up. Let us go and swim. It will be too hot later if we do not go now.
They changed their clothes and lay in the clear, bright water on the white coral sand.
Look at those marks, she said. You big bully. Fight someone your own size.
After a while she spoke again.
I have another surprise for you. You will not drown if I tell you now. I want to open an ice cream shop.
Oh my word, he said.
I will pay these girls good money, Joe, she said in a serious voice. I must earn some of it back.
He looked at her and was not sure if she was joking.
An ice cream shop in Willstown, he asked. It will never make money.
Wait until you see my prices, she said. I will not sell only ice cream. I will sell fruit and vegetables. I will sell frozen food. I will sell women's magazines and cosmetics. I will sell all the small things women like. A very pretty girl wants to come and manage it for me. Her name is Rose Sawyer. She lives in Alice Springs.
He spoke slowly. If you have a pretty girl like that in the shop, the women will not get inside. The place will be full of young men from the stations.
That is fine, she said. As long as they buy ice cream. She turned to him. Joe, have you ever spent a Sunday in Alice Springs?
He shook his head.
I do not think so. Not since before the war.
I know why, she said. The pubs are closed.
He smiled.
That is right.
The pub is closed in Willstown on Sundays too, she said.
The bar is closed, he answered. But you can often buy a drink from Marcona at the back.
She turned over in the water. I must tell Sergeant Haynes about that, Joe. Sunday is the best day for the ice cream shop in Alice. All the men who sit in the bar during the week come on Sunday with their wives and children. They buy ice cream sodas and Coca-Cola. The shop is very busy on Sundays.
It would be, he said thoughtfully. There is nothing else to do.
After some time they came out of the sea and sat in the shade. He did not let her stay in the sun too long because he was afraid she would burn. They sat under the trees and smoked. Then he said, all this will cost a lot of money. Maybe 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. Maybe more.
I have enough, she said.
He turned to her.
Mr. Strachan told me you are a rich woman, he said quietly. At first it worried me. Then I became used to the idea. How much money do you have? You do not have to tell me if you do not want to. But if I know the amount, I can help you better.
Of course, she said.
After last night, nothing could come between them.
Mr. Strachan says I have about £53,000. The money is in a trust until I am 35. If I want to use any of the main money before that, I must ask him.
Oh my word.
It is a lot of money, isn't it? She said. I am glad it is in a trust. I would not know what to do with so much money. And Noel has been very kind.
She stopped for a moment.
I want to use it for something useful. I do not understand business. The only thing I know is the kind of things Pack and Levi made. I was thinking we could start a small workshop like that. And also a shop where women can buy things they like. Even if it does not make much money, it would still help people. Money should be used in the right way, in places like Willstown.
He bent down and kissed her.
There is something else, Joe, she said. I feel this idea is not only about giving work to a few girls. You say the cattle workers are leaving the Gulf country, and men do not want to come to the outback. Of course they will not come if they cannot find a girl to marry. And girls leave because they cannot find work. If I give one girl a job, maybe one man will come to work at Midhurst. Do you think that is true?
I am not sure.
He looked out across the sea at the blue hills far away.
It would help to have more girls there. Life in the outback can be very lonely. Oh my word.
She suddenly understood how lonely it could be. She thought about the long nights alone in the big house. She remembered that people said you could not live in the outback without dogs. She saw in her mind the gentle face of Eddie Page, the manager of Carlisle. He had married a woman who could not read or speak well. She turned back to Joe with quick sympathy.
I feel very selfish asking you to wait, she said.
He took her hand and pressed it gently.
I really want to start this business before we marry, Joe, she said. She smiled at him. You are a strong and active man. I do not think you will wait long before you want children.
He smiled. I will not hurry more than you want.
I want children too.
She pulled his head down and kissed him.
But after we marry, I will only have about 6 months for business. Then I must think about other things. Joe, when do you begin to gather the cattle?
After the rainy season, he said.
It was March this year because the season was late, he said.
Usually we start the muster in the middle of February.
How long does the muster last? She asked.
About 3 weeks or maybe a month, he answered. After that we brand the calves. Then we drive the cattle down to Julia Creek.
Can we get married after the muster, Joe? She asked. Maybe early in April.
Of course, he said.
She was quiet for a moment.
That would give me almost a year from now, she said slowly. By then the business must be strong. I want to leave it for a month or 2 when we begin our family. That is fair. If it cannot run without me for 1 month, then it is not a good business. Then we should close it.
I will be there to help, he said.
She laughed.
You will sell ice creams and lipsticks to young girls? I will not ask you to do that, Joe.
He thought for a moment.
Jim can drive the cattle to Julia Creek alone, he said. He can go while we get married. I will send Bourneville and some of the other men with him. Then we can follow in the utility. We can meet them when they arrive. After that we can put the cattle on the train. It can be our honeymoon.
She smiled.
I like your idea of a honeymoon.
He smiled back.
Is there anything to do in Julia Creek, she asked, except drink beer?
There is a lot to do in Julia Creek, he said.
What can people do there?
We can load 1,500 cattle into railway trucks, he said with a grin. Not many English girls have a honeymoon like that.
They went to change their clothes for lunch. During lunch he spoke again.
About the alligator skins, he said. You should stop trying to tan and dress them here.
He did not like the idea of doing that work in Willstown. It was dirty work. It was not good for girls. There were no men free to help.
There is a tannery in Cairns, he said. They can prepare the skins for you. A man called Gordon owns it. He was in the Gulf country last year. We can visit him tomorrow afternoon if you want.
Do you think he has white kid basils? She asked.
He might, he said. If not, he can probably get them.
He knew a lot about running a station, and he helped her plan the workshop.
Make the building large, he said. Bringing wood to Willstown will cost a lot. So build it big at the start.
He thought again.
There will be 3 new girls living in Willstown if all goes well, he said. You, Rose Sawyer, and Aggie Top. Why not make the workshop a little bigger? You can build 3 small bed-sitting rooms at one end. Put a wall between them and the workshop. Give them a separate door. Then you do not have to live in the hotel. You can live there together and be comfortable. If the business grows later, you can remove the wall and use all the space.
She thought this was an excellent idea. After lunch they found paper and a pencil. They wrote a list of important things to do in Cairns. They also wrote down things they needed to order. Later they went back to their own huts. They slept during the hot part of the day. She woke when Joe called from outside her hut.
"Come and swim," he said. "It is nearly 5 o'clock."
She quickly pulled the sheet over herself.
I will be ready soon. Have you been looking inside?
"I would not do that," he said.
I wish I could believe you.
She closed the curtain. She put on her bathing dress. Then she went to join him on the beach. And they lay together in the warm blue and silver water on the sand. She looked at him and smiled.
Joe, do you want us to be engaged, with a ring and everything? She asked.
"You would like that, would you not?" he asked.
She shook her head.
Only if it stops you from worrying, she said. I will marry you in early April, Joe. That is true.
He smiled at her.
"But for now, I think it is better if we are not officially engaged," he said.
She turned and looked at him.
When we go back to Willstown, I will do some unusual things, she said. People in Willstown will think they are strange. Maybe some ideas will not work. I do not want you to be part of the trouble just because we are engaged. You have your job and your name to protect.
"Would it help if people knew I was with you?" he asked. "If they thought I supported you?"
She smiled and kissed him.
You are too ready to fight, she said softly. It will not help if you fight every Saturday night in the bar because someone says something bad about your future wife.
He laughed.
"They will talk," he said. "They will think I am crazy."
After a time they came out of the water. They sat under the trees in the cool shade. They talked for a long time about their future.
Joe, she said later, what will I do if an Aboriginal stock rider comes into the ice cream shop and asks for a soda? Do I serve him in the same place? Or must he go somewhere else?
Joe scratched his head.
"I do not think that has happened in Willstown," he said. "They usually go to Bill Duncan's store. I do not think people will accept them in an ice cream shop with a white girl behind the counter."
She spoke in a strong voice.
Then I will make another shop for them with a black girl working there, she said. There are many of them, Joe. We cannot refuse to serve them. We will have 2 shops. The freezers and the kitchen can be between them.
She drew a small picture in the white sand with her finger.
Like this, she said.
"Oh dear," he said. "People in Willstown will talk a lot."
She nodded.
I know, she said. That is why I do not want us to be engaged until just before we marry.
That evening they kissed goodnight outside their small huts.
We will not be able to do this in Willstown, she said softly. I will remember this green island all my life, Joe.
He smiled. "We can come back in April if you like," he said, "before we go to Julia Creek."
They left the next morning. Eddie came in his motor boat to take them away. They arrived in Cairns early in the afternoon. First they took their bags to the hotel. Then they went to see Mr. Gordon at the tannery. They talked with him for an hour about alligator skins and other materials for shoes. Mr. Gordon told them not to use kid leather for linings.
"Anything you can do with kid, we can do with wallaby," he said. "You have many wallabies in your area. The leather is just as good. It looks the same and feels the same. We can treat it in any way you want."
Harman said he would send 6 skins with the next lorry so Mr. Gordon could prepare samples.
"It is good to reduce the number of wallabies," he said. "They eat too much grass on the station. There are too many of them."
They spent the rest of the afternoon shopping and ordering supplies. At dusk they went back to the hotel. They were very tired. They had booked seats on the morning plane to Willstown.
There is one thing I must do tonight, Joe, before we leave Cairns, Jean said. I must write to Noel Strachan and tell him what has happened.
In the warm summer night near the sea, the air smelled sweet. After tea she sat on the veranda. there she wrote me a long letter. Joe Harman sat next to her while she wrote. He smoked quietly and felt calm. She was always good at writing letters, and she still writes every week. I received that letter at the beginning of November. I remember that day very clearly. The morning was dark and full of fog. A light rain was falling. I had to turn on the electric light to eat my breakfast. Across the road, I could hardly see the palace stables. In the street below, taxis drove past. The wheels made a wet sound on the wooden road. The letter was long. It was from a very happy girl. She wrote about her love. Of course, I was very happy when I read it. I sat at the table with my breakfast in front of me and read the letter. Then I read it again. After that, I read it a third time. When I finally looked up, my coffee was cold. The fried egg was cold too and stuck to the plate. But I did not care. I was too interested in her news. I went into my bedroom to put on my shoes and coat for work. When I opened the wardrobe to take my coat, I saw her boots and her skates. I had kept them for her until she came back. Old men can be a little foolish sometimes. When I saw those things, I felt suddenly sad. She would not come back to take them. She would never return to England again. I walked to the front door. My cleaning woman was there. She was just coming out of the dining room. "Such good news, Mrs. Chambers," I said. "Do you remember Miss Paget? She used to visit here. She is going to get married. She is going to marry an Australian man in Queensland."
"Oh, I am glad," she said. "She was such a nice lady."
"Yes, she was," I said. "Such a nice lady."
"You did not eat your breakfast, sir," she said. "Was everything all right?"
"Yes, everything was fine, thank you, Mrs. Chambers," I said. I did not want any breakfast this morning. Outside, the street was cold and damp. The fog was yellow and heavy. The air smelled bad and made me cough. I walked to the office like a man in a dream. I thought about wallabies and happy black stockmen. I imagined blue water over white coral sand. I thought about Jean Paget. I remembered the trouble she had with her sarong in that hot country where clothes feel heavy and uncomfortable. Then I heard a loud, sharp sound just above me. Something heavy hit my right arm. I lost my balance and almost fell. I was standing in the middle of Pall Mall. A taxi had stopped very close to me across the road. For a moment, I did not know where I was. Then I heard the driver speaking. His face was white.
"For God's sake, you are very lucky to be alive," he said.
"I am sorry," I said. "I did not look before I crossed the road."
"You walked straight into the road like that," he said angrily. "At your age, you should be more careful. Did I hit you?"
Some people were starting to stand around us. "Only my arm," I said. I moved it to check. It worked well. "It is nothing."
"That is a real miracle," he said. "Be careful next time."
He started the taxi again and drove away. I continued to the office. As usual, the girl brought me the letters. I put them aside. There was another letter in my breast pocket. I wanted to read that one first. I think I had 1 or 2 clients that morning. I usually do. I must have given them advice. But my thoughts were far away, on the other side of the world. Later, Lester Robinson came into my office with some business.
I said to him, "Do you remember the Paget girl, the one who will inherit the McFadden estate? She is now engaged to marry an Australian. He seems like a good man." He made a low sound. "I do not remember clearly," he said. "Does this end our trust?"
"No," I said. "The trust will continue for many years. Until she is 35.
"That is a pity," he said. "It has given you a lot of work. It will be good when it finally ends."
"It has not been difficult," I said. By the end of the day, I almost knew her letter by heart. It was 8 pages long. I took it with me to the club. I drank a glass of sherry at the bar. I told more about her engagement. He knew part of her story. After dinner, we played bridge. Denison, Strickland, Callahan, and I always play together in the evening. I told them about her, too. Around 11 o'clock, I left the table. I went to the library for one last cigarette before walking home across the park. The large room was empty except for Wright. He had worked in the Malay police and knew her story. I sat down beside him.
You know that girl, Jean Paget? I said. I think I spoke to you about her before. He smiled. Yes, you did, he said.
She is engaged to be married, I told him. To the manager of a cattle station in northern Queensland.
Indeed, he said. What's he like?
I've met him, I replied. He's a very good man. She loves him very much. I think they will be very happy.
Is she coming back to England before she gets married? He asked.
I looked at the long rows of books on the wall. I looked at the gold decoration in the corner of the ceiling. No, I said. I don't think she will ever come back to England again. He said nothing. It is too far, I said. I think she will make her life in Queensland now. There was a long silence. After all, there is no reason for her to come back to England, I said at last. There is nothing here for her. She has no family or close ties in this country. Then he said something very foolish. He wanted to be kind, but his words were unwise. I stood up and left. I went back to my dark and empty flat. After that, I did not see him for some time. That autumn I was 73 years old. I was old enough to be her grandfather. It was impossible for me to be in love with her. Chapter 9. In November and December of that year, Jean Paget worked harder than ever before. Rose Sawyer came to Willstown 2 weeks later. Aggie Top left by ship in early November. Before she sailed, I asked Mr. Pack to send Aggie to see me. She was a thin and serious woman. I saw at once that Mr. Pack was right about her. If anyone could make the girls work well, it was this woman. I gave her the ticket for her journey. I also gave her a typed paper with instructions. It explained how she would travel by plane from Sydney to Willstown. Then I spoke with her about the work she would do there. You know, it is very hard there, I said. It is rough and very hot. Miss Paget is starting with nothing. She has enough money, but life will be difficult all the time. You understand that, Mrs. Top?
She said. I got 2 letters from Miss Paget. She also sent a photo of the main street. It does not look very good, I must say.
Are you really happy to go there? I asked.
Oh yes, she said. I have worked in hard places before. It is only for 1 year at first. And I have always liked Miss Paget.
There was another thing I needed to arrange with Aggie Top. Jean wanted very much to get an air conditioning unit. It was about the size of a small refrigerator. It stood in a room. It pulled in the hot air and pushed out cold air. She thought this was very important. The girls' hands could get wet from the heat. That could mark the soft leather of the shoes. She could not find such a machine in Australia. She sent me a cable and asked for help. I found a company that made these machines. It was not easy to get one. I had to make some extra small payments. Derek Harris is good at that kind of business. At last, I got one for her. It stood in our office at the bottom of the stairs. I showed it to Mrs. Top. We arranged for her to take it with her to Sydney. From Sydney, it would go by plane to Cairns and then to Willstown. This would cost a lot of money, but it was the hottest time of the year. I felt it was worth the cost. This was the biggest thing Jean asked me to buy. It was my main help in her new project. Her other cables were about small things. They were easy to manage. Aggie Top also took many things from Pack and Levi. There were 3 large cases. They were full of tools, shoe forms, and other equipment. The total cost was about £146. I paid the bill for Jean in England. When they arrived in Willstown, Joe Harman helped them begin the buildings at once. They met Tim Whelan and his 2 sons. The meeting was in the carpenter's shop. There were coffins around them. They had already ordered 2 truckloads of wood from Cairns. Some of the men stood. Others sat on the floor in a relaxed way. Papers lay on the floor in front of them. They planned where each building would stand. First, they would build the workshop. It would have a small home with 3 bedrooms next to it. After that, they would build the ice cream shop. They would leave space on one side for the workshop to grow bigger. They would also leave space on the other side for the ice cream shop to grow. There was plenty of space in the main part of Willstown. There would be no big problem if they needed more room later. After some time, they sent Tim Whelan to find Mr. Carter. He was the Shire clerk. They needed him to approve the building plans. They also needed a lease for the land in the main street.
It will be fine there, he said slowly. There was a long row of houses there in 1905. I even have a photo. But no one has paid rent for that land since I started work here.
Jean asked how much rent she would have to pay. This was not easy to answer. There were no clear town plans. Also, she was not sure how much land she needed.
This is a town borough, Mr. Carter began.
Carter said, in a town, you do not rent land by the acre. If you want to build on it, I think 1 shilling a year for each 100 feet at the front is fair. It is on the main street. But if you want it for chickens or something like that, I must charge 5 shillings. After that, they went into the hotel bar to sign the papers. Jean did not go inside. She sat on the steps with a glass of lemonade. In Willstown, a lady with a good name did not sit in the bar. A week later, she flew north to Cairns and on the same day flew down to Brisbane. She stayed in Brisbane for 3 days. There she ordered many things. She bought an electric generator. She ordered a very big refrigerator and 2 deep freezers. She bought a long stainless steel counter. She ordered 8 tables with glass tops and 32 chairs. She bought 2 sink units and many small shop fittings. She also bought glasses, plates, knives, forks, and other things for the shop. In addition, she ordered many electrical parts and long cables. She asked the companies to pack everything in wooden crates and send them to Forsyth. In Cairns, she arranged for a truck to carry the goods from Forsyth to Willstown. I had already prepared the money for her. Because of this, she could pay for everything at once. She returned to Willstown a week later. She had also spoken with companies about supplies for her ice cream shop. When she came back, the frame of her workshop was already standing. A wooden building can be built very fast. People in Willstown talked about her for many days. Old men stood in small groups and watched the work. They could not understand why a young Englishwoman came to this hot and distant place. She wanted to make shoes there and send them all the way to England to sell. They were kind people, so they did not laugh at her. They were not rude. But they did not believe her plan would work. Because of this, she felt very alone in those first weeks. Early in the project, she went to Midhurst. She chose a Sunday when no one was working on her building. Joe Harman came for her at dawn in his large utility truck. He took her back to Midhurst in time for breakfast. When they were out of sight of the town, he stopped the truck. They stayed there for a few minutes to kiss and talk. After a short time, they pulled apart and drove on again. By now, Jean understood that roads in this country had no hard surface. She had never gone far outside the town before. Soon she saw that a road was simply the path where a car drove across the land. The ground was very dry from the summer heat. Thin, burnt grass grew in small patches. There were many eucalyptus trees, but they stood far apart. They were thin and twisted and about 20 or 30 feet tall. Because there was space between them, a car or truck could pass through. This was the road. When the ground became too rough and full of holes, drivers turned and made a new track. These tracks went in the same general direction. They came together at shallow river crossings where the creeks were now dry and full of stones. On the other side, the tracks spread out again. During the 20-mile drive, she saw only 6 cattle. They ran away in fear when they heard the loud truck as it jumped and raced over the rough ground. She asked Joe what the cattle could eat in this dry place. To her, the ground looked empty and dead.
They are fine, he said. There is enough for them here. This dry grass in the tussocks is like hay.
He told her there was a water hole not far from their path.
They never go more than 3 or 4 miles from water, he said. But horses are different. They can walk 20 miles before they drink.
Soon she saw 3 brown animals jump away between the trees.
Oh, Joe, kangaroos, she cried.
No, wallabies, he said. We do not have kangaroos here.
She watched the fast animals with great interest.
What is the difference between a wallaby and a kangaroo, Joe? She asked.
A wallaby is smaller, he said. A big male kangaroo can be 6 feet tall. A wallaby is not more than 4 feet. A kangaroo has a face like a deer. A wallaby has a face more like a rabbit or even a rat. I have a small wallaby at the homestead to show you.
A wild one? She asked.
He is tame now, he said. When he grows older, he will become wild again. Then he will go back to other wallabies.
He explained that they had shot some wallabies to send skins to Cairns for her. One of them was a mother with a baby. They did not want to leave the small baby alone, so they took it home and raised it.
I like having a wallaby near the house, he said.
Soon they reached Midhurst. A simple fence crossed their path. It was made of 2 wires tied to trees, with posts in the bigger spaces. There was an iron gate. After the gate, the track looked more like a real road. She climbed out of the vehicle and opened the gate. He drove through.
This is the home paddock, he said. It is mostly for horses.
Under the tree she saw thin riding horses. They moved their long black tails from side to side.
I have about 3 square miles of land fenced like this around the house, he said.
The road turned, and then she saw the Midhurst homestead. It stood on a small hill above a bend in a creek. The creek was dry in many places, but there were still pools of water along it.
You are seeing it at the worst time of the year, he said.
She could hear worry in his voice.
In winter it is a lovely little river. But even now, in the dry season, there is always some water.
The homestead was a large wooden house. It stood high above the ground on posts. She had to climb about 8 feet up steps to reach the veranda and the main floor. The house had 1 floor and a roof made of iron sheets. For rooms, 3 bedrooms and 1 sitting room stood inside a wide veranda that went around the house. The veranda was 12 feet deep. Many ferns and green plants stood in pots and on small tables along the outside edge. They stopped most of the strong sun. At one end there was a small kitchen room. At the other end there was a bathroom. The toilet was not in the house. It was a small hut over a pit in the field, some distance away. It was clear that people spent most of their time on the veranda. The inside rooms did not look busy. Joe's bed and his mosquito net were on the veranda. There were also some cane chairs and a dining table with chairs. A large canvas water bag hung from the roof beams and cooled in the moving air. An enamel mug hung from it on a string. 5 or 6 dogs ran to them and barked when the utility stopped near the steps. Joe pushed them gently away. Then he pointed to a big blue and yellow female dog. Jean had never seen a dog like her before.
That's Lily, he said with warmth. She had many fine puppies. Oh, my word.
He led Jean up into the cool shade of the veranda. She looked around and smiled at him.
Oh, Joe, this is nice.
You like it? He asked.
Puppies moved all around their feet. They crawled and licked their hands. They were strange yellow and blue puppies. Further along the veranda, a small animal stood up behind a chair. It looked at them from around the corner. Joe picked up the puppies one by one. He put them into a wire fence in one corner.
I let them out this morning before I drove to town, he said. They will soon be big enough to stay in the yard.
Joe, who put all these plants here? She asked. Did you?
He shook his head.
Mrs. Spears did it when she lived here. I just looked after them. The women water them every morning and evening.
He told her he had 3 Aboriginal women there. They were the wives of 3 stock riders. They shared the housework and cooked his meals. He looked around the veranda.
The Joey is somewhere here, he said.
They found the small wallaby on the other side. It jumped about slowly. It stood up like a tiny kangaroo, about 18 inches tall. It was not afraid of them. Jean bent down next to it. The little animal gently bit at her fingers.
What do you feed it, Joe? She asked.
Bread and milk. It is doing very well with that.
Do the puppies hurt it?
They run after it sometimes, but it can kick well. A full-grown wallaby can kill a dog. It can cut a dog badly.
He stopped and watched her touch the small animal. He thought she looked very beautiful.
It is only play, he said. They are fine together. Later, when it grows bigger and the dogs grow bigger too, it may get angry. Then it will go away into the bush.
A fat middle-aged Aboriginal woman came to the table. She put out plates and cups. Soon she brought 2 plates of steak with 2 eggs on top and a pot of strong tea. Jean was now used to breakfast in the outback, but this steak was harder than usual. She tried to cut it and thought about changing the cooking at Midhurst. At last she stopped trying and leaned back, laughing.
I'm sorry, Joe, she said. It is because I am English, I think.
He looked worried.
Have 2 more fried eggs, he said. You have not eaten anything.
I have eaten 6 times more than I ever ate in England for breakfast, Joe, she said. Who does the cooking?
Palmolive cooked today, he said. It is her turn. Mary cooks much better, but today is her day off.
Who are they, Joe? She asked.
I have a ringer called Moonshine, he said. Palmolive is his wife. My boss Abbo is called Bourneville. He is a very good man. Mary is his wife. Mary cooks well.
Tell me, Joe, she said. Do you ever have problems after eating?
He smiled.
Not very often. Only sometimes.
You will not mind if I change the cooking a little when I come here? She asked.
That is fine, he said. But do not do all the work yourself. You would not like me to do that, would you?
He shook his head.
I want you to have time for the things you like, he said. For the shoes and the ice cream shop and other things.
She touched his hand. I want to have time for you, she said softly.
He took her outside before the day became too hot and showed her the place. The land was more than 1,000 square miles. But near the house there were only a few buildings. There were not more buildings than on a small farm in England. There were 3 or 4 small cottages for the stockmen. Each cottage had only 2 rooms. There were also 2 small bunkhouses for the unmarried ringers, one for white men and one for black men. There was a shed for the truck and the utility vehicle. Inside it there were many different tools and machines. There was a stable for about 6 horses, but it was empty. Next to it was a saddle room and a small butcher's room. A diesel engine stood near the creek. It made electricity and pumped water from the creek. That was almost everything on the property. Then he looked at her.
Can you ride a horse? He asked.
She shook her head.
I am afraid not, Joe, she said. People do not ride horses much in England.
Oh my word, he said. You must learn to ride.
Can I learn? She asked.
Of course, he said.
He put his fingers in his mouth like a boy and gave a loud whistle. A black head looked out of the window of a small one-room cottage. Bourneville, he called.
Go out and bring Auntie and Robin inside, and put the saddles on them. I will come down in a minute and help you.
Then he looked at her simple cotton dress.
I am not sure about your clothes. Can you wear a pair of my trousers? Or do you not want to?
She laughed.
Oh, Joe, they are much too big for me.
I was not always this big, he said. I have a pair from before the war. I cannot wear them now. It is fine if they are not perfect. We will only walk the horses. You can just see how it feels.
He took her into the house. There he found a clean man's shirt, an old pair of riding trousers, and a belt. She laughed and took the clothes from him. She went into the spare room and changed. She also put on his riding boots. The boots were too big for her feet. It felt strange but nice to wear all his clothes. She walked slowly down to the yard. She felt as if the clothes might fall off at any moment, like once before in her life. He helped her get up onto the horse. Auntie was calm and 14 years old. When she sat on the horse, she did not feel afraid anymore. They fixed the stirrups for her. He showed her where to put her feet. After a short time, she felt steady and safe. She did not know much about horses or saddles. This saddle was very different from the one she had seen in England. It was high at the back and high at the front. She sat deep inside it, almost like in a swing. There was a large horn in front of each of her legs and another under each leg. It held her firmly in place.
I think no one can fall from a saddle like this, she said.
You are not supposed to fall, he answered.
They walked the horses out of the yard and down the path to the creek. As they rode, he showed her how to hold the reins. He also showed her how to press the horse gently with her heels. They followed the creek for about a mile. Then they turned and rode through the bush in a wide circle. They tried to stay under the trees where there was shade. Once she saw 4 dark animals running away between the trees. He told her they were wild pigs. Later they passed a wide area of water with many water lilies. Suddenly the water moved strongly. An alligator went under the water and swam away. She also saw several wallabies jumping away in front of them. After about an hour, they went back to the house. Even though the horses only walked, the sun was very hot. Jean was wet with sweat. She felt very thirsty. In the veranda she drank many mugs of water. Then she went to the bathroom and had a shower. After that she put on her own light clothes again. They ate lunch on the veranda. They had steak and bread and jam. It was the same as breakfast, but without eggs.
Palmolive does not have many ideas for food, he said quietly.
She looks very tired, Jean said. There are dark circles under her eyes. Give her the afternoon off, Joe. I can make tea for you.
After lunch he offered her the spare bed so she could sleep. But they had not been together much in the last 2 weeks. Their time felt too important to spend sleeping.
Let us sit here, she said. If I fall asleep, Joe, that is all right.
They moved 2 long cane chairs to the corner of the veranda. There was a small breeze there. They sat close to each other and touched hands.
It is not always this hot, he said. He still wanted her to like the place. Only these 2 months are very bad. In January it starts to get cooler. The rain comes then.
It is not too bad, she said. I remember days just as hot as this in Malaya.
She asked him to tell her about his work on the station. She had seen some of the land that morning. Now she could understand him better.
There is not much work this time of year, he said. I try to go to the far end of the station every 2 weeks, if I can. I look for cattle thieves. I also leave some food there for later. And I shoot the wild bulls that cause trouble.
What is a cattle thief, Joe?
A cattle thief steals cows, he said. We have not had much trouble this year. Sometimes the men who move cattle down to Julia Creek from the Cape stations pick up a few cows when they cross our land. They add them to their own herd. They must change the brand marks. The police in Julia watch for animals with new brands before they go on the train. 2 years ago they caught a man. He went to jail for 6 months. Since then, it has not happened much. But potty dodging is different.
What is potty dodging, Joe? She asked. She was getting sleepy, but she wanted to understand.
A potty is a young calf, he said. It is born after the last big roundup and does not have a brand yet. Some men, even men you know well, come to your land. They gather these young calves and drive them to their own land. Then no one can prove the calves are yours. That is potty dodging. It is a bad thing. Cows often walk across land because there are no fences. So when we gather them, it is often mixed up. But I have worked on stations where there were almost no young calves left at roundup time. The other stations had taken them.
But do the young calves stay on the new land? She asked. Do they not want to go back to their mothers?
He looked at her and smiled a little.
Yes, they do. If you let them, they go back to their own herd, even if it is 50 miles away. But these men build a small yard on their land in a place where no one looks. They drive your calves into it. Then they keep them there for 4 or 5 days with no food and no water. They give them nothing. After that, the calf becomes confused and weak. It forgets about its mother and its old herd. It only wants water, like you or me. Then they let it out and take it to a water hole. It drinks a lot. After such a bad thirst, it stays near that water for a long time. It does not go back to its old home. It lives in the new place.
Her eyes closed and she fell asleep. When she woke, the sun was lower in the sky. Joe was not beside her. She stood up and washed her face in the bathroom. Outside, she saw him working on the truck engine. She made herself neat again. Then she looked at her watch and went into the kitchen. The kitchen was very simple. There was a wood stove, but it was not burning. There was also a small oil stove with a wick. These were the only cooking tools. There was a small kerosene refrigerator. Masses of cooked meat were kept in a wire meat cupboard. There were almost as many flies inside it as outside. The tools in the kitchen were old and dirty, and there were not many of them. The kitchen looked very bad. Jean felt it would be best to burn it and begin again. She wondered if that was possible without burning the whole house. There was little food in the cupboard. There was flour, salt, soap, and other basic things. She put water in a kettle and began to boil it for tea. Then she looked for something to cook that was not meat. There were many eggs at Midhurst. She found some old cheese. She went to ask Joe, then came back and made a cheese omelette with 8 eggs. He washed his hands and stood near her while she cooked.
"Oh my word," he said. "Where did you learn to cook?"
In Ealing, she said.
It felt very far away from here. She remembered the grey sky, the big red buses, and the loud underground trains.
I had a small kitchen with an electric cooker. I always made myself a 2-course dinner in the evening.
He smiled in a shy way.
"You will not find many electric cookers out here," he said.
She touched his hand.
I know that, Joe. But we can do many small things here to make life easier.
They ate their meal and talked about the kitchen and the house.
Only the kitchen needs changes, she said. The rest of the house is lovely.
"I will fix a toilet inside the house before you come," he promised. "It is fine for me to go outside, but it is not good for you."
She laughed.
I do not mind that, as long as you keep bringing me the Saturday Evening Post.
He smiled, but he was serious about the change.
"Some places have a septic tank and everything," he said. "They put one in at Augustus when the Duke and Duchess stayed there. I think we must wait some time before we can do that."
They ate outside on the veranda while the sun went down. They looked at the creek and the bush. They smoked and talked in quiet voices.
What are you doing next week? She asked. Will you be in town, Joe?
He nodded. I will come on Thursday, he said. Or on Friday at the latest. I am going to the far end of the station tomorrow. I will stay there for 2 days to see what is happening.
Are you going to check on the podis? She asked.
Yes, that is right, he said. It is hard at this time of year. The land is very dry. You cannot see the tracks clearly. I have a boy on the station now. His name is Nugget. He is a very good tracker. I am taking him with me. I think Don Curtis from Windermere Station has taken some of my poddies.
What will you do if you find tracks? She asked. What if the tracks go from your land to his land?
I will follow them and find the cattle, he said. I will drive them back home. I only hope Don does not come while we are doing it. That night he drove her to Willstown. It was about 9 o'clock. They stopped outside the town for a short time to say good night. She rested against his shoulder. His arm was around her. They listened to the sounds of the bush. They heard frogs and crickets. They also heard a night bird calling.
It is a lovely place where you live, Joe, she said. It only needs a new kitchen. Do not worry. I like it very much.
It will be ready for you when you come, he said.
In April, she said. Early in April, Joe.
She opened the shoe workshop in the first week of December. This was a few days after Aggie Top arrived. At first she had 5 girls working there. There was Judy Small and her friend Lois Strang. There was Annie, who had lost her job at the hotel. There were also 2 girls of 15 who had just left school. She wanted the workshop to be clean and serious. So she gave each girl a green overall to wear. She also put a mirror on the wall. The girls could look at themselves while they worked. After a short time she saw that the 2 15-year-olds were the best workers. Girls who had just left school were used to regular hours. They understood rules and discipline. The girls from far farms did not always do so well. The older girls found the work boring. Some had left school years before. Some had never gone to school. She tried to help them. She ordered a record player from Cairns. It could change records by itself. She also bought many records. The music surprised and pleased the people of Willstown. It may have helped the older girls a little, but it did not change very much. The best thing in the workshop was the air conditioner. It helped her get more girls to work there. The summer was very hot. At midday the heat was often between 100 and 110 degrees. Inside the workshop she kept the temperature near 70 degrees. The girls could work without their hands getting wet from sweat. For them it was a cool place in the middle of the hot day. They could listen to music while they worked. They wore clean green overalls. At the end of the week they had money in their pockets. The workshop was busy from the beginning. Jean always had enough girls who wanted to join. In the first months, she only took 5 girls. After the workshop opened, she worked very hard for 2 weeks. She bought furniture and food for the ice cream shop. She wanted to open it before Christmas. She opened it on December 20th. Joe gave her some advice. He told her to open only half of the shop at first. She kept the other room closed. That room was for the abos, if they later wanted ice cream. This helped her save money. She did not need to pay another worker. She also did not need to buy more furniture. Almost a year passed before more people wanted ice cream. Then abo ringers began to come to the kitchen door. They wanted to buy ice cream sodas. In September of the next year, she opened the other room for them. On the first afternoon, she stood outside with Joe. The sun was very hot in the street. They looked at the 2 new businesses. The workshop and the ice cream shop stood next to each other on the main street. The windows of the workshop were closed to keep the air cool inside, but they could hear the girls singing while they worked on the shoes. Christmas was coming soon. The girls were singing Christmas songs like Holy Night and Good King Wenceslas and See Amid the Winter Snow. Jean felt her shirt stick to her back in the heat. She moved her shoulders to let some air in.
Well, here it is, she said. Now we must see if we can earn money.
Come inside, Joe said. I will buy you a soda. That will help.
They went in. Rose Sawyer was behind the counter. They bought a soda from her.
This part will make money, Joe said. I am not sure about the shoes. But this shop should do well. I spoke to George Connor at the hotel. He is worried about his bar because you opened this place.
I do not understand why he is worried, Jean said. I am not going to sell beer.
You will sell drinks to the ringers, Joe said. If you had a bar and someone opened this place, would you feel calm?
She laughed.
Maybe not, she said. But I do not think I will close his bar, Joe.
I think you will do well, he said.
They sat at a small table with a shiny glass top. After a moment, Pete Fletcher came in. He looked shy. He walked slowly to the counter and ordered an ice cream. Then he began to talk with Rose Sawyer. Joe said, "Poor old George Connor."
Poor old George Connor.
They laughed together.
I think you will not keep Rose for 6 months.
In the last month, Jean had spent a lot of time with Rose Sawyer.
I take that bet, she said. I bet £1 she is still here in 1 year, Joe.
They shook hands in the usual way.
If she is still here, he said, it will be a miracle.
Now the businesses were open. Jean felt very tired. The heat was strong, and she had no energy. She wanted to go with Joe to Midhurst that evening. She wanted to stay there quietly for a day or two. She wanted to sleep, ride, and play with the small wallaby. But she knew she must be careful. People in the country talked about everything. If she wanted to help women in that town, her own life must be clean and proper. Mothers would not let their daughters work for her if they heard she stayed alone at Midhurst with Joe Harman. Married men would not bring their wives and daughters to an ice cream shop run by a woman with a bad name. It was Wednesday. Sunday was not a free day anymore. Sunday was now the busiest day for ice cream and soft drinks. She made a plan with Joe. He would come to the hotel just after sunrise and take her to Midhurst for the day. After work finished in the workshop, she said goodbye to him. She stopped for a short time to watch the girls from the workshop try the ice cream. Then she went to her room. She was too tired to eat. The workshop building was cool because the air conditioner had worked all day. She took off her clothes and put on her pajamas. Then she lay on the bed and slept in the cool air. She slept for 12 hours. Since her first visit, she had gone to Midhurst several times. She bought a small pair of riding trousers at Bill Duncan's store. She also bought elastic-sided riding boots to match. Early in the morning, she met Joe. She carried her riding clothes in a small bundle. She got into the utility truck with him. As usual, they drove a short way out of town and stopped. They held each other for a moment. While he held her, he asked, "How do you feel this morning?"
She smiled. I feel better now, Joe. I think I was tired because the work was finished and the shop was open. After I left you, I went straight to bed. I slept for 12 hours. Now I feel very good.
Be careful today, he said.
She touched his hair gently. Dear Joe, life will be easier from now on.
This hot weather will end soon, he said. It will rain this week. After that, the air will become cooler.
They started to drive again.
Joe, she said, I had a bad argument this week with the bank manager, Mr. Watkins. Did you hear about it?
He smiled. I did hear something, he said.
What really happened? It was the flies, she said. It was very hot on Friday, and I was very tired. I went into that small bank to get my wages. You know it is always full of flies. I had to wait for a few minutes. The flies started crawling on me. They were in my hair and near my mouth and eyes. I was hot and wet with sweat. I became angry, Joe. I should not have done that.
That bank is not a good place, he said. There is no reason for so many flies. What did you say to him?
Everything, she said. I told him I was closing my account because I could not stand the flies. I said I would use a bank in Cairns and send the money by Dakota every week. I said I would write to the head office in Sydney and tell them why. I also said I would write to the Bank of New South Wales. I would offer them my account if they opened a branch here with no flies. I told him I use DDT spray in my workshop and I do not have flies there. I said I did not want flies in my bank. I said he should set a good example for Willstown instead of.
She stopped. Instead of what? He asked. She looked weak and tired.
I forget what I said.
He looked straight at the road. I heard in the bar that you told him he should set a good example instead of sitting and scratching himself.
Oh, Joe, I could not say that.
He smiled. That is what people in Willstown are saying.
Oh.
They drove in silence for a while.
I will go to the bank on Friday and say I am sorry, she said. It is not good to have fights in a small place like this.
I do not see why you should say sorry, he said. He should say sorry to you. You are the customer. He waited a moment. I would go there on Friday and see what he has done. Al Burns told me he bought 10 gallons of DDT spray on Saturday. When they arrived at Midhurst, he made her sit at once in a long chair on the corner of the veranda. He brought her a glass of lemon drink with cold water from the refrigerator. He did not let her get up to make breakfast. Instead, he brought her tea, a boiled egg, and bread and butter on a tray. She sat there and began to rest. Her tired feelings slowly left her. She felt happy while he looked after her in a gentle way. When the day became hotter, he told her to use the spare bedroom and lie on the bed. He opened the double doors at both ends of the room so the air could move through. With a smile, he promised not to look in if he walked past on the veranda. She believed him. In the spare room, she took off most of her clothes and lay down on the bed. She slept through the hot middle of the day. When she woke up, it was almost 4 o'clock. She felt cool, rested, and calm. She lay in bed for some time and wondered if he had looked at her. Then she got up and put on her dress. She went to the shower and stood under the warm water for a long time. Later she went out to the veranda. She felt fresh and rested. She felt warm love for him because he was kind and generous. He was sitting on the floor and fixing a bridle with a needle and strong thread. She bent down and kissed him.
Thank you for everything, Joe, she said. I had a very good sleep. Can we go riding after tea?
It is still a bit hot, he said. Do you think that is a good idea?
I would like to go, she said. I want to learn to sit on a horse properly.
You did well last time, he said.
Before, he had called her auntie like she was a 14-year-old girl. Now he called her Sally because she had more energy. She was slowly learning how to make the horse trot. When the horse trotted in that hot weather, she sweated even more than the horse. The next day it was hard for her to sit down. Still, she knew the exercise was good for her. She understood that she would never become a very good rider because she started late. But she wanted to learn well enough to travel by horse in that country. That evening they rode for an hour and a half. They came back to Midhurst when it was getting dark. He did not let her ride longer, even though she wanted to stay out.
I am not tired at all now, she said. I think I am starting to understand this, Joe. It is much easier to ride Sally than it was to ride Auntie.
Yes, he said. A better horse makes it easier for the rider, if you can control him.
One day I want to go with you to the top end, she said. I think it must be after we are married.
He smiled.
If you came before that, people in Willstown would talk, he said.
Do I ride well enough to go that far? She asked.
Oh yes, he said. If you go slowly, you will be fine on Sally. I never travel more than 20 miles in one day, unless there is a special reason.
He drove her to Willstown in the utility truck. When they kissed goodnight, he said he would come again next week. That night she went to bed feeling calm and happy. The quiet day had made her feel strong again. On Friday she went to the bank and cashed her wages check, as she always did. The walls were being painted, and there were no flies inside. Mr. Watkins was cold and did not speak to her. Len James, the young bank clerk, gave her the money with a big smile and a wink. She saw Len again on Saturday afternoon when he came in with Doris Nash to buy an ice cream soda. He smiled at her and said, "You would not know the bank, Miss Paget."
I was there yesterday, she said. You are painting it again.
Yes, he said. You started all this.
Is he very angry? She asked.
Not really, the boy said. He wanted to paint it for a long time. But he was afraid of what the head office would say. This town is small, and the bank does not earn much money. Now he is doing it.
I am sorry I was rude, she said. If you see him, please tell him I said that.
I will, he said. I am glad you were rude. I have not laughed like that for years. I do not like flies either.
On the first Sunday, she worked all day in the ice cream shop with Rose Sawyer. They started at 9 in the morning and finished at 10 at night. They sold 182 ice creams. Each one cost 1 shilling. They also sold 341 soft drinks. Each drink cost 6pence. At the end of the day, Jean was very tired. She counted the money in the till.
£17 and 13 shillings, she said. She looked at Rose with surprise. That is not bad for a town with only 146 people. How much is that for each person?
About 2 shillings and 6pence each, I think.
Do you think it will stay like this?
I think so. Many people did not come today. Most people came 2 or 3 times. Judy spent about 10 shillings.
She cannot keep doing that, Jean said. She will feel sick. Then we will sell less. Come on. Let us go to bed.
On Christmas Day, she opened the shop after lunch. In the afternoon and evening, she made £20. That night she brought the gramophone from the workshop. It played dance music in the shop. The small wooden shop was full of light and music. The sound went out into the dark main street. To the people of the town, it felt like a small piece of the seaside had come to Will's town. Old thin women, whom Jean had never seen before, came in with old men. They came because of the light and the music. They ordered ice cream sodas. The shop was still full at 10 o'clock. But she closed on time. She thought it was better to follow the same closing time as the bar. She did not want late nights in a quiet country town. The workshop also worked well under Aggie Top. Just after Christmas, they sent 2 large boxes of shoes to Forsyth. From there, the shoes went by train to Brisbane and then by ship to England. Jean also sent a few early samples by air mail to Pack and Levi. On Boxing Day, the rain began. Before that, there were only a few short showers. But on that day, large dark clouds rose high in the sky. They spread out and covered everything. Soon the sky became dark. Then the rain came down in a straight, heavy fall. It did not stop. At first, the weather became worse. The air was still very hot and very wet. In the workshops, the girls sweated even when the temperature was only 70 degrees. Aggie Top stopped the fine finishing work. Instead, she told the girls to do the early, easier parts of making shoes. Soon after the new year, Jean went to Midhurst with Joe for the day. As always, he came to get her just after dawn. That morning the sky was grey and the rain was heavy. Water ran down everywhere. She ran from her door to the cab of the utility truck. By now, she was used to being completely wet. She would dry, and then get wet again. The rain was warm, almost like body heat. There was little danger of getting sick from the cold.
She climbed into the truck and asked, "What are the creeks like, Joe?"
"They are rising," he said. "There is nothing to worry about yet."
Later, there would be some weeks when he could not drive from Midhurst to Will's town. The water would be too high for the utility. If they wanted to meet, he would have to ride a horse. In the last weeks, he had brought extra food to the homestead. There were 2 creeks between Willstown and Midhurst. In the dry season, they were wide, empty places with sand and stones. Jean knew them as hot and dry. Now they were wide rivers of yellow, muddy water. They frightened her.
When they reached the first creek, she looked at the water and said, "Can we get through that, Joe?"
"It is all right," he said. "It is only about 1 foot deep. Do you see that tree with the branch over the water? When the water covers that branch at the fork, then it is deep.
He drove into the creek. The truck pushed through the water and came out on the other side. They crossed the second creek the same way. The wheels moved over stones under the water. Then they drove on to Midhurst. They arrived in time for breakfast, as usual. The rain was still falling hard. It was too wet to work outside. After breakfast, they began to plan the new kitchen. They also planned the toilet he really wanted to build. Far away in Cairns, 400 miles to the west, Miss Jacqueline Bacon walked along the wet pavement. She was going from her home to the Cairns ambulance and fire station. She wore a blue raincoat and carried an umbrella. Rain fell all around her. She walked quickly between the fire engines and closed her umbrella. Then she shook the water from it.
"My, isn't it wet?" she said to one of the firemen on duty.
He held his empty pipe in his mouth and looked at the rain. "Fine weather for ducks," he said.
Miss Bacon went into her small office near the main hall where the bright fire engine stood. She looked at the clock. She still had 3 minutes before she started work. The room had a table, a microphone, and a writing pad. There were also 2 tall metal cabinets with radio equipment. A radio set stood on the table in front of her pad. She turned 3 switches to warm up the machine. Then she took off her wet coat and hat. She found her pencil and pulled the pad closer. Next to it was a card with many call signs and station names. She sat down and began her daily work. She turned a switch on the cabinet and spoke into the microphone.
8 Baker Tear, 8 Baker Tear. This is 8 Queen Charlie calling 8 Baker Tear. 8 Baker Tear, this is 8 Queen Charlie. If you can hear me, please answer. Over.
She turned the switch. From the speaker came a woman's voice.
8 Queen Charlie, this is 8 Baker Tear. Can you hear me, Jackie?
Miss Bacon turned the switch again.
8 Baker Tear, this is 8 Queen Charlie. I can hear you well. How is the weather there, Mrs. Corbett? Over.
The loudspeaker answered.
Oh my dear, it is raining very hard here. We are happy to see the rain at last. Jim says we really needed it. It already feels cooler. Over.
8 Baker Tear, this is 8 Queen Charlie. It is raining here too. I have no messages for you, Mrs. Corbett. But if someone goes into Georgetown, please tell Mrs. Cutter that her son Ronnie arrived from Mackay last night. He is going on by train to Forsyth. He will arrive on Thursday morning. He should be home on Thursday night. Is that clear, Mrs. Corbett? Over.
That is clear, Jackie. One of the boys or Jim will go into Georgetown later today. I will make sure Mrs. Cutter gets the message. Over.
8 Baker Tear, this is 8 Queen Charlie. Thank you, Mrs. Corbett. I must finish now. Listening out. 8 Easy Victor, 8 Easy Victor. This is 8 Queen Charlie calling 8 Easy Victor. If you can hear me, Mrs. Marshall, please answer. Over.
There was no reply. She called again for a minute. But she knew Mrs. Marshall often fed the hens at this time. Mrs. Marshall usually answered in the evening. Miss Bacon made the correct number of calls and moved to the next station.
8 Nan How, this is 8 Queen Charlie. If you can hear me, please answer. Over.
A man's voice replied.
8 Queen Charlie, this is 8 Nan How. Over.
8 Nan How, this is 8 Queen Charlie. I have a telegram for you, Mr. Gosling. Do you have a pencil and paper? I can wait 1 minute. Call me when you are ready. Over.
She waited until he called again.
8 Nan How, this is 8 Queen Charlie. Your telegram is from Townsville. It says Molly had a baby boy last night. He weighs 8 pounds and 4 ounces. Mother and baby are both fine. It is signed Bert. Did you get that, Mr. Gosling. Over.
I got it. It is another boy. Over.
I am very glad everything is fine. Please send Molly my love when you write to her. Do you have any other message for me? Over.
I will think about a reply. I will give it to you this evening. Over.
All right, Mr. Gosling. I will take it then. Now I must finish with you. 8-item yoke, 8-item yoke. This is 8 Queen Charlie calling 8-item yoke.
She continued her work. 20 minutes later she was still calling stations.
8 Able George, 8 Able George. This is 8 Queen Charlie calling 8 Able George. If you can hear me, please answer. Over.
At once a woman answered. Her voice was full of tears. The sound was not clear because of the distance.
Oh, Jackie, I am so glad you are there. We have a big problem. Don's horse came back last night. I had the horse at about 2 in the morning. I thought that was strange. Don never travels at night because of the trees. Then I thought it was strange again. There was only one horse. Samson was not with him. So I got up to look. I could not see clearly. I took a torch and put on my coat. I went out in the rain. There was Don's horse, Jubilee. The saddle was still on. But Don was not there. I am so afraid.
Her voice broke into loud crying. Miss Bacon sat very still in front of the microphone. One hand rested on the switch. She listened to the soft crying and the noise on the line. She could hear the woman clearly through the sound. There was nothing she could do until Helen Curtis became calm and remembered to change to receive. She looked quickly at the list in front of her. For a moment she did not move. Then she stood up, opened the door, and called to the fireman.
Fred, telephone Mr. Barnes, she said. Ask him to come down if he can. Something has happened at Windermere.
She went back to her chair. Suddenly a loud sharp sound came through the set. It covered the sound of crying. Some woman was speaking on the same wave, but her words were not clear. Miss Bacon waited quietly until the air was clear again. She could not help until they followed the right rules. The noise stopped. Far away, 300 miles from her, Helen Curtis was still crying into the microphone. Above the set there were pictures of the king and queen and a wedding photo of their daughter. Then Helen spoke.
Jackie, Jackie, are you there? Oh, I forgot. Over.
Miss Bacon changed her switch.
All right, Helen, this is Jackie, she said. Everybody, please listen. This is 8 Queen Charlie speaking to 8 Able George. Please do not transmit. You may listen, but do not speak. I will call you if we need help. Mrs. Curtis, I have asked Fred to telephone Mr. Barnes. He is coming down. Now sit quietly and tell me what happened. I will write it down. Remember to change over when you want me to answer. It will be all right, Helen. Tell me slowly what happened. Over to you. Over.
Helen answered, her voice shaking.
Oh, Jackie, I am so glad to hear you. There is nobody here except the Boongs. Dave is on holiday and Pete is in Normanton. Don went to the Disappointment Creek part of the station 3 days ago. He took Samson with him. He said he would be away for 2 days. I was not worried when they did not return. There has been so much rain. I thought the creeks were too full and they had to go another way. But last night Don's horse came back alone. Samson was not with it. Samson is our new Abo stock rider. I have a good tracker here. His name is Johnny Walker. He followed the horse at dawn. He tried to track it back. But he came home an hour ago. The rain washed the tracks away. He could only follow them for about 3 miles. Then he lost them. Now I do not know what to do.
There was a short silence.
Oh, over.
Miss Bacon's paper was full of quick notes. She changed her switch.
This is Jackie, Helen, she said. What stations are north and south of you? Over. Carlisle is north of us, Helen said. Eddie Page is there. Midhurst is to the south. Pelican is to the east. Joe Harman is at Midhurst. Len Driver is at Pelican. I do not think Midhurst has a radio. Over. All right, Helen, Miss Bacon said. I will call them. Keep listening. Mr. Barnes will want to speak to you when he comes. Now I am calling Carlisle. I also have telegrams for 8 Dog Sugar and 8 Jig William. I will give them soon. 8 Charlie Peter, 8 Charlie Peter, this is 8 Queen Charlie. If you hear me, please come in. Over.
She waited and then heard Eddie Page's calm voice. She felt relief.
8 Queen Charlie, this is 8 Charlie Peter, he said. I heard everything. Fred Dawson is here with me. We will go to Windermere as soon as we can. Tell Helen we will be there in about 4 hours. We will see what we can do. Will you keep listening? Over.
That is fine, Mr. Page, she said. We will listen every hour, from the hour until 10 minutes past. Is that Roger? Over.
Okay, Jackie, that is Roger, he answered. I am signing off now. I am going to saddle my horse. You will not reach me again. Olive cannot use the set. Out.
She called Pelican next, but nobody answered. Then she called 8 Love Mike at the Willstown Mounted Police Station. Sergeant Haynes answered at once.
Okay, Jackie. I heard it all, he said. I am sending Phil Duncan and 1 tracker. Maybe some of the other men will come too. I will send someone past Midhurst to tell Joe Harman. Tell Mr. Barnes that Constable Duncan will reach Windermere about 3 or 4 this afternoon. Your listening watch is Roger. Good girl, Jackie. Out.
There was still much work to do that day. Miss Bacon began again.
8 Dog Sugar. This is 8 Queen Charlie calling 8 Dog Sugar. I have a telegram for you. If you hear me, please come in. Over.
She continued with her duties. At Midhurst, Jean was in the kitchen with Joe Harman. She was measuring the room and drawing a plan on a writing pad. Around noon they heard a horse coming. It was still raining, but not as hard as before. They walked to the side of the house. Pete Fletcher was there. He gave his horse to Moonshine and then came up to the veranda. He was wearing his wide hat, and his clothes were wet through. Water ran from his coat and his boots made a soft, wet sound as he walked up the steps.
Did you hear the radio? He asked.
No. What happened?
There is some trouble at Windermere, the boy said. Don Curtis rode to the far end of his station 3 days ago with an Aboriginal stockman. Now his horse has come back alone. Did they follow the horse's tracks? Joe asked at once. They tried, but it was no good. The rain washed the tracks away.
The boy sat on the edge of the veranda and pulled off his boots. He turned them upside down and water poured out. A small pool formed on the floor.
Jackie Bacon at the Cairns radio station heard the news this morning, he said. She called Sergeant Haynes. The sergeant sent Phil Duncan to Windermere. Phil is going there now with Ol Burns. I came this way to tell you. Eddie Page is riding to Windermere from Carlisle with Fred Dawson. Who is the Aboriginal stockman with Don? Joe asked. A man called Samson from the Mitchell River. He has worked with Don for about a month. Do they know where Don was going on the station? He was going near Disappointment Creek. For God's sake, Joe said. Then I know what he was doing.
Jean looked at him and saw his mouth become hard and tight.
What do you mean? Pete asked. He was taking my potty calves again, Joe said. He has a small yard up there where he keeps them. How do you know? Pete asked. I found it, Joe said. I can tell you where it is. You know where Disappointment Creek meets the Fish River.
The boy nodded.
From there, ride up Disappointment Creek for about 4 miles. You will see a small island and a little creek coming in from the north. Ride past that place for about a mile. You will see thick bush on the north side of the creek, and behind it there is a small bare hill. You cannot miss it. The yard is behind the thick bush, under the hill. If you ride to the top of the hill, which is about 50 feet high, you will see the yard to the south.
He stopped for a moment.
If you are starting a search, I would look there first. Thank you, Joe, Pete said. I will tell them at Windermere. Yes, you should. I do not think Mrs. Curtis knows about this.
Jean did not want to stop the men while they were talking about serious things. But now she spoke.
How did you find it, Joe?
He turned to her.
Just after Christmas, I went to the far end of my station with Bourneville. I felt there were fewer poddy calves than there should be. So Bourneville began to follow the tracks. At that time the rain had not started much, so it was easy. The Cartwright River is the station boundary there. We followed the tracks across the river and onto Windermere. There were 2 horses and many poddy calves. We found the yard like I told you. The calves had been there for 2 or 3 days. I let them out and drove them back. It was very hard work to get them across the first water. How many were there? Pete asked. 47. Did they have no brand marks? Oh yes, Joe said quickly. He looked shocked. Don would not steal marked cattle.
The boy pulled his boots on again and stood up.
What will you do, Joe? He asked. Will you come with me? I do not think so, Joe said slowly. I will ride to the far end of my own station. That is where he took those calves. Maybe he tried to take more and had an accident there. That place is south of the Cartwright River and east of the new water bore. If I find nothing on my land, I will follow the way he drove the calves to his yard. Maybe I will see you there tomorrow or the next day. Pete nodded. I will tell Phil. Tell him I will take Bourneville with me. I will start after I drive Miss Paget back to town in the utility.
The road was wet and rough. 40 miles in those conditions would take almost 3 hours. Jean said, Joe, do not worry about me. I will stay here until you come back. You must leave now. He waited a moment before he spoke. I may be away for many days, he said. Then I will ride into town on Sally, she said. One of the Boons can come with me and bring Sally home. You can do that, he said slowly. Moonshine will be here, and he can go with you. I will take Bourneville with me. That is fine, she said. When will Dave come back? He should come back this afternoon, Joe said. He turned to Pete. Jim Lennon is on holiday. Dave is visiting a girl. She is a nurse in Normanton, but he will be back today. I will stay here until Dave comes, Jean said. If anything happens, I will be here, Joe. He smiled at her. That will help, he said. I do not like to leave the place with only the Boons here. I will tell Moonshine to take you into town whenever you want to go. He looked at Pete. Do you want another horse? I do not think so, Pete said. Is it about 30 miles to Windermere from here? Yes, that is right, Joe said. Cross the river here. You will find a track. It goes all the way there. People have not used it much lately. If you cannot find it, go north to the Gilbert River. Follow it for 1 or 2 miles. You will see a small hut. Jeff Pocock uses it when he hunts alligators. About 2 miles past that hut, there is a shallow place in the river. You can cross there, then go north for about 10 miles. You will see their track from the homestead to Willstown. You cannot miss it. All right, Pete said. Do you want some food? Joe asked. The boy shook his head. I think I will go now, he said. They walked down to the yard. They watched him put the saddle on his horse. Then he rode away. The rain had almost stopped, but dark, heavy clouds still filled the sky. Joe turned to Jean. I am sorry about this, he said quietly. It has ruined our day. Are you sure you do not mind riding into town with Moonshine? Of course I do not mind, she said. You must leave at once. She hurried inside. She told Palmolive to make lunch and prepare some food for the journey. In the yard, the men were getting the horses ready. They took their riding horses and 1 pack horse. On the pack horse they put a tent and some simple camping things. Jean felt worried when she saw the small amount of food. The food was not very good either. Joe took a piece of hard, overcooked meat from the meat safe. He put it in a sack with 3 loaves of bread. Then he put some tea in an old cocoa tin. He put some sugar in another tin. That was all the food for a trip that could last many days. She did not say anything. He was busy and serious, and she did not want to trouble him. But she remembered this for the future. On the veranda, he kissed her goodbye. She walked with him down to the yard. Take care, Joe, she said. He smiled. See you in Willstown next week. Then he rode out through the gate with Bourneville beside him and the pack horse behind. She stayed at Midhurst alone with the dogs. Soon it started to rain again. She went up onto the veranda. The place felt very quiet and empty now that Joe was gone. Palmolive had gone back to her own home. Rain fell hard on the iron roof and made a steady noise. She thought that maybe the problem was already finished. Perhaps Don Curtis had arrived at Windermere. If that was true, Joe's long trip was not needed. It seemed strange that Midhurst did not have a radio transmitter. The hospital was only 20 miles away, so they did not need it for small accidents. But in a time like this, it was hard not to know what was happening. She decided that when she and Joe married, they would get a transmitter. In these days, a cattle station without one was too old-fashioned. She had never stayed alone at Midhurst before. She walked slowly from room to room and thought deeply. The wallaby followed her and moved in a funny jumping way. Sometimes she put down her hand and touched it gently. The small animal nibbled her fingers. She stayed a long time in Joe's room. She picked up his rough clothes and tools and touched them. They were simple things, but they were very much Joe. He did not own many things. Yet in this room he had made big plans. Here he had dreamed about travelling to England to find her. That long trip had ended in Noel Strachan's office in Chancery Lane. Now Chancery Lane felt very far away. At about 3 o'clock, Dave Hope arrived. He rode in from Willstown through the rain, just as Pete Fletcher had done that morning. He had come part of the way on a truck from Normanton. He had heard about the trouble at Windermere while he was in Willstown. He had left there just before noon. He also had more news from the radio. He told her that the Aboriginal ringer, Samson, had come back to the homestead. They talked about it for a long time on the veranda. Somewhere 30 or 40 miles away, a man was lying hurt on the ground. He could be anywhere in an area 30 miles wide. He might be under a bush. By now, he was probably unconscious. Looking for him would be very hard. It would be like trying to find something very small in a big field.
You should go and help, Dave, Jean said at last. There is nothing for you to do here. I will stay and look after everything.
He was not sure. What did Mr. Harman tell me to do? He asked.
He did not say anything, she answered. I told him I would stay here until you come back. He does not want the station empty, except for the boons. I will stay, Dave, until someone else comes. You should go to Windermere and join them. That is the best thing to do.
It feels wrong to stay here and do nothing, he said. She sent him off in the late afternoon. There were about 2 hours of daylight left. He knew the way to Windermere Station very well. He did not mind riding the last part in the dark. When he was gone, Jean stayed alone. She began to think again about the new kitchen she wanted. She wanted Joe to pull down the old kitchen and build a new one from the beginning. After some time, Palmolive came inside. He cooked eggs for her evening meal. He fed the animals and watered the plants on the veranda. When Palmolive left, she was alone at Midhurst for the night. Only the puppies and the wallaby were with her. Far away in the dark and rain, Joe Harman was riding toward the far end of the property. The men and horses were wet from head to foot. They moved slowly and carefully through the dark. Jean could not help them. She could only sit and wait. That evening she learned many things. She learned that a wife on a cattle station must be strong and brave. Even, she thought with a hard smile, a wife who has £53,000 must be strong. She understood that a radio for sending and receiving messages was almost necessary for such a life. Even on that first night, she wished she could speak to Jackie Bacon in Cairns. She also learned how a lonely person turns to animals for comfort. She remembered Olive, the brown Abo girl. Olive could not leave her kitten behind, not even for a short visit to the Willstown Hotel. Before she went to bed, Jean understood Olive a little better. She went to bed at about 9 o'clock. There were some old British and American magazines in the house. They were torn and had been read many times. The stories in them were about a very different world. She took one of the books and tried to read in bed. The story did not help her. She still felt worried and could not relax. The rain stopped and then started again. Later it stopped once more. After some time, she fell asleep. Her sleep was light. She woke up many times and then slept again. Before dawn, she heard a horse in the yard. She got up quickly and put on her dress. Then she went out to the veranda. She turned on the light.
Who is there? She called.
A man walked into the light near the steps.
It's me, Missy, Bourneville, he said. Mr. Hope, he come back.
He spoke with a strong accent. She did not understand him at first.
Come up here, Bourneville, she said. What is it?
He came up onto the veranda. He was about 50 years old. His skin was very dark. His face had many lines, and his hair was turning grey.
Mr. Hope, he come back, he said again.
This time she understood.
He has gone to Windermere, she said. He came back here, and then he went on to Windermere. What happened to Mr. Harman, Bourneville?
Mr. Harman, he up top end, Bourneville said. He find Mr. Curtis. His leg broken. Mr. Harman send me back get Mr. Hope. He drive utility up top end. Bring Mr. Curtis down.
She felt angry with herself because she could not understand him well. The problem was not his fault. It was hers. A woman who lived in this country would understand him quickly. This was very important.
I'm sorry, Bourneville, she said quietly. Please say it again slowly.
When he repeated it, she understood.
Mr. Hope is not here, she said. He has gone to Windermere.
He was quiet for a moment.
No white man here drive utility, he asked.
She shook her head.
Can you drive the utility, Bourneville? She asked.
No, missy.
Can any of the other men drive it?
No, missy.
She thought about driving the vehicle herself. Bourneville could show her the way. But this was not a small thing to do. She had never owned a car. She had driven cars of some young men before. She knew how to use the controls. But in her whole life, she had driven only about 5 hours. Again she felt angry and ashamed of herself. She lit a cigarette and thought carefully. If she tried to drive and crashed the vehicle, it would help no one. The utility was very large. It was bigger than a normal car. It was much bigger than anything she had ever driven. The alternative plan was to send Bourneville to Willstown. He could ride to the police station there. They would send a truck with a driver to the top end. But Willstown was 40 miles away. The truck would need many hours to come back. It would be at least 6 hours before it reached Midhurst and could start again.
She asked, How far is Mr. Harman from here, Bourneville?
He thought for a moment.
For mile past Boar, he said.
Joe once told her the new Boar was 22 miles from the house. That meant the accident was 26 miles away.
She said, What is the track like? Can the utility drive there?
Good track in dry time far as Boar, he said.
She nodded. That seemed true. The Boar was new. Trucks had gone there before. Maybe the road was still possible, even with this rain. The sky was already turning grey. Morning was coming soon.
She asked, Are there any creeks to cross?
He held up 3 fingers.
3.
Are they deep? Can the utility go through them?
Yes, missy, he said. Creek's not too deep.
She thought carefully. If Bourneville rode beside her and showed the way, she could try. The worst thing was that the vehicle might get stuck. Then Bourneville could ride back to Willstown with a note. He could ask them to send someone better with a truck. As long as he had his horse, there was no big risk.
All right, Bourneville, she said. I will drive the utility. You ride with me on your horse.
Get fresh horse, missy, he said. Him tired.
All right, get a fresh horse, she said.
Bourneville must be tired too, but she did not know his face well enough to see it.
Get some food, she said. I will get food too. We start in half an hour.
He went away. She put the kettle on and made tea. Then she changed into her riding shirt and breeches. In Joe's room there was an old tin trunk. She found it the night before. Inside were bandages, splints, and some medicine. The trunk was metal. It would not let water in. She filled it with blankets. She added some tins of food from the cupboard. She also took a small bag of flour. That was all she could think of. If she got stuck on the road, she might need to stay 1 or 2 nights in the utility. She drank her tea. She ate some meat, bread, and jam. Then she went down to the yard. There she looked carefully at the utility. The large petrol tank held 20 gallons of fuel, and there was enough oil in the engine. She filled the radiator with water from a barrel. She also filled the water bag that hung near the lamp. Then she climbed into the driver's seat. She felt happy when she saw that the gears had clear signs. She turned the key, pressed the starter, and gently pushed the accelerator. The engine started, and the loud sound made her both afraid and glad. Slowly and carefully, she put the car into reverse and drove out into the yard. They placed the trunk in the back of the vehicle. Then they started their journey. Bournville rode his horse in front of her to show the way. Because Bournville was ahead on his horse, and because she did not trust her driving, she did not use the highest gear. She never drove faster than 10 miles an hour. They came to 3 small creeks. She drove through each one on the path that Bournville showed her. She followed the horse as it moved through the yellow water. The water moved fast around the horse's legs. At one creek, the water rose above the floor of the cab. She felt very frightened. But she kept driving. The man who made the vehicle had prepared it for this kind of use. The ignition system was placed high above the engine. The vehicle jumped from rock to rock. Water poured out from every small opening. Still, it continued forward. For miles past the bore, Joe Harman sat at the entrance of his small tent. The tent stood in a clear space in thick bush at the bottom of a small valley. Behind the tent was a strong wooden fence made of heavy logs. It formed a corral for animals. The gate was made of logs that could be moved. Now the gate lay open, and the corral was empty. Joe had made a fire in front of the tent. He was boiling water in a small metal pot over the fire. Inside the tent, a man lay on a bed made of branches. There was a waterproof sheet under him and a blanket over him. Joe turned his head toward the tent.
"What happened, Don?" he asked. "Did they attack you when you pulled down the pole?"
Yes. They pushed the pole back onto me and knocked me down. Then about 6 of them ran over me.
Joe said, "You deserve that. Maybe now you will stop going onto other people's land."
There was a short silence.
Then Joe asked, "How many of my animals did you take last year, Don?"
About 300, Don answered.
Mr. Harman laughed.
"I took 350 of yours."
From inside the tent, Mr. Curtis said a very rude word. Chapter 10. Jean drove the truck slowly up to the tent. Bournville sat next to her. She stopped the engine and gave a long, tired breath. Joe came to her while she was still sitting inside.
"What happened to Dave?" he asked. "Didn't he come back?"
She told him everything that had happened. I thought I should try to drive it up myself, she said. I have only driven a car 3 times before. I am afraid I may have damaged it, Joe.
He stepped back and looked at the truck. "It looks all right," he said. "Did you hit anything?"
No, I didn't hit anything. But sometimes I couldn't change the gears. It made a very bad noise.
"Do the gears work now?"
I think they do.
"That's fine then. How were the creeks?"
They were very high, she said. The water came over the floor of the cab.
He made a low sound. "We must go back as soon as we can. I wish this rain would stop."
She asked, Is Mr. Curtis here, Joe?
He nodded. "He is in the tent."
What is wrong with him?
"He broke his leg," Joe said. "The bone came through the skin. I think his ankle is broken too."
She pressed her lips together. I brought the trunk with your splints and other things, she said.
"Do you know about broken bones?" he asked. "Were you ever a nurse or anything like that?"
She shook her head. No, I wasn't.
"I looked at it and cleaned it," he said. "I put the leg straight as well as I could, but it is bad. This morning I made a long splint and tied it on. We will take him to the hospital as soon as we can. The accident happened 2 days ago."
They began to take down the camp. They moved the tent away from the injured man. Then he saw Jean for the first time.
"Hello, Miss Paget," he said. "You don't remember me. I saw you in Woolstown on the day you arrived."
She smiled at him. "You will be back there soon," she said. "In the hospital."
Later, while she was working, she turned to Joe. She looked confused.
"Whose land are we on, Joe?" she asked.
Midhurst, he said.
"Why?" she asked.
She looked at the corral.
"What is that for?" she asked.
That, he said. Oh, we sometimes put the cattle there. We do branding there.
She did not speak again. She went back to her work. A small smile came to her face once or twice. They put a blanket under the brushwood bed where the man lay. They lowered the back part of the truck. Then, very slowly and carefully, they lifted him with the bed into the truck. It was hard work for them. When they finished, the man looked very pale. Sweat covered his face. There was a little blood on his lip where he had bitten it. They could not do anything more to help his pain. They left at about 9 o'clock. Joe drove the truck. Jean sat in the back with the injured man. Bournville rode behind them. He also led the 2 horses. They passed the bore. After about 5 miles, they reached the creeks. The water was much higher than when Jean crossed before. They crossed the first creek without trouble. The water came into the front of the truck. It almost reached the floor in the back where the sick man lay. Still, they got through and went on. At the second creek, the water was deeper. Joe stopped at the edge. He talked with Jean and Bournville about the place where Jean had crossed earlier. It looked more shallow about 50 yards higher up the creek. Joe sent Bournville into the water on his horse to check the depth. It seemed safe enough. Joe drove the truck into the water. The water became deep very fast. He pressed harder on the pedal to keep the truck moving. Under the yellow moving water, the ground was rough. The truck jumped as it moved over big stones under the water. Then it hit something hard with a loud metal sound. The truck stopped at once.
Jesus, Joe said.
He tried to start the engine again. It would not move. Soon oil appeared on the yellow water. The oil spread and moved away down the creek in dark lines. Joe stared at the water in shock. Jean said, "What happened, Joe?"
"I broke the sump," he answered shortly.
He climbed down from the cab into the water. The water was very deep. It went above his knees and almost to his waist. He moved slowly and carefully with his hands in front of him. He called Bournville. Jean gave him a long rope from the back of the truck. The utility was only about 10 yards from the bank. They used ropes from their saddles to tie the 3 horses together. Then they tied the horses to the back axle of the utility. They worked under the water and could not see well. They coughed and splashed as they fixed the ropes. After 10 minutes, the vehicle was on dry land. Jean watched and felt surprised at how quickly they did it. She climbed down from the back of the truck. Joe was lying under the front axle. She bent down to look with him. The cast iron sump was broken and in pieces.
"Say it, Joe," she said quietly.
He smiled at her.
"It is very bad," he said.
He pulled out the broken pieces from the hole. Then he slid out from under the vehicle. He took the starting handle from the cab and turned the engine slowly. After a moment, he gave a long breath.
"The crankshaft is fine," he said. "It is only the sump."
For a minute, he stood there and thought. The rain fell heavily on them.
"Where do we go now, Joe?" she asked.
"I can fix it for a short time," he said. "It will be enough to get home. But we have no oil. And we cannot go to get the truck. The creeks are rising too fast."
He watched the water for a while.
"By the time the truck comes, it will not get through," he said at last. "There is only one thing to do now. He must go out by plane."
The land around them was full of rocks and trees.
"Can a plane land here?" she asked.
"I know one place where it may land," he said. "It needs 500 yards and a clear way in."
He got on his horse and rode south. Near the river, They took out the tent. They put it over Don Curtis to keep the rain off him. The hurt man spoke in a weak voice.
Joe Harman is a bad driver with a car, but he is good at catching young cattle.
Jean laughed.
You are both criminals, she said. I will go and speak to Mrs. Curtis.
Do not do that, he said. She knows nothing about this.
Lie still and do not talk, she said. Joe has gone to find a place where the plane can land and take you away.
I hope he does better than he did with that truck, Mr. Curtis said.
Joe came back after 15 minutes.
I think we can use the place, he said. It is about a mile from here.
With Bourneville, he put 3 horses in front of the truck. Jean sat at the wheel. They moved slowly through the bush. They turned around trees and pushed forward carefully. Soon they reached an open field. It was a long strip of green grass. Small bushes grew here and there. The field was more than 500 yards long. Trees stood at both ends. They could make a landing strip there.
Cut down some of these bushes, Joe said. And cut some of those trees too. I have seen planes land in worse places than this.
There was an axe and a spade in the truck. They had some tools with them. But they were not enough for such big work.
We must bring the men from Midhurst, he said. All of them. And we must send a message to Willstown about the plane.
I will ride to the homestead with Bourneville, she said. Then he can bring the men back here. After that, I will ride on to Willstown.
He looked at her with surprise.
You cannot ride so far, he said.
How far is it? She asked.
It is 40 miles to Willstown.
I can ride to Midhurst, she said. If I cannot go farther, I will send moonshine with a note to Sergeant Haynes. He is the best person to tell, is he not?
Yes, that is right, he said. But you must not ride alone. If you go from Midhurst to the town, you must take moonshine or one of the other men with you. I do not want you to cross the creeks alone on a horse.
She touched his arm.
All right, Joe. I will take someone with me.
She stopped for a moment.
We can use the radio at Willstown, she said. Then we can ask people from Windermere to come and help you.
Yes, that is right, he said.
It would be better if we had a radio at Midhurst. He stopped for a moment.
There is one thing they will all want to know, he said. They will want to know where this place is. We are about 6 miles west-southwest of the New Boar. Can you remember that?
I remember, Joe, she said. 6 miles west-southwest of the New Boar. She waited a second. What are you going to do?
I will stay here and make camp. I will put the tent behind the truck. We should not move him again if we can help it. Not until we get a stretcher. After that, I will start cutting some of those trees to clear the way.
What about your back?
It will be fine.
She thought about him using a big axe to cut a tree.
Have you ever done that before, Joe?
No, but it will be fine.
If you are going to cut down trees, I will change what I said about riding alone, she said. I will send moonshine with the other men to help you.
You must not do that, he said. It is not safe for you to cross those creeks alone.
It is not safe for you to use an axe, she said. It will not help if you hurt your back here, Joe. She touched his arm again. Let us both be sensible. The work you do alone will take a long time. The men can do it in an hour when they arrive. Please do not take risks.
He smiled at her.
All right. But you must not ride alone.
I promise, she said.
It was about 10:30 when they helped her onto Joe's horse, Robin. Robin was much bigger than the horses she had ridden before. She felt a little afraid of him. He was not much wider than the other horses she knew. Joe's saddle was also much better than the one she had used before. It was soft and smooth from long use, but it was still strong and in good condition. When they fixed the stirrups for her legs, she began to feel comfortable. She rode away with Bourneville at a slow trot through the trees. This was the start of a long and hard ride that she would remember for many years. The horse was calm and quick to listen to her. He was strong and full of energy. His walk and trot were smooth and easy for her to sit. At the same time, the simple truth was clear. She had ridden a horse only 6 times before, and she had never ridden for more than an hour and a half. The rain stopped for a short time. They came to a creek and rode into the fast yellow water. Bournville stayed close to her side. They crossed it and went on. Sometimes they walked. Sometimes they trotted. After an hour, they reached a second creek. This one was very deep. Bournville told her to take her feet out of the stirrups. He told her to be ready to swim and hold the horse's manet. In the end, that was not needed. They crossed safely to the other side. After that, there were no more creeks.
Too deep for the utility, she said.
Yes, Missy. Him too deep now, he answered.
Now nothing stood between them and Midhurst. They only had to ride. The rain began again. Soon she was wet through. Rain mixed with the sweat on her body. Her wet riding clothes rubbed against her legs. They began to hurt. She felt the skin grow sore, but she could do nothing about it. She had said she would ride. So she continued. The road was better now. She saw that she could ride faster than Bournville. Her horse was stronger and still fresh. He had ridden his horse all the way from Midhurst with the utility. Many times she had to slow down to a walk. Robin wanted to trot, but she waited for Bournville. These slow walks helped her rest a little. They reached the Midhurst homestead at about 2:30. By then she was very thirsty. She was also very tired. Moonshine and 2 other boys ran out. They took her bridle and helped her get down from Robin. She could not stretch her leg down to the ground by herself.
Bournville, tell Moonshine to saddle a horse and come with me to Willstown, she said. I will have some tea and food there. Then we will start again. You take the other boys back to Mr. Harman. Is that all right?
Yes, Missy, he said.
She suddenly thought about him. If she felt so tired, he must feel much worse. He had been on a horse for 23 hours without stopping. She looked at his lined black face.
Can you do it, Bournville? Are you very tired? She asked.
He smiled. Me not tired, Missy. Go back to Mr. Harman with the boys after food.
He walked away and shouted.
Palmolive, Palmolive. You go to the kitchen. Make tea and food for Missy. Go quick.
She sat down heavily on a chair on the veranda. Soon Palmolive came with a pot of tea. There were also 2 fried eggs on a piece of steak. The steak was very hard and not good to eat. She ate the eggs and a small piece of the steak. Then she drank 6 large cups of tea. She did not try to change her clothes or look at her wounds. She knew that if she started to do that, she would not have the strength to leave again. She finished her food and called for Moonshine. Then she went down into the yard. The black stockmen were there in the rain. They were putting saddles on their horses and tying bags on the pack horses. They helped her get up into the saddle. Soon she was riding again toward Willstown, with Moonshine beside her. The short rest made her body stiff. She needed all her courage to ride the next 20 miles. Every muscle hurt. Her legs were very weak and could not hold her well in the saddle. The high parts of the saddle pressed against her legs and kept her from falling. They crossed the creeks. The water was too deep for a car, but the horses could pass. They followed the marks from the car wheels, and the ground was good. Now she was slower than Moonshine. His horse was fresh, but Robin was tired. For the last 10 miles, she felt confused and half asleep. The horse walked and sometimes trotted slowly. During the final 5 miles, the black stockman rode very close to her. He was ready to catch her if she fell, but she did not fall. At about 7 o'clock, they rode into Willstown in the dark. She was very tired, and so was her horse. The black rider was still beside her. She passed the hotel. She passed the ice cream shop, and bright lights shone out into the street. Then she stopped outside Sergeant Haynes' police station and house. She had been on the horse for about 8 hours. Moonshine got down and held Robin's head. She made one last strong effort. She moved her right leg over the saddle and slid down to the ground. At first, she could not stand without holding something. She held on to Robin's saddle. Then Sergeant Haynes came out. "Why, Miss Paget," he said slowly, "where have you come from?"
"From Joe Harman," she said. "He has Don Curtis at the top end of Midhurst. Don has a broken leg. Please tell Moonshine what to do with the horses. Then help me inside, and I will explain everything."
The sergeant told Moonshine to take the horses to the police yard. He told him to stay the night with the police trackers in their sleeping house. Then he turned back to Jean. "Come on in the house," he said. "Here, take my arm." "How far did you ride?"
40 miles, she said.
She felt very tired, but she also felt proud.
Joe Harman is there now with Mr. Curtis. All the Midhurst stockmen are there. They are making a small airstrip. Joe says it is the only way to bring him out. You cannot drive through the creeks with a utility.
He helped her inside and sat her down on the veranda with mosquito screens. Mrs. Haynes brought her a cup of tea. He looked at the clock and listened to her calmly. He had missed the 7 o'clock radio call with the Cairns ambulance. Now he had to wait 45 minutes before he could do anything. 6 miles west-southwest of the New Boar, he said slowly. "I know that area. The land is open there. I will use the radio soon. We will send the plane in the morning."
Joe thought maybe some ringers from Windermere could help, she said. They can help him make the strip. He is talking about cutting down some trees. I do not want him to do that because of his back.
He nodded. "I will call Windermere too," he said. Then he looked at her. "I did not know you could ride a horse, Miss Paget."
"I cannot," she said. "I have only ridden a horse 6 times before."
He smiled. "Oh my word. Are you very sore?" She stood up slowly.
"I am going home to bed," she said. She held the back of the chair. "If I stay here longer, I will not be able to walk."
"Stay there," he said. "I will get the utility and drive you to the hospital."
"I do not want to go to the hospital."
"I do not care," he said firmly. "That is where you are going. You will be better there tonight. Sister Douglas has everything you need." Half an hour later she was clean and lying in a hospital bed. The nurse put penicillin ointment on her sore places. She felt small, like a little child. Back in his office, Sergeant Haynes sat at his radio. 8 Queen Charlie, 8 Queen Charlie, he said. "This is 8 Love Mike calling. If you can hear me, please answer. Over." He changed the switch.
A girl's voice came from the speaker. 8 Love Mike, this is 8 Queen Charlie. I hear you, but not very clearly. Tell me your message. Over.
The place where Joe Harman is making the strip is 6 miles west-southwest of his New Boar. 6 miles west-southwest of his New Boar. Send every man you have to help him. Tell Constable Duncan too if he is with you. Is that clear, Mrs. Curtis? Over.
The shaking voice answered, "That is clear, Sergeant." 6 miles west-southwest of Joe's New Boar. I have written it down. Eddie Page is here. I think Phil Duncan will come back tonight. I will send everyone there. Is it not wonderful what God can do for us? When I think about his kindness to us, I want to kneel and cry.
She was quiet for a moment.
Oh, I forgot again. Over.
The sergeant pressed his switch. It is not only God you must thank, Mrs. Curtis. Many people are listening to us now. Miss Paget rode 40 miles from Midhurst to bring news about Don. You know Jean Paget, the English girl who started the shoe shop and the ice cream shop. She was at Midhurst when we heard Don was missing. She rode 40 miles to tell me where we could make the airstrip. She has only ridden a horse a few times before. Now she is very sore and cannot stand. Sister Douglas is caring for her in the hospital. She will be well in a day or two. Over.
Oh my, she said. I do not know how to thank her. Please give her my love. I hope she feels better soon.
There was a short pause.
I have worried about that ice cream shop. It did not feel right to have it in Willstown. It opens on Sundays and Christmas Day. I could not find anything in the Bible about it. I felt confused. But now I see that God is caring for that too. I think it is wonderful. Over.
That is good, said Sergeant Haynes. He was not sure about the shop hours himself. He had written to his office to ask what to do. It had been a long time since he worked in a town with shops. Now I must finish, Mrs. Curtis. 8 Queen Charlie, this is 8 Love Mike. Everything is fine here. You can stop listening for tonight, Jackie. Tomorrow I want someone to listen from 7 in the morning. Is that clear? Over.
Miss Bacon answered, That is clear, Sergeant. I will tell Mr. Barnes. If you have nothing more, I will close now. Over.
Nothing more, Jackie. Good night. Out.
Good night, Sergeant. Out.
Miss Bacon turned off the radio with relief. There was no real plan for people to listen all day and night at the Cairns ambulance. In times like this, everyone had to help. She had worked from 8 in the morning until midnight the day before. Today she had worked again from 8 in the morning until now. Mr. Barnes had worked through the night and was ready to do it again. She felt sad because she had missed a film with Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. The film would be half finished now, but it would show again the next night. She hoped this trouble would end soon so she could see it. She went to telephone Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes called Mr. Smythe from Australian National Airways. Mr. Smythe called Captain Jimmy Cope, who was waiting in case they needed him.
Captain Cope said, I hope the weather is better tomorrow than it was today. We could not fly over the tableland today. Tell them we will take off at 6. I will be at the hangar then.
At dawn he arrived at the airfield. The old Dragon plane was already running its 2 engines. Many people thought it was the best plane for ambulance work in the outback. Low clouds hung at about 500 feet. They covered the hill behind the airfield. A light rain was falling. Willstown was about 400 miles to the west-northwest. For the first 70 miles he had to fly over the Atherton tableland. There were mountains there as high as 3,500 feet. He had no radio to guide him. He had to fly by sight. He would move carefully between the clouds and the tops of the trees. He said 1 or 2 angry words to the control officer. Then he started the plane and moved fast along the runway. An ambulance worker sat behind him. When the plane was in the air, the weather felt even worse. He flew at 300 feet along the Barron River toward the mountains. He hoped to find a clear space in the low cloud. He wanted to climb up to the tableland through the Curanda Gap. Grey cloud closed around the plane. The sides of the jungle valley came very close to the wings. There was no clear sky in front of him. He moved to the right side of the valley. Then he made a tight and careful turn. There was only about 100 feet of space. After that, he flew back toward the coast. He picked up his microphone.
Cairns Tower, this is Victor How Able Mike Baker, he said. I cannot go through Curanda. I am flying north to Cooktown along the coast. I will try from there. Please tell Cooktown I will land in about 1 hour. I need 20 gallons of 73-octane fuel.
He followed the tropical coast of Queensland at about 300 feet. After an hour, he reached Cooktown. Cooktown was a small and pretty town with about 300 people. That day it was grey and wet with rain. He landed at the airfield and filled the plane with fuel.
I will try to reach Willstown from here, he said. There are not many high hills on the way. If the weather gets worse, I will come back. I will fly straight from here to Willstown.
He said this so people would know his plan if they had to look for him. As soon as the plane was ready, he took off again. He flew inland, following his compass. During the whole flight, he stayed less than 200 feet above the trees. He just cleared the Great Dividing Range in the north. At one point, there were only about 50 feet between the plane and the ground. Many times he almost turned back. Each time he saw a small light space ahead and continued. Behind him, the ambulance worker held his seat tightly. He understood the danger very well. He could do nothing to help. They flew like this for 3 hours. When they came near the Gulf of Carpentaria, the pilot began to see places he knew. He saw a bend in a river. He saw a burnt area in the bush. He saw a long curved stretch of sand like a banana. Soon he reached Willstown. He flew low over the few houses at 100 feet to show that he had arrived. Then he landed on the airstrip. He moved the plane toward a truck that was waiting. He felt very tired and tense. Rain was still falling. Near the truck, he spoke for a short time with Sergeant Haynes, Sister Douglas, and Al Burns.
I will try to fly him back here, he said. If he is not better this afternoon, he must stay in the hospital here tonight. I cannot fly him to Cairns in this weather. The weather will probably be better tomorrow.
They gave him a simple pencil map that the sergeant had made for him. The map showed the creeks, Midhurst homestead, the new water bore, and the likely place of the airstrip. Then he took off again. It was about 11 o'clock. Using the map, he found the place without much trouble. He knew where to land because trees were cut down in a straight line for him. Some bushes were cleared on a grassy field. About 10 men were there. Some were working, and some were standing and looking up at him. He also saw a utility vehicle with a tent over it. He flew in a circle under the low clouds and thought about the danger. The runway they made was very short, even for a Dragon plane. But time was also short. The injured man had a broken leg for 3 days. Infection could start. Other serious problems could begin. He could not wait. He pressed his lips together and lined up the plane with the runway for a test approach. He flew in very slowly over the trees. He passed only about 5 feet above them. He controlled the engines very carefully. When he flew over the cut trees, he reduced power and pushed the plane down toward the grass. He hoped the ground was smooth. He felt he could land. Then he felt he could not. There was not enough space to stop the plane. When the wheels were only 2 feet above the ground, he pushed the engines to full power. He kept the plane level for a moment and climbed up again. He turned to the orderly behind him while he circled low under the clouds and kept the airstrip in sight.
Do you have a pencil and paper? Write this, he said.
He thought for a moment. Sorry, I can't come down now. The strip must be about 100 yards longer. 150 yards is even better if you can do it. I will come back at 4 o'clock this afternoon. They put the note in a message bag with bright streamers on it. The plane flew over the field and dropped the bag in the middle of the strip. Back at the Willstown airfield, the pilot told the men what had happened.
They did not have time to make it long enough, the sergeant said. It will be ready this afternoon.
He drove the pilot to the hotel. Al Burns took him to the bar. The pilot drank only lemonade because he had hard flying to do later. He ate lunch at the hotel. After lunch, he walked to the ice cream shop. It was new since his last visit to Willstown. He looked around with interest and a small smile. He ordered an ice cream.
Rose Sawyer told him to hurry and eat it, because she was closing the shop.
He asked if she closed every afternoon.
She said she was going to the hospital to see Miss Paget.
Then he heard the full story about her long ride. At 4 o'clock he flew back over the airstrip at the top of Midhurst. The rain had stopped. He came in at about 800 feet. He flew in a circle and looked down carefully. The strip was much longer now. He knew he could land without trouble. He came down at the near end. The Dragon hit the rough ground and jumped up once. Then it came down again and rolled forward, shaking and moving from side to side until it stopped. He turned off the engines and climbed out. They took a stretcher from the cabin. The orderly and the helpers carefully lifted Don Curtis onto it. Then they carried him into the cabin of the plane. The pilot lit a cigarette and gave one to Joe Harman.
Joe asked, "Did you hear any news about Miss Paget in Willstown?"
She is in the hospital, the pilot said. They say it is nothing serious. She is just very tired and a bit hurt. She is a brave girl.
"That is true," Joe said. "If you see someone at the hospital, can you give her a message? Tell Miss Paget I will be in town tomorrow afternoon."
I will tell her, the pilot said. I am staying there tonight. It is too late to fly to Cairns now. I cannot fly at night in this weather, not in this plane.
They finished putting everything in the plane. He sat in his seat. The orderly turned the propellers to start the engines. Then they moved along the ground to the far end of the strip. The strip was short, but he knew he could manage it. He pushed the power forward and the plane moved fast down the runway. It passed over the trees at the end with only about 15 feet between the wheels and the top of the trees. 30 minutes later he landed at Willstown. He helped move the stretcher to a truck. The truck would take Don Curtis to the hospital. In the hospital that afternoon, Jean Paget showed Rose Sawyer the wounds that were easy to see. They were long red marks on her skin, about 6 inches long. They looked sore and rough.
"These are good scars," Rose said. "It is a pity you cannot show them." "It happened because everything was so wet," Jean said. "But I think I will have a proper pair of riding trousers made. These thin trousers are only good for people who sit in a ring. I would never ride a horse again if it hurt me like that," Rose said. "It will be a long time before I can ride again," Jean answered.
After a moment, Rose spoke again.
"Tell me, Jean, do you think there is any work here for a contractor?"
Jean looked at her with surprise.
"What kind of contractor?" she asked. "Someone who makes roads and things like that. And buildings too. Do you mean Billy Wakeling, from Alice?" Jean asked.
Rose nodded.
"He wrote to me," she said in a calm voice.
Every Wednesday a Dakota plane brought 7 letters for Rose, so Jean thought this was a small way to say it.
"You know, his father is a contractor in Newcastle," Rose went on. "He has graders, bulldozers, steam shovels, and many other machines. After the war, he sent Billy to Alice because the town was growing fast. When places grow, they need contractors. But Billy says he is tired of Alice. He will come here for a visit when the wet season is over," she added simply. "He will not find any road or building work here," Jean said. "There is no one with money to pay for it. But I do know one thing that needs to be done. Joe Harman wants to build some small dams on Midhurst. I do not know if that is the right kind of work for Billy." "I think it could be," Rose said slowly. "After all, it is moving earth, and that is what Billy does. He could use a bulldozer in the dry season, could he not?" "I really do not know," Jean said. "Can he get a bulldozer?" "His father has about 40 in Newcastle," Rose said. "I am sure he can let Billy use one." "They are only small dams," Jean said. "Well, everything has to begin somewhere," Rose replied. "I do not think Billy expects a very big job in his first year."
Jean thought for a moment.
"Could someone dig a hole for a swimming pool with a bulldozer?" she asked. "I think so," Rose said.
Rose looked at her.
"Yes, I am sure you could," she said. "I went out with him one time and saw one in use. He let me drive it. It was very fun. First you dig the ground with a bulldozer. Then you put up wooden boards. They call it shuttering. After that, you pour concrete to make the sides."
Can he do all that too?
"Oh, Billy can do that," she said. "Do you want a swimming pool?"
Jean looked at the white wall.
"It was only an idea," she said. "A nice big pool near the bore. It could have diving boards and space for everyone to swim and have fun. The water is already there, right in the main street. You could build a wooden tower. They call it a cooling tower. The water would go through it to become cool before it goes into the pool. There could be green grass around it. People could lie there and enjoy the sun if they want. An old man could sit at the gate and take the money. 1 shilling for a swim.
Rose looked at her.
You have planned everything, she said. Are you really thinking about doing this, Jean?
I am not sure, Jean said. It would be nice to have it. And I think it would make good money. Men and women could swim together, of course.